trying to comfort them as much as I could.
To keep them quiet, or because you actually were worried about it?
Both. Well, although I'm a bad guy, I care for people, you know, have concerns for people. So, and I hadn't really crossed that path yet where I was going to kill the people yet, so I'm still in a concern mode.
Don't you think you belong in the nut ward?
Well, it's all right. I mean,
but don't you belong there?
I belong where I'm allowed to go, man. Like, you know.
Harold Shipman, family doctor, found guilty of the murder of 15 of his patients. Body count believed to be much higher, possibly in the region of 250, mostly elderly women. Motive: financial gain. Hanged himself in prison aged 58.
Actually, it's not really that I want to die as much as I know I have to, because I know I won't stop killing.
Not all serial killers are motivated by sexual excitement. Many murder people they know, people they are supposed to be caring for. The term is custodial serial killer, and often they don't get caught until they confess.
After murdering both of his grandparents in cold blood, Edmund III decided to call his mother and tell her what he had done. Clarnell instructed her young son to call the police and confess to his crimes. He did just that and was soon taken into custody. When the time came for him to be charged, his crimes were deemed incomprehensible for a 15-year-old to commit, and he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia by court psychiatrists. Edmund spent a total of 6 years in the Atascadero State Hospital. Contrary to the advice of his psychiatrists, Edmund was released into the custody of his mother. On May 7th, 1972, Edmund began his 11-month-long murder spree.
A girl in Queens is set on fire in a voodoo ritual that her mother and grandmother are accused of doing it. Prosecutors say they poured an accelerant over the girl, set her on fire, and then refused to get her medical attention for 24 hours. Both women are facing charges of assault and endangering the welfare of a child. The girl was treated for 2nd and 3rd degree burns and placed in foster care.
As far as me taking the lead role, I was the male at the crime. But at that time I did not consider myself a leader. I considered myself more of a follower of Charles Manson, carrying out his orders.
If I understand you correctly, you're positive you killed more than 50 people, and
Definitely.
you think you probably killed more than 100 people.
Definitely.
You're sure of that one,
Definitely.
but not sure it's more than 200.
I wouldn't say definitely to that.
When you were strangling, were you looking at them?
Some I was, some I wasn't. Some I was holding down, some I was looking out the window. Some I was just standing off into space.
From 1992 to 1999, Luis Garavigo murdered up to 400 children and teenagers and is currently up for parole in 2023.
Reports surfaced tying Ramirez to Satanism, and in an earlier court appearance, he shouted, "Hail Satan!"
Hail Satan!
Born circa 1958, is a convicted American serial killer. On death row in San Quentin, Hughes was originally sentenced to life without parole for the murders of 4 women and girls in California, but in a later trial, sentenced to death for 3 additional murders of women.
You think we found her?
Yeah, you found her. It's across from Northwoods Hospital.
Linda Rule.
Who?
Linda Jane Rule. Ziggy.
I don't remember her name.
Dahmer now decided to pursue his fantasies of ultimate control. It was no longer enough to have his partners submissive just for a night. He wanted to keep them that way forever. So with the intent to murder and then butcher the men he picked up, Dahmer returned to the club.
Yeah, I'm going to prison for this. I don't care. I do care, but there's only so much somebody can take. Yeah. And the mental stress, and my mum dying. Why in my head?
Hey, I got this for you. I killed 33 times. You're only going to kill me once. Casey outsmarted him again.
Last September, you were severely burned by a fellow inmate who doused you in paint thinner and lit a match. You know, he says you attacked his religious beliefs and threatened him. Was this just an isolated conflict between two inmates, or?
It was in his mind. I didn't have anything in my mind. I'm not thinking about anything. He's arguing with himself. The devil he's chasing is the one that he's living with. That's inside of him.
So insignificant, I'm embarrassed that I should be getting this publicity from it. Really embarrassed.
I just got out of 22 years of prison, man. I just got out of prison. Can you imagine 22 years in prison? Can you imagine that?
It is hard to imagine.
Well, I just got out. How can I be responsible for the children of the 60s when I was locked up in the dungeon all during the 60s?
On November 15th, 1987, Richard Angelo is arrested. He confesses to poisoning dozens of his patients over the course of months. Angelo's desire to show that he is in control is his fatal flaw. And as a nurse, it leads him to commit unthinkable acts that frequently take his patients' lives. In psychopaths, the desire to control can be so strong that it leads them to carry out vicious acts.
He was the only child of two loving parents, an exemplary student, respected nurse, and serial murderer. Richard Angelo didn't start out with evil intent, but he allowed his own needs to take the lead.
Richard Angelo is found guilty of 2 counts of murder, 1 count of manslaughter, and another count of assault.
Any blind man could see that this was not just a one-time occurrence in the Green River, that it would continue if you didn't do something.
Everything quieted down, and it was like it never happened. The media went on to other stories, police went on to other cases, burglaries, robberies, whatever. The politicians basically had something else to do. So everybody relaxed.
Everybody except the killer, who did most of his stranglings while the police were closing up shop. He just started dumping the bodies in new locations, often in thick woods. In all, the Green River Killer murdered at least 49 young women, 5 a month at some points during his run from 1982 until 1984.
Dahmer offered him $50 to spend the night with him. They took the bus back to Dahmer's grandmother's. While she slept, Jeff and Doc Stater had oral sex. Then Dahmer drugged and strangled him, his preferred method for killing.
He stated in no way did he ever want to hurt anybody. As funny as this sounds, that is the reason why he killed everyone by strangling them, because not only did he get the power and the thrill of committing the murder, but it was also the most humane way.
With Doc Stater, Dahmer further explored his dark fantasies. He hid the body in the basement for a week and continued to have sex with it.
Most serial killers are sexual deviants who are social and psychological sociopaths and sexual paths who kill people for their own sexual gratification.
Law enforcement authorities have arrested one of the most notorious contract killers in state history. A self-employed Bergen County man is behind bars, charged with 5 murders, and prosecutors are investigating his involvement in dozens more.
This is unwarranted, unnecessary. These guys watch too many movies.
He is such a cold-blooded killer, they call him the Iceman. After being convicted of 2 murders, he confessed to 2 others in court today.
I shot George Malvin 5 times. Louis Masgay on July 1st, 1981. I shot him once in the back of the head.
When the judge asked him why he had killed the 2 men, Kuklinski replied,
It was due to business.
Dominic Polifrone's tapes had nailed Kuklinski, but in court, the Iceman greeted the undercover cop with a smile.
Marc Lepine, rampage at the University of Montreal. On December 6, 1989, Lepine walked into the École Polytechnique de Montréal. There, He entered a second-floor classroom where he separated the men and women and then ordered the approximately 50 men to leave. Claiming that he was fighting feminism, he yelled in French, "You're all a bunch of feminists," before beginning his murderous rampage with the rifle. He shot the 9 women who remained, killing 6 and injuring the rest. After this, Lepine moved to other areas of the building, including the cafeteria, corridors, and another classroom. A total of 14 women, 12 engineering students, 1 nursing student, and 1 university employee were killed, and 4 men and 10 women injured before Lepine turned the gun on himself.
In August 1985, Los Angeles was in the grip of terror. A killer had been stalking his victims through the city at night for more than 6 months, and the police had finally released a photo of it. It was now known that the same man had been responsible for at least a dozen brutal murders and scores of attacks ranging all over the vast city.
Suspect described as a male, dressed in black. Suspect considered armed and dangerous.
Nobody knows where this individual may strike next.
I can't tell you how I feel. I am just scared to death. And, how much can you do to protect yourself?
If I hear strange noises now, I go out and bring my gun. The police might not be there in time.
Soon even the police were calling the killer the Night Stalker. His first known killing was in Rosemead on the 17th of March. 2 women gunned down in the house they shared.
Dale Nelson was a sexually dysfunctional lumberjack. Dale fought his impotence with violence. On September 5, 1970, tanked up with booze and hatred, he drove to his wife's relative's house where he killed a woman and her 7-year-old daughter. He slit the young girl's gut and munched on the half-digested food in her entrails. He then went to a neighbor's house and killed all 6 inside, sodomizing an 8-year-old girl as she died. He returned to the first house and stole the corpse. Dale was located on September 6 in a shack in the woods, and surrendered to police without incident. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Prosecutors say that should he win parole at any time, they would put him on trial for the remaining 6 murders they say he committed. Dale Nelson died of throat cancer on February 10, 1999 while in prison.
People say Ted Bundy didn't show any emotion. There must be something in that. I showed emotion. You know what people said? See, he really can get violent and angry. There's no right way for me to act. I act, and I don't care what people think about how I act. I act according to the way I think is right and best for me at the time. And I'm not going to try to please people or impress people, because quite frankly, the amount of bias and prejudice that surrounds me as a media image, I can't begin to tear down. Not with this interview or 100 interviews.
Ted, do you believe, I'm a person from the media, other people here, do you believe that we created you, that it's our fault, that we created this image of the mass murder? Is that what you're saying to us?
Given this current situation, if they said, if they took away your kids, and then they went one step further and said, we think you're an unfit mother.
We're going to take away this one? I don't know how they're going to do it. I'd like to see them try to take this baby from me. And how could they do it? They're going to have to wait a long time to do it. Hopefully this thing will be cleared up by then. I don't know that they could do this, take it away after it's born. I don't know. I've never even talked to my attorney about it because it seems so, let's put it the way the DA says, it's laughable.
Down says her parents were shocked when they found out she was pregnant again.
My parents are the kind of people that wish you would do everything by the book in the order that it's pre-written. You get married before you have a baby.
I had these obsessive desires and thoughts wanting to control them, to I don't know how to put it, possess them permanently.
And that's why you killed them?
Right. Not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me. And as my obsession grew, he was saving body parts such as skulls and skeletons. It was almost addictive. It was almost a surge of energy. I wouldn't have to worry about any of their needs or anything. I just had complete control of the situation.
16-year-old Laurie Sho inadvertently became entangled in the lives of Lisa Michelle Lambert and her boyfriend, Lawrence Yunkin. Lambert initially befriended Sho, but after Yunkin allegedly assaulted Sho, Lambert became very jealous and enraged, convinced Sho was pursuing Yunkin. Lambert began a campaign of harassment, stalking Sho, often with the assistance of friends. On December 20th, 1991, Laurie Sho was murdered in her home by Lambert and Lambert's friend, Tabitha Buck. Sho's mother found her corpse. Lambert, Yunkin, and Buck were quickly arrested. Yunkin pled guilty and testified against Lambert in exchange for a reduced sentence of 20 years. Eventually, Lambert and Buck were convicted and sentenced to life without parole.
By the late 60s, the Iceman had become one of the mob's most efficient contract killers. His most brutal murders took place at the Gemini Lounge in Brooklyn, a favorite hangout for the mafia.
Dismembering bodies, did that turn your stomach?
I don't think so. I remember having pizza one day while we were doing something like that.
Pizza in one hand, chainsaw in the other?
I didn't like chainsaws. That's another fable that they've come up with, that I use chainsaws on. See, chainsaws are messy.
Yep.
All you get is all over me I have these little pieces of meat. Now that's a pain in the neck if I use chainsaws. Now would I want to ruin a good shirt with a chainsaw? That would be downright stupid. And I definitely have the wrong. I don't think I could walk around with bits of meat hanging off me or bits and pieces of somebody's body hanging off me. I would probably smell a little bit bad also at that point.
So what's a better way to dismember
Just
a body?
knife, a butcher knife, you cut it around the bone and a little slice here, a little slice there, and wrap it, ship it.
Jack Unterweger was an Austrian serial killer known as Jack the Writer, Haven Literat, Nast Poet, Vienna Woods Killer and the Vienna Strangler. Unterweger served 14 years in an Austrian prison for a murder in 1974. In December, Unterweger killed 18-year-old Margaret Schaefer, in a pattern that Unterweger would repeat again and again. He murdered Schaefer by strangling her with her own bra. He claimed that he had seen his mother's face in Schaefer's eyes as he killed her. Unterweger raped, strangled and killed at least 9 prostitutes after his release, then dumped their bodies in the woods. He was a small star in Austrian media in the early 1990s and was arrested in the United States, where he may have killed another 3 prostitutes. Jack Unterweger committed suicide by hanging himself in 1994 after being sentenced to life in prison. May 1st, 2009, in Farmington, New Mexico, USA, a 21-year-old Najiza woman accused of beating another woman to death in a fight over a boyfriend. After police identified the body, detectives linked Ignacio to the crime through a Crime Stoppers tip, has pleaded to second-degree murder. Patricia Ignacio initially was charged with an open charge of murder in the death of 40-year-old Irene Armenta of Lake Valley in November 2008. She entered an Alford plea to the second-degree murder charge. An Alford plea means a defendant does not admit guilt, but acknowledges prosecutors might have enough evidence to be convicted. Armenta's body was found on November 25th, partially buried by sand and broken cement in an undeveloped area of Farmington.
Serial killers like to strangle their victims, and that is, I guess, the most common form of killing, because there's more of a connection there, it's more real, and it's not as quick. It was 3:30 in the afternoon on a fairly well-driven road. She was walking along the side of the road, and I just stopped the car, got out of the car, and went, raped her and killed her.
He waited till he got about to the spot when there was no cars coming, and he grabbed her and pulled her into the woods. Somewhere between the edge of the road and this spot here, he administered a beating to her, and then he made her take her clothes off, and he raped her and strangled her in that area right over there.
By 1965, Joe Sullivan had spent nearly half his life locked up. The brutalities of prison life had taken their toll. Now, 26 years old, he was a cauldron of resentment and self-pity. That fall, he began drinking heavily. December 19th, 1965. Joe went on a bender, bar hopping for 8 hours. From another patron, he bought a gun.
All I could think about, my father, the demons within all those years of abuse, and I thought, do I just leave or what? They already know my face, so I went back and put a plastic bag over Mr. Otero's head and put a garment over his neck and pulled up on it, and that's when it really hit the fan. Because they all could see what I was doing.
Rader describes first strangling the mother and father while their 9-year-old son and 11-year-old daughter watched. Although he is describing acts of unspeakable cruelty, his voice is utterly devoid of emotion, which makes listening to it that much harder.
Kids were watching this? Yes, they were watching it. They were screaming and hollering. Did you want to move them from the scene at all? No. Nothing. I had to get in control. It was really noisy. They were screaming and the noise was bothering me. Yeah, the noise was bothering me. And I knew the mailman would be out there or somebody would be walking by, so I had to control her.
He was brutal, and he knew how to intimidate. If people owed money, they either paid up or paid with their lives.
Most people paid their bills. Some didn't. I remember one guy, he was owed a lot of money. Well, I guess considerable amount of money. He thought he could hide behind the door. He came to the door, I asked who it was. And he looked through the peephole. And he never saw what hit him.
For Richard Kuklinski, murder had become a way of life, and the macabre became the commonplace.
Could you tell us how long you've been imprisoned?
Excuse me. This month is 18 years, but I've actually been in prison.
What were you convicted of?
8 counts of first-degree murder.
What was your sentence?
7 years to life. CC, that's called concurrent. It means all the sentences run at the same time.
That means they run consecutively?
Oh, no, that's the opposite of consecutive.
Yeah.
Consecutive would be one at a time, and of course you can't serve multiple life sentences, but there was some question before my case that whether on the legality of that. So when my case went through, the judge sentenced me to 1 term of 7 to life, which at that time was the maximum non-death penalty, and all to run concurrent at the same time.
Alexander Spisovtsev is a Russian serial killer, also known as the Siberian Ripper, convicted for the killing of 4 people in Novokuznetsk in 1996. He targeted street children and young women across Novokuznetsk by luring them into their apartment, where they would be tortured and killed, and sometimes cannibalized. Despite only being convicted for 4 murders, Spisovtsev confessed to 19 murders that he was accused of by police, and based on evidence is believed to have committed over 80 killings. His mother, who was charged with complicity to 3 murders, was sentenced to 13 years in prison. The first sign of his victims arose when the gangrenous severed heads, torsos, and arms of unidentifiable children were found washed up on the banks of the River Avon. On July 30th, 2008, Tim McLean, a 22-year-old Canadian man, was stabbed, beheaded, and cannibalized while riding a Greyhound Canada bus along the Trans-Canada Highway. McLean was sleeping with his headphones on when the man sitting next to him, Vincent Waigwanli, suddenly produced a large knife and began stabbing him in the neck and chest. The bus driver pulled to the side of the road. He and all the other passengers fled the vehicle. The driver and 2 other men made an attempt to rescue McLean, but were chased away by Lee, who slashed at them from behind the locked bus doors. Lee ultimately decapitated McLean and displayed his severed head to those standing outside the bus, then returned to McLean's body and began severing other parts and consuming some of McLean's flesh. Lee was remanded to the Selkirk Mental Health Center and was released in 2017. Porn stars Amanda Logue, 30, aka Sunny Day, and her boyfriend Jason Andrews, decided to kill tattoo parlor owner Dennis Abrahamson, have great sex and then take as much of his money as they could. In the early hours of May 15, 2010, Logue serviced Abrahamson while Andrews waited outside for her signal to attack. They stabbed and bludgeoned Abrahamson with a sledgehammer. His body was found face down on a massage table in his home. The couple snatched $6,000, credit cards, and a video camera before leaving. In January, Andrews pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison. On May 21, 2012, Logue pleaded guilty to charges of second-degree murder. Logue, known for bondage, will herself be restrained for the next 40 years.
This is Aaliyah Ross. She's 27. She and her husband Devin get into an argument in their house. And Devin goes outside. He throws a cinder block onto her vehicle. Well, that makes her mad. Did I mention to you that when Devin went outside, he took his 16-month-old son, well, actually their 16-month-old son, outside. So she got into the car. Now he's holding the 16-month-old baby. She said, I guess he didn't get out of the way, so she ran over Devin and her 16-month-old baby. Did you hear what I said? She ran over her boyfriend and their baby. Like bump, 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 run over them, okay? She's locked up on too many charges to talk about in the short video. You talking about crazy? Here's a crazy woman.
In the first, her grandmother, Joyce Lucille Nelson, was battered with a blunt instrument and then strangled. Later that same night, the stalker broke into the home of a nurse. He tried to rape her, but couldn't. In Sun Valley, he struck again twice on the 20th of July. Max and Leila Niding were both shot in their beds. Max died instantly, but his wife was savagely slashed. While detectives were searching there, news came that nearby another couple, the Covenants, had also been attacked. The husband shot in bed, and both his wife and their 8-year-old son raped. Even after the Night Stalker savagely assaulted another couple on the 6th of August, police spokesman Joe Garza remained cautious.
We don't want to create any paranoia. Yes, there have been a few incidents here recently, and most people should just use the basic security principles. In other words, when you go to bed, make sure your windows and doors are locked, even if it's warm. Maybe invest in an air conditioner.
I was 16 years old and John was about 33 or 34 at the time, and he put the cuff on the other wrist, but I was fighting and struggling in such a way that he did not get it on very securely. He went into the other room and I pulled as hard as I could, scraped all the skin off my knuckles, but I pulled my hand out of the cuff. He walked back into the room, and the thing that was probably the lifesaver is I kept my hand behind my back so it appeared like I was still cuffed. He walked to my side, and pretty much I just grabbed both of his legs and did a good double leg takedown on him, wrestling move, and he went down to the floor, and I cuffed him. I think that shocked the hell out of him. And he says, "You're the only one that not only got out of the handcuffs, you got them on me."
Jeffrey Robert McDonald is an American former United States Army captain who was convicted in August 1979 of murdering his pregnant wife and 2 daughters in February 1970. While serving as an Army Special Forces physician, McDonald has always proclaimed his innocence of the murders, which he claims were committed by 4 intruders, 3 male and 1 female, who had entered the unlocked rear door of his apartment at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and attacked him, his wife, and his children with instruments such as knives, clubs, and ice picks. Prosecutors and appellate courts have pointed to strong physical evidence attesting to his guilt. He is currently incarcerated at the Federal Correctional Institution in Cumberland, Maryland. The case remains one of the most litigated murder cases in American criminal history.
Police say a Tinley Park man admitted he killed his wife and 3 daughters and even told them why.
Mahar Kesem is being held tonight without bail, accused of murdering his wife and 3 adult daughters in cold blood. The result of what prosecutors say was a heated argument over respect and money.
The defendant stated, quote, "They're all gone."
They're the chilling words 63-year-old Mahar Kesem told responding officers who arrived at his family's Tinley Park home after he called 911, telling a dispatcher that his wife, 53-year-old Mahida Kesem, had been shot.
When police asked where everyone was at, the defendant pointed in the direction of the basement.
Police would find the bodies of his wife Mahida, his 25-year-old twin daughters Halima and Zahia, and 24-year-old daughter Hanan. Kesem appeared to be disgruntled over how he was treated inside the home.
The defendant was recorded volunteering things that, quote, "he treats me like a dog."
One of South Korea's most infamous serial killers, Yoo Young-chul, was transferred from the Daegu Correctional Institution to the Seoul Detention Center last week. In 2005, South Korea's Supreme Court upheld the death penalty, and he has been on death row ever since. Yoo confessed to killing at least 20 people between 2003 and July 2004 after he was captured. Many of the victims were women who worked at tea houses and drinking spots. He shocked investigators at the time by saying he would have killed at least 100 people if he had not been apprehended. Yoo had initially blamed his turbulent childhood and a bad marriage for his actions, but later thanked the prosecution for demanding the death penalty.
For an hour and 17 minutes, a killer controlled McDonald's and kept 175 police pinned down outside.
They didn't have a target. They were totally pinned down. Any movement towards the building may have caused him to indiscriminately shoot and kill other people within the building. It was a sort of a no-win situation at that time.
At last, at 5:17 p.m., the police SWAT team got its chance. One officer drew fire at this window. Another on the post office roof fired one shot from his sniper rifle, and the killer went down, shot through the heart.
The man who kidnapped Carol Duranch is going to continue to be free, and not only her, but every other young woman in the Salt Lake Valley is going to be threatened by that person or persons. And it's happening today, and it's going to happen in the future.
What do you think about, in your mind, what do you conjure up about the man that they're after, or the real man who did these things?
Man or men, persons, I don't know. I can't even begin to understand the mentality. I don't understand the motivation.
The most startling thing about Wesley Dodd is how ordinary he seems. Small and harmless looking. The handcuffs seem unnecessary. He speaks in a matter-of-fact voice about unspeakable things.
You must have discovered something about yourself in the last 2 years that you've been in here. What is it? What should people know about you?
I don't know. I can't really say I really discovered much about myself. I think really the biggest thing is that everything could have been prevented. I've had so many contacts with police and confessed to so many crimes and never been charged.
Fritz Haarmann was a German serial killer, known as the Butcher of Hanover, the Vampire of Hanover and the Wolf Man, who committed the sexual assault, murder, mutilation, and dismemberment of at least 24 young men and boys between 1918 and 1924 in the city of Hanover. Armand was found guilty of 24 of the 27 murders for which he was tried, and sentenced to death by beheading in December 1924. Armand became known as the Butcher of Hanover due to the extensive mutilation and dismemberment committed upon his victims' bodies, and by such titles as the Vampire of Hanover and the Wolf Man, because of his preferred murder method of biting into, or through his victims' throats.
He reveals to Dr. Dietz how far he would go to prove his faith in his wife, even in the midst of a violent quarrel.
I believe I tempted her to do it. I gave her a knife and told her, here's a chance you'll never get again, or something like that. And I turned around. Now she had a chance. She didn't do anything. She dropped it on the floor and walked away. And I left the house.
There was a stabbing between your parents, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
What room was that in?
I don't remember.
Cottingham has killed over 100 women in his estimation, but he doesn't see himself as a serial killer.
To me, in my mind, I don't know if anybody's seen me. You know, that to me, you know, like I tell you, one time in Atlantic City, I met a girl in resorts. She went with me, and I brought her back up here. In my mind, hey, I could be on a camera down there or whatever. So those were the ones I couldn't read. But if the girl wasn't dangerous to me, I never went out to kill. That's why I said I'm not really like a standard serial killer. I didn't get no enjoyment out of someone. And that's the truth.
Son of Sam. There's been a lot of confusion about the name. Who was the Son of Sam? Who was Sam and the Son of Sam?
I at one time had gotten into Satan worship, and this entity, this demon, that was his name, and I had just allowed the devil. At one time, it was the foolish and stupidest thing I ever did in my life. I just let the devil take control of me. Back in 1975, 76, even before the crime started, I made a pact with the devil.
Did you hear voices in your mind? Is that how it came to you?
After some rituals and initiations and things that I went through, I began to experience, now that I look back and see what they were like hallucinations.
And this was a constant thing. And before all that, I didn't go out scouting the hookers, you know, all the strolls and everything, you know, and if something popped up there, then it was a thing of chance.
What made you on certain nights say go see your girlfriend versus end up going out and looking to rape somebody? Was there anything that triggered it? Like what made you want to hunt on a certain night?
I didn't ever say I'm going to go out and rape somebody. I very rarely raped anybody.
Well, what made you, like, let's say, what would make you go scout looking for to hurt a girl? Versus, is there anything that happened during the day? Like, is there something you can look back on and go, you know what?
You're trying to be a psychologist.
I'm just interested. I'm actually intrigued because when you brought up the girlfriends you had and the things that kept you busy, it was like, what then did you end up being? What happened like on a certain day versus that would make you be like, I want to do this tonight versus I'm going to go by Barbara Lucas' house or I'm going to go over here.
I was an animal.
Tiffany Lucas, the Kentucky mom who shot her two sons in the head. Well, a detective who interviewed her says Lucas actually claimed the double homicide was an accident. The detective told the judge presiding over Lucas's case that she said she fired 4 shots within 30 seconds and those rounds hit her son's head, but she said she wouldn't have done it unless she was being manipulated. Detective Richard Beal testified at a hearing that Lucas claimed she was being manipulated through her Wi-Fi and Facebook and said, quote, "I'm so stupid." A week ago, deputies found Maurice Peanut Baker Jr. and Jaden Howard covered in blood in a bedroom in Lucas's home, and a gun was found on the bed, according to a criminal complaint. Lucas is in jail now on a $2 million bond, and family members of her sons told local news outlets they don't believe she had mental health problems.
People liked Donald Harvey, even the relatives of his victims.
Whenever I came in, he'd always say, "Oh, hello, Mrs. Kendrick. How are you today? Your husband's back there. He's waiting on you."
Izella and Claiborne Kendrick had been married for 47 years. Mr. Kendrick, a lawyer, suffered from a series of strokes. Mrs. Kendrick visited her husband every day.
I had not been on vacation, and my sister had asked me to go to Hawaii with her. And I said yes, no, and I talked with the doctor, should I leave my husband for a whole week? And I talked with the head nurse, and they all said, go, go, go.
I waited till she come back before I killed him, because I didn't want to mess up her vacation by having her husband die.
What he had done with Mr. Kendrick, as he had done with many of these cases, he had taken a small amount of cyanide, mixed it with water, placed it in a syringe, and injected that material into a G tube.
1984, roughly. And I met this guy at one of the bars, downtown Milwaukee bars. We went back to the hotel, just planning on getting drunk. I had put some sleeping pills in his drink to render him conscious. And was just going to spend the night with him. When I woke up in the morning, my forearms were bruised, and his chest was bruised, and blood was coming out of his mouth. He was hanging over the side of the bed, and I have no memory of beating him to death, but I must have. And that's when it all started again. That's when the obsession went into full swing.
There's been many a psychiatrist that has been interested in what I'm about to tell you, gentlemen. I have dealt with different personalities all my life. One personality is a gentleman named Enad, who is a Jesse James type. He's not a good person, but he's not really an evil person. But the person that I really have struggled against to prevent ruling my thoughts and stuff is a person called Gemini, who is he is evil, period. One, and I ain't got nobody to blame but myself. You gentlemen are honorable people. I wish I could be you, but I wouldn't want me to be me. I wouldn't want anybody to be me. People say Danny has no remorse. They don't know Danny.
Rudolf Blyle was a German serial killer, known as the Dead Maker. He was convicted of killing a salesman and 9 women, but claimed to have killed 25 people. Many of his crimes took place in the Harz Mountain Range. Plyle became a cook in a labor camp, where he killed and ate cats. He admitted to having committed murders as early as 1945, but this could not be proven. On April 18, 1947, Plyle was arrested after the robbery of a Hamburg businessman, whose body, dismembered by axe blows, was found in the Creek Zorgebach. Plyle worked in a Celle prison as an executioner. He boasted that he had prior experience with killing. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for multiple murders. On February 16, 1958, Plyle hanged himself in his cell. Louis H. F. Wagner died June 25, 1875. He was a German-born fisherman who arrived in the United States around 1865. 8 years later he was accused of the axe murders of two Norwegian women, Anitha Mathea Christensen and Karen Christensen, on Smutty Nose Island, in the Isles of Shoals of Maine and New Hampshire. Later convicted of the March 6, 1875 murders, he was sentenced to be hanged. After a failed escape attempt, Wagner became the fourth to last person to be executed by the state of Maine. Despite an aggressively prosecuted case, so vehement was his denial that doubts still remain as to his guilt. The murder house on Smutty Nose Island is long gone, ravaged by 19th century souvenir hunters who literally carried away blood-spattered bits of wall and floorboard. K.P. Jayanandan, infamously known as Ripper Jayanandan, is a serial killer from Trikkur, who is accused of 7 murders, committed during a span of 35 robberies, in and around Trikkur, Ernakulam border areas. For the 7 murders committed by Jayanandan, including the double murder at Paranjanam in October 2004, where Jayanandan had assassinated the inmates of the house, Kalapurakal Sahadevan, and his wife Nirmala, to steal 11.25 sovereigns of gold. Thrissur Principal Sessions Judge sentenced him to death by hanging in June 2008. He was sent to Pujapura Central Jail, where he was awaiting his execution until June 2013 when he made a daring escape. He was captured on September 9 near Trikkur. He claims he was framed by the police.
The name that I just wrote down was George Ann Hawkins. Can you hear that?
I can hear you.
Okay. I just said that the Hawkins girl's head was severed and taken up the road about 25 to 50 yards and buried in a location about 10 yards west of the road on a rocky hillside. Did you hear that? Probably you would found damage to the head, the jaw in particular probably broken. But if you'd found that, you would have known who it was. Up to that dirt road, beyond the grassy area. I'll try to trace it here on a piece of paper. How about that? That might help a little. I'm working from some pretty old memories. Well, let's do it this way. Here's the grassy area. Here's the road coming up, trees to the northwest of this grassy area.
George Jefferson Hassell killed his wife and 8 children aged between 1 and 21 years old. He also killed his wife and 3 stepchildren in 1917 in California. On the night of December 5, 1926, Hassell and his wife argued over him raping and impregnating his stepdaughter. Hassell proceeded to strike his wife in the face repeatedly with a ball-peen hammer. After the murder of his wife, he moved from room to room, using a straight razor and stockings to kill them. In order from youngest to oldest, he woke the 2 eldest boys and a scuffle ensued. Hassell killed them with a shotgun and an axe. All of the bodies were then stored in the newly dug root cellar by the house. The eldest Hassell's son Alton returned home after 4 days and George shot him in the head as he was sleeping. A psychiatrist declared Hassell sane, and he was found guilty and put to death. Avnish Kamra is an Indian serial killer, known as the Darzi of Death. He has confessed to the murder of 33 truck drivers and their apprentices. He used to befriend the targets at food joints. and drugged them before killing them. He was known to rob, strangle, mutilate, and murder his victims. Cameras says he dumped their bodies in isolated locations and sold off the trucks and goods. He remembers every little detail about everyone he has killed: the victim's last meal, where they ate, what they wore, where and how he was killed, and where exactly the body was dumped. The details are blood-curdling. The injuries were exactly where he said he had dealt the blows. Adish Kamra was arrested in September of 2018 by a female officer from the Bhopal police, in Mandideep, in Madhya Pradesh's Raisin district of India.
Peter, Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson. Count 1, first-degree intentional homicide. Count 2, mutilating a corpse. Count 3, arson of property other than buildings. This case is assigned to Judge Kai's Branch 45 appearances.
I'm showing you a document that's called Preliminary Hearing, Questionnaire, and Waiver. Is that your signature near the bottom of this page?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read this document, or did your attorney read it to you, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
And did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that if you had a hearing, the state would have to produce witnesses and perhaps other evidence to show that you probably committed a felony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you also understand that by waiving that hearing, you are conceding that the state can establish probable cause and you will be ordered to stand trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Leroy Martin was an American serial killer, known as the Gaffney Strangler. Martin killed 2 women and 2 young girls in South Carolina in 1967 and 1968. Martin raped and strangled his victims. Multiple victims had cigarette burns, and at least one victim was stabbed to death. When the killings began in 1967, Martin was employed at a textile mill in Cherokee County. He was married and had 3 children. Martin himself said he had a split personality, including a violent side that took control of him. He was convicted on 4 charges of first-degree murder, and received 4 life terms. Leroy Martin was stabbed to death by fellow inmate Kenneth Rumsey, while incarcerated at Central Correctional Institution in Columbia, in 1972. Juha Valjakaala was released from a prison in Turku on May 1, 1988, after which he started wandering through Sweden and Finland with his 21-year-old girlfriend, Marita Ritalamai. On July 3 they arrived in Amsel. One night, Valjakaala stole a bicycle. He was pursued by Sten Nilsson and his 15-year-old son Fredrik. The chase ended at a cemetery where Sten and Fredrik Nilsson were shot. Later that night, Sten's wife, and Fredrik's mother, Ava Nilsson, went looking for the two, and was stabbed to death outside the cemetery. Valjakaala and Ritalamai were caught in Odense, Denmark, just over a week later. Valjakaala was given a life sentence on 3 counts of murder, while Ritalamai got off with 2 years for complicity in assault and battery.
Two of our deputy sheriffs, Brad Armstrong and Rod Sanford, were on surveillance in the vicinity of a cabin the suspect has used before. Early this morning, they checked this cabin and found the suspect, Frazier, asleep. They took him into custody without resistance. The suspect was not armed. Frazier was transferred to this office and has been booked on the warrant that was issued early last evening. And this warrant charges the suspect with 5 counts of murder.
compartment.
They them in the back in the van.
Could he have eaten some of the victims? There's very little that Geen is not capable of.
A 15-year-old confesses to strangling his mom over a bad grade.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Greg Ramos wore a blank expression in court as he was arraigned for first-degree murder.
Police say Greg Ramos and his mother got into a terrible argument when he came home with a D in school. Around midnight, he allegedly sneaked into his mom's room and strangled her. Then he went to get a wheelbarrow to bring the body out of the house. When he returned, he discovered she was still alive. He told police he strangled her again, this time taking half an hour to kill her.
Ramos called two school friends who allegedly helped him bury his mom, 46-year-old Gail Clevenger, in a fire pit near a church outside Orlando.
On August 9th, 1969, unknown intruders broke into the fashionable Los Angeles home of movie director Roman Polanski and his pregnant wife, the actress Sharon Tate. There, they slaughtered her and 4 others. One night later, another home was invaded, and a middle-aged grocery executive and his wife were killed with equal brutality. In 2 days, an entire city was seized by fear. But it was months before the crimes were connected. When they were, a small, bizarre character named Charles Manson was charged with provoking his apparently fanatic followers to commit the crimes. And a national obsession to understand these people began.
Dorothy Williams was an American serial killer who killed 3 elderly people during robberies in Illinois. A drug addict, Williams strangled 79-year-old Lonnie Laws on December 5, 1987, stabbed 64-year-old Cesar Zurel to death in 1988, and strangled 97-year-old Mary Harris to death on July 25, 1989. Williams used the money she stole during the robberies to buy heroin. She also robbed 5 other elderly people. Initially sentenced to death, her death sentence was commuted to life in prison without parole in 2003. Williams died in custody on December 19, 2020, at the age of 66, 5 days after her birthday. She had been serving her sentence at Logan Correctional.
Troopers discover Bresciani's decomposed corpse in the back of Rifkin's truck. He is arrested and taken to state police barracks in Farmingdale. The team of investigators interviewing him is struck by Rifkin's calm demeanor.
It came to a point where he asked, well, have you ever done this before? Was it 100? Was it 80? Was it 90? Working down the line until he finally said 17. And that's put us all back in our seats, 17. I will write it down for you. It might be easier for me to write it down if you give me some paper and some maps.
For the next few hours, Rifkin details all 17 homicides for investigators.
It was almost unbelievable. Very factual, off the top of his head, with no hesitation. He wrote down that list and made his notes and sat there just like he was studying or writing memoir.
In 1939, Leonarda Cianciulli started her killing spree. During her crimes as a serial killer, she was known to commit acts of cannibalism, mutilate, and murder her victims. She killed 3 women and turned them into soap and biscuits. Known as the soap maker of Correggio, she baked tea cakes and made homemade soap that included a secret ingredient: human flesh. Her son was drafted into the Italian army, and she believed that the only way to protect him in battle was by human sacrifice. From 1939 to 1940, Cianciulli murdered 3 women at her home in Correggio, Italy, offering them a glass of drugged wine before killing them with an axe. She then cut up the corpses to make tea cakes, which were often served to her family and friends. Leonarda Cianciulli died on October 15, 1970 at age 76.
It came out of her vagina. See? It came out of my mother. And in a rage, I went right back in. For 7 years, she said, I haven't had sex with a man because of you, my murderous son. Is one of our arguments. I cut off her head, and I humiliated her corpse. It's there. You know? A 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk. God, I wish I had.
Your grandmother and her daughter-in-law, your mother, were two women very important in your life, and you killed them both.
A gruesome story leads off our newscast.
Milwaukee police found body parts in a North Side apartment, and now they wonder if they've uncovered some kind of death factory. This was the scene earlier this morning. Police hired a private contractor to haul a refrigerator and a tank of acid out of the apartment in the 900 block of North 25th Street. Because of the acid, some neighbors were evacuated briefly. Police found parts of bodies, leading them to believe the man they arrested is a mass murderer. A 31-year-old man was arrested at that apartment. The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner will release more details on this case this morning at 10 o'clock. But a police lieutenant tells us he suspects this case could get national attention and could be the most gruesome case we have seen in Milwaukee in years.
The Iceman had killed by gun, by knife, by Molotov cocktail, and cyanide. But he also liked to experiment.
Crossbows, I just popped the guy in the forehead with it. Actually, it was just seeing if it would work.
What was he doing at the time?
Looking at me?
Well, was he sitting down, or were you standing over him? Or?
No, he actually bent down to look in the car window like I was asking him directions. I didn't know the man.
Was this a contract murder, or was it something out of anger, or was it a personal thing?
Neither.
What was it?
I just wanted to see if this thing would work.
You mean you're experimenting on somebody?
Right.
Did it work?
It sure did.
We have some interesting news in the Long Island serial killer case. A news outlet on Long Island is reporting that DNA found on the victims' bodies actually matches the DNA taken from the wife of Rex Heuermann, the man charged in the murders. Now you might be thinking, wait, didn't we already know that? We kind of did, since court documents said mitochondrial DNA found on hairs on the victims came back to Heuermann's wife, Asa Ellerup. But Newsday has confirmed, quoting a source, that DNA was actually taken from Asa Ellerup when Heuermann was arrested last summer. We didn't know that until now. It's not clear at this time whether Ellerup gave the sample voluntarily or whether law enforcement used a warrant to get her DNA.
Sexual obsession with Jodie Foster formed part of Hinckley's motive to kill Reagan, even though neither president nor actress had provoked an attack. Many other victims who become targets of assassins or other murderers do nothing personal to provoke their vicious murders at the hands of strangers. Killings by strangers account for more than 4,000 a year dead. Some killings are done for profit or an unknown reason. Some are done in a rage. Others are a source of sexual pleasure to the murderer. One man who was killed for all those reasons is Henry Lee Lucas, a drifter who has murdered men, women, and children all across this country.
New Zealand rampage killer Brian Schleifert quarreled with his wife in their bedroom before violently stabbing her to death with a knife. One of his sons went to investigate the noise and was shot. Schleifert then went to the barn where he shot his other son. The wife of one of his sons who lived nearby searched for the origin of the gunshots and was wounded by bullets on the way to the house. She ran back to her house and called the police. Schleifert next shot and stabbed his grandson in his bed, then shot his son's wife in the kitchen while she was talking to the police. The psychotic grandfather then returned to the barn where he shot his son and waited for his other son to return from work. Schleifert shot and stabbed him when he arrived, then went to the bushes near the house and shot himself. Schleifert's 9-year-old granddaughter hid from him in a wardrobe and survived.
Kathleen Falbig.
It is one of the most disturbing cases of serial killing in world history. Melbourne's Kathleen Falbeek was found guilty in 2003 of murdering 3 of her children. She killed Patrick, 8 months old, Sarah, 10 months, and 19-month-old Laura. As there was no obvious cause of death, it was initially believed the children had died of sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, or cot death. Falbeek was also convicted of the manslaughter of her child, Caleb, 19 days. She was charged with murder after her husband discovered her diary, which appeared to detail the killings. A 2019 judicial inquiry into the deaths upheld the 2003 verdict. Falbeek, who is serving a maximum 30-year sentence, maintains her innocence.
A startling new twist in the notorious BTK serial killer case. Cops say BTK is now the prime suspect in the previously unsolved disappearance of a cheerleader. 16-year-old Cynthia Kinney, a high school junior, was last seen in 1976. It happened around the time BTK monster Dennis Rader was unleashing his reign of terror 120 miles away in Wichita. Police have been digging up property that Rader once owned as part of the new investigation into the cheerleader's disappearance.
We did find a length of chain and some binding clips that Dennis Rader was fond of using for bondage of victims.
Authorities spoke to Rader in prison and say he denied killing Kinney, but he also dropped this bombshell.
He indicated at the tail end of the interview that one of his favorite fantasies was to kidnap a female victim from a laundromat.
So when I got to the place, I asked the man for the money, so the guy says he didn't have it and Roy would just have to wait until he got the money to pay him. And that was that. He'd have to wait. So I said to the man, I said, well, you have to then talk to him. He wants to talk to you. So I dialed the phone number and he got on the phone and I said, he wants to talk to you. So he was talking to him, and I guess they were acting like everything was all right because he got off the phone, he handed me the phone back. He says, hey, I told you he'd wait. He's in the better frame of mind. Don't worry about it.
On January 9, 2008, federal marshals came to Jack's home to serve her with an eviction. Jax came to the door wearing only a white t-shirt and refused to allow them inside. The marshals forced their way past the door, and Marshal Nicholas Garrett said he could immediately smell an odor of rotting meat, like stink bait, which he thought was rotten or spoiled food. In an upstairs bedroom, they found the bodies of the 3 younger girls, lined up according to age, each wearing a white t-shirt. The body of Brittany Jax was in another upstairs bedroom, nude and lying on the floor in a pool of blood underneath a white t-shirt. She told investigators that demons had possessed her daughters and that they died in their sleep after she stopped feeding them. She was sentenced to 120 years in prison on December 18, 2009.
Was there something sexual in the dismemberment of the bodies for you?
As time went on, yes, I did get there was a sexual part to that. I started saving the skeletons and preserving other parts, and one thing led to another. It took more and more deviant type behaviors to satisfy my urges, and so it just spiraled out of control.
Why the cannibalism?
That was another step. It made me feel like they were a permanent part of me.
The crimes were uncovered when a cell phone which included images of the man posing with the dismembered female victim was found on a street in Krasnodar earlier this month. The remains of the woman were found in a bag nearby the following day. At first, the man denied having killed the woman, claiming he had found the remains and had taken photographs of himself with them before losing his phone. Upon further investigation, 8 frozen packs of body parts, samples of human skin, pickled human remains, and a video tutorial on how to cook meals from human meat were found in the couple's home. The couple, who both work at the military academy, then confess that they have been kidnapping, killing, and eating people using dating sites to recruit their victims. They are currently held in detention in Krasnodar.
It was a brief hearing conducted entirely over video link 4 days after Monique Lazak's body was found in her parents' quiet suburban home. Fellow bodybuilder Sven Lindemann has been charged with her murder. The 51-year-old remains in hospital tonight under police guard after suffering upper body injuries in that alleged stabbing attack, which also injured one of Miss Lazak's 10-year-old twins. It's understood that Monique and he had been in a long-term relationship, a relationship that Miss Lazak had been considering ending. No further details were canvassed in court. It was a relatively brief hearing. Mr. Lindemann did not have the option to apply for bail, which means he'll remain under police guard and be moved to custody until his next court date, which is scheduled for the 16th of October.
Rebellious, incorrigible, with signs of sadism and pedophilia. Even the psychologist hired by his attorney said he probably fits the legal definition of sexual predator. His name is Joel. He's 23. He has served prison terms for having intercourse with a teenage girl. At age 16, he raped a 13-year-old boy, paused when the police arrived, then raped the boy again when they left. He has a record of assaults, arson, auto theft, and sexual misconduct dating back to the age of 5. In the last 10 years, he has been free a total of 5 months.
What do you think? Are you a sexual predator?
No, in my opinion, a predator is somebody that, sneaks around and pounces on their victims, preys on them or stalks them or whatever, I'm not like that.
Joel says he learned very early to mix anger, violence, and sex.
I knew what sex was before I even knew what I was, It was always dirty. And in my home back then, things felt filthy, felt dirty all the time.
Dass die Frau erdrosselt wurde, ist, wie gesagt, vorbehaltlich des toxikologischen Gutachtens an sich soweit sicher. Und jetzt, nachdem bei der männlichen Person keine Gewalteinwirkungen festgestellt wurden und er offensichtlich ertrunken ist, ist in erster Linie mal davon auszugehen, dass es sich um einen erweiterten Selbstmord handelt.
So wie es derzeit aussieht, dürfte die Frau vorher getötet worden sein und dann sich der Mann selbst das Leben genommen hat. Persönlich glaube ich aber, dass nicht allzu viel Kunst dazugehört. Man braucht eine Form, wo mit Anführungszeichen der Kopf hineinpasst und man gießt das dann mehr oder weniger aus und wartet, bis es trocken ist. Und ich denke, dass dazu keine besonderen Kenntnisse erforderlich sind.
Samuel Sidino is a South African serial killer. His victims all came from the Pretoria area of Gauteng. Sidino undertook a murderous rampage starting November 1998 and culminating with his arrest on January 6, 1999. He killed and disposed of his victims in the Capital Park Hills of Pretoria, a deserted area of hills near the city center and Pretoria Zoo. On August 30, 2000, Sidino was convicted of the 7 murders. He was sentenced on September 5, 2000, to 7 life terms, with a recommended 40 years in jail before he could be paroled. The judge said an expert on serial killers had described Sidino as a psychopathic, sadistic sexual murderer, adding that Sidino could therefore not be rehabilitated.
New York police chief says it's the worst case he's ever seen in his 20 years in law enforcement. A woman and her boyfriend are under arrest for brutally killing the woman's 3-year-old son. Caitlin Cyrus and Giovanni Vega are charged with assault, manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. Messina police responded to a 911 call at the home not far from the Canadian border. They found 3-year-old Caden with severe injuries. He had to be airlifted to a hospital in Vermont. Police say 2 days before the 911 call, Vega picked up the little boy and threw him against a wall, then repeatedly slammed his body into the floor. Authorities say his own mom did nothing to stop it. Caden had a broken arm, a broken leg, lacerated liver, and severe swelling and bleeding in his brain, which led to a complete loss of brain function. He died. Both Vega and Cyrus have pleaded not guilty and are being held without bond. More charges are expected.
William Bonin was an American serial killer who was known as the Freeway Killer, as the majority of his victims were discarded alongside various Southern California freeways. Bonin underwent 2 psychiatric examinations, and he was determined to be a sexual psychopath who had little control over his impulses. He committed the rape, torture, and murder of a minimum of 21 young men and boys in Southern California from May 1979 to June 1980. One of his victims had been bound, beaten about the face, sodomized, then stabbed in the neck and genitalia and bludgeoned about the skull. Attempts had also been made to remove his testicles and slash his throat. In March 1969, Bonin was convicted of 14 of the freeway murders and died on February 23, 1996, age 49, by lethal injection at San Quentin State Prison.
One night in a bar, a loudmouth made the mistake of insulting the 18-year-old Kuklinski in front of people. A couple of hours later, the Iceman saw his chance to get even.
I come out of this bar and I see him sleeping in his car. I said, I got you, little sucker, now I got you. I'm gonna light your fire. And I did. I got myself a bottle, some gasoline, and I threw it in the car with him. And he was screaming and yelling and burning, and the car burned. And I could smell him. I walked down the block and I could hear him as I turned the corner. What is it to dispose of something? You throw it away. You throw it anywhere. It all depends if you don't want it found or if you want it found. If you want it found, it doesn't matter, you just leave it there. If you don't want it found, you could take it somewhere. You could bury it. You could put it in a big drum. You put it in the trunk of a car and have it crushed. You leave it in town, you can put it on a park bench. I mean, you know, you can put it anywhere you want. They found a few people sitting on park benches, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, I know they have.
It sounded like I said that was a gunshot. Yeah, there it goes. No, he just put a magazine in it and he's still trying to load it. Oh my God! He killed him! He just killed him!
They called him the Iceman because, to confuse the time of death, he would take his victims and put them in a freezer for long periods of time. One such victim was a man named Louis Masgay.
He did too good a job on this body. After leaving the body in a freezer for over 2 years, he then took the body out and dumped it where it was found before it had thawed out. So when the medical examiner does the autopsy and opens the body up, he finds ice inside the body on a warm summer's day. The medical examiner says, there's something wrong here. This guy couldn't have died in the past few days.
In one of the trial's most dramatic moments, her response was clear. This was damning enough, but the clincher was the savage bite on Lisa Levy.
The defendant in this case, Theodore Robert Bundy, was responsible for leaving those bite marks on the buttocks of Lisa Levy.
Bundy claimed they weren't his, but dental evidence was overwhelming. Knowing that this was a critical point, he took the stand to deny it.
What is your name, please?
Theodore Robert Bundy.
When you were arrested on February 15th, 1978 in Pensacola, did you have a chip in your right front tooth?
No, I did not.
He used all his ingenuity to weaken the evidence.
I waited she come back before I killed him, because I didn't want to mess up her vacation by having her husband die.
What he had done with Mr. Kendrick, as he had done with many of these cases, he had taken a small amount of cyanide, mixed it with water, placed it in a syringe, and injected that material into a G tube. Mr. Kendrick died almost immediately from that injection.
It was almost unbelievable when they said Donald Harvey was the one that did it. I was in complete shock because he would have been the last one I would ever have thought.
A lot of these people can be very likable people. You can see how they could draw victims into their spider web because they can be very charming people.
Harvey claims he was acting out of rage from his past. He says he was sexually abused as a youngster by family and a neighbor.
You can kill somebody one way and it'll appear to be in a different way. And some of the people that you will say were assisticated weren't assisticated. I never can pronounce that word.
Asphyxiated.
Asphyxiated. I can't say it. I don't know why. I can't say that word.
Strangled, choked, whatever. Smothered.
But, and if I tell you the truth how they really were killed, you're going to say full of shit. Because the death certificate is going to say a different way.
Okay. So how would they be killed then?
They were drowned.
How? How would a drowning not look like a drowning?
Because if you drop a body in the summer, in the heat, all the water must evaporate from the body if the body is not found right away.
I can't remember what night of the week it was. Thursday night, I believe. I don't know. 11 to 12, probably closer to 12. I was moving up the alley using a briefcase and some crutches. And the young woman walked down. And about halfway down the block, I encountered her and asked her to help me carry the briefcase, which she did, and we walked back up the alley. Across the street, midway in the block, there used to be a parking lot there, and my car was parked there. I knocked her unconscious with a crowbar. Did she see it? No. There were some handcuffs there, along with the crowbar, and they handcuffed her and put her in the passenger side of the car and drove away.
Wesley Allen Dodd was an American serial killer and rapist known as the Vancouver Child Killer. His method of murder was stabbing and strangling. In 1989, Dodd raped and murdered 3 young boys in Vancouver, Washington. Dodd had an extensive arrest record for molesting children. By the time his behavior escalated to include murder, Dodd refused to appeal his death sentence. He stated that he should be punished to the full extent of the law, as should all sex offenders and murderers, and that if he ever escaped, he would immediately return to killing and raping kids. Dodd wrote detailed accounts of his murders in a diary that was found by police, and also writing down future plans for child abduction and also constructing a homemade torture rack for the next victim. Wesley Allen Dodd was executed by hanging in 1993. His hanging was the first in the United States in 28 years.
That's the truth.
How mad are you?
Not bad. Pretty. I feel a little flushed. So that means that I've reached a point in my life that I'm a little annoyed.
What would you like to do?
Doesn't matter. I don't think it's gone to the point that I'm actually gonna do anything stupid. Just curious to myself why it happened. I don't know why it happened. I'm actually almost glad it did happen because you had a chance to see something, but I don't know why it happened.
Did you feel I was criticizing you?
Yes,
Is that what did it?
I think so.
Jana Porter Mallory was sentenced to 30 years in prison for slowly poisoning a 79-year-old woman over 4 months in 2007 and 2008. Mallory took advantage of her neighbor, Peggy Merman, who needed care. She did not have use of her legs and could barely use her arms. She moved in with Mallory, who lived a few doors down. Over the course of several months, Mallory stole money and jewelry, and poisoned Merman by giving her medications that exceeded 10 times her prescribed amount. Mallory was unable to explain the high dosages of drugs and the spending. Police arrested Mallory on charges of second-degree murder and aggravated abuse of the elderly. On Wednesday, she was sentenced to 30 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation on the murder charge and 5 years in prison on the abuse charge, to be served concurrently.
The crimes of Jeffrey Dahmer made the world cringe. 17 murders. Cannibalism. Sex with the dead. A man who made his Milwaukee apartment into a violent and erotic death chamber.
One thing led to another. It took more and more deviant type behaviors to satisfy my urges.
Dahmer even tried to create living sex zombies by injecting acid into their brains. Jeffrey Dahmer, it seemed, was as close to raw evil as the world had ever known.
Jeffrey thought he was the devil. Jeffrey thought he was so evil that he was equal to the devil.
Richard, I understand that you're an expert at the use of cyanide. How many times did you kill with it?
Quite a few.
What's the different ways you use cyanide?
You could put it in liquid form. You could, person could say, for instance, a person could be in a bar. You bunk into them, possibly by mistake, or say you were intoxicated, spill a drink on them, and leave. Everybody just looks around, thinks you're drunk or that you just had an accident or something, and meanwhile, it's soaking through their clothes, into their pores, and into their system. And eventually, they'll die.
But 2 days later, the police got the break which enabled them to act. On the 8th of August, Elias Aberworth was murdered in bed, and his wife savagely assaulted. But she survived to tell of how her assailant had made her swear upon Satan that there was no money in the house. She was also able to give an excellent description of a young man with a scraggy body and a cadaverous face, with rotting teeth and spiky hair. It brought into focus all the other descriptions which the police had been given. Now they released their sketches of the killer they believed was responsible for at least 14 murders and countless burglaries, slashings, assaults and rapes. Worried that they would start a panic that they couldn't control, they had waited until they could issue this detailed description before revealing that they had a task force already in the field. The police were inundated with calls from people volunteering information, and despite their precautions, victims mysteriously swept Los Angeles.
I bought several more locks for my windows and my doors because this is really scary. I mean, you would think in a nice neighborhood like this
you come from, but you are responsible for the choices you make about where you're going. But the sentence that Ms. Shabiznis gets, which in light of these charges is going to be a life sentence, the offense in this case can't be overstated. This crime offends human decency, it offends human dignity, and it offends the human community. It really does. When someone loses their life needlessly, it's tragic. It really is. When life is taken by from a person in the fashion that it was in this case, where the victim's remains are cut up and packaged in containers, it's difficult to identify a human nature in those activities. It really is. It's very troubling. This behavior seems so removed from the human community as to be unpredictable. Mutilation of a corpse, going to impose life imprisonment without the possibility of extended supervision.
You said the kind of music you play scares people. Why shouldn't people be scared by it?
There's only one person you can be scared of, and that's yourself. Afraid of what? Losing your bank account? Afraid of your wife going away? You have all those things. I'm not afraid of losing my watch or someone taking my money or robbing me.
Ramon Escobar is a Salvadoran serial killer, known as the homeless serial killer, who killed 7 people during a month-long killing spree between Texas and California in 2018. Escobar committed a series of homeless beatings resulting in 4 deaths. Several of the attacks were carried out with a baseball bat and at least one with a set of bolt cutters. Escobar was arrested on September 24, 2018 in Los Angeles, after a man was beaten unconscious and robbed. On December 18, 2018, Escobar was charged with 2 additional murders after confessing to killing his own aunt and uncle, Dina and Rogelio Escobar. Ramon dumped his relatives' bodies in 2 separate dumpsters, with their skeletal remains being found 2 months later in a landfill. He pled guilty to all charges and was sentenced to several life terms without parole.
In a rare recorded interview, Larry Hall recounts a tough start.
I know when I was born, my mother told me that I was blue, that I hadn't got enough oxygen to me or something.
Larry even growing mutton chops from his hairline to his jowl. There were more victims than just Jessica Roach. Hall said he'd also been near the campus of Indiana Wesleyan University, where Tricia Reitler had disappeared. I was over there because I needed to be with somebody. There was a small shopping center. I had a van. Hall said he raped and strangled a girl here too. Then he identified his victim by pointing to Tricia's picture.
Day after day, Manson would come into court and by turns intimidate and amuse.
He was playing the people. He was playing to the courtroom. He was playing to the press.
We had quite a few staring sessions. He was always staring at people. You know, he'd stare at the jury, and they would turn away. He'd turn around and stare at spectators.
During the trial, as in their lives before, the 3 women took all their instructions from Manson.
In March of 1988, the body of a prostitute was discovered in the Rochester area. Over the next several months, the bodies of other prostitutes started turning up, and that resulted in a massive investigation conducted by the Rochester Police Department to try to discover the person responsible.
As late as mid-November, police in Rochester were downplaying growing concern about a possible link among the deaths. Then, a body a week started turning up. In all, police have 12 unsolved murders on their hands.
I knew 80 to 100 prostitutes in the city of Rochester.
Dolly Cepeda and Sonia Johnson were 12 and 14 years old. These girls were considered good girls, family girls. They were not girls of the street. When they came here on Sunday afternoon, their families expected them to be safe. This shopping center is guarded, and it's in a safe area. We didn't have any idea where they went, where they were killed, who took them. We had no witnesses, we had no physical evidence, and all we had was 8 days later, we found the nude, raped bodies of these two young girls on a hillside not far from here.
All of the victims had been raped and strangled to death.
Prosecutors say 22-year-old Alex Martinez killed his wife Angela Harris on Saturday. Investigators say Martinez slammed her head against the wall of their apartment, then choked her to death. Prosecutors say he then loaded her body into his car to drive to the Hudson Valley. According to court documents obtained by Action News, Martinez's neighbor tells state police he and his friend were working on his car. That's when a man came over and asked for help lifting something into a truck. In those court documents, the neighbor says, quote, the thing he wanted us to lift was in a used off-white colored kids pack and play, maybe 4 feet by 3 feet, and was wrapped in darker colored blankets. The neighbor's friend told police, quote, we all three lifted it into the bed of the truck. It was at this point that it seemed extremely heavy to me, a couple of 100 pounds. Both men say they didn't know the man's name.
Earl Leonard Nelson was an American serial killer, rapist, and necrophile, known as the Gorilla Killer and the Dark Strangler, and at least once used the alias Virgil Wilson. He targeted and strangled landladies throughout the West Coast during 1926. He was known to commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. He was known to kill at both his home and the home of the victim. Nelson often carried a Bible to gain trust with his victims. Nelson's defense at his 6-day trial was insanity. Records were presented to show that Nelson had been confined in an insane asylum in Napa, California. During various periods between 1921 and 1925, in 1928, Earl Leonard Nelson was executed by hanging at the Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
I was getting less detectable. I started flaunting that invisibility, severing a human head, 2 of them, at night in front of my mother's residence, with her at home, my neighbors at home upstairs, their picture window open, the curtains open, 11 o'clock at night, the lights are on, all they have to do is walk by, look out, and I've had it.
Why did you keep the heads? Why did you cut them off, and why did you keep them?
Something out of my childhood. I could put it on an incident. I mean, my father chopping the heads off of our 2 pet chickens and my mother insisting that I eat them for dinner. You know, we could say it was something that simple. I don't think it was. Now, my dad heads out back with a hatchet. I got on my bike and I tried to stop it, I remember that. I got on the bike, rode around the block. I was crying. I haven't talked about that for a lot of years.
In November, U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan leaves for Guyana, in South America, with an NBC camera crew and other journalists. He wants to investigate reports that 1,000 American citizens are being exploited at a village there called Jonestown, after its leader, the Reverend Jim Jones. 5 days later, as they prepare to leave Jonestown, he and 4 of his party are shot dead on the tarmac. As the firing dies, Reverend Jones orders all his followers to drink a lemonade containing cyanide. 913 of them do so and die. The most amazing mass suicide in history.
In December 1990, Ronald Dale Yeats was sentenced to death for the capital murder of 70-year-old Ruby Meeks Dodson. Yeats was 28 years old at the time of the crime. Ruby Dodson was stabbed to death on September 23, 1989. That afternoon, Yeats and a friend, Charles Vernon, drank beer and smoked marijuana and crack cocaine. When they arrived at the house, they opened the car's hood and the 2 men began looking at the motor. They told Dodson they were having trouble with their car. Yeats asked for a glass of water, and as Dodson entered the house, Yeats went in after her. Vernon also went in and went straight for Dodson's bedroom, where he began looking for money. Ronald Yeats slashed the elderly woman's throat. He was put to death by lethal injection in Virginia on April 29, 1999.
There were no signs or symptoms of any overt mental illness, and indeed there really never were.
throughout the time that he was in treatment with me.
And did you file reports on him with the court or state agencies?
I did. I was required to.
Your report said, though, that he was doing pretty well.
Yes.
And what was he actually doing at this time?
Well, I believe it was during the last 6 or 7 months that I was seeing him that he was involved in the catastrophic criminal activity that for which he was eventually convicted. This involves the rape and murder of 6 or 7 young women.
Sure, I get angry. I get very, very angry and indignant. I don't like being locked up for something I didn't do, and I don't like my liberty taken away, and I don't like being treated like an animal, and I don't like people walking around and ogling me like I'm some sort of weirdo, because I'm not. There's going to be people turning up in canyons, and there's going to be people being shot in Salt Lake City because the police there aren't willing to accept what I think they know, and they know that I didn't do these things. I'm not guilty.
Desperate for money, he teamed up with a fellow ex-con named Marco Tedesco. They hatched a plan with 3 users they knew on Long Island. Joe and Marco would rob a pharmacy of a powerful prescription painkiller called Dilaudid. But when Joe and Marco broke into the pharmacy, they found no such drugs. Joe suspected he'd somehow...
A woman is murdered inside her Florida home. Another vanishes, and her body is found in a field days after her disappearance. Prosecutors say the man responsible for both murders is a Fort Myers man named Wade Steve Wilson. The 30-year-old faces charges including 2 counts of first-degree murder for the brutal deaths of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. Melton was found dead inside her home, and Ruiz's body was discovered in a field days after she disappeared. Investigators believe Melton was choked to death by Wilson after they met at a bar in Fort Myers, Florida. Prosecutors say on October 7th of 2019, Wilson stole Melton's car after killing her. In addition to the 2 first-degree murder charges of Melton and Ruiz, Wilson also faces a charge of grand theft for allegedly stealing Melton's car, battery charge for allegedly attacking another woman, and a count of burglary of a dwelling, plus 1 count of first-degree petty theft.
For whatever reason, Florida's a hotbed of stuff like this, and this is just, even by our standards, this is particularly egregious.
Against his lawyer sometimes, and he reaches a level where he's unbearably hard to work with. But all of that notwithstanding, the doctors told us that it does not meet the test for legal incompetence.
As he took over, Bundy clashed with the trial judge, Edward Coward.
Mr. Bundy? Yes, the court wants to talk to you, man. Come up to the bar here. I want to tell you something, young man, and I want to tell you clearly and unequivocally so you understand. This court is not going to follow your schedule.
Since I have been in Dane County, I've been allowed to...
Don't shake your finger at me, young man. Don't shake your finger at me, young man.
Bundy had been protesting about not being allowed in the library to prepare his defense, and he continued with delaying tactics, which had the trial moved from Tallahassee to Miami and put back from October 1978 to June 1979.
Donald Harvey, the Angel of Death, is a notorious 1970s killer that claimed his victims from a position of trust, as a nurse's aide. Using his access to patients to satisfy his sickness, Harvey poisoned hospital patients with cyanide and arsenic. He eventually confessed to more than 70 murders, occurring before 1978. An anonymous tip and police search of his home led to his arrest and convictions. It is said that Mr. Harvey also infected patients before nursing them back.
In the morning, I had to go to bed. I developed that technique in maximum security. I found the best way to make time pass is, first of all, you come up with a schedule that you try to meet. And schedules are made to be broken. But the process of breaking a schedule, you never make it. You know, you always hustle to make that schedule. And time just sort of zips away.
You can typist?
No. Not at all. They wouldn't give me any correction fluid, so I thought of these little papers.
Ted Bundy failed in his attempts to delay his murder trial. The former law student is charged with the murder of 2 Florida State University co-eds and is suspected in 19 other murders in western states.
Honor, I am here today because I wish to be acquitted, because I assert my innocence. If my counsel tell me that they cannot do that for me, then I say that we have some fundamental problems.
Behavior became increasingly disruptive. He refused to come to court one day as a protest against jail conditions. He openly fought with his attorneys, eventually firing one. Psychiatrists had claimed that Ted Bundy had a personality of a Richard Speck or Jack the Ripper.
He's not that kind of a person.
What kind of a person would you describe him as?
As a good, loving, fine young man.
In 1999, 23-year-old Fan Manu was working as a nightclub hostess when she made a mistake which cost her life. She resorted to stealing from her clients to support herself. Unfortunately, Fan stole from Triad member Chan Man Lok. This led to Fan being kidnapped and imprisoned. She was beaten with metal bars, used as a punching bag, kicked in the head around 50 times. Spices were rubbed into her wounds. This treatment eventually led to traumatic shock and ultimately death. She was then dismembered. They boiled her flesh to hide the smell of decomposition and discarded the remains. Her skull was sewn into the head of a large Hello Kitty stuffed toy. A lover of one of the men later reported the murder to the police. The men were sentenced to life imprisonment, one having his sentence reduced at retrial to 18 years. Andrej Rygo was a Slovak serial killer and necrophile who targeted women in Bratislava, Munich, and Amsterdam from 1990 to 1992. He served a life sentence until his death for 9 murders and 1 attempted murder in Leopoldov prison in Slovakia. Before committing his first murder, Rygo had already been convicted of crimes 11 times. He was a criminal from an early age, focusing mainly on home burglaries. Rygo was diagnosed with a schizoid personality disorder and an antisocial personality disorder, as well as necrophilia, finding pleasure in having intercourse with women with mutilated heads. Rygo remains the Slovak murderer with the highest number of victims, and he is also the most prolific serial killer in modern Slovak history. Miyuki Ishikawa, a Japanese midwife and serial killer. Known as the Oni-sanba, demon midwife. Miyuki's murdered between 85 and 169 infants between 1944 and 1948. She was an experienced midwife and worked as a hospital director at the Kotobuki Maternity Hospital. Ishikawa chose to neglect numerous infants, many of whom died as a direct result of this abuse. The police initially found 5 dead bodies and later found over 40 more in the house of a mortician. 30 additional bodies were later discovered in a temple. She and several accomplices are believed to have murdered dozens of infants, a crime spree known as the Kotobuki-Sanin incident. Miyuki and her husband Takeshi Ishikawa were arrested in 1948 and sentenced to 8 and 4 years imprisonment respectively. Magnus Gafgen is a German murderer. In 2002, he was arrested for the murder of Jacob von Metzler, the son of famous Frankfurt banker. On September 27, 2002, he kidnapped Jacob von Metzler in order to blackmail his parents, but killed him in his apartment. Gafgen then demanded €1 million in ransom from the Metzler family. He was observed by the police when he picked up the ransom. After a few hours, during which he had booked a holiday and not released his victim, who was already dead, he was arrested. After being threatened with torture, as ordered by Frankfurt Police Vice President Wolfgang Daschner, he confessed and told where the body was hidden. The following year, Gafgen was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. Genaro Ruiz Camacho Jr. was an organized crime leader in Texas. On May 20, 1988, David L. Wilburn, who worked for Sam Wright and had a mental disability, unwittingly interfered when Camacho and two accomplices tried to kidnap Wright. Evelyn Banks, and Banks' 3-year-old son Andre, Wilburn was forced to lay down in Wright's home and was then shot in the back of the head. After the murder, Wright managed to escape, but Camacho and his accomplices kidnapped Evelyn and Andre Banks and killed them 3 days later. After this he fled to Mexico. The FBI set up a sting operation to lure Camacho back to the United States. Camacho was arrested as he crossed the border near McAllen, Texas. He was convicted and was executed by lethal injection on August 26, 1998.
I was going to murder my own family and then take my own life and become God.
What do you think of the death penalty?
I'm opposed to it.
The state has no right to take your life, but you can murder other people?
I don't think anyone has a right to take a life.
Except you?
When I'm under hallucination, I do.
These voices from God, these hallucinations, do you still experience them?
Yes, I do.
Often?
Often.
Do you ever feel violent?
Yes, I do.
What do you feel like doing?
Killing people.
You still feel like killing people?
Yes.
Describe the feeling that you get when you feel like killing people.
Well, last March 11th, I was hallucinating, and I took a razor blade and I cut a man's throat.
Here in the hospital?
Here in the hospital.
Do you think you'd murder me, Joe?
Yes.
That's gruesome, Joe. That's horrible.
Yes, it is.
You don't blame me if I say I hope you never get out of this place.
I hope I never do either.
Another guy who's been convicted of murdering a loved one, his name is Dustin Tinkelberg. He was sentenced for the murder of his 93-year-old grandmother, Stella Anderson. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of second-degree murder in August. When he was arrested, authorities say Tinkelberg made some really bizarre statements, including that his grandmother had sexually abused him when he was a child, and that he was being followed by drones, and that he had been subjected to surgeries he didn't consent to. Law enforcement says eventually Tinkelberg told them he believed his grandmother had somehow, quote, altered the bacon he was eating, and he, quote, lost it. Anderson died from sharp force injuries to her head, including 7 cuts from a tomahawk-style hatchet.
Václav Mrazek was a Czech serial killer who killed 6 women and 1 man in Komutov. He would beat, shoot, and murder his victims. He had an extensive criminal history prior to his killing spree. In 1951, Mrazekis is thought to have committed his first murder, the murder of a 15-year-old girl. While primarily sexually motivated, he also robbed his victims, and he was also a necrophiliac, and at trial one peculiar claim made by him was that he hated the sight of blood. He was convicted of 127 total crimes. He thought that there was no death penalty, and expected a maximum sentence of 10 years. He was convicted, and sentenced to death in 1957. In 1957, Václav Mrazek was executed by hanging at the Prague Pankrat Remand prison in Prague, Czech Republic. Robin Ligas was an English serial killer, mental patient, and drug addict. Known as the Shropshire Murderer, Ligas started murdering people for money to buy drugs. He was convicted of robbing and brutally bludgeoning 3 men to death with an iron bar in Shropshire in 1994. Trevor Bradley, aged 53, found in a burned-out car in Melverley. Brian Coles, aged 57, found in his home in Higher Heath near Whitchurch, having been beaten to death with an iron bar. Robert Young, aged 75, killed in Shrewsbury during a burglary of his home. Ligas was charged with 3 additional murders, found guilty of 2, sentenced to life in prison in 1996, ordered to be detained indefinitely in a secure mental hospital in 2011. Ligas died on December 16, 2022 at the age of 70.
I was wounded in Vietnam on the left hand, or wrist. They told me as I got older I would lose the strength in my left arm. And I built my left arm up where I'm stronger in my left side than I am on my right side. Now, it's difficult to strangle somebody quickly. It can't be done. Now, you might see people on TV and the movies and stuff where they're strangling somebody and less than 10 seconds later they drop and fall on the floor. It can't be done like that. Now, usually the human body can hold a breath maybe 4 minutes, sometimes 4.5, 5 minutes, but I can't really tell how long I squeezed them. I'd say anywhere from 4 to 10 minutes that they actually, succumbed.
Kurt Matthew Langford is an American murderer from Hawaii who was convicted of murdering a Japanese tourist. On April 12, 2007, tourist Maesumi Watanabe disappeared in Pukea. Langford was arrested and charged with second-degree murder on April 26, 2007, after police found blood and items belonging to Watanabe in his pickup truck. Watanabe's body was never found, but the blood in Langford's truck was determined to have been Watanabe's. After failing a polygraph exam, he admitted to being involved in her disappearance. He disposed of her body in the ocean because he said he was frightened that he would lose his job. Circuit Judge Carl Sakamoto referred to Langford as a predator, and sentenced him to life imprisonment. He is currently serving his sentence at Saguaro Correctional Center in Eloy, Arizona. Robert Latimer is a Canadian murderer. He murdered his daughter, Tracy. The murder occurred on October 24, 1993. He did this by placing her in his truck and connecting a hose from the truck's exhaust pipe to the cab. Latimer says that he killed his daughter because she had severe mental and physical disabilities, and ongoing health problems as a result of cerebral palsy, and he believed that the next surgery she was to have, to remove a permanently disconnected hip, would only add to her suffering. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 10 years on November 1994. He was released in December 2010. Disability rights advocates said that killing a severely disabled child like Tracy should carry the same penalty as killing a non-disabled child. To do otherwise would devalue the lives of disabled people. The first of the Mary Bell murders occurred on May 25, 1968, the day before her 11th birthday. 4-year-old Martin Brown's body was found in a vacant house in Scottswood. Although she strangled the boy, her grip was not strong enough to leave ligature marks, leading to uncertainty about the cause of death. On July 31, 1968, she killed again. Mary strangled 3-year-old Brian Howe. Before leaving the crime scene, she carved the letter M into the boy's stomach with scissors. She also scratched his legs and mutilated his penis. Mary, at the time the youngest serial killer in British history, was convicted of manslaughter instead of murder. She was released from prison in 1980, at age 23, after serving 12 years of her sentence. Jeffrey Dahmer, the 10th of 17 murders. Curtis Straughter was just 17 years old when he encountered serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Unbeknown to the teenager, on February 18, 1991, Curtis was waiting at a bus stop outside Marquette University, when he was approached by Dahmer. At this time, Unbeknown to Straughter, Dahmer had murdered 9 boys and men and dismembered their bodies. Straughter was allegedly lured to Dahmer's apartment on the pretense of money in exchange for posing for photographs. Once arriving at Dahmer's apartment, Straughter was drugged, restrained, and murdered. Dahmer then dismembered his body, while capturing each step on camera. Once he had photographed his victim's body, Dahmer kept the Polaroid pictures in his bedside table as a chilling memento. Straughter was Dahmer's 10th victim.
John Gacy. He was a respected businessman, a minor politician, invited to meet all the right people, including Rosalind Carter. Who would suspect a man who made a hobby of entertaining at children's hospitals, dressed as a clown? But the clown mask hid a homosexual killer who strangled 33 teenage boys. 26 were found buried in his basement. Many had gone to the house to apply for summer jobs with Gacy's construction firm.
Fiona Davis of Green Lanes, Palmer's Green, North London, killed her great-grandmother and her former boyfriend. She stabbed her lover Keith Fernandez 58 times and knifed her 81-year-old great-grandmother Mary Scarrett 130 times on October 14, 2003. She was found not guilty of murder due to insanity. She thought Keith Fernandez was a robot and Scarrett was the devil. She attacked them because she thought Judgment Day had arrived. Later, at Stoke Newington Police Station, she attempted to strangle herself and smeared crosses on the wall with excrement and blood. She shouted at police, "I am the Messiah and the King of Kings. I will forgive you all." She can never be freed without permission from the Home Office. The 25-year-old was returned to Broadmoor Special Hospital where she is being treated.
And I got away from him. I went through red lights and everything. I come back to the same area where I picked her up. I see her with the same guy. So I'm watching for her. See, I used to watch the cops. In fact, Linnell Taylor, if you ever talked to her, we used to sit for hours watching the vice cops pick up all the vice girls to see how they do it, how they sit. The one cop here, the one cop here. We followed them all the way down to with central booking, where they took them, what door they went in, what door they came out. One time they arrested her. They stopped in a deli to get all the girls. They wanted coffee, so they brought the girl in. I walked in the deli. I'm going in. And she's arrested now, right? Yeah. Now I'm trying to figure out how I can get her out of the deli without,
They had other suspects, and they had tunnel vision in to say, it's Gacy's house, it's easier to put everything on Gacy. The state come up with a scenario as to who did the killing, and then they just built their case around there. And as it progressed, they kept leaking stuff to the media, which made it even larger than what it was. The sensationalism grew, and it's like a snowball that you put on top of the roof, and as it's rolling down the roof, it grows and grows and grows. Well, by the time you get into about the first 60 days of my case, it is so big that nobody wants to back off of what they're saying, even if they're wrong.
Herman Mudgett, aka H.H. Holmes, killed around 250 people. Born May 15, 1861 in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Died May 7, 1896 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Location of the killings was mostly in Chicago, and in several other places in the USA and also in Toronto, Canada. He killed men, women, and children at random, including friends and family members, and made their bodies disappear afterward. Holmes trapped, tortured, and murdered possibly hundreds of guests at his Chicago hotel, known as Murder Castle, which he opened for the 1893 World's Fair, equipped with secret passages, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, gas jets to asphyxiate victims, and a kiln to cremate the bodies, arrested in 1894, and hanged to death 2 years later.
A suspected serial killer behind bars tonight in Missouri. Cops say they think he killed 6 people and shot several others across 2 states in September and late October. The suspect, 25-year-old Perez Reed, Police say 4 of the murder victims are in the St. Louis area, 2 of them in Kansas City, Kansas, and that most were shot in the head. The FBI says agents tracked Reed down and traveled back to Missouri from Kansas, and that they were able to do it by linking his cell phone to an Amtrak ticket.
Something else that may have made him stand out, a unique crescent moon tattoo on his forehead. It was spotted in this surveillance photo from a camera at one of the victim's buildings. That victim was found dead in her apartment in Kansas City. Investigators say they matched that tattoo to this old mugshot of Reed from a previous arrest. Something about the way the victims were shot also stood out to detectives.
The woman in Alabama has admitted to beating her 4-year-old nephew to death with a broomstick after first blaming it on the boy's older sister. Yolanda Cole has pleaded guilty to a charge of manslaughter in the death of little King Lyons in February of last year. At that time, King's 9-year-old sister had also been charged, but Cole's guilty plea lets the little girl off the hook, according to the prosecutor's office in Mobile, because she had nothing to do with the crime. The details of King's life and death are absolutely horrifying. Witnesses had testified at a hearing that Cole withheld water from King because he had accidents, and she once found him drinking from a toilet and laughed and said, "That's what he gets." Yes, seriously, that is what she said. King had been whipped with a belt and electrical cords, according to a 6-year-old relative who witnessed it. Cole will be sentenced next February.
This is to benefit you so that you understand your witness has a prior record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the alleged record of ableist.
Stop talking.
Come on, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I'll set the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opera.
So can
Your Honor, I
can
believe he has 7 prior criminal convictions. The OWI 2nd from 1997, an OWI 3rd from 1997, an OWI 4th from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2006.
All right, I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared. And we're taking a break.
Stanislaw Modulewski was a Polish serial killer known as the Vampire of Gakowek, who brutally murdered 7 women between the ages of 18 and 87, by strangling them with a scarf, or with his bare hands. He also attempted to murder 6 others. He took valuables as well as useless objects from his victims which he then threw away. He executed them with utmost cruelty. The murders also had a sexual motive. The lower part of the victims' bodies were nude and the arrangement of the corpse suggested a penetration of genital organs. Modulewski was a sadist, but it was not verified whether he mutilated the victims before or after the murder, although he is believed to have murdered an 8th victim, which he confessed to. It was never proven as the body was never found. He was sentenced to death and the execution by hanging was carried out in November 1969, in Warsaw.
Did he have any sort of quarrel with McDonald's?
Not that I know of. He was irritated one night earlier with McDonald's down there because they didn't get their ice cream machine fixed. He didn't like the haphazard way they went about it. He figured they should order some new parts and do it right.
I think we just have a case of a mentally disturbed person that finally exploded after 41 years of life. A ticking time bomb that finally went off. I think we have to realize that we might have a lot of these time bombs walking around.
Every community has people that are right on the edge. And They can't cope with the daily frustrations. They can't cope with things that happen in their life. And we see it all the time.
Do you have any idea why?
An expert in body dissection allegedly made herself the main beneficiary of a friend's will after she had murdered her and cut off her head. Former osteopath Gemma Mitchell, 38, is said to have needed at least £400,000 for a project to add an extra story to her home in Willesden, northwest London, ended in disaster. She had been pressuring vulnerable victim Mi Kun Chong, 67, to give her the money by doing a deal on her home. When Ms. Chong refused, Mitchell allegedly battered her to death with a blunt object and dumped the decapitated body more than 250 miles away in Salcombe, Devon. Mitchell denies the murder. The head was found 10 meters away and had been cleanly cut from the rest of the body. Mitchell had been a brilliant medical student and won a prestigious prize for her knowledge of the human body. Gordon Northcott was an American serial killer who abducted and murdered boys aged between 10 and 12 in Los Angeles between 1926 and 1928. He then disposed of the bodies with the help of his mother and his underage nephew, whom Northcott had repeatedly threatened and abused. Police considered Northcott a suspect in the disappearance of as many as 20 missing boys in the area that Northcott admitted to having abused, but not murdered. One of these boys surfaced years later, alive, and confirmed Northcott's story. According to his nephew, only 4 boys were held and murdered at Northcott's property: the 3 LA children whose remains were found, and an unidentified boy that Northcott beheaded and disposed of near La Puente, California. He confessed to the murders of 9 in total, sentenced to death. He was executed on October 2nd, 1930.
These drawings could help answer decades-old unsolved murders. Samuel Little, also known as Samuel McDowell, admitted to murdering 90 women across the country over the course of 30 years. One of his victims lived in Fort Myers. Wednesday, the FBI released 16 of McDowell's drawings of his victims. David Thomas, who says serial murderers remember killing their victims so they can fantasize about it later.
You know, like a serial killer will take that and use that as something that he can replay.
Thomas explains serial killers carefully choose their victims.
There was something about those women that stuck out, which made it easy for him to recreate and easy for him to draw. And so those bits and pieces may be bits and pieces of different individuals that he has used to make a picture of what he believes to be that person to be.
Investigators have confirmed 34 of McDowell's 90 killings. Samuel is currently being held in custody in Texas.
That she knew the code to his garage, 0187. And so she knew the code to the garage, and she indicated that that's how she came in. She didn't knock on the front door, she didn't go out through the back and peep through the sliding glass doors like she'd done before. She actually walked in. There's no indication that Mr. Alexander came to the door. And this was sometime after 4 o'clock in the morning. And as she came in, one of the things that's telling about what happened is that she said, I came in and I stood by the door and I watched him. And I watched him for 30, 45 seconds. Who does that? Who comes in and stands there? Someone with some sort of stalking behavior in their past? Someone who's riding there unannounced? Someone who is there to surprise Mr. Alexander.
Where does this urge come from, and why is so powerful? Do serial killers have any control over their desires? We all experience rage and inappropriate sexual instincts, yet we have some sort of internal cage that keeps our inner monsters locked up. Call it morality or social programming. These internal blockades have long since been trampled down in the psychopathic killer. Not only have they let loose the monster within, they are virtual slaves to its beastly appetites. Serial killers have tested out a number of excuses for their behavior. Henry Lee Lucas blamed his upbringing. Others, like Jeffrey Dahmer, say that they were born with a part of them missing. Ted Bundy claimed pornography made him do it. Herbert Mullins, Santa Cruz killer of 13, blamed the voices in his head that told him it was time to sing the die song. The ruthless Carl Panzram swore that prison turned him into a monster, while Bobby Joe Long said a motorcycle accident made him hypersexual and eventually a serial lust killer. The most psychopathic, like John Wayne Gacy, turned the blame around and boasted that the victims deserved to die.
April 30th, 2000. 4 a.m. in the town of Waitara. A cop and a criminal stood locked in what was to become one of New Zealand's most controversial face-offs. Broken glass and battered cars lay around them. All the product of a golf club attack, wheedled by Stephen Wallace. As Senior Constable Keith Abbott drew his gun, Wallace advanced towards him, armed with a baseball bat and a golf club. When after a warning was given, a retreat had been made, and a warning shot fired, it failed to stop the advancing Wallace. Abbott fired 4 shots. Wallace fell to the ground. Stephen Wallace later died in hospital. Senior Constable Keith Abbott was acquitted on self-defense on December 4, 2002.
This guy lived a brutal childhood. His father was just a bad guy. His father beat his younger brother, he beat Kuklinski's younger brother to death. Beat him to death in front of Kuklinski and the rest of the family. Beat him to death, and then made up some story that he fell down the stairs, and the whole family went along with it because they were afraid of him, and he got away with the murder. And he used to beat Kuklinski all the time. He would beat the mother all the time. He beat all of the kids all of the time. Kuklinski hated him, hated his father. And you wonder, what kind of an impact and an influence did his father have on this kid for the rest of his life? He called his mother a cancer. Hated his mother too. Called her a cancer because I guess she never did anything to stop the father from the beatings that they had to go through. Obviously, people.
I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
In 2009, Roger Kibbe pled guilty to 6 additional murders where he was given a sentence of life without possibility of parole. Part of the deal agreement with Kibbe is that he would speak with us and also agree to speak with Park Dietz about the crimes that he had committed.
I've never been involved in a case where we filmed a thing such as this, and I know you haven't either, so we're exploring new territory here. But part of what I want to make sure you understand, I would tell anyone I'm interviewing, there's no confidentiality, which is not the way it would be if you were seeing a doctor who was trying to help you. So I'm not here to help you. I'm not here to hurt you either. I'm here to ask questions, understand, and try to shed some light on things. But that could end up helping you or hurting you.
For more than 3 decades, Park Dietz has interviewed some of the nation's most notorious killers, such as Joel Rifkin and Jeffrey Dahmer.
Stuart Wilkin, an African serial killer, cannibal, and necrophile, known as Boet Yapor, brother farmer. Wilkins raped, sodomized, and murdered 10 victims between 1990 and 1997 in Port Elizabeth on the east coast of South Africa. He killed individuals from 2 distinct victim types, female prostitutes and young boys. Wilkins committed acts of cannibalism and necrophilia during his crimes. He cut off and ate a nipple of one of his victims. He killed his own daughter in 1995. Her body was found in 1996 wrapped in a tarpaulin behind the Holiday Inn Garden Court in South Africa. He wanted to send her soul to God. He also practiced necrophilia with a decomposing corpse. Stuart Wilkin was sentenced to 7 terms of life imprisonment on February 23, 1998.
If I was like I was a year ago, I wouldn't even be safe in this room.
Do we all have these impulses within us?
Yes. Ever since God made this earth, there's been killings. There's been unsolved killings, there's been murders, there's been rapes.
Only through the processes known as socialization, education, and child rearing are we tamed. Do we have these impulses tamed out of our behavior? Now, this is a complicated process by which human beings from birth are tamed into civilized adults, and it doesn't always work. There are failures in this taming process. If I had to take my best guess of the means to reduce the number of serial killings, I'd say that parents should stop torturing their children.
If I didn't do something that I was told to do, I was beat practically to death. I've got scars on my body today where I was beaten.
And would this come back to you at certain times?
Wesley Dodd waits on death row, impatient to die. An invisible man who finally caught our attention by killing children, and now taunts us for failing to see what he was.
I am what a child molester looks like. There is no dirty old man. Dirty old man does not exist. I am what a child molester looks like. I am what a serial killer looks like.
He seems familiar, yet we don't know him at all. Invited into his mind, we found it impenetrable. Is there something biologically wrong with him? No one has bothered to look.
Melissa Todorovic was convicted of first-degree murder in 2009 for ordering her then-boyfriend, David Bagshaw, to kill 14-year-old Stephanie Rengel. Both were sentenced to life in prison. Todorovic was able to apply for parole after 7 years. Rengel had become the focus of Todorovic's jealousy because she briefly dated Bagshaw years earlier. Todorovic, who was 15 at the time, repeatedly threatened to end the relationship unless Bagshaw killed Rengel, which he eventually did, by stabbing the teen multiple times on New Year's Day 2008. In 2018, Todorovic was granted 6 months of day parole, but she was brought back to prison after the board found she had become entangled in a secret love triangle. The board found she had contravened the condition of her release that required she disclose any new relationships.
I'm exactly what a serial killer looks like. I'm exactly what a sex offender looks like. It can be anybody.
Someone that's killed 87 people, I definitely got a screw loose someplace, or there was not a place to put the screw.
Everybody has the capability of murdering somebody. You and I, anybody can kill somebody else. What does it take to pull a trigger on a gun? Anybody could do it, but few people have the capacity to kill. And the capacity to kill is not only being able to pull a trigger, but being able to actually to do it and to live with it. You see, serial killers are people who can kill and sleep well at night.
That was a fit of anger. You know, we spent a day down Turning Point Park, you know, feeding the ducks and walking around and we're making out. And then she just flipped. You know, jumped up and says, I'm going to scream, I'm going to tell the cops. I had snapped her neck. Stayed there all day until dark. Then, split her open. From her neck to her groin. I didn't go all the way deep into the stomach area, just split her open, I don't know why.
What I was doing, I thought was right. The patients that I took care of, I like to think, I made their passing easy. They didn't have a choice, and I made it for them. I was being the judge and the jury and executioner. I'm just Donald Harvey. I haven't changed a bit. I have been rehabilitated. I'm ready to go back to the streets.
Donald Harvey used his position as a hospital orderly to kill dozens of patients at 3 hospitals over 17 years. Over the years, he has continued to call himself a mercy killer. The way he tells it, he was doing his victims a favor.
The patients may have a month to 6 months to live, and they were mostly put there just to die. The families, instead of sending them to a nursing home, they put them there. Or if they had no family, the county or whatever would put them there. Those are a lot of the type patients that I terminated.
Ed Gein's story is just so gruesome. Most people can't imagine what it would be like to excavate a corpse from the ground and then take the head and the skull and then create objects out of the parts that you take from a rotten corpse.
More of a rampage killer than a mass murderer, Daniel Remeda killed 5 people over 6 days in February 1985. His first victim was the convenience store clerk, 60-year-old Merida. Within 6 days, he had gunned down Linda Marvin and Larry McFarland in Arkansas, and Glenn Moore and John R. Schroeder in Kansas. 3 more were wounded. The violence ended in a gun battle with police in an unoccupied farmhouse in Atwood, Kansas. Remeda was sentenced to life for the Kansas murders, and to death in both Arkansas and Florida. Remeda once said he wanted to be extradited to Florida, because it imposes capital punishment. I want them to pull the switch. I'm not afraid. Death is only as ugly as you make it. He was executed by electrocution in Florida on March 31, 1998.
While his family was celebrating the holidays, Kuklinski left his home to collect on a bad debt. Business was business, even on Christmas Eve.
The man owed me money. He was giving me a runaround. I told him I wasn't happy that he wasn't going to pay me. He had the attitude that nobody could hurt him. I think he was wrong. Only way he never saw Christmas.
What did you use?
A gun. Extremely loud inside of a car. Matter of fact, my ears were ringing for a long time.
What'd you do afterwards?
I walked away.
In October of 1989, they found 2 bodies that he had killed. In November, they found 3. And in January of 1990, when he was apprehended, they found 4 bodies. He was definitely getting worse.
I was driving South Plymouth, Rochester, one night, and here's a girl running down the street with other guys chasing her, and sticks her head and her shoulders into my car. And she says, let me in, let me in. I'm at the light, and I just pushed a button on the door and pushed the windows up, and she drops her hands back, and I just drove out of there, and her neck got caught inside the car door, and I just kept on going.
Dr. Michael Joseph Swanko, born October 21, 1954, is an American serial killer who is estimated to have been involved in as many as 60 fatal poisonings of patients and colleagues. While he worked in Rhodes Hall at OSU, nurses noticed that apparently healthy patients began dying mysteriously with alarming frequency, each time Swanko had been the floor intern. One nurse caught him injecting some medicine into a patient who later became strangely ill. With non-patients such as his co-workers, he used poisons, usually arsenic, slipping them into foods and beverages. With patients, he sometimes used poisons as well, but usually, he administered an overdose of whichever drug the patient had been prescribed, or wrote unnecessary prescriptions for dangerous drugs.
We recall we mentioned before that there were reports in the Westport flea market where you had your shop, that people would say, oh yes, I do remember he had these strange smelling dishes of food, that he had bead bones. And later on there were speculations, at least in the community and in some aspects of the media, that the remains of your victim were somehow being transported and prepared as meals and prepared as jewelry in your shop.
I was quickly able to identify to the police the other dealers in that section of the market where we rotated potluck rather than eat the flea market food again. And that you could question any of these people. They'd be able to tell you that the food was good. There was nothing suspect about the turkey or ham or beef that was in these dishes.
A mom in Texas is accused of shaking her 2-month-old baby and then slamming her on a table. And instead of calling for help, police say she searched the web for shaken baby syndrome for hours before calling 911. The allegation is absolutely unbelievable. Police in Abilene, Texas, took Clarissa Nicole Stewart into custody. The little baby died on November 15th. A Texas TV station reports text messages between Stewart and her husband showed signs that she may have been suffering from postpartum depression. One read, "I want nothing to do with when you're off. I can't stand her anymore. The second she cries, it throws me into a rage I didn't know I could have." Another stated, "It's getting harder and harder to love her." Police say Stewart confessed to slamming her baby on a table and then waiting 6 hours to call for help. Stewart used to work with children. Right now, Stewart is being held on bail in jail.
Sipho Thwala is a South African serial killer known as the Phoenix Strangler. Thwala was convicted for 10 assaults and the murders of 16 women. Thwala's nickname came from the area in which he committed his crimes, Phoenix, an Indian township in South Africa. Thwala offered victims employment and was described as charming. He spoke English, Afrikaans, and Zulu. Thwala would lure women into sugarcane fields near Phoenix with the promise of employment as domestic workers in nearby hotels. Then, he would bind, beat, and assault them, prior to strangling them. He also set fire to the field and the body of a victim in hopes of destroying evidence. On March 31, 1999, the High Court in Durban found Thwala guilty of 16 murders and 10 assaults, and sentenced him to 506 years in prison. Cassidy went into labor on September 19th in a bathroom at her home, took a pair of scissors to pry the baby out, and delivered the child alive and into the toilet. Cassidy lifted the moving infant from the toilet, felt for a pulse, found one, then placed her hands around the infant's neck and squeezed until he wasn't moving or breathing any longer. She took the infant's pulse again and found none. Cassidy cleaned up the bathroom, bathed herself and the dead infant before placing him in a shoebox along with soiled towels and clothing. The teen claimed she miscarried. Dr. Stephen Nelson noted there were severe head injuries consistent with the child being struck repeatedly with scissors as well as signs of strangulation. She was sentenced to 18 months in a maximum security facility for juveniles on December 19, 2012. Tanya Ford, a Taylor County woman, convicted of killing her police officer husband, was sentenced to 20 years in prison in the case. Police say Tanya Ford shot and killed her husband, Lebanon police officer David Ford, back in 2009. When calling 911, Ford said her husband had been shot, but also said she didn't go close to his body. After seeing him on the floor in a pool of blood, police say he was shot in the back of the head. A co-worker of Ford said he heard her say she would kill Officer Ford if she thought she could get away with it, and feel no remorse. She was convicted in the death. Ford was found guilty of first-degree murder, and the jury recommended a sentence of 20 years with the possibility of parole after serving 17 years. David Ford's family say they are not shocked and the couple had a rocky marriage. Eddie Liansky, the singing strangler, was an American soldier and serial killer. Liansky confessed to the strangulation and murder of 3 women in Melbourne, Australia. His self-confessed motive for the killings was a twisted fascination with female voices, especially when they were singing, and his claim that he killed the women to get their voices. Accordingly, the psychologist ruled that Liansky's crimes were born of his resentment and hatred of his mother, and thus constituted symbolic matricide. He was picked from a lineup of American servicemen. His trial was conducted under American military law. Liansky confessed to 3 murders, and was sentenced to death. In 1942, Eddie Liansky was executed by hanging at Her Majesty's Prison Pentridge in Coburg, Victoria, Australia. Felipe Espinosa was a Mexican-American serial killer, who along with his father and later nephew killed an estimated 32 people in the Colorado Territory. Espinosa is considered to be one of America's first serial killers, and Mexico's first serial killer, even though Francisco Guerrero Perez was the first Mexican serial killer to be captured in Mexico. Espinosa declared war on the United States, and wanted to kill as many Anglos as he could. There is no definitive reason as to why the Espinosa brothers began their rampage. He mutilated some victims' corpses with the heart hacked out of the chest. Espinosa was shot by a posse led by Tom Tobin, a legendary tracker of the times. Tobin beheaded the Espinosas and his nephew. His brother was killed in a previous gunfight with the posse. David Edwin Mason was an American serial killer who killed at least 4 elderly people between March and December 1980 in Oakland, California, and his cellmate in 1982 and possibly his male lover. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to rob, strangle, and murder his victims. For these crimes, he was sentenced to death and executed at San Quentin State Prison's gas chamber in 1993, the last inmate to have been executed in this manner in the state. He was also the first condemned inmate since the reinstatement of the death penalty to voluntarily withdraw all of his appeals. David Mason was executed on August 24, 1993, age 36. He was buried in Mountain Shadow Cemetery in Sonora, California.
I remember reading that you at one time had a recording stint at a studio in Hollywood, and that you liked guitar and wrote music or sang music. Do you still do that?
Yeah, I do that. Yeah, I do that. But the way I do it ain't the same way you guys do it. And the way I do it scares you guys. So I didn't want to scare you guys out of the neighborhood right away. So I just took a can and started banging on it, you know. But we used to have some cosmic gatherings back in the mountains that would probably shake a Mormon tabernacle choir's eardrums.
Martha Rendell was the last woman to be hanged in Western Australia. She was found guilty of the willful murder of her de facto husband's son, Arthur Morris, in 1908. She was also suspected of the killing of his 2 daughters, Annie and Olive. It was alleged that she killed the children by swabbing hydrochloric acid on the back of their throats. She beat them severely and insisted they call her mother. The medics thought the children had died of diphtheria, and it was only when an older boy ran away that the truth began to emerge. Martha, however, always protested her innocence, maintaining that she was treating the children for diphtheria. There was considerable public outrage at the time, the press portraying her as a scarlet woman and wicked stepmother. On October 6, 1909, she was hanged at Fremantle Prison. She is buried at Fremantle Cemetery. Ernest Ingenito was an American spree killer. In November 1950, Ingenito drove to the Mazzoli house. He shot his father-in-law twice, killing him. As his wife fled, Ingenito shot her in the stomach and shoulder. When his mother-in-law fled, he shot her mother, then killed his wife's pregnant aunt. He wounded his wife's 9-year-old cousin, then shot and killed his mother-in-law. Ingenito also killed his mother-in-law's brother. He then drove to Minatola and shot his wife's aunt and uncle. Ingenito was arrested by the New Jersey State Police. He was released in 1974. In 1994, Ingenito was arrested again for sexual assault. He was found guilty on 29 counts and sentenced to 50 years in prison. He died in prison of heart failure on October 7, 1995. Jeffrey Dahmer, the fifth of 17 murders. On March 25, 1989, Jeffrey met Anthony Sears and a few of his friends at Lock Cage, a gay bar. The two then started talking, and soon Dahmer took him back to his grandmother's house. Dahmer drugged him before strangling him to death. He placed Anthony's body in the bathtub before decapitating him. Jeffrey cut off his genitals, placed them in acetone, and stored them in a locker. On top of that, The serial killer tried to flay the 24-year-old's skin, but was unsuccessful. Jeffrey then dismembered the rest of Anthony's body, dissolved the flesh in acid, crushed the bones, and disposed of the remains for no one to find. On August 9, 1849, Patrick O'Connor dined with Maria and Frederick Manning at 3 Miniver Place, Bermondsey. The husband and wife murdered their guest and buried his body under the flagstones in the kitchen. Maria visited O'Connor's lodgings at Greenwood Street, Mile End Road, stealing the dead man's railway scrip and money. It is apparent that the guilty couple were mutually planning a double cross on each other. Marie, being the smarter of the two, actually fled with most of the loot from the murder. Frederick took the smaller portion and fled as well. They were hanged outside Horsemonger Lane Jail, England, on November 13, 1849, after they were convicted of the murder, in the case that received the name of Bermondsey Horror. It was the first time a husband and wife had been executed together in England since 1700.
Kenneth Bianchi was called the Hillside Strangler because he dumped the victims on Hollywood hillsides. He dragged women from streets and apartments to his van. Bianchi said his accomplice was his cousin, Angelo Buono.
You're been trying to get me to leave him. I killed her. Angelo killed her. This broad I killed. These two Angelo killed. This broad I killed.
This Caston is the broad you killed, you say?
Am I going too fast?
Yeah,
for
you're
you?
going so damn fast. I'm not that smart.
Hiroshi Maio was a Japanese serial killer, known as the suicide website murderer. Maio found his victims in an online suicide community. He murdered 3 people. He was convicted of killing a 14-year-old boy, a 25-year-old woman, and a 21-year-old man, all of whom were members of an online suicide club. He lured his victims by suggesting they meet and end their lives together by committing suicide via carbon monoxide poisoning using a charcoal burner in a sealed car, but once together he strangled them with his bare hands instead, as this excited him sexually. Maio suffered from a psychosexual disorder, which made him unable to achieve sexual release in the absence of performing an act of strangulation. Hiroshi Maio was hanged on July 28, 2009. Alan Lee Davis was convicted of murdering Nancy Weiler, a Westinghouse executive's wife, in Jacksonville, who was 3 months pregnant when she was killed in 1982. Mrs. Weiler was beaten almost beyond recognition, hit over 25 times in the face and head with a gun. Her 9-year-old daughter Christina was tied up and shot twice in the face. Her 5-year-old daughter Catherine was shot as she was trying to run away, and then her skull was beaten in with the gun. He was executed by electrocution in Florida on July 8, 1999. The Davis execution drew attention, after he had a nosebleed in the electric chair. Davis was on parole for armed robbery at the time of the murders. His weight of 350 pounds may have contributed to the execution problems.
Donald Henry Gaskins Jr. was an American serial killer and rapist from South Carolina who stabbed, shot, drowned, and poisoned more than a dozen people. He began riding along the coastal highway that stretched from Myrtle Beach to Savannah on the lookout for hitchhikers, in particular women, in order to satiate his bloodlust. Although Gaskins preferred female victims, it did not stop him from committing crimes on males he happened to come upon, something he proved on July of 1974, when he raped and murdered 2 young boys. If Donald Henry Gaskins' unverifiable murder claims are indeed true, it would make him the worst killer in the history of America, as he claimed to having committed between 100 and 110 murders.
Have you seen a picture of this couple?
Yes.
When you saw that picture and realized that these were the people that this has happened to, how did you feel?
I felt terrible, and I really don't have words to explain how I feel. It's like a nightmare. I'm deeply sorry to the family that was affected. I hope that something like this never happens again. I didn't ever want to consciously do something like this, or I never planned it. I didn't want to do it. And I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. And I'm so sorry, and I never wanted this to happen. I'm so sorry.
Arthur Shawcross was an American serial killer, known as the Genesee River Strangler. He was arrested in 1972 for the rape and murder of 2 children. He was released on parole in 1987. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to commit acts of cannibalism, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Shawcross killed most of his victims from 1988 to 1989 after his parole. He would rape, strangle, and beat, mostly prostitute victims prior to killing them. Shawcross once claimed to have eaten the vulvas of 3 victims and the genitals of another. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. On November 10, 2008, he was taken to Albany Medical Center where he went into cardiac arrest. He was pronounced dead at 9:50 p.m.
First, a woman's torso was found in a multicolored bag in a shopping cart here on Pennsylvania Avenue in East New York. Then a few days later, just a few blocks away on Jamaica Avenue, a woman's leg was found. Police are now saying this was the work of a serial killer. Surveillance video led police to this apartment building where they saw a woman carrying that same multicolored bag. 83-year-old Harvey Marcelin, a transgender woman, was the person seen on the video. They found a woman's head and electrical saws inside Marcelin's apartment, and who spent more than 50 years in prison for killing 2 different women, ex-girlfriends. First in 1963, in that case, Marcelin received 20 years to life in prison. After being released on lifetime parole, Marcelin was convicted again in 1986 for manslaughter. This time, the victim's body was found in a bag near Central Park. In 2019, Marcelin was released from prison. For now, she's accused of concealing a corpse.
Archibald Thompson Hall was a Scottish serial killer and thief. Born in Glasgow, Scotland, he became known as the Killer Butler, the Monster Butler, and the Demon Butler, after committing crimes while working in service to members of the British aristocracy. He killed 5 people in total. Hall's final kill came when his half-brother Donald was released from prison, when he tied him to a chair and used chloroform to knock him out, before drowning him in the bath. It was disposing of Donald's body that ultimately saw Hall's murder spree come to an end. Hall eventually confessed to the whereabouts of all the bodies, and was convicted of the murders. At the time of his death, he was the oldest person serving a whole life term in prison. He died on September 16, 2002, age 78.
A man who's confessed to killing women nationwide, Samuel Little, was indicted for 2 cold case murders in Cuyahoga County. Detectives nationwide have been interviewing the 78-year-old, checking DNA and reopening unsolved murders, looking for connections. The Lake County unsolved murder happening in Willoughby Hills in 1983. A woman was found dead along I-271. Willoughby Hills police interviewed Little in Texas, and they say he has confessed to the crime. But Little has not yet been indicted because the victim has still never been identified. Willoughby Hills police are hoping someone can add the final piece of this puzzle by helping put a name to their victim. Little has confessed to murdering 93 women across the United States.
Abdullah Shah was an Afghan serial killer, known as Zardad's dog. Shah killed travelers on the road from Kabul to Jalalabad, serving under Zardad Khan, a former Afghan warlord, Shah Anzardad Khan served in the Hezb-i-Islami faction of Hekmatyar, although Shah later joined the faction of Abdur-Rab Rasul Saif. In 2002, Shah was sentenced to death by a primary court for a series of at least 20 murders, including one of his wives. In 2004, Abdullah Shahwaz was executed by a gunshot to the back of the head at the Puli Charkhi prison in Kabul, Afghanistan. Amnesty International protested against the execution, claiming Afghanistan avoided basic standards of fairness. His sanctioned execution was the first in Afghanistan since the fall of the Taliban in late 2001.
This is Joe Metheny, a serial killer claiming to have killed 13 people. He would get his victims and then mix their flesh with animal meat to sell as burgers at his fast food stand. He said the only time he felt vaguely guilty was when children ate the sandwiches. But even then, Metheny justified his actions by telling himself it was their parents' fault for being so stupid and allowing them to eat it. He was found dead in his cell at the Western Correctional Institution in Cumberland, Maryland, 2017.
The man who murdered and dismembered Ashley Young will spend the rest of his life in prison. Jared Chance was sentenced today in a Kent County courtroom.
I cry 7 days a week! 7!
Ashley's mother, Christine Young, said she was relieved with the sentence Chance was given, but it still doesn't give her full closure because she doesn't know exactly what happened to her daughter or where the rest of her remains are. Now, the other aspect of this is that Chance's parents are both charged in connection to Ashley Young's murder, and their trial has been pushed to January of 2020 at this point. And Christine Young says she cannot begin grieving until their trial is over with.
The parents of her killer were sentenced for their roles in the crime. James Chance will spend a month in jail and a year on house arrest for helping to move Young's body parts. His wife, Barbara, will spend 45 days in jail for lying to police and helping to move body parts.
Less than a year behind bars for both James, who's a former police officer, and his wife, Barbara Chance.
Rodney Lynn Halboer is an American serial killer. He is the prime suspect in the Gypsy Hill Killings, a series of murders in San Mateo County, California, and possibly Reno, Nevada, whose killer was named the San Mateo Slasher. In March 2014, based on DNA profiling, Halboer was named as a person of interest in the murders. At the time of his identification, Halboer himself was imprisoned for 38 years in Oregon, with the exception of 2 brief periods when he had escaped. In 2018, Halboer was sentenced to 2 additional life sentences. Police also believe Halboer killed 2 other Gypsy Hill victims, but their cases are still under investigation. Halboer said he was surprised to be named the killer. He said he was guilty of committing the crime in Oregon but not the Gypsy Hill murders.
Did you kill your mother?
Yeah.
You killed your mother. And the method you chose was what?
Beating her to death.
And you beat her to death with what?
Sledgehammer.
And how many times did you hit her with the sledgehammer? Did you hit her once, or did you hit her 10 times, or 100 times?
I'd say about 20 times.
And where did you hit her?
In the head.
Where was she when you did this?
She was in her room.
What was she doing?
She was asleep.
And when you swung that hammer, did you swing it hard?
On November 4, 1997, Christina Riggs obtained the antidepressant Elabel from the hospital where she worked. Riggs gave the children a small amount of Elabel to put them to sleep. Then she placed each of the children in their beds. About 10 p.m., she injected 5-year-old Justin with undiluted potassium chloride. She then smothered the boy with a pillow. Moving to her 2-year-old Shelby, Riggs passed on the potassium chloride injection because of the pain it had caused Justin. She suffocated her daughter with a pillow. During the penalty phase, Riggs would not allow attorneys to put on a defense, saying she wanted a death sentence. Riggs was the 5th woman executed in the United States since the reinstatement of the death penalty in 1976. She was executed by lethal injection in Arkansas on May 2, 2000.
It didn't take cops in Pennsylvania long to figure out who killed an elderly woman in her kitchen. Police found 85-year-old Margaret Seltman dead, and it appeared she'd been severely beaten. Her husband, 84-year-old Barton Seltman, said he didn't know what happened, but he was covered in blood. He eventually told paramedics that he hurt his wife during a fight over money for their cat's vet bills. Can you believe that? Martin told police his wife grabbed a knife, so he hit her with a chair. Police believe he then used a glass candle jar to beat her to death. He's being held without bond on murder charges.
Frankfurt Slasher is the name given by the media to a possible serial killer who operated in and around the neighborhood of Frankfurt in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. From 1985 to 1990, Leonard Christopher was convicted in the murder of one of the 9 supposedly linked victims. All of the victims were assaulted and stabbed to death. Several of the victims were seen with a middle-aged white man shortly before their murders. A 9th victim was stabbed to death in the same fashion as the other women while Christopher was being held without bail. However, this murder was ruled a copycat killing by detectives. Leonard Christopher was tried and convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder on December 12, 1990, and sentenced to life in prison. He has since died of cancer, maintaining his innocence since the beginning. Martin Dumollard was a French serial killer, known as the Maid Killer. Dumollard was arrested and charged with the deaths of 3 maids from 1855 to 1861. His modus operandi was to approach young girls, especially from Lyon, and pretend to be a master employee looking for a new servant. Dumollard offered significant emoluments for this type of job and then trained the young girls, who usually learned quickly, in the rural region of Côte de l'Ain. Some of these girls would later become his victims. His wife, Marie-Anne Martinet, was found guilty of assisting him and sentenced to 20 years of hard labor in a women's prison. She died in 1875 at Aubry Prison, in Haute-Marne, France. Martin Dumollard was publicly executed by guillotine in 1862.
They're obviously not very happy about what happened. I
think not.
I got a letter from my niece that I love my niece more than anything, and she just said, how could you do that to 4 women? I mean, you guys are evil, you're disgusting. It was pretty bad. And I still got it. I read it periodically to keep my mind focused that I screwed up.
Is screwed up the right expression to use?
Probably not. I just didn't want to say it, what I really think.
Well, why don't you?
it's beyond evil. What happened? What me and him did was beyond evil.
Jennifer San Marco was a former U.S. Postal Service employee and mass murderer who killed 7 people in Goleta, California. On January 30th, 2006, San Marco shot and killed her one-time neighbor, Beverly Graham, and then subsequently drove to the mail processing plant at which she previously worked in Goleta, California. San Marco entered the sprawling plant by driving through a gate behind another car. She gained entry to the building by taking an employee's identification badge at gunpoint. She then shot and killed 6 employees of the plant with a pistol before taking her own life. San Marco apparently believed that she was the target of a conspiracy centered at the Goleta Postal Facility. Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department speculated that San Marco's paranoia and history of mental illness may have motivated her to commit the murders. Christy Abrahams is an Australian murderer who killed her 6-year-old daughter on July 13, 2010. Because she refused to put her pajamas on, she was beaten and kicked to death by her mother. After the murder, her boyfriend, Robert Smith, put Keisha's body into a suitcase. 5 days after her death, the pair took the suitcase with Keisha's body inside to a burial site in Sydney's Outer West. Smith dug a shallow grave and poured petrol over Keisha's body and burned it. Abrahams reported her daughter missing. In April 2011, the pair were arrested over Keisha's murder. Smith was jailed for a minimum of 12 years and Abrahams for a minimum of 16 years. Robert Terry Smith was released in April 2023. Should child killers get life in prison? Let us know what you think in the comments. Charles Jackson Jr., known as the East Bay Slayer, was an American serial killer who murdered at least 7 women and 1 man in the San Francisco Bay Area. Between 1975 and 1982, Jackson confessed quickly and was tried for the string of homicides. Evidently, after killing his victims, Jackson enjoyed assaulting their corpses and sitting down to a meal before taking advantage of the situation and stealing some valuables. He was sentenced to 18 consecutive life terms, convicted of a single murder. He died in prison in 2002, before the more complete exposure of his crimes was revealed. His death didn't slow the investigators down. In 2005, based on results from the DNA research, Jackson's involvement was revealed in several more murders. Tanya Jamie Nelson, a North Carolina woman, received the death penalty on April 23, 2010, for murdering a Westminster fortune teller and her college student daughter. Jade Smith and her daughter Anita Nevio were found dead in Mrs. Smith's Little Saigon home on April 22, 2005. They died of multiple stab wounds to their faces and necks. Both also had cuts on their hands. What most baffled officers was why nearly a gallon of white paint had been poured over their heads and hands. The exact verdict was first-degree murder with special circumstances including murder of multiple victims, murder during the commission of robbery, and murder by lying in wait. She remains incarcerated at Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, Madera County.
The skeletal remains of Ott and Naslin were 4 other women, Healy, Rancourt, Parks, and Ball, were found on Taylor Mountain near Issaquah the next March, 1975. Where does this investigation now stand? Well, King County police officials will not and cannot discuss this King County investigation because it is still an active case. No one will or can confirm that the investigation continues on other suspects. Officials in the King County area are very interested in this Florida trial. If they don't actually fly to Miami to take part in the trial or to listen to it, they will keep in contact with what they call the TED Club. That's a group of law enforcement officials from 4 or 5 states banded together to share information about Theodore Bundy.
Natasha Bates was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her 2 boys, Leland, 5, and River, 3, who died of extreme overheating. Their body temperatures reached at least 109 and 103 degrees, inside a hot car in June 2012. An autopsy later revealed the children had no food in their stomachs. Though Bates repeatedly insisted on the stand that she discovered them lifeless in the yard, after leaving them unsupervised for a short time. During the trial, prosecutors showed evidence of meth making at the family's trash-strewn home. Bates was also found guilty of aggravated child neglect and of facilitating the manufacture of meth, convictions that amounted to a 40-year prison sentence that will run concurrently with her 2 life sentences.
I got this fantasy. I started working out this fantasy in my mind, and once that person became a fantasy, no matter what the costs were, the consequences, it was going to happen one way or another. Stalking stage is when you start learning more about your victims, potential victims. Went to the library, I looked up their names, address, cross-reference, and called them a couple of times. Plastic bags, rope, tape, knife, gun. I actually think I'm maybe possessed with demons. I was dropped on my head when I was a kid. I've talked to some theological Christian people, and some of those people are really strong. They actually think, well, the Bible says that there's demons within you or can come into you. That's the only thing I can figure out. I have something drove me to do this. Normal people just don't do this. I can't stop it. It's just, it controls me. It's like it's in the driver's seat.
She claimed her husband abused her. She plotted for him to be ambushed on his way to work, but a King County judge didn't buy Velma Ogden Whitehead's tearful story, his words stinging and stern. He scolded her for playing the part of a grieving widow. Domestic violence victims deserve our compassion and resources, but the domestic violence victim is not you. Judge Stephen Gonzalez told the gray-haired Des Moines woman, your claims of abuse and suffering, I must say, are hollow. Ogden Whitehead, 50, pleaded guilty to first-degree murder in the 2005 death of her husband, Ronald Whitehead, who was shot 4 times near Seattle-Tacoma Airport, and shoved from his car. She admitted helping her teenage son and his friend commit the murder. She was sentenced to 22 years in prison on June 5, 2008. Robert Joseph Silveria, the boxcar murderer, was part of the Freight Train Riders of America, a boxcar gang that preys upon fellow rail-riding hobos. Arrested in March 1995 in a rail yard near Sacramento, California, Silveria was charged with the murder of transient William Pettit, found dead in a boxcar in Northern California. Silveria has also been linked to 13 other boxcar murders in Oregon, Utah, California, Arizona, Kansas, and Washington state, spanning from 1981 to 1995. The victim in October 1949. Carlton, the police alleged that Clayton, Andrews, and Lee had accompanied Kent to his home, bashed and tortured him to find where he had hidden his money, and finally strangled him. Angry and bitter about the charge, Lee pleaded innocence and insisted she was an onlooker. She was sentenced to death and executed by hanging at Pent Ridge Prison, Coburg, on February 19, 1951. Jean Lee was the last woman to be executed in Australia.
When Carol DeRoche, the kidnapping victim from Utah, came to testify in this preliminary hearing here, I was beside myself with rage. She is turning into a professional witness as far as I'm concerned. She is a prosecution witness. And when I heard her go through that routine that I had heard 3 times before, I had restrained myself every time. I couldn't do it this time. And I told my attorney, I said, I'm going to get up. And I got up and I pointed at the judge and I pointed at her and I said, she's lying. She's lied 3 times before and she's lying now. And I felt it. And he pulled me down and he says, listen, he says, you can't do that. And I said, okay, but I had to do it for once. For once I had to do it. And do you know something?
Moses Sithole is a South African serial killer known as the ABC Killer. Sithole murdered at least 37 women and 1 toddler between July 16, 1994 and November 6, 1995. He was known to rob, torture, strangle, rape, and murder his victims. Sithole preyed on unemployed women, luring his victims with the prospects of a job before leading them to an isolated place, where he murdered them. They were generally strangled with their own underwear. He once inflicted a head wound on the 2-year-old son of one of his victims and left him to die. He would later phone the victims' families to taunt them. In 1997, Moses Sithole was sentenced to 2,410 years imprisonment with a non-parole period of 930 years. He is currently incarcerated in Mangong Correctional Center in Bloemfontein.
We would be able to bring up specific circumstances, instances, and physical evidence that we knew in regards to each specific homicide that he could verify.
But when Eiler's attorney holds a news conference Tuesday, it may be more than simple closure for the victims' families and investigators.
There's a lot of unidentified bodies.
Geraldine Kolarik spent 4 years writing the book on Eiler. She claims there may be more victims that even the police aren't aware of.
Eiler knows the names of all his victims, and no one can tell me he didn't. Because their wallets were missing, their t-shirts were missing, tokens were taken. And I think that she's going to reveal the names of a lot of these victims and also tell exactly how they died.
Kolarik believes Eiler's attorney may even reveal that Eiler wasn't working alone, that he may have had 1 or more accomplices who were never convicted. Steve Irvin, CLTV News.
The Bombo shooting was a mass murder that occurred in Bombo, when UPDF Private Patrick Okot Odoch killed 10 people and wounded at least 2 others in a bar with an AK-47. During the night of March 8, Odoch was on duty at the 23rd Air Defense Regiment. He left his post armed with an AK-47 assault rifle and 30 rounds of ammunition and arrived at Young Bay Boys Bar in Pakili on March 9 at 12:12 a.m. Upon entering, he opened fire on the people present, killing one Masodul, his wife Florence, the owner of the bar Amina Isiru, as well as 4 other soldiers and 2 civilians, while 2 persons were wounded. He was arrested in Oyam district 10 days later and charged with murder and attempted murder. He was sentenced to 90 years in prison on June 4, 2013.
Tonight, a man is dead. 2 others are injured after a triple shooting in Port Arthur. It happened early this morning around 4 a.m. in the 700 block of Proctor Street. According to Judge Ben Collins, a disturbance is what led up to several shots fired. The deceased is 23-year-old Robert Scott of Port Arthur. He died at St. Elizabeth Hospital from gunshot wounds. Judge Collins has ordered an autopsy. 2 other men were also shot. Both were taken to an area hospital. One of them is in critical condition. This is a developing story. We'll update you on air and online as we learn more.
A man is accused of murdering his girlfriend days after being released from jail for beating her, then trying to drink bleach in a suicide attempt. A grand jury in Hennepin County has indicted Matthew Brenneman on first-degree and second-degree murder charges in the death of his girlfriend, Danica Bergeson, last July. Days earlier, Brenneman had beaten Bergeson. He was charged with harming her and released. That didn't stop Brenneman. On July 8th, police were called to an apartment for complaints of banging. They said they found Brenneman inside where he had attempted to drink bleach. Bergeson's body was wrapped in blankets in a garbage bag. Her body was covered with bruises and abrasions, and investigators believe she'd been dead for at least 1 day. Police say they found incriminating letters around Ferguson's body that Brenneman wrote, saying he never loved a woman the way he did Ferguson. In one he said, "Things happened abruptly. I didn't know what to do."
She told me. She opened the door and she cursed me out and said she did it because I slams my door too much. And there's nobody here but I and my husband, so how can I, if nobody ever slammed the door, but this door, you go out and you slam it, it's got the rub.
Have you talked
Sometime.
Have you talked to the manager about this? You know,
It just happened the night while I was on tennis patrol.
you never had any other problems with her before?
I haven't had any problems.
All right, well, we'll speak to her.
Before.
Now, what would you like us to do? You know, you can't, we can't let you can't go back and knock her door up,
But I can tell you one thing, she's threatening my life. So if anything happened to me or anything happened to her, you would know why, because she said what she gonna do to me.
So then
I'm not afraid of her.
Okay, so I'm gonna suggest what you do. She's gonna have to go and get a summons for her.
That's right.
Okay, you have a piece of paper, I'll write down the information for you.
Where must go?
Give me a piece of paper, I'll write it down.
Come on in.
She wants to use an iron bar. Well, you don't want her locked up, right?
On August 6, 1987, Rodriguez Vega killed 82-year-old Margarita Gonzalez. He raped and suffocated her and forced her to swallow her own false teeth. On September 30th, 1987, 80-year-old Carmen Gonzalez Fernandez was found dead in her home. In October, Rodriguez Vega killed 66-year-old Natividad Robledo Espinosa, beating, raping, and suffocating her. Vega killed Carmen Martinez Gonzalez on January 21, 1988. On April 18, 1988 he killed 66-year-old Julia Paz Fernandez, who was also raped and suffocated. The other victims' identities were not released. Jose Antonio Rodriguez Vega was sentenced to 440 years in prison. On October 24, 2002, Rodriguez Vega was walking in the prison common grounds when two inmates attacked and brutally stabbed him, inflicting fatal wounds.
What's that?
Which one? Right here. Come on.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Relax. Don't talk. Relax.
I used to box. I've taken a lot better shots than that.
Yeah,
Prosecutors say Caitlin Coons told her 33-year-old boyfriend he had 5 hours to kill his mother, and if he didn't carry out the crime, she would do it for him. They say Coons confessed to strangling Nicole Jones as she looked inside her refrigerator and then hit her in the head with a rock several times. The prosecutor says Jones's son, Jonathan Jones, who was dating Coons, helped put his mom's body in a dumpster. Then Coons and Jones took off for Mexico, where they were found back in May. Coons faces incredibly serious charges, including aggravated murder and abuse of a corpse. Jones had already been charged with child endangerment and pandering for his relationship with the teenager Coons. The GPS monitor he was wearing as part of his bail conditions on those charges actually helped police trace where he and Coons went after Nicole Jones was murdered.
William Gold was a German-American alleged serial killer, who allegedly murdered sailors passing through Aberdeen, Washington. He allegedly murdered for an unknown period of time and was a suspect in dozens of murders until his capture in 1910. Spared from the death penalty by a request for leniency by the jury, he was sentenced to life in prison at Walla Walla State Penitentiary, where he died in 1927 from lobar pneumonia and erysipelas, complicated by dementia paralytic caused by syphilis. Recent scholarship has cast significant doubt on the veracity of the accusations against Gold. Historian Aaron Goings arguing that the numerous bodies discovered in Grays Harbor were the result of accidental deaths caused by unsafe conditions on the docks and in the timber industry, and that Gold was unjustly blamed for these deaths by influential local businessmen hoping to do away with the powerful figure in the local labor movement. Gleeful serial killer Nancy Hazel was known alternately as the Giggling Granny. Arrested for the murder of one husband in 1955, she confessed to murdering four and maintained that she never harmed her blood kin. Various law enforcement officials in Alabama and elsewhere, however, speculate that she is likely to have murdered as many as 12 people, including a mother-in-law, a grandson, a granddaughter, her mother, her sister, and 2 of her own children with rat poison or arsenic. Her habit of smiling and giggling as she discussed her crimes earned her the Giggling Granny nickname. A judge declared her insane, sparing her the electric chair and gave her a life sentence. Doss died of leukemia on June 2, 1965, on the 10th anniversary of her incarceration, and was buried in Oak Hill Memorial Park in McAlester, Oklahoma. Walter Earl Ellis, known as the Milwaukee North Side Strangler, was an American serial killer who raped and strangled at least 9 women in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin between 1986 and 2007. Until May 2009, the killings were considered to be independent of one another, but were then linked together via DNA profiling. Ellis would be arrested as a suspect on September 7, 2009, and convicted for the 7 murders in February 2011, receiving 7 consecutive life sentences without the chance of parole. The Northside Strangler victims were black women who ranged in age from 19 to 41.
They are the women in black, admirers of Richard Ramirez. Why were you in the courtroom today?
I just wanted to see what he looked like. I think he's cute. Everyone makes him look so bad, you know, but I know that he's a nice person because I've met him, and I know.
He's convicted of 13 murders.
I know. But he's really a nice guy. It's very out of the usual. It's very out of the norm to be able to do that for a certain amount of time and length, a period of time, and get away with it. Especially the outrageousness of it. The kind of murders that he did. I went to go visit him. I asked him, you know, I said, how many other girls did you? I want to know. And he kind of laughed and said, there's 2, but I already know them, and I've known them for a while, and they're just like acquaintances, and, you know, kind of, you know, made me think that, and believe like I was like the only one that he liked that was visiting.
Judy Kirby intentionally caused a head-on crash which killed 7 people. On March 25, 2000, witnesses begin reporting a white car, which entered southbound lanes of State Road 67 at the exit ramp on Pumpkin Vine Hill Road. Driving the wrong way on the highway, the car is reported traveling at a high speed with estimates varying between 55 miles per hour and 100 miles per hour. Kirby's car collides head-on with a van driven by Thomas Reel of Martinsville. The collision kills all 4 children riding with Kirby. Also killed are Reel and 2 of his children. On April 14th, police arrested Judy Kirby and charged her with 7 counts of murder, 4 felony counts of child neglect causing serious bodily injury, and 1 count of aggravated battery. On June 13th, she was sentenced to 215 years in prison.
We're talking here not just about more. What I'm talking about is going beyond retribution, which is what people want with me, going beyond retribution and punishment, because there is no way in the world that killing me is going to restore those beautiful children to their parents and correct and soothe the pain. But I'll tell you, there are lots of other kids playing in streets around this country today who are going to be dead tomorrow and the next day and the next day and next month, because other young people are reading the kinds of things and seeing the kinds of things that are available in the media today.
There were lots of pellets recovered in the left shoulder area, and from there, the kind of just went across the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the neck and face. Okay, and from there, it's sparing his face, it's going behind the face. It went through the base of the skull, and this wound, actually, his brain was ejected out of the top of the right side of his head and actually arrived at the autopsy in a separate bucket. So the force of this wound actually pushed the brain out of his head. It was only just a small piece of brain remaining, and that's the brain stem that was attached to this one.
Lynn Turner. Starting in 1995, her first husband, Glenn Turner, allegedly died of natural causes after being apparently sick with the flu. 6 years later in 2001, the death of her second husband, Randy Thompson, under remarkably similar circumstances aroused the suspicion of law enforcement. After investigation, it was determined by authorities that Lynn Turner had murdered both her husbands by poisoning them with antifreeze. She was arrested 10 months later after her second husband's death and was tried for Glenn Turner's murder in 2004. She was found guilty and went to trial again for murdering Randy Thompson in 2007 and was also convicted. Turner died in prison on August 30, 2010. The cause of death was suicide by toxic overdose of blood pressure medication.
So you ran down that street, and is that when you saw the open garage door?
Yes.
Do you remember when you took your clothing off?
I have I didn't remember it at first, but I have a faint memory of taking my pants off at some point.
Do you remember what happened next?
No, I don't, I have some memory of what happened, but I don't remember how we got into the altercation or into the fighting. I don't remember.
You said that you had a machete at that point. Do you remember where you got it?
I think somewhere in the garage. I think in the left corner or something, I don't know.
They included 19-year-old Yolanda Washington, 15-year-old Judith Miller, 21-year-old Lisa Caston, and 20-year-old Christina Weckler, 14-year-old Sonia Johnson, 12-year-old Dolly Cepeda, 28-year-old Jane King, 18-year-old Lauren Wagner, 17-year-old Kimberly Martin, and 20-year-old Cindy Hudspeth.
What was so frightening about the Hillside Strangler was that the picture I had in my mind was of the average, ordinary man, someone that could be my colleague in the office, someone that could be waiting on my table in a restaurant, taking my tickets at the theater. He was not going to be a monster.
Nikolai Jumagaliev is a Soviet serial killer and rapist known as the Metal Fang. He was known to commit acts of cannibalism, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Jumagaliev was convicted for the killing and cannibalism of 7 people between 1979 and 1980. He is known as the Metal Fang due to his false metal teeth. Jumagaliev lured female prostitutes who were working local parks during the nighttime hours. He would lure, attack, and hack his victims with an axe, as part of a plan to rid the world of prostitution. German Galiev claimed to have cooked parts of his victims to eat himself, or serve them to other people as part of ethnic dishes. Nikolai Jumagaliev was found innocent for reason of insanity, and interned in a mental institution and is currently serving his sentence.
Ted told me things that he's never told anybody before, but like Ted, he told me he killed more than 100 people, and not only women, which that's new. That's never been known. You're the first person I've ever told it. But it's in my book.
Men were his victims?
One. His first.
Were you ever scared of him?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, well, and I've actually kind of got more scared after putting things together the last couple of years writing about it. And I was talking to people who introduced me to Ted and how I got involved with Ted. And I now believe that Ted actually chose me. And I found out that he researched me. He knew where I lived. He knew what kind of clothes I had. He knew what kind of cars I had. He knew the women I was dating were the same kind of women that he was murdering.
Haddon Clark is an American murderer and suspected serial killer. Clark trained as a chef and served in the United States Navy until he was discharged after being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He is serving 2 30-year sentences at Eastern Correctional Institution in Maryland for the 2 murders committed in 1992. On May 31, 1986, Clark stabbed Michelle Dorr to death. On October 18, 1992, he killed 23-year-old Laura Hodling in Bethesda, Maryland. He later returned and dressed up in a wig and women's clothes and left out the front door to make people think Laura left the house alive to buy time to clean the scene. Clark later admitted that he ate some of Michelle Dorr's remains before burying her. He also confessed to eating and torturing other women and girls. Wayne Bertram Williams is an American convicted murderer and suspected serial killer who is serving life imprisonment for the 1981 killings of 2 men in Atlanta, Georgia. He is also believed to be responsible for at least 24 of the 30 Atlanta child murders from 1979 to 1981. Authorities closed 22 other unsolved murders, declaring Williams to have been the perpetrator. In 1982, Williams was convicted on 2 counts of murder and was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms. Williams has maintained his innocence and the case was reopened as recently as 2005. In 2007, a DNA test on canine hair, human hair, and blood failed to exonerate Williams. In December 2022, the victims' families called for the results of DNA testing ordered over a year prior. Is a convicted murderer, known as the Woolworths Killer, and notable for committing an attack which cost the infamous serial killer Peter Sutcliffe the use of one eye. Kay was sentenced, in 1995, for a minimum term of 22 years imprisonment for the murder of 21-year-old John Penfold, a Woolworths shop assistant stabbed to death in Teddington, Middlesex in November 1994. Kay was on leave from prison, almost 8 years after nearly killing another shop worker in a similar attack when he killed Penfold. On trial, on January 28, 1998, Kay attempted to kill serial killer Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, stabbing him 6 times in the left eye and 4 times in the right eye with a Parker rollerball pen. Kay was sentenced to be detained in a secure mental hospital indefinitely.
And he said, that's the only way I could get over on you, or get you to do what I wanted you to do, is to hurt your family. I said, but that's a stupid thing to say, George. Knowing how badly, or how sincere I am about my family. I said, for you to say something like that, you must realize you're going to make me mad. He said, no, you won't be mad. He said, because you'd be afraid that something would happen to your family. I said, well, you're very wrong about that, George. I said, because I'm going to put a stop to that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put a stop to that right now. And I shot him 5 times. I could see them entering, because he was right here. He was sitting in the van, I'm in the driver's seat, Georgie boy was over here. In the next seat, which was, just like that. And I went pop, pop, pop. And I went pop, pop.
When I was killing these girls, I had a thing where I would push it away like it never happened. And I would carry on like nothing ever happened.
In my mind, I think he enjoyed having sex with a dead body. And I think he was killing a lot of the girls as he was having sex with them.
When I did something, I would calm down. I would push it away and calm down, and I would always stop at Dunkin' Donuts. That was half a block from my apartment. I had friends there who worked there. This was my spot where I hung out.
Robert Liberty met Marcella Landis in 1966. On June 4, 1966, Liberty strangled Landis to death with a silk stocking. He dressed up the corpse and applied makeup to it before laying it on a couch and lit candles from her head to her feet, and placing a Bible on her chest. On March 12, 1970, Liberty fatally shot one of his roommates, 25-year-old Thomas Astorina. Liberty, now on the run, befriended Canal Beerley on June 6. Liberty and Beerley were hitchhiking in Long Beach. They were picked up by 17-year-old Richard Krytok. They broke into the apartment of 53-year-old Robert J. Irion. At midnight, Liberty killed Irion by fatally beating him to death. He displayed the body on the bedroom floor and lit candles on the head. He then wrote on the bedroom door, "The candlelight killer strikes again, and catch me if you can." On Sunday, June 30th, 1974, Jose Ceja went to the home of Randy and Linda Leon in Phoenix, intending to steal a large shipment of marijuana. Upon entry, Jose shot Linda, who apparently resisted him, twice in the chest, and then dragged her body from the living room to the bedroom, where he shot her at least 4 more times, in the head, at close range. When Randy arrived home, Jose shot him 4 times with his own gun, which Jose had removed from a drawer in the house. Jose loaded a suitcase he had brought with him, with 12 kilos of marijuana. He later attended the funeral of the victims, helped move furniture, and offered to help police find the murderer. He was executed by lethal injection in Arizona on January 21, 1998.
Hoffa?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Hoffa. Jimmy Hoffa.
Or the scuttlebutt, let's put it that way.
Scuttlebutt, in a Japanese car. Supposedly he was picked up, put in a drum, put in the trunk of a car, put in a crusher with other cars, crushed, and shipped overseas. That's what I heard. Don't know.
I think the last time I asked you that, you thought he was a Toyota.
Could be a Toyota. Some little Japanese car.
Russell Elwood was suspected of killing as many as 15 women and was sentenced to life in prison for the only murder authorities could pin on him. He was convicted of murdering Cheryl Lewis, who was one of 26 women, most of them prostitutes, found dead in swampy areas around New Orleans from 1991 through 1996. At the time of Elwood's arrest in 1997, authorities said they suspected him in as many as 15 killings, and Jefferson Parish Sheriff Harry Lee claimed authorities were searching for at least 4 other suspects, but no other arrests or charges were ever made. A second murder charge against Elwood was dismissed when prosecutors learned he had an alibi. Most of the 26 victims were women with histories of drug abuse. Elwood died at Angola State Prison in Angola, Louisiana in 2014. David Berkowitz is an American serial killer known as the Son of Sam. He pled guilty to 8 shootings that began in New York City on July 29, 1976. Berkowitz would shoot couples in their cars. He claimed that the neighbor's dog, Harvey, was possessed by an ancient demon, and that it issued commands to Berkowitz to kill. Berkowitz also said that he killed out of resentment toward his mother and his inability to establish good relationships with women. He was also implicated in many unsolved arsons in the city. On June 12, 1978, Berkowitz was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison for each murder, to be served consecutively. In 1979, There was an attempt on Berkowitz's life in which the left side of his neck was slashed from front to back, resulting in a wound that required more than 50 stitches to close. Matan Navis is an Indian psychopathic serial killer who operated in the city of Kollam, Kerala between June and August 2012. Pavement dwellers were bludgeoned to death while they slept. All the murders took place at night and were committed by using stones or hard blunt objects. Navis had already been convicted twice for murder. He was acquitted because there were no witnesses. A drug addict, Navis used to sleep by 8 p.m. and wake up at midnight to roam the city, targeting victims. He committed 7 murders and had attempted 2 more murders, but the victims escaped with injuries. The lack of any obvious motive seems to indicate that his victims were merely objects on which to vent a homicidal rage. He was captured on charges of murdering one Shamir at Karakode in the city, following which he was arrested and convicted. Jarno Sebastianelli is a Finnish devil worshipper who was sentenced to life in prison for murdering a 23-year-old man, eating some of the body parts, and instigating others to participate in a ritual that included torturing the victim and listening to black metal music. On November 21, 1998, in Hyvinkää, the criminal investigation started when a leg was found from a dump site, thus giving the name, dump site murder, to the case. The case was generally described as the most gruesome homicide in Finnish history. The Helsinki Court of Appeal granted Eld parole in December 2014. After the sentences, the media tried to raise up black metal music as a scapegoat for the happenings in Hyvinkää. The court declared most of the details of the case to be sealed for 40 years. Robert Verdello was a notorious American serial killer who murdered at least 6 men in Kansas City, Missouri between 1984 and 1987. Before he ended the lives of his victims, he would subject them to shocking and terrifying acts of torture, physically abusing and raping them daily, while holding them in agonizing captivity, often for weeks on end. Verdello became infamous as the Kansas City Butcher after his exploits came to light for his habit of cutting up the bodies of his victims with a chainsaw and a knife for disposal in garbage bags after draining the blood. 2 skulls were found in his bedroom. One was an artifact and the other that of Robert Sheldon, his second victim. Joachim Nikola was a vicious Polish serial killer who hated all women, known as the Vampire of Bytom, or Frankenstein. His mother rejected him and often had sex with boyfriends in front of him, and his grandmother handed out violent punishments on a daily basis. He brutally murdered 5 women in cold blood, and attempted to murder another 7 over 8 grisly years between 1975 and 1983 in the Upper Silesian industrial region. He would surprise his prey and bash them with a bludgeon about the head. Nikola attacked his victims with an axe, butchering and desecrating their bodies after death. Sometimes killing outright and other times incapacitating. He was also a necrophiliac. Despite his savagery, several women and girls survived his assaults. He was apprehended, sentenced to death, and hanged in 1985.
You've been in here a while.
9 years.
You knew it was wrong.
Yes, I did.
At the time.
At the time and later.
Are you sorry what you did?
Yes. But like I said, I don't know if I would have stopped.
There were people that you caused to die who were not near death and not suffering that much.
You know, again, you know, I mean, my goal here isn't to justify, you know, what I did. There is no justification. I just think that the only thing I can say is that I felt overwhelmed at the time.
ambulance service. Is the patient breathing?
No.
They're not breathing?
No.
Okay. And who was it we're talking about?
Lexi, she's 3.
She's 3?
Yeah.
Okay. So she's unconscious and she's not breathing. So help has been arranged, okay?
Kiyotaka Katsuta was a Japanese firefighter and serial killer, known as Metropolitan Designated Case 113. Katsuta shot his victims using a gun he had stolen from a police officer after running him over with his car. He was known to have strangled at least one of his victims. Katsuta eluded capture for another 2 months and was arrested on January 31, 1983. He received 2 separate death sentences for the murders between 1972 and 1982. He was suspected of killing 22 people, but the police accused him of 8 murders. Kiyotaka Katsuta was executed by hanging on November 30, 2000. This was nearly 17 years after his arrest. Leslie Warren is an American serial killer, known as the Babyface Killer. He was known to torture, strangle, rape, and murder his victims. Warren was the oldest of 2 siblings. He also had a half-sister and half-brother. Leslie Eugene Warren murdered 4 women in 3 different states before finally being apprehended in July 1990. He had been physically and psychologically abused since birth by his father. Warren received a sentence of death for killing Velma Gray and the Asheville murders of Jamie Hurley and Katherine Johnson. Investigators believe that he is responsible for at least 8 to 10 other murders, all women. He was arrested on July 21, 1990, convicted on September 15, 1993, and sentenced to death by lethal injection at Central Prison in Raleigh, North Carolina, U.S.
20s, I believe.
And what went wrong in his case? Do you think he still was a product also of, what you went through?
We come from the same father.
Do you see him, Richard?
I pass him.
What do you say? Just hello and keep on walking?
How you doing, Joe? How you? Take care.
That's it?
Told you I have dual short stories. That's being over friendly with my brother.
Does he try to talk to you?
He says less to me, as a matter of fact. Sometimes he doesn't even answer me, I don't think. Thinking about it.
The Palm Sunday Massacre was a 1984 mass murder in Brooklyn, New York that resulted in the deaths of 10 people, 2 women, 2 teenage girls, and 6 children. There was 1 survivor, an infant girl. All of the victims were shot with a total of 19 bullets fired from 2 handguns at close range, most in the head, and were found in relaxed poses sitting in couches and chairs, suggesting that they had been taken by surprise. In 1985, Christopher Thomas was convicted on 10 counts of manslaughter. The jury had convicted him of intentional murder, but the charges were reduced due to extreme emotional disturbance and Thomas being high on drugs. Prosecutors said the motive was jealousy, claiming Thomas suspected his wife of having an affair with the home's owner. He ended up serving just over 32 years before being released in 2018. Keisha Golden, 33, was heavily pregnant when she fatally stabbed her boyfriend, just hours after the couple held their baby shower, during a fight over who would get to use the microwave to reheat food. She was arrested October 23, and charged with first-degree murder in the stabbing death of her boyfriend, Calvin Sidney, 29. The 8 months pregnant woman knocked a plate out of Sidney's hands, and he retaliated by shoving her. Sidney stormed off to a bedroom, where Golden allegedly stabbed him in the leg with a knife, and left the apartment after dropping the weapon. The boyfriend's femoral artery was reportedly cut in the attack. He died at Mount Sinai Hospital. A few hours later, Golden was arrested after she returned home, unaware that Sidney was dead.
And a man approached me and said, "Is your license plate KAD032? And I said yes, and he introduced himself as Officer Roseland. And he said that someone had been caught trying to break into my car.
And then this is where we came out of right here and walked through this parking lot.
I told him there was nothing missing, and he asked me if I would come with him over to the substation because they were holding the man that had tried to break into my car.
That's where he said the substation was.
At that time, if I could see a badge or some kind of identification, and he promptly just flipped out his wallet and showed me a badge. I thought it was a little strange, but I just thought, maybe he's off duty, undercover. It occurred to me, that he wasn't who he said he was.
Edmund Kemper is an American serial killer known as the Co-Ed Butcher. Kemper murdered 10 victims including his grandparents and mother. During his crimes as a serial killer he was known to dismember, commit acts of cannibalism, commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Between May 1972 and February 1973, Kemper embarked on a spree of murders, picking up female students hitchhiking, taking them to isolated rural areas and killing them. He would stab, shoot or smother the victims and afterwards take the bodies back to his apartment where he would have sex with them and then dissect them. In 1973, Kemper was sentenced to life imprisonment. In 2017, Edmund Kemper was procedurally denied parole and is next eligible in 2024. Joseph Taberski, aka Mad Dog, was a murderer who was sentenced to death after a string of brutal robberies and murders in Connecticut during the 1950s. 6 people were killed during a string of armed robberies and murders that became known as the Mad Dog killings. A number of others were shot, beaten, or pistol whipped but survived. Taberski earned his nickname due to the savagery of the killings that condemned him to death. In 1957, Connecticut package store hours were modified to close at 8 p.m. from 11 p.m., due in part as a response to the crimes of Taberski. He was executed by electric chair for the Mad Dog killings. At the age of 36, Taberski donated his body to Yale School of Medicine. His ashes were later buried in the garden of Christ Church Cathedral.
It's also the home of Christine Falling, a babysitter who became a serial killer. How many children did you kill?
There were 6 altogether. I was only charged with 3 of them.
I'm not responsible. I didn't teach her to kill.
Dolly Falling adopted Christine along with her sister when she was given up by her natural mother at the age of 3.
I knew what I done. I knew that I whipped their butts when they done wrong. When I caught them doing wrong, I'd get me a belt, and when I got through with them, they would be glad for me to turn them loose.
Christine says her adoptive father, Jesse Falling, abused his daughters, especially her sister.
At first I thought he was just hitting her with the belt, so I went and creeped down the hallway and opened the bedroom door, and I seen him.
I told you in the very, very beginning, most of the detail is not going to be detailed. Most of the details be, I dropped this body off at road mark so on the Jersey Turnpike, and you'll look up and you'll find a body was dropped there. But now, for me to tell you what girl it was, I can't remember. The one I dropped off way out in Long Island. I remember driving out there. I remember I could go to the street, go down there, I went there, I turned the car, and there was a fence there, and I threw over the fence. But to tell you, was it the one I got hitchhiking over here in Paramus, or was it, you know, until I know more facts or I see a picture or something distinctive or something, I just don't remember.
Variedham Henyan Saya, also known as Ryan, is an Indonesian convicted serial killer. Henyan Saya confessed to killing 11 people, and was sentenced to death by the Indonesian Criminal Court, after being arrested in 2008. The Henyan Saya case achieved notoriety throughout Indonesia, due to the gruesome nature of the murders. Known for his uncontrollable temper, Ryan bashed the heads of a mother and her child to death with a metal bar, after they made him angry. The body of one of the victims was found on a roadside in Jakarta, cut up into 7 pieces, and was skewered with a crowbar. Henyan Saya buried his other victims' bodies in the backyard of his home, in Jombang Regency in East Java. He is currently awaiting execution, at Kesambi Penitentiary in Cirebon. Travis Victor Alexander was murdered by his ex-girlfriend, Jody Ann Arias, in his house in Mesa, Arizona. Alexander was murdered on Wednesday, June 4, 2008. He suffered 27 stab wounds, a slit throat, and a gunshot wound to the head. His jugular vein, common carotid artery, and trachea had been slashed. He had defensive wounds on his hands. Alexander may have already been dead at the time the gunshot was inflicted. Photos taken moments later show an individual believed to be Alexander profusely bleeding on the bathroom floor. Alexander's death was ruled a homicide. He was buried at Riverside's Olivewood Memorial Park Cemetery. Arias was convicted of first-degree murder on May 8, 2013 and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole on April 13, 2015. Yvonne Hiller, the Longcrest woman who shot 3 co-workers at the Kraft Nabisco cookie plant in Northeast Philadelphia in 2010, Common Pleas Court Judge Benjamin Lerner found Hiller guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of LaTanya Brown, 36, and Tanya Wilson, 47, 1 count of attempted murder for shooting Bryant Dalton, 41, and several other offenses. At an emotional hearing Monday, Lerner heard from the victims' relatives and Hiller's niece. Hiller spoke briefly, asking forgiveness of the victims' families and her own. Hiller believed that her co-workers had been poisoning her for years. She argued with them that day, and had been escorted by a security guard out of the building. She was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without parole on September 24, 2012.
One life. I had to have another life.
This other life would interrupt one Christmas Eve. While his family was celebrating the holidays, Kuklinski left his home to collect on a bad debt. Business was business, even on Christmas Eve.
The man owed me money. He was giving me a runaround. I told him I wasn't happy that he wasn't going to pay me. Hey, he had the attitude that nobody could hurt him. I think he was wrong. Anyway, he never saw Christmas.
What did you use?
A gun.
Joe was also troubled by the fact that he actually liked his intended victim, Jimmy Coonan. But in pursuing this hit, Joe Sullivan was about to break a cardinal rule. Joe's brainstorm was to try to use Featherstone.
You had her in to tie her was face down, at which point you tied her wrists together behind her back using the parachute cord. And then you rotated her body so that her face is toward the rear of the van?
No. Let me back up. What I stupidly did, I got on the freeway to go back over the Martinez Bridge. And it hit me. It's a toll. So to get her to shut up, as I pulled out a dollar bill, I took the knife out and I put it to the back of her neck. I said, "Don't scream."
You happen to remember what the first thing was you did when you got home?
Probably went to bed.
Otis Elwood Toole was an American serial killer who was convicted of 6 counts of murder. Like his companion Henry Lee Lucas, Toole made confessions which resulted in murder convictions, and which he later recanted. The discrediting of the case against Lucas for crimes for which Toole had offered corroborating statements created doubts as to whether either was a genuine serial killer or, as Hugh Ainsworth suggested, both were merely compliant interviewees whom police used to clear unsolved murders from the books. Toole received 2 death sentences. They were commuted to life imprisonment. He died in his cell from cirrhosis, at age 49. Police attributed the 1981 murder of Adam Walsh to Toole on the basis of recanted statements. Lucas had backed Toole's confession to the Walsh murder, claiming that he had been in possession of the victim's severed head. Trevor Joseph Hardy is a convicted British serial killer who murdered 3 teenage girls between December 1974 and March 1976. In 1977, he was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Janet Leslie Stewart, 15, was stabbed to death on New Year's Eve 1974 and buried in a shallow grave in North Manchester. Wanda Scala, 17, was murdered in July 1975 on Lightbone Road, Miston, while walking home from the hotel where she worked. She had been hit over the head with a brick and sexually assaulted. Her body was found partially buried on a construction site. In March 1976, after walking home from a staff party, Sharon Mossoff was stabbed and strangled with a pair of tights prior to being dumped in the Rochdale Canal at Failsworth, Oldham. The bodies of Scala and Mossoff were found stripped and mutilated.
On May 25, 1988, Richard Kuklinski was convicted of multiple murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. This ended 30 years of cold-blooded killing by a master criminal police called the Iceman.
Richard Kuklinski is one of the most dangerous criminals we have ever come across in this state. He murdered by guns. He murdered by strangulation. He murdered by putting poison on victims' food. He did all of this at the same time while exhibiting a normal, placid family existence.
Ramadan Abdel Rahim Mansour was an Egyptian serial killer known as the Express Train. He was known to torture, rape, and murder his victims. Mansour raped and tortured homeless children, mostly boys aged 10 to 14 years old. Mansour lured street children onto the carriage roof of the trains, where he then stripped, raped and tortured them, and tossed them naked onto the trackside, dead or barely alive. The murders took place aboard trains between Cairo, Alexandria, Kaliobia, and Beni Suef. Some of his victims were thrown into the Nile River, and at least one victim was buried alive. In 2007, Mansour was convicted by the criminal court in Tanta. He was also found guilty of illegal possession of weapons. Ramadan Abdel Rahim Mansour was executed by hanging in 2010.
A convicted murderer is now in even more trouble in Wisconsin for apparently trying to get a friend to be a part of a fake alibi. Last month, a jury found Jesse Kershevsky guilty of killing 62-year-old Lynn Hernan by slowly feeding her large amounts of eye drops in 2018. She's supposed to be sentenced soon, but her lawyers have since filed paperwork asking to withdraw from the case after a 37-page letter from their client was found. In it, Kershevsky asks a friend to forge documents and record audio pretending to be the victim to try to convince people that Hernan took her own life. The letter even includes a script for the friend to read. In addition to murder, Kershevsky was found guilty of stealing from Hernan. On Thursday, instead of having her sentencing hearing, the judge will hear motions to withdraw from the attorney.
The Malmö Östra Hospital murders were a Swedish case of serial murders, committed by the 18-year-old Anders Hansson, at a hospital in Malmö, between October 1978 and January 1979. Hansson poisoned elderly patients during his working hours as an orderly, with the detergents Gevazol and Ivazol. At the long-term care part of the hospital, a total of 27 patients were poisoned to death, with at least 15 confirmed victims. Another 15 patients were also victims of attempted murder. In August 1979, Hansson was sentenced to closed psychiatric treatment, where he remained until 1994, but is today free and living a normal life. The court said that Anders did not understand the impact of the murders and that he was insane.
The Police Tapes is a work of daring and intelligence. Shocking. Infuriating.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Disgusting. And absurdly funny.
I'm not taking no nonsense from none of them in here.
Well, did you hit that door?
Yes, I did hit it.
Yeah, but you shouldn't do that.
And this is what I hit it with.
The original inspiration for the award-winning series Hill Street Blues.
That's it. That's the end of the story. Let's be careful out in the street. Let's go.
And the successful film Fort Apache the Bronx.
The policeman fundamentally has a ringside seat on the greatest show on earth.
The Police Tapes comes to home video for the first time.
The Yanquan Theater bombing was a mass murder-suicide that occurred at a theater in Yanquan, Shaanxi, China on July 22, 1981, when 24-year-old Gao Haiping detonated a self-made explosive device that killed 32 people including himself and wounded 127 others. Gao Haiping, together with a girl who had dumped him previously, wanted to visit a film screening at the San Kuang Club. When the woman did not show up, Gao entered the theater alone and took his place in seat 25, in the second row. At about 8 p.m. he put the bomb on his lap and detonated it manually, killing himself and 31 other people, and wounding another 127, 44 of whom were sent to hospitals. Furthermore, the explosion caused a partial collapse of the theater's roof and shattered the glass doors of the building. Jeffrey Dahmer was an American serial killer and sex offender known as the Milwaukee Cannibal. Dahmer committed the rape, murder, and dismemberment of 17 men and boys from 1978 to 1991. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to commit acts of cannibalism, commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Dahmer also ate some of his victims and kept some of their body parts and organs in his freezer and would engage in the permanent preservation of body parts, typically keeping the skeletons. He talked to the severed head of one victim while he dismembered the remainder of the body. Jeffrey Dahmer was sentenced to life imprisonment in 1992 and later murdered in 1994 by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarber, at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin. On December 11, 1990, Victor Farr attempted to kidnap and then shot and attempted to murder 2 women outside a Lake City, Florida bar. He escaped by forcibly taking a car in which a man and woman were sitting. The man fled, but Farr managed to escape with the woman still in the car. Later, while being pursued by police officers, Farr deliberately crashed the car into a tree, attempting to kill both himself and his hostage. The woman was severely injured in the crash and subsequently died from her injuries, while Farr was only slightly injured. Farr was sentenced to death on May 13, 1991, but this sentence was overturned. Farr was resentenced to death on December 8, 1993. His death occurred on the 15th of January, 2015, aged 53, at Union County, Florida, USA.
You know, so I said like, you don't need to do this,
If you want to do something, just ask me. We can go to the tent, we can relax there. You don't need to do this. When we were going towards the camp, I felt good, but for some reason, when we were getting close to the camp, he felt that he changed his mind and he went towards the other direction. And at this moment, I thought, that's my final chance. Because if you go far away, I don't know what's gonna happen. And that's when I screamed for Lena. I had just one chance. Lena! And that's it. And then he started punching me and he threw me on the sand. Lena!
Ira Samuel Einhorn, known as the Unicorn Killer, was an American convicted murderer and environmental activist. He was convicted of murdering his ex-girlfriend, Holly Maddox, on September 9, 1977. Maddox disappeared following a trip to collect her belongings from the apartment she and Einhorn had shared in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 18 months later, police found her partially decomposed body in a trunk in Einhorn's closet. After his arrest, Einhorn fled the country and spent 23 years in Europe before being extradited to the United States. He took the stand claiming his ex-girlfriend had been killed by CIA agents who had framed him for the crime because he knew too much about the agency's paranormal military research. He was convicted and served a life sentence until his death in prison on April 3, 2020. Ladislav Hojer was a Czech serial killer and rapist known as the Cowardly Cannibal. He murdered at least 5 women in Czechoslovakia between 1978 and 1981. He cut off the breasts and genitalia of one of his victims. Hojer later committed acts of necrophilia on the genitalia before cooking the victim's body parts in salt water and committed acts of cannibalism on them. In 1982, Hojer was arrested after a mentally ill friend who Hojer had shown the scene of the crime, mistakenly confessed to the crime even though he was incarcerated at the time. His confession led to Hojer's arrest. Hojer confessed to 5 murders and is believed to have been responsible for at least 2 others. During the subsequent investigation, he indicated the existence of other victims. In 1986, Ladislav Hojer was executed at the Pankrat prison in Prague. Philip Karl Jablonski is an American serial killer from California, who was charged with the April 22, 1991 death of Fatima Van in Indio, California. She was found shot and sexually assaulted, lying naked in a ditch in the Indio desert, with the words, "I love Jesus," carved in her back. Her body had cut off ears and removed eyes. In April 23, 1991, his wife Carol and her mother were murdered at their home in California. Spadoni was shot and suffocated, then stabbed, while Peterson was sexually assaulted and shot. Jablonski was also charged with the murder of Margie Rogers in Utah on April 27, 1991. He was captured the following day. Jablonski died on December 27, 2019 at the age of 73 in San Quentin State Prison.
Warning: brutal content. Why did Ted Bundy sever some of his victims' heads? Bundy severed the heads of his victims not to kill them. The nutcase had already accomplished that by either blunt instruments or strangulation, but because the heads were trophies, or morbid souvenirs taken to remember the murders. He severed some purely for the thrill of it because he was a brutal maniac, and others he kept in his apartment building in an isolated maintenance closet before eventually disposing of them. The twisted freak indicated he might have performed fellatio with the severed heads. What a freaking sicko.
He seemed like a pleasant, cooperative individual, but whenever I see an individual in a forensic situation, somebody accused of premeditated murder facing a death penalty, I always have to ask myself, is this individual telling me how he really feels, or is he malingering or faking? Because after all, there's a tremendous motivation to appear insane and that way not be responsible for the things he did. And so that before you can make a diagnosis, well, I have to decide whether he is for real. I've met Ken, but I haven't met Steve yet. So I'd like to meet Steve for a bit.
64-year-old Michael Thompson is the killer who confessed to police that he murdered a prostitute 20 years ago and then buried her body in a shallow grave near his home at the time on Cleveland's near west side. The remains of the victim were recovered when Michael Thompson lived on Cloud Avenue in the city's Stockyards neighborhood. Neighbors referred to Thompson as Michael Myers, the character from the Halloween slasher movies. Neighbors say in 1990, one of those women came running out of Michael Thompson's home here on Cloud Avenue, screaming for help. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she went from house to house, knocking on the doors with her chin. Thompson would eventually be convicted of assaulting a prostitute with a gun after he bound and gagged her. And in 1996, he was arrested for stabbing a man in the chest several times, but the charges were later dropped. Thompson was arrested by the Homicide Task Force at his downtown Cleveland apartment. His old neighbors are convinced Thompson has a lot to account for, comparing him to Cleveland serial killer Anthony Sowell.
Henry Louis Wallace is an American serial killer and rapist, known as the Taco Bell Strangler. Wallace confessed to the murders of 10 women in Charlotte, North Carolina. He would rape, strangle, or stab his victims prior to murdering them. During his time in the Navy, Wallace began using several drugs, including crack cocaine. In Washington, he was served warrants for several burglaries in and around the Seattle metro area. Wallace was a supervisor at Taco Bell. Some of his victims were his employees at Taco Bell in Charlotte, North Carolina. In 1997, Wallace was convicted on 9 counts of murder, and was sentenced to 9 death sentences. Henry Louis Wallace is awaiting execution at Central Prison in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Nothing haunts me. No murders haunt me. Nothing. I don't think about it. That's why it's hard for me to tell you. But in order for me to be able to tell you when something happened, I'd have to think about why, when. If I think about it, it would wind up hurting me. So I don't think about it. If I had a choice, and of course you has already said to me we all have choices. Maybe we do. At the time I didn't seem to have one. But if I could have, I would like to be different than what I am. I would have liked to have been different than what I was, yes. It would be better. It would have been better for me. I would have liked to have a better outlook on life. But I can't change yesterday.
Ali Asghar Barucherdi was an Iranian serial killer and rapist, known as Asghar the Murderer, the first Iranian serial killer and rapist reported in 20th century. He was known to rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. As a child, he started assaulting, raping, and later murdering adolescent boys in Baghdad when he was 14 years old. Barucherdi was convicted of killing 33 young boys in Iraq and Iran, 8 in Tehran, most of them homeless vagrants. The first bodies, heads severed, were found on December 31, 1933, and 25 in Baghdad. Barucherdi was convicted, and after an unsuccessful appeal, he was sentenced to death. In 1934, Ali Asghar Barucherdi was executed by public hanging in front of a crowd in Tehran's Sepa Square. The Rainy Night Butcher, Lamp One, or the Jar's Murderer, was named so because Lamb would hoard his victim's sexual organs in Tupperware containers. Lamb, who was a taxi driver, would pick up female passengers on the road, strangle them with electrical wire, take them to his house, and dismember them. He frequently took pictures and videos of his victims, filming himself performing acts of necrophilia. He was caught by the police when he was visiting a photo shop where he had sent his photos for development. He is currently serving his life sentence at the maximum security prison facility at Czechia. Jessica Tata, 24, was sentenced to 80 years for a murder conviction in the death of one of 4 children that were killed in a fire at her home daycare in Houston. She was convicted for the death of 16-month-old Elias Castillo. Elias was one of 7 children whom Tata left unsupervised while she went to a nearby Target store. She left a pan of oil on a stovetop burner and this ignited the February 2011 blaze. 3 other children were seriously injured. Neighbors said that they heard the children crying during their unsuccessful attempts to rescue them from the blaze. Tata fled to Nigeria in the wake of the fire but was captured after about a month. Along with the prison sentence, Tata was ordered to pay a $10,000 fine. A judge dropped the remaining 8 cases against Tata in order for her to begin her prison sentence. Andrew Grant D. Young was an American murderer who was executed by lethal injection in Georgia on July 21, 2011 for the 1993 murder of his family in the state of Georgia. Along with accomplice, D. Young went to his parents' home and stabbed his mother to death while she was in bed. Her screams awakened his father. As he struggled with his father, his 14-year-old sister Sarah came to the doorway. D. Young slashed his father to death and then stabbed and killed Sarah in the hallway. His 16-year-old brother Nathan escaped through a bedroom window and returned with a neighbor who identified Andrew. Andrew's plan was to start a business and needed his inheritance, which he estimated at $480,000. The plan was to kill the entire family and set fire to the home. Accomplice Haggerty pled guilty and received 3 concurrent life sentences. Miroslav Stalik was a Czech sadistic murderer, who committed a total of 14 completed or attempted rapes in Prague in 1983, killing 2 of the attacked women. He had both sadistic and masochistic tendencies. He would cause conflicts at school because he enjoyed being beaten by other children. He began to commit violence against women. He forced them to have sex using a hunting knife which he carried with him. He was known to rob, strangle, rape, and murder his victims. On August 10, 1983, the body of Zdenka H. was found. The victim was undressed and left in a position indicative of a sexual assault. On the same day he attacked 2 more women. On August 18, the resident of an apartment building in Vršovice reported the discovery of a body. He was hanged by President Husak on February 25, 1986 in the Pankrak prison in Prague.
A foul-mouthed and vicious second personality emerged, who hated Ken and wanted to be rid of him.
Stevie, we were talking. What's your name? Steve. What's your last name?
You're trying to get me to leave him.
Then came the assertion that Steve had taken over Ken's personality to kill the girls in Bellingham.
He got himself into a jam. I killed those broads, to smarten him up, to show him that he couldn't push me around. He knew one of them. The other one came along for the ride.
How did you do it?
Strangled him.
Gary Evans was an American serial killer from New York. Evans killed Michael Falco in Troy, dismembering the body with a chainsaw. On September 8, 1989, Evans shot and killed 63-year-old second-hand shop owner Douglas Berry during a robbery. On October October 3, 1997, he shot and killed Timothy Risdorf. In order to get rid of the corpse, he dismembered it and buried the remains in a wooded area. On May 27, 1998, Evans surrendered himself at a police station, confessing that he had committed several murders. On August 12, 1998, Evans was being transported to Rensselaer County Jail. He then broke the window of the transport van on Menon's Bridge and leaped into the Hudson River, hitting the shallows, which caused him fatal head injuries. Graham Frederick Young, also known as the St. Albans Poisoner, was an English serial killer who killed his victims via poison. Obsessed with poisons from an early age, Young started poisoning the food and drink of relatives and school friends. He was caught when his teacher became suspicious and contacted the police. Young pleaded guilty to 3 non-fatal poisonings and at age 14, was detained at Broadmoor Hospital. Young later took responsibility for the death of his stepmother. Though this has not been proven, Young got a job in a factory in Bovingdon, Hertfordshire, where he began poisoning his colleagues, resulting in 2 fatalities and several critical illnesses. Young was convicted on 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder in 1972. He served most of his life sentence at HM Prison Parkhurst, where he died of a heart attack in 1990. Frank Vitkovic was an Australian mass murderer responsible for the Queen Street Massacre. At 4 p.m. on December 8, 1987, Vitkovic walked into a building in Melbourne's Queen Street holding a brown paper bag and carrying a sawed-off M1 carbine. He entered the 5th floor offices of the Australia Post, pulled a sawn-off shotgun from the bag, and began firing at fleeing workers, killing a young woman office worker. Vitkovic went from floor to floor randomly shooting victims in the elevators and in offices. On the 12th floor, Vitkovic's gun was wrestled away from him by an office worker named Frank Carmody. The weapon was immediately hidden in a refrigerator by another worker. Vitkovic then broke a window on the floor, and despite attempts by postal workers to save him, he jumped and fell to his death on Queen Street.
Officials speculated as to how many women Bundy really had killed.
My feeling is that he's killed way over 100.
When his last appeal failed, Bundy tried to delay his execution by starting to confess. His mother was devastated.
We don't want to believe that these things happen, but it sounds like at least some of them did, unless he's making it all up. Why would he make it up?
When even this tactic failed, he used pleading.
What I'm talking about is going beyond retribution, which is what people want with me. Going beyond retribution and punishment, because there is no way in the world that killing me is going to restore those beautiful children to their parents and correct and soothe the pain.
But at last, 9 years after the sentence, the state of Florida prepared for retribution. Press and angry crowds gathered outside the prison. At 7 o'clock on the morning of the 24th of January 1989, Ted Bundy finally went to the electric chair.
In 1992, Golla Moore and accomplice James Steiner drove to the residence of Burl Clayton Kenny, his wife Juliana Kenny, and their daughter Adrienne Arnott. Golla Moore went to the door. 44-year-old Arnott answered and both men rushed inside. They immediately began beating her and her 83-year-old father with a tire iron and tree branch. They got a knife from the kitchen and Golla Moore stabbed Arnott in the neck. Arnott suffered 12 blunt force blows to her head and face, and 14 blunt force blows to her upper extremities. Golla Moore, wielding the kitchen knife, stabbed Mrs. Kenny in the neck and beat her so powerfully that it caused a gaping hole in her skull measuring 7 inches long by 2 inches wide. All 3 victims died. Golla Moore, 31, was executed by lethal injection on January 14, 2003. Larry William Eyler, aka the Interstate Killer, was an American serial killer. Between 1982 and 1984, Eyler is known to have committed a minimum of 21 murders. Victims were subjected to varying degrees of sadomasochism before being stabbed to death. with the majority of the wounds being inflicted to the victim's chest and abdomen. His victims were typically plied with alcohol and sedatives, such as ethchlorvinol, before their restraint and murder. Several victims were disemboweled after death, and Eiler is known to have dismembered the bodies of 4 of his victims. His victims were typically discarded in fields close to major interstate highways, with their trousers and underwear frequently discovered around their knees or ankles and their shirts missing. Eiler died of AIDS-related complications in 1994 while incarcerated on death row.
Definitely. I wanted to tell them just before they left. I wanted to say goodbye.
Did you like to look them in the eye?
I wanted them looking straight at me. This was a long way away. The distance we are now. We were closer.
What did you want them to think as they died?
Just see my pretty face. I take it to them. But the last thing they ever saw was me.
Police in Italy were called to the scene of a murder where a woman had killed her 3 children near Milan. 37-year-old Edlira Dobroschi had stabbed her 3 daughters to death in their beds, and is believed to have injured herself on the wrists and neck with a kitchen knife because her husband had left her. Edlira was said to have been sedated by hospital staff because she seemed confused, and she screamed repeatedly, "I've killed them all." The girls, age 13, 10, and 4, were declared dead on the scene by officers. Lieutenant Colonel Rocco Italiano, of the paramilitary Carabinieri police, said the whole apartment was covered in blood. There was nothing that could be done for the victims. They were all dead with multiple stab wounds from a kitchen knife. An ambulance spokesman said the blood was flowing like a river all across the apartment.
But for every one that I killed, I'd done this to 30 other girls. For every one, hundreds. I was out there every night, like an animal. And most, like I said, I didn't kill and everything. So I have those pictures in my mind too. I'll remember funny things and it says, oh no, that she's still there, she's still walking around or whatever. Like Linnell, you know, Linnell was with me for like 3 months.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't kill her. You know?
I think longer than that.
Was it?
I think longer, yeah.
That's all I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Down in Baltimore. But yet I remember her last name was Ziegler. Now, how do I remember? I just remember.
Yeah.
I remember sitting out in front of her, she took me to her house in Teaneck. We sat out and looked at her family's house. I remember that. But I don't remember ever hitting her. Ever. I think she was lying there, because I just didn't.
Milton Johnson is an American serial killer known as the Weekend Murderer. In 1983, Johnson killed at least 10 victims in Will County, Illinois. In 1983, Johnson murdered 2 victims on a roadside turnaround. 2 police officers arrived at the scene and were shot by Johnson. He also shot 2 other motorists. 1 victim survived, suffering 6 gunshot wounds. A day after the shooting, Jackson shot a male victim and abducted his girlfriend. The girlfriend was raped, stabbed and left for dead. She later survived, alerted authorities and identified her attacker. He also killed 4 women in a Joliet ceramics shop in 1983. In 1986, Milton Johnson was sentenced to death and is currently being held at the Menard Correctional Center in Chester, Illinois.
But now he wanted to get paid for it. There was money in contract killing. To prove himself, he auditioned for Mafia capo Roy DeMeo.
Said, well, I would expect you to, if you came with me, I'd expect you to, if I told you to whack somebody, you'd whack them. Without any question. So I said, well, I could probably do that. He says, you probably could do it, or could you do it? Do you think you could do it? I said, yeah, I think I could do it. So he told Freddie to get the car, got the car. He and I got in the back seat. Freddie was driving.
In the early days, you were nearly always about half drunk when you did these things. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Was that always true?
I would say that was generally the case, almost without exception.
All right, if I can understand it now, there's this battle going on within. There are the conventions that you've been taught. There's the right and wrong that you learned as a child. And then there is this unbridled passion fueled by your plunge into hardcore violent pornography. And those things are at war with each other.
Yes.
And then with the alcohol diminishing the inhibitions, you let go.
Well, yes, and...
On the 31st of January, Linda Ann Healy went missing. Then Donna Mason never returned. Susan Rancourt disappeared. Roberta Parks vanished. Brenda Ball never seen alive again. Her ravaged body was found months later on nearby Taylor Mountain. With it were several other decomposing corpses, including that of the first Seattle victim, Linda Ann Healy. Then Georgianne Hawkins, aged 18, walked back alone to her Washington University sorority house, but never reached it. Janice Ott disappeared. Denise Naslund also went missing. Their decomposed bodies were found together near the lake on the 7th of September, along with those of another unidentified female. Other remains were found in the area too.
William Patrick Fife is a Canadian serial killer convicted of killing 5 women in the Montreal area of Quebec. Known victims: Hazel Scatolin, a 52-year-old woman who was stabbed to death and sexually assaulted in 1981. Anna Yarnold, a 59-year-old woman who was bludgeoned to death on October 15, 1999. Monique Gaudreau, a 46-year-old woman who was stabbed to death on October 29, 1999. Teresa Shanahan, a 55-year-old woman who was stabbed to death in November 1999. Mary Glenn, a 50-year-old woman who was beaten and stabbed to death on December 15, 1999. Kaspars Petrovs is a Latvian serial killer known as the Strangler from Riga. Petrovs confessed to strangling 38 elderly female residents of Riga, Latvia from 2000 to 2003. He was known to rob, strangle, stalk, and murder his victims. After the murders, he put his victims' corpses to bed and prepared them in such a way, as if they were sleeping. Petrovs followed the victims home and forcibly entered their apartments or posed as a gas company employee. Petrovs was initially charged with 38 murders, 8 attempted murders, and a number of theft and robberies. He was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for the robbery and murder of 13 elderly women due to a lack of evidence in the other cases. Kaspars Petrovs was sentenced to life in prison on May 12, 2005. Ed Gein made at least 40 nighttime visits to local graveyards, to exhume recently buried corpses and take them home to make his gruesome art. He made faces into lampshades, a belt fashioned from women's nipples. There were also human skulls used as decorative bedposts, lips as a curtain drawstring, a wastebasket made of human skin, chair seats covered in human skin, several female skulls, some with the tops sawn off, bowls made from human skulls, a corset made from a female torso, skin from shoulders to waist, a pair of lips on a window-shaped drawstring, 4 noses, 2 vulvas from teenage girls, 9 women's vulvae in a shoebox, Bernice Worden's heart in a plastic bag, Bernice Worden's head in a sack, masks made from female faces, leggings made from human leg skin.
I was scared after that. After all that had happened, all planning and fantasies and everything, I can't believe I actually did it. I actually killed somebody. I killed 2 little boys.
I think these people are totally consumed with murder. They're out there searching, looking, feeling, touching, experimenting. And with that much activity involved, how in the world do you have time for anything else in society? You're thinking about murder 24 hours a day.
And I just became obsessed with it at that point. I mean, that is all I thought about. Every minute I was awake, I had dreams about it.
The serial killer has the fantasy, the destructive, aberrant fantasy about how he will victimize people, women, children, things he'll do to cause pain, to cause suffering, things that will cause him sexual and psychological excitement.
And I hit him with a cue stick. A few too many times. And he died.
How'd you feel after when you found out he had died?
I had felt very bad. Very, very bad. I was upset. I didn't mean to do it, actually. But surprisingly, I felt sadness, and after a while, I felt something else. I didn't feel sad. I was sad along with some sort of a rush that I had control. And if you mess with me, I guess if you mess with me, I'll hurt you.
Stuart Wilkin, an African serial killer, cannibal, and necrophile, having killed individuals from two distinct victim types, female prostitutes and young boys. Wilkins raped and murdered 10 victims between 1990 and 1997 in Port Elizabeth, on the east coast of South Africa. Wilkins committed acts of cannibalism and necrophilia during his crimes. Wilkins was reported to have cut off and ate a nipple of one of his victims. One of his victims was his own daughter, who disappeared in 1995. Her body was found in 1996 wrapped in a tarpaulin behind a Holiday Inn Garden Court in South Africa. Stuart Wilkin was sentenced to 7 terms of life imprisonment on February 23, 1998. Mark Martin, aka the Sneinton Strangler, is a British murderer. He killed 3 prostitutes in Nottingham between December 2004 and January 2005. He was said to be a violent, volatile, and aggressive bully with a short temper. His victims were Zoe Pennock, aged 26, Ellen Frith, aged 25, and Katie Baxter, aged 18. The remains of Miss Baxter and Miss Pennock were found in a disused city center warehouse by a police sniffer dog team. The women had been buried under rubble and, like Miss Frith, appeared to have been strangled. Frith was found in a blazing flat in the St. Anne's area of the city the previous month. Martin was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was one of around 50 prisoners to have been issued with whole life tariffs and were unlikely ever to be released.
There's a piece of you missing to be able to feel what other people feel and relate to their suffering, so it doesn't bother you the way it would others. Mm-hmm. You accept all this so far.
Yeah, yeah.
And if your only crimes were forcible rapes of women, maybe hating women is enough to explain it. But that isn't all you did. And it is a way to get even with women, to attack them violently one after another, to convey to them that you think they're worthless, that they deserve no respect, the same way you think your mom treated you. But to go farther than that, abduct them, hold them captive, keep them under your control for a time, and then ultimately strangle them after 1 or 2 orgasms on your end, that's more than just anger toward women, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
They discovered 41-year-old Shauna Roy had been completely dismembered. Her body parts had been placed in garbage bags and set in the bathtub. It was then when officials determined her husband, 44-year-old Tony Roy, had killed her, mutilated her body, and left it in the apartment. A warrant for his arrest was issued, and that same day, Michigan State Police attempted to arrest Roy in Detroit during a traffic stop at about 11:40 that night. Roy then met officers with a firearm, pointing the gun on himself and then at a female passenger who was in the car with him. Officials say as he was pointing the gun towards that passenger, he was shot by multiple troopers, killing him on scene. As for the passenger, MSP says she suffered minor injuries from glass fragments and she will be okay.
National attention on the trial included unwelcome notice from the highest level. President Richard Nixon spoke of Charles Manson in a speech on August 3rd.
Here is a man who was guilty, directly or indirectly, of 8 murders without reason. Here is a man yet who, as far as the coverage was concerned, appeared to be rather a glamorous figure.
And the next day, a smiling Charles Manson held the headline up to the jury as the defense demanded a mistrial. It was denied in spite of the defense team's best efforts.
The President of the United States says somebody's guilty. What recourse do you have? You answer the question.
Susan Carson is an American serial killer who, along with her husband, were convicted for 3 murders between 1981 and 1983 in Northern California and the San Francisco Bay Area. In March 1981, 23-year-old Karen Barnes, who had been the Carsons' roommate, was found dead in their shared apartment. She had been stabbed 13 times and her skull crushed before being hidden in the basement. The Carsons later confessed to killing her after Susan had decided Karen was a witch. In January '83, the Carsons were hitchhiking and were given a ride by John Hellier. Susan decided that he was a witch and stabbed Hellier while he and Michael struggled over a gun. Michael killed Hellier in view of passing motorists, one of whom contacted police. A high-speed chase ensued as the Carsons attempted to flee in Hellier's car, which crashed, and they were both apprehended. In 2013, Amber Hill Burling was convicted of killing her Air Force veteran husband, Josh, by shoving him out of the 17th-story window of their high-rise apartment when she was 7 months pregnant. Hill Burling claims her husband attacked her after they argued about breaking up. She claimed the death was an accident caused by unusually thin windows in the couple's high-rise apartment. She told the court she acted in self-defense after Josh grabbed her by her shoulders during a heated argument. The prosecution said there is a taped confession in which Hill Burling says to her grandmother, "He was messing with the TV and I pushed him." His body was found crumpled on the roof of the garage. Amber was found dead in an apparent suicide in her prison cell at Mabel Bassett Correctional Center in Oklahoma in October 2016. Her death came 5 years after she was convicted of killing her husband Josh. The Connecticut River Valley Killer, also known as the Valley Killer, is the name given to an unidentified American serial killer, believed to be responsible for at least 7 murders of young women in or around Claremont, New Hampshire, and the Connecticut River Valley, between 1978 and 1988. In 1985 and 1986, the skeletal remains of 2 victims were recovered within 1,000 feet of each other, in a wooded area in Kellyville, New Hampshire. Forensic examination indicated multiple stab wounds. Between the recovery of the first and second bodies, the murders apparently stopped in 1988 after a woman survived an encounter with the killer. A lead suspect in the case, identified by the surviving victim as her assailant, died in a murder-suicide in 2005.
I watched her get bizarre. She had terrible pain from her life, earlier life, her upbringing, a failed marriage with my father. I'm a constant reminder of that failure.
The rage usually stems from the fact that the individual, though he may be an adult, remains extremely dependent upon the mother and resents the dependency a great deal. Unfortunately, when you are dependent upon somebody, you cannot risk taking out your anger against that person, because there's always the possibility that the person will reject you or abandon you.
Christopher Dankovich, 16, apologized for what he did and said that he was not a violent person. The youth was a 15-year-old Rochester Adams High School student when he stabbed his mother, 50-year-old Diane Michelle, 111 times with a small knife on the night of April 24, 2005, inside their home near Tiankin and Adams Roads, Rochester Hills, Michigan, USA. Her body was found the next morning, after Dankovich had fled to his father's northern Michigan cottage, where he was arrested. After several attempts to negotiate a sentencing agreement, a deal was finally reached. The teenager's thoughts and beliefs are that he was on a mission from God, but he has recognized the inappropriateness of his behavior. He was sentenced to 25 to 37 years in prison on May 1, 2006. Irina Gaidamakik, aka Satan in a Skirt, is a Russian serial killer who, between 2002 and 2010, would knock on the doors of her victims and claim to be a social worker. Once inside, she would kill them using a hammer or an axe before stealing their money. In some cases, she would start a fire on her way out to cover her tracks. Gaidamakik killed 17 elderly women before a would-be victim managed to escape and give a description to the police. After she was caught, the killer said she had only carried out the crimes for the money for alcohol after her husband tried to make her quit her drinking habit by cutting her off financially. A lenient judge sparked outrage by only sentencing Irina Gaidamakik to 20 years in prison, giving her a lighter punishment because she is a mother with dependent children.
For example, this Portland, Oregon parking garage, 1969.
Well, I crossed the street and I came downstairs, and it was April. It was a sunshiny day. There were about 10,000.
Sharon Wood was not alert to begin with. Experts say the killers innately seemed to know. She was suffering from an ear infection and a hangover, yet Wood could sense someone in the shadows.
What happened?
He tapped me on the shoulder. Right about that time, just as I'm about here, he tapped me on the shoulder and he said, ma'am. And I went to turn around expecting, I didn't know what, but I didn't expect to see a gun. And he had the gun pointed at me and he said, if you don't scream, I won't shoot you.
Serial killers do not attack weightlifters, bodybuilders. They go after people who are powerless or appear to be powerless.
The Monash University shooting was a mass shooting in which a 36-year-old international student, Huan Yun Xiang, killed students William Wu and Stephen Chan, both 26, and injured 5 others, including the lecturer. It took place at Monash University, in Melbourne, Australia, on October 21, 2002. The gunman was acquitted of crimes related to the shootings, due to mental impairment, and is currently under psychiatric care. Several of the people present in the room of the shootings were officially commended for their bravery in tackling Xiang and ending the shooting. Huan Yun Xiang stabbed a staff member, who cannot be named, in the neck and hand, on October 20th, 2006.
Seem to have attained their dream. Decent income, real property, but some of their neighbors saw signs of trouble.
On one occasion, there was this woman and the girl next door to me were sitting at the picnic table out in the back, and Jim had a weird sense of humor. He came outside with this rifle with a scope on it and was just standing there with it aimed on him, and they both turned, completely white. He stood there for a couple minutes and they dropped the gun and laughed real hard and went back in the house.
He loved guns and he liked to hunt groundhogs and rabbits.
There was a stabbing between your parents, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
What room was that in?
I don't remember. I don't know. Stanley stabbed Hannah. Why, I don't recall. I don't remember what it was all about, but I remember it did happen, yeah.
Stabbed her in the back?
Yeah.
And here you are inviting Barbara to do that to you.
Stupid, wasn't it? Yeah, but I did. Yeah, it's true.
Were you testing her?
You were trying to, I don't know, it might have been. Would have been a powerful thing if I was wrong.
Yeah.
I definitely would have got the point.
told you he had a sense of humor.
I know you did. That's why I threw that in there. But it's not a joking matter. It's a very serious thing. Domestic violence is very serious. I believe that's probably why my daughter dislikes me a great deal.
When you say he attacked you, what did he do?
He tackled me.
And then what?
He ripped my clothes off me.
And what did he do then?
He molested me.
Tell me what you just thought of.
It's just embarrassing to me.
Yeah. And I'm sorry about that. I'm not asking you to embarrass you. Did he rape you?
Yeah.
He did? Did he hurt you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell your mother?
I tried to, but she wouldn't listen.
Christine Holbrook, born 1970, is a French serial killer and former nurse. She was arrested in 1998 on suspicion of having killed as many as 30 patients. She confessed to some of the murders, but claimed she had done so at the request of the patients, who were all terminally ill. The families of several of her victims strongly denied that their relatives had expressed any will to die, much less asked Mulford to kill them. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison in 2003 for the murders of 6 patients, then to 12 years in appeal. Psychiatrists who examined her concluded that she had a morbid fascination with illness and was aware of what she was doing, is not the Madonna of euthanasia she makes herself out to be, but on the contrary, a woman who is unbalanced and who deliberately overstepped her authority. On October 25, 2002, Linda Henning was found guilty of first-degree murder and of kidnapping, tampering with evidence, and 4 counts of perjury. Gerla Chu Hasenkopf was reported missing by co-workers at an Albuquerque bank. She had told co-workers that she was involved in a separation from her husband and that if she did not show up for work they should expect the worst. Linda faced the death penalty. Linda Henning's sentencing was held on April 18, 2003. Before her sentencing date, Linda Henning had made statements that she had actually consumed the flesh of Gerla Chu Hasenkopf, and that her remains and body would never be recovered by authorities. Despite the allegation, Linda was not given a death sentence. Instead, she was sentenced to 73 years in prison.
Now, what prompted you to go to the synagogue that day and kill Gerald Gordon?
Well, just a misguided, just a misguided sense of right and wrong. I thought I was actually doing the right thing, but I just was waiting for people to come out during the services, and when I did see some people, I began firing on them.
Did you realize you had hit somebody?
I didn't actually see the guy being hit, but I saw the reaction of somebody else who was standing next to him, and then I fired some other shells, several other bullets randomly in that direction, Other bullets that I had, I knew I'd hit one guy. I planned to use all the bullets and hit several others,
The last call killer, Richard Rogers, is an American serial killer who murdered and dismembered at least 2 gay and bisexual men between 1992 and 1993. His modus operandi consisted of luring inebriated men from piano bars in Manhattan, murdering and dismembering them, and dumping their bodies in garbage bags along highways in New Jersey. He is suspected of murdering several other men in Maine, Florida, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and New York from the 1970s to the 1990s. Rogers wasn't arrested until 2001, when a new forensic technique was used to uncover his fingerprints from the bags he used to wrap his victims' body parts in. Rogers was later convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of hindering apprehension. He is now serving 2 consecutive life sentences in New Jersey State Prison and has never spoken about the murders. Frank Gust is a German serial killer. He has been dubbed the Rhine-Ruhr Ripper. because his actions, mainly committed in the Rhine-Ruhr region in western Germany, share similarities with London's Jack the Ripper murders. Gust is classified as a sexual sadist. At a very young age, he showed a tendency to abuse animals, experiencing sexual arousal when torturing, killing, and gutting animals. At age 13 he began breaking into morgues to act on his necrophiliac inclinations. After he was arrested, Gust stated that his greatest desire was to touch the beating heart of a dying woman. On September 21, 2000, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for killing 4 women. Gust started therapy, which he quit after only 6 months, proclaiming that he wasn't treatable and would always remain a threat to other people. David Alan Gore was an American serial killer who confessed to, and was convicted of 6 murders in Vero Beach and Indian River County, Florida in the 1980s. Gore was executed by lethal injection in 2012. Having been on Florida's death row for 28 years, Gore had an accomplice, his cousin Fred Waterfield, and the pair were dubbed the Killing Cousins. Waterfield was convicted of 2 murders, and is currently serving 2 consecutive life sentences. In 1976, prior to their committing any murders, police jailed and questioned both Gore and Waterfield after Angela Hummel Austin accused them of raping her at gunpoint. The cousins insisted the sex was consensual, and they were not charged in her case. Gore targeted at least 4 additional women who escaped with their lives. Richard Speck was an American mass murderer, who killed 8 student nurses in their South Deering, Chicago residence on the night of July 13th to 14th in 1966, via stabbing, strangling, slashing their throats, or a combination of the 3. 1 victim was also raped. A 9th potential victim survived by hiding beneath a bed. When asked why he killed the nurses, Speck shrugged, and jokingly said, "It just wasn't their night." Convicted of all 8 murders on April 15, 1967, Speck was sentenced to death. His sentence was reduced to 400 to 1,200 years in 1972. This was later reduced to 100 to 300 years. Speck died of a heart attack while incarcerated at Stateville Correctional Center on the eve of his 50th birthday. Donald Wallace admitted that after burglarizing a home, he decided to break into the house next door. However, when he did so, he was surprised to find the family inside. Patrick and Teresa Gilligan and their 2 children, aged 4 and 5, were confronted by Wallace. All 4 were tied up and killed. He killed Mr. Gilligan because he was giving him trouble. He killed Mrs. Gilligan because she was screaming and he had to shut her up. And he killed the others because he could not let the children grow up without parents. Wallace was found incompetent and confined in a mental hospital for almost 2 years prior to trial. His IQ was measured at 130. Before his execution, Wallace admitted that he had faked mental illness, and that he had in fact committed the murders. He was executed by lethal injection in Indiana on March 10, 2005. Céline Lesage is a French woman and serial baby killer, found guilty in 2010 of murdering 6 of her newborn babies between 2000 and 2007 after giving birth to them in secret. She suffocated 4 of them and strangled 2. On October 19, 2007, a new boyfriend, Luke Margaret, found the 6 corpses in the basement of the apartment he and Lesage were sharing. She was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the murders by a court in northern France. Though she admitted to the murders, she told a court in the Normandy town of Coutances, "Yes, I am guilty. I am aware that I killed my babies, but it's too hard. I horrify myself so much that I am hiding from myself." Elisabeth Wiese was a German serial killer from Hamburg, convicted and executed for the killing of 5 children. She offered her services as a child carer to women who could not raise their children themselves. She then informed the mothers of babies left in her care that she had the babies adopted by rich families in distant countries. What she actually did was poison the babies with morphine and burn their bodies in a stove in her apartment. Suspicions grew about the fate of these babies, and investigations began. Weiss forced her daughter Paula into prostitution and she became pregnant. She returned to Hamburg and gave birth in a cellar. Immediately after the birth, Weiss drowned Paula's baby and burnt the body in the stove. On October 10, 1904, Weiss was convicted in court of fraud, living off immoral earnings and the murder of 5 children. She was executed by guillotine in 1905. Salvatore Baroni, 67, of Staten Island, was convicted in the state Supreme Court in Brooklyn of 3 counts of second-degree murder. The series of shootings began on July 6, 2012, when Mohammed Gabelli, 65, was found inside his clothing store in the Bay Ridge neighborhood with a single gunshot wound to the neck. On August 2nd, Isaac Cadaret, 59, was shot in the head and his throat was slit inside his store in Bensonhurst. And on November 16th, Ramatola Vahidapur, 78, was shot in the head, face and chest in his clothing shop in the Prospect Lefferts Gardens neighborhood. The shootings were connected by 22 caliber shell casings recovered at the scenes. He was sentenced to 75 years to life in prison on March 4, 2016.
Basically, I mean, in the eyes of the law, certainly in the eyes of God, you're responsible to wake up in the morning and realize what I had done, and with a clear mind and all my essential moral and ethical feelings intact at that moment. Absolutely horrified that I was capable of doing something like that.
You really hadn't known that before?
There is just absolutely no way to describe.
On January 25, 1993, Mir Imal Kansi parked his pickup truck near CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia during the morning rush hour and began methodically firing into cars at a stoplight. 2 people were killed and 3 wounded before he got back into his truck and left the scene unhindered. CIA employees Frank Darling, 28, and Lansing Bennett, 66, died. 3 other people, Nicholas Starr, Calvin Morgan, and Stephen Williams, 2 who worked with the CIA and a telephone company employee, were wounded in Kansi's rampage. He fired 11 shots into 5 cars. He flew to Pakistan the next day but was arrested 4 years later, convicted and sentenced to die. He was executed by lethal injection in Virginia on November 14, 2002. Sergei Dobchenko is a Ukrainian Soviet serial killer and former operative of the Mariupol police known as Merchik. He confessed to committing 19 murders between November 1998 and May 2002. Speaking at trial, Dobchenko revealed the motives of his crimes. Almost all murders were committed with one goal: to punish those who mock me. I wanted to punish the elders. On September 8, 2003, the Court of Appeal of the Donetsk region decided to recognize the defendant as guilty of committing 17 murders. According to the conclusion of the forensic psychological investigation, Dobchenko was secretive, ambitious, vindictive, possesses the features of a leader, the motive of his crimes greed and revenge, transformed by internal unconscious marginal and necrophilic tendencies of personality. In the late 1980s, convicted child kidnapper Andre Rand brought the urban legend of Cropsey to life. Cropsey was a mythical boogeyman-type character feared by the children of Staten Island. Cropsey was described as an escaped mental patient with a hook for a hand who would kidnap young children and drag them back to an abandoned asylum at night. Although the story was considered an urban legend meant to keep children from misbehaving, some consider Rand to be the real Cropsey. Andre Rand wasn't an escaped mental patient, but he did once work at Willowbrook State School, the Staten Island facility that the Cropsey legend centered around. Rand is responsible for the kidnapping of at least 2 young girls in the 1980s and is believed by many to have also murdered them, along with several other children. This man, who emerged seemingly from myth, outraged a close-knit community with his crimes and will forever merge with legend as a cautionary tale.
I've matured in the past year. Believe me, I've grown in the past year, and I've learned a lot of things about myself. My only misgivings is that I might never be in a position to apply it, on the streets where I'd like to apply it.
Are you going to be a free man? You think then about being a free man?
Sure. Yeah.
And you think when I say there is circumstantial evidence that I'm in left field, there isn't circumstantial evidence?
I know there isn't. You're dealing on the outside, I'm on the inside. Okay? I mean, you have access to information, but I'm on the inside.
2 women gunned down in the house they shared. Hawaiian-born Dale Okazaki was shot through her forehead in the kitchen. When her friend Maria Hernandez came home, the killer was waiting. He fired, but her car keys deflected the bullet. She begged him not to shoot again. Amazingly, he ran off, leaving this baseball cap with the logo of the rock band AC/DC on the floor of the garage. That same night in Monterey Park, a law student, Sa Lian Liu, was shot dead. 10 days later, in Whittier, Vincent and Maxine Zazara were shot after their house had been broken into. She had also been stripped, slashed, stabbed, and had had her eyes gouged out. A footprint made by a large-size Avia track shoe was found outside. The same print was at the next killing, 6 weeks later, also at Monterey Park on the 14th of May.
Robert Pickton is a Canadian serial killer known as the Pig Farmer Killer. Pickton was convicted in 2007 on 6 counts of second-degree murder. He was accused of murdering 20 other women, mostly prostitutes. He was known to torture, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. In 1997, Pickton was charged with the attempted murder of a prostitute by handcuffing and stabbing her. Pickton was held at Eagle Ridge Hospital after being stabbed by the victim. The charges were dismissed in 1998 due to the victim being unreliable. Pickton claims his total number of victims was 49. On February 22, 2002, police arrested Robert Pickton at his farm in Port Coquitlam, British Columbia. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 25 years.
Body parts found in Ed Gaines' house. Whole human bones and fragments. Waste basket made of human skin covering several chair seats. Skulls on his bedposts. Female skulls, some with the tops sawn off. Bowls made from human skulls. A corset made from a female torso skin from shoulders to waist. Leggings made from human leg skin. Masks made from the skin from female heads. Mary Hogan's face mask in a paper bag. Mary Hogan's skull in a box. Bernice Wharton's entire head in a burlap sack. Bernice Wharton's heart. 9 vulvae in a shoebox. A young girl's dress and the vulvas of 2 females. A belt made from female human nipples. 4 noses. A pair of lips on a window-shaped drawstring. A lampshade made from the skin of a human face. Fingernails from female fingers.
Stuart Campbell was a builder who was convicted in December 2002 for the kidnap and murder of his niece, Danielle Jones, 15, and lost an appeal on January 21, 2005. She disappeared on June 18, 2001, while walking to a bus stop in East Tilbury, Essex, where she lived. Her body has never been recovered, and Campbell has always maintained his innocence. It is unusual to prosecute for murder in the UK without a body, but police found a pair of blood-stained stockings in his home, the DNA of which matched both Campbell and Danielle. This evidence was enough to convince the police that Danielle Jones was dead, and that Stuart Campbell was responsible for her death. He was sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum 20 years, on December 19, 2002. The Forest Park Killer, Todd Allen Reed, is an American serial killer and sex offender who raped and strangled 3 homeless women in Portland, Oregon between April and June 1999, later dumping their bodies in the Forest Park Reserve. Lilla Moeller, 28, was the first to be found on May 7, 1999, followed the next day by Stephanie Russell, 26, whose body was located only 80 yards from where Moeller was found. The third grisly discovery was the corpse of Tamara Eisen, 17, found on June 2nd. All 3 women were prostitutes and drug addicts, were found nude and strangled, and bore a striking resemblance to one another. Reed pleaded guilty to all 3 slayings February of 2001 and was sentenced to life in prison with no parole. The convicted serial murderer is also a suspect in several other slayings.
He is perhaps the most famous serial killer of recent times. No, it's not Harvey, Bundy, or Dahmer. It's Lecter, Dr. Hannibal Lecter.
I think the media and the news and entertainment media have created the idea of what a serial killer is, and believe me, he is not Hannibal Lecter.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
I went to see Silence of the Lambs and came out appalled.
To represent Hannibal Lecter as the classic sociopath or psychopath just threw us back about 100 years in our understanding.
Most serial killers keep some sort of trophies from their victims.
I didn't.
No. No, you ate yours.
We're also following new developments in the murder of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungaray, the Texas girl who police say was murdered by 2 illegal migrants. The second suspect faced a judge who set bail for Johan Jose Martinez Rangel at $10 million. Both suspects are from Venezuela and illegally entered the U.S. Prosecutors say Martinez Rangel and Franklin Jose Pina Ramos assaulted Jocelyn for 2 hours before killing her and dumping her body in a bayou. Prosecutors also revealed yesterday that Jocelyn did fight back, leaving scratches and bite marks on one of the suspects. The funeral service and memorial for Jocelyn Nungaray will take place tomorrow in North Houston. The public is invited to attend. An anonymous donor is covering those funeral expenses. Also, donations to a GoFundMe account have raised more than $75,000.
Jonathan Eddington is a Fairfield, Connecticut patent lawyer who achieved national notoriety when, on August 28, 2006, he murdered his neighbor, Barry James, after being told that James had molested Eddington's 2-year-old daughter. There has been no evidence found that Barry James molested Eddington's daughter or anyone else. Eddington went next door to 101 Colony Street in Fairfield, where he found Barry James, 59, and stabbed him 13 times in the heart, chest, and hand. He died about an hour later at Bridgeport Hospital. On August 30th, Eddington was released on $1 million bond. It was widely expected that Eddington would attempt to mount a psychiatric defense at his murder trial. Eddington instead pled guilty to the crime and was sentenced to 12 years in prison on August 31st, 2007. Eugene Walter Barrett was an American serial killer who murdered 3 women he was romantically involved with in Honolulu, Hawaii from 1959 to 1995. At his subsequent trial, Barrett claimed that he could not recall the murder as he was drunk at the time. This was contradicted by witnesses, who claimed that he said that she deserved it. Due to overwhelming evidence against him, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for the final murder. After his sentencing, Barrett was transferred to an out-of-state facility in Oklahoma, where he spent the majority of his prison sentence. He was occasionally contacted by his son's wife, who sent him photos of his grandsons. In 2003, Barrett was returned to the Halawa Correctional Facility, but fell ill, and was transferred to the Polimomi Medical Center, where he died from an undisclosed illness on November 8th.
And in what way did she fail you?
She wasn't able to take care of me and my brother.
And when you say she wasn't able to take care of you, was there a time in your life when you needed her to step up and be a mother and protect you, and she did not do it?
Most of the time.
Most of the time. And what was it she failed to protect you about?
After my father died, I pretty much ended up raising myself.
You say that your brother started to hurt you.
He molested me.
When the jury had finally been selected, Bundy shrewdly won some key legal points, getting both his record and his taped statements ruled inadmissible. The policeman who made the arrest described how Bundy fought him, knocking his gun from his hand. He then went on to report what Bundy said when he was subdued.
He made these statements several times on the way back to the station that he wished I'd killed him. On the way back to the station, he also made the statement, if I run at the jail, will you shoot me then?
With his law school background, Bundy was dispassionate and professional.
Can you describe what you saw when you lifted up the cover? As much detail as you can recall. Please feel free to do so. There's a considerable amount of blood around her head, matted in her hair, on the walls. To show that in fact my people could not or did not make those marks.
Fully aware of the importance of this point, the state produced a further expert whose testimony was damning when asked to comment on Bundy's claims.
In my opinion, the only set that could have caused all the characteristics in the photograph of the bite mark would be number 2. The models of Mr. Bundy? Yes, sir.
The trial took a month, but on the 23rd of July 1979, the jury needed only 7 hours to reach their verdicts on a long list of indictments. The clerk of the court was handed the decisions. Could this impressive and articulate young man really be a wild sex killer?
Publish the verdicts, Madam Clerk.
Carlette Parker was a home health care worker who kidnapped 88-year-old Alice Covington, withdrew money from Covington's account and then drowned her in a bathtub. Her body was subsequently found inside her 1993 Mercury Sable, which had been abandoned in a Morrisville field. When examined, Covington had bruising around her ankles and legs, pepper spray on her clothing, and possible burns from a stun gun. At the time of her arrest, Parker had a stun gun and pepper spray in her possession. Police suspect Parker may have victimized other elderly people as well and said these charges not only involve Covington, but at least 3 other victims. Parker was convicted of kidnapping and murder of Alice Covington, given the death penalty, and sent to death row in North Carolina. Manuel Delgado Villegas was a Spanish serial killer known as the Strangler of Porto. Villegas confessed to the murders of 48 people of different gender, age, and sexual orientation in 3 separate countries. Police only investigated him for 22 murders in Spain. Villegas would beat, suffocate, strangle, rob, and commit acts of necrophilia on his victims. Some of his victims were killed with hand-to-hand combat techniques that he learned while in the Spanish Foreign Legion. Delgado killed his first confirmed victim in 1964 at age 21 and remained active until his arrest at 28 in 1971. Delgado hid one body and returned to have sex with it on 3 consecutive nights before he was arrested. He was diagnosed with a severe mental disorder and XYY syndrome. Villegas interned in a mental institution until his death in 1998.
And she kept choking this child until it didn't twitch anymore.
It's like, I can't really say what actually caused it those days or what I don't know if it was the kid was crying and got on my nerves.
And when the mother came out, they drove down the street, and the mother noticed the child was not moving and discovered she was dead.
It was just like the babies took up their time that they normally had spent with me, and I guess I started resenting that. And when that resentment come in, that's when I guess, got the idea of, well, maybe I'll take something away from them since they want to take something.
Martha Ann Johnson is an American serial killer from Georgia, convicted of smothering to death 3 of her children between 1977 and 1982. On July 3, 1989, Johnson was arrested, and she confessed to killing 2 of her children. After confrontations with her husband, Johnson would suffocate the children by rolling her 250-pound body on them as they slept. She claimed the motive was to punish her husband. Johnson claimed she was not responsible for the deaths of her 2 youngest children. By the beginning of her trial in April 1990, Johnson had retracted her confession. On May 5, 1990, she was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. Later commuted to life on appeal. She was housed at Pulaski State Prison before being granted parole in 2020.
Anthony Morley, seen here on a TV game show, a trained chef, the first ever winner of Mr. Gay UK, and now a convicted murderer. Morley invited 33-year-old Damien Oldfield back to his home in Leeds. He cooked him a meal, they watched a film together, and went separately to bed. Morley, a man confused by his own sexuality, says he woke up to find Mr. Oldfield carrying out a sex act on him. He then went to the kitchen, had a drink, collected 2 knives, and returned to the bedroom. It was then that Morley carried out what the prosecution here referred to as a terrible, horrific, and bizarre murder. After cutting Damien Oldfield's throat, he then stabbed him more than 30 times using both of the knives. Then he cut parts of Oldfield's flesh from his body, took them to the kitchen, seasoned them, and fried them in olive oil. Police forensic experts later found traces of Morley's saliva on parts of that cooked flesh.
Dina Schlosser is an American murderer who lived in Plano, Texas. On November 22, 2004, she used a knife to amputate the arms of her 11-month-old daughter, Margaret, who died as a result. The 911 operator testified that she confessed to her, and that the gospel song, "He Touched Me," played in the background. She said that she heard God commanding her to remove Margaret's arms. The attack was later described as religious frenzy. When police arrived, they saw her calmly sitting down, covered in blood, holding the knife, and singing Christian hymns. Hours after her arrest, police heard her repeatedly chanting, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord." As of December 2020, Dina Schlosser was ordered to remain committed to a state hospital. Victoria, Australia. On September 4, 2005, Robert Farquharson was returning his children to their mother after a Father's Day access visit. His white 1989 BN Commodore veered across the Princes Highway between Winchelsea and Geelong, crashed through a fence and came to rest in a farm dam where it filled with water and submerged. His 3 children, Jay, 10, Tyler, 7, and Bailey, 2, were unable to free themselves and drowned. Farquharson managed to escape and alerted another driver who took him to nearby Winchelsea. Police divers recovered the boys' bodies about 2 a.m. the next day. They were still inside the vehicle. He had earlier told a friend that he had intended to kill his children to get back at his wife. On October 15, 2010, he was sentenced to life imprisonment with a 33-year minimum.
I am probably the loneliest person in the world because I have nothing I care for, and I can't make any friends to have any kind of a relationship, so I've lost everything. I've lost everything I ever cared for, everything I ever wanted. It's down the toilet. Since there is no love in my life, I must have something to replace it, so I replace it with hate. Constant hate. Constantly reminded to hate.
What's that do for you?
Keeps my left foot going in front of my right foot. Keeps me moving. Without it, I would probably just plop down someplace and have no reason to continue.
Is that all you've got left is hate?
That's all I've got left. Everything that I ever cared for is gone. Everything I ever liked is gone. Everything that meant anything to me is gone. So hate.
That's all you started with, too.
Then I've come full circle. It's time for me to die.
George Leather is a brutal murderer who used 4 kitchen knives to inflict between 50 and 100 injuries to 56-year-old Paula Leather's face and neck, and between 200 to 300 injuries to her body, leaving her mutilated and her face destroyed beyond recognition. Having broken multiple blades during the murder, Leather left her for dead at the foot of the stairs in their Prescott, Merseyside home in England, and whilst behind bars over the savage attack, he hounded their kids with letters from jail, ordering them to get him possessions he'd left at the murder scene. George wrongly suspected his wife of having an affair. The 60-year-old was sentenced to a minimum of 18 years after admitting murdering Paula at 1:20 a.m. on November 16, 2020. A post-mortem concluded the grandmother died from stab wounds to the head. Joseph Emery, the cut-rate osteopath, American serial killer. Joseph Emery was arrested in 1976 and charged with the murder of 10 of the more than 25 infants who, during the past 2 years, died soon after being born at the makeshift Highland Medical Center. His wife and 32-year-old son, who despite having no medical certification served as his assistants, were also booked for murder. In 1962, he was convicted of second-degree murder of a patient who died after an illegal abortion. In 1963, while free on appeal from his first conviction, he was convicted of performing another illegal abortion. The district attorney's office noted that it was not excluding the possibility of intentional killings. The current status of the case is unknown.
That's just not going to happen. It's not like domestic killing. The chance of any one person encountering a serial killer is really very, very small.
This ain't funny, okay? If I have to grant, they say I'm a sociopath. I don't know, maybe it's my personality, my makeup, I don't know.
Am I cured? Hardly.
In fact, it may be too late to prevent many of them already.
There's another thing, death penalty is not a deterrent. I knew it could happen. I knew I would probably get the death penalty if I was ever caught. I didn't care. I mean, death means nothing to me. Other than no more worries, nothing else to worry about, no more court battles are over. It's all over.
Countess Bathory. Elizabeth Bathory and 4 of her servants were accused of torturing and killing hundreds of girls and women between 1590 and 1610. Her servants were put on trial and convicted, whereas Bathory was confined to her home. She was imprisoned within Castle of Xechti. The charges leveled against Bathory have been described by several historians as a witch hunt. Other writers have said that the accusations against Bathory were supported by testimony from more than 300 individuals, some of whom described physical evidence and the presence of mutilated dead, dying and imprisoned girls found at the time of her arrest. Legends describing her vampiric tendencies, such as the tale that she bathed in the blood of virgins to retain her youth, were generally recorded years after her death, and are considered unreliable. Ernst August Wagner was a German spree killer. On September 4, 1913, he killed his wife and 4 children in Degerloch. He stabbed his sleeping wife numerous times in her throat and chest, cutting her carotid arteries, and hitting her heart and lungs. Afterwards, he entered the bedrooms of his 2 sons, Robert and Richard, and his daughters, Clara and Elsa, and stabbed each of them in their throat and chest. He then drove to Mulhausen an der Enns, where he set several fires and shot 20 people, of whom at least 9 died, before he was beaten unconscious by furious villagers and left for dead. He was the first person in Werthemer to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was brought to an asylum in Winnenthal. He died there of tuberculosis in 1938.
It's become routine for a serial murderer to get treatment, a film treatment.
What about my money? You said you was going to pay me before.
In this case, the story of Eileen Wuornos, serial killer.
Come on over here, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on.
I think that's why murder is so popular. It sells. Murder sells, just like sex sells.
The movie studios of Hollywood have been called the Dream Factory, but do gory slasher films help create the ultimate nightmare, the serial killer?
Big Lurch, hip-hop cannibal rapper, Antron Singleton, on April 10, 2002, he murdered his 21-year-old roommate, Tanisha Says, in the apartment he shared with her and her boyfriend in Los Angeles, California. The victim was found in her apartment at night by a friend. Her chest had been torn open and a 3-inch blade was found broken off in her. Teeth marks were found on her face and on her lungs, which had been torn from her chest. The friend testified that Singleton was naked and covered in blood, standing on the street and staring at the sky. A medical examination performed shortly after his capture found human flesh in his stomach that was not his own. The victim's boyfriend said he and the aspiring rapper used PCP the day before the murder took place. During his career before prison, he recorded 2 albums, De Family, 1998, and It's All Bad, 2004. Is currently incarcerated at California Healthcare Facility. Gerald Gallego was an American serial killer, along with his wife Charlene Gallego, were known as the Love Slave Killers and the Gallego Sex Slave Killers. Together they murdered 10 victims in Sacramento, California between 1978 and 1980. They murdered at least 11 victims, mostly teenagers. Some of their victims were kept as sex slaves for the couple before they were murdered. They were known to beat, rape, strangle, bludgeon, and shoot their victims. They were arrested in 1980 when a witness reported the couple's license plate number to authorities. Gerald Gallego was sentenced to death in 1984. In 2002, Gerald Gallego died of cancer in the Prison Medical Center at Ely State Prison in Ely, Nevada, while awaiting his execution. Altemio C. Sanchez is a Puerto Rican serial killer who is known to have raped and murdered at least 3 women and raped at least 9 to 15 girls and women in and around Buffalo, New York, during a 31-year span from 1975 to 2006. Sanchez is also known by the monikers Bike Path Rapist and Bike Path Killer. When Sanchez initially began to strangle and kill his victims, it is believed that he used a rope or cord. He would also beat and rape his victims during the attacks, and several of them are thought to have fought hard against him. In later years of Sanchez's crimes he used a ligature, wire, or garrote to strangle and suffocate his victims. On January 15, 2007, police arrested Sanchez and charged him with murder. On August 15, 2007, Sanchez was sentenced to 75 years to life in prison. Robert Garrow murdered 4 people in July 1973, including a young woman and a camper in the Adirondacks a few days later, spurring on a statewide manhunt. Garrow was tracked down and shot in the foot, arm, and back by a conservation officer. He survived but alleged that he was partially paralyzed. Garrow was treated at CVPH Medical Center in Plattsburgh where doctors denied his claims of paralysis. Garrow pleaded insanity but the jury rejected it and found him guilty of first-degree murder, sentencing him to a term of 25 years to life in prison. Garrow escaped from the Fishkill prison on September 8, 1978. He was in possession of a .32 caliber pistol. Garrow was spotted by guards 3 days later a few hundred yards away from the prison walls and shot at his pursuers, but was killed when they returned fire. Peter Bryan is an English serial killer and diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic. He was known to commit acts of cannibalism, strangle, mutilate, and murder his victims. Bryan was preventively detained in a mental institution, Rampton Hospital, after killing a shop assistant with a hammer in 1993. Bryan was transferred to an open psychiatric ward at Newham General Hospital after psychiatrists noted his continued improvement. Upon his transfer in 2004, Bryan killed a friend and later confessed to dismembering the body and cooking the brains in butter and eating them. Bryan was held at Belmarsh Prison and later transferred to Broadmoor Hospital where he killed a fellow mental patient, declaring that he did not eat him solely because he was caught first. In 2005, Peter Bryan was sentenced to life in prison at Broadmoor Hospital in Berkshire, England.
I tell you the truth, I used to stand in front of the mirror for an hour looking at myself trying to see it.
Trying to see what?
The difference. And I didn't see it.
The difference between Bobby Joe, the person, and Bobby Joe, the killer?
Yeah. It wasn't a matter of going out and prowling and you know, I'm gonna get one, and, you know, maybe I ought to check here, check. Got a couple of them happened on my way to or from the racquetball court. To the grocery store, almost burned my apartment down one time because I had a TV dinner in the oven cooking and went out to get milk. And saw one walking down the street when I went out to get the milk.
On January 20th, 2012, the decomposing and severely battered body of 43-year-old Angel Gonzalez, a local homeless man, was discovered in an abandoned apartment building in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Medical examiners determined the cause of death to be blunt force trauma to the head. Police were eventually able to locate and apprehend Tyree Lincoln Smith, 35. He gave a confession which was both blunt and eerie. Smith attacked Gonzalez with an axe, stating that the wounds to the victim's head were so severe that he was able to remove an eye from the man's head along with pieces of brain matter and a piece of his skull. Smith walked to a local cemetery and proceeded to eat the victim's eye and bits of brain matter. The killer also stated that the flavor of the victim's eye to that of an oyster. He was sentenced to 60 years in a psychiatric hospital. On August 5, 2012, Wade Michael Page fatally shot 6 people and wounded 4 others in a mass shooting at a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Page committed suicide by shooting himself in the head after he was shot in the stomach by a responding police officer. Page was an American white supremacist and United States Army veteran from Cudahy, Wisconsin. All of the dead were members of the Sikh faith. The incident drew notable reactions from President Barack Obama and Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Dignitaries attended candlelight vigils in countries such as the US, Canada, and India. The First Lady Michelle Obama visited the temple on August 23, 2012. Page killed 5 men and 1 woman, ranging in age from 39 to 84.
In this particular case, the most perplexing thing, of course, that the police encountered was a written message on the wall saying, for heaven's sakes, catch me before I kill more, I cannot control myself. Now, what type of individual takes a human life, strangles, mutilates his victim, does not sexually assault her, does not take anything of monetary value? When one encounters a apparently motiveless crime, or what we call a random or a stranger murder, part of our real ammunition is taken away because motive is the way we develop cases. If there's no motive, no apparent motive, of course we're left with a good bit of our investigative options taken away from us.
What are these serial murderers like?
Like your next door neighbor? That's another thing that makes it difficult. Most of them are people that you would not suspect.
The Night Stalker case kept the state on edge with the grisly murders in the mid-'80s.
At no time during our investigation did we ever find any evidence of a second person.
But that might be the case. He was called the Night Stalker.
because he broke into people's homes in the middle of the night when they were sleeping, attacked and killed them in the years between 1984 and 85.
From a homicide, again, you know, horrible little girl in 84, there's a handkerchief that was found, and there was a second sample on it.
It's from the scene of the murder and rape of a 9-year-old in the basement of her Tenderloin apartment. We're just learning there has been evidence of semen from another man mixed in with Richard Ramirez's, the Night Stalker, and her blood.
And we in the crime lab are trying to work to see if we can somehow connect this other person in some way to that offense.
You know who the person is?
We do.
This stuff, the slasher movies that you're talking about, that stuff is, I'm telling you, from personal experience, the most, that is graphic violence on screen, particularly as it gets into the home to children who may be unattended or unaware that they may be a Ted Bundy who has that vulnerability to that predisposition to be influenced by that kind of behavior, by that kind of movie, that kind of violence. There are kids sitting out there switching the TV dial around and come upon these movies late at night, or I don't know when they're on, but they're on and any kid can watch them. It's scary when I think what would have happened to me if I had seen them. Scary enough.
The Texarkana Moonlight murders involved 4 violent attacks which occurred over 10 weeks, from February to May 1946, in and around Texarkana, Twin Cities at the border of Miller County, Arkansas, and Bowie County, Texas, United States. All 4 attacks targeted male-female pairs in isolated locations on weekend nights. The attacks took place at intervals of 3 to 4 weeks. Investigators speculated that the attacks were the work of an alleged unidentified serial killer known as the Phantom of Texarkana, the Phantom Killer, or Phantom Slayer. This hypothetical perpetrator is credited with attacking 8 people, of whom 5 died, in a 10-week period. The Phantom Killer is believed to have committed the Texarkana Moonlight murders in Texas between February 23 and May 4, 1946.
Last night before reaching a guilty verdict. He's guilty not just of murder but on all 27 counts, including robbery, burglary, and home invasion. Jones was found guilty of beating Ray and Leticia Cardino to death in their home in the summer of 2009. Jones claims someone else murdered the couple while he was hiding inside the basement of the home. Jury determined the evidence indicated he was the murderer.
Well, I'm very happy for the family. This has been a long road for them. Justice has been served for this family and for the victims.
Jones faces life in prison.
Robert Black was a Scottish serial killer who was convicted of the kidnap, rape and murder of 4 girls aged between 5 and 11 in a series of killings committed between 1981 and 1986 in the United Kingdom, the rape and murder of 3 girls on May 19, 1994 and the kidnapping of a 4th girl, and had earlier been convicted of the kidnapping and sexual assault of a 5th. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was convicted of the 1981 sexual assault and murder of 9-year-old Jennifer Carty in 2011, and was regarded as the prime suspect in the 1978 disappearance and murder of 13-year-old Janet Tate. Black may also have been responsible for several other unsolved child murders throughout Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe between 1969 and 1987. He died of a heart attack in 2016, aged 68. Lynetta Hoyt was an American female serial killer who murdered all 5 of her biological children. Hoyt claimed sudden infant death syndrome was the cause of death, and the doctors agreed. In 1994, Hoyt confessed to smothering her 5 children, a confession she later recanted. She was diagnosed with dependent and avoidant personality disorders. The reason that she gave for the murders was that the babies were crying, and she wanted to silence them. On September 11, 1995, she was sentenced to 75 years to life, 15 years for each murder, to be served consecutively. Lynetta Hoyt died in prison of natural causes, pancreatic cancer, in 1998. She was buried at Highland Cemetery in Richmond.
Somebody at any given time with no remorse. And who could do it over and over again without it bothering them.
Did you think of yourself as an assassin?
Assassin? Sounds so exotic. I was just a murderer.
Stephen Port became known as the Grinder Killer after he drugged and murdered 4 young men. The twisted murderer used the dating app to target his victims before luring them back to his flat in Barking, London. Anthony Malgate, 23, Gabriel Covered, 22, Daniel Whitworth, 21, and Jack Taylor, 25, were all attacked and killed by Port between June 2014 and September 2015. Post-mortem examinations on the 4 young men who died revealed that each had died from a drug overdose featuring high levels of GHB, but Port surreptitiously used other drugs on his victims: amyl nitrite, poppers, Viagra, methadone, and methamphetamine. Port is currently serving a whole life sentence, one of just 60 in the UK. Port used a number of internet hookup sites and apps as a means of initially contacting his victims. Bryn Hartman was the wife and murderer of actor and comedian Phil Hartman, who had starred in such movies as 1994's Greedy and popular TV show The Simpsons. On May 28, 1998, she fatally shot him once between the eyes, once in the throat, and once in the upper chest with the Charter Arms .38 caliber handgun. Around 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., she drove to her friend Ron Douglas' house and confessed, but he did not believe her. At 6:20 a.m., the two of them drove back to the Hartman home where Douglas discovered the body. Douglas subsequently called the police, who arrived on the scene to escort the 2 children out of the house. Before the police attended to her, Hartman went back into the bedroom and killed herself with a second revolver, shooting herself in the right eye. On September 2, 2003, Alan Scott Johnson and Diane Johnson were shot to death in their Bellevue, Idaho home. Their daughter, Sarah Johnson, was found guilty of their murder. Sarah was 16 years old at the time. Her motive was her parents prohibiting her from dating a 19-year-old. At approximately 6:20 a.m., Johnson took the murder weapon, a Winchester rifle from the guest house, walked into her parents' bedroom and then shot her sleeping mother in the head. She then walked into the bathroom where her father was taking a shower, and shot him in the chest, right above the heart. Johnson was found guilty of the murders of her parents on March 16, 2005. She was sentenced to 2 concurrent life terms plus 15 years for a firearm enhancement. The Idaho Supreme Court upheld her conviction. On May 27, 1997, the head of June Hayes, a student at Tanahata Elementary School, was found in front of the school gate hours before students arrived for classes. Hayes had apparently been beheaded with a knife, with further mutilations being done. A note written in red pen was found stuffed in his mouth, identifying the killer as Sakakibara. On June 6, a letter was sent to the newspaper Kobe Shimbun, in which Sakakibara claimed responsibility for the slaying and decapitation of June Hayes, and threatened that more killings would follow. 14-year-old Shinichiro Izuma was arrested on June 28, 1997 and sent to the Special Medical Reformatory for Juvenile Offenders in Fuku, Western Tokyo, in October 1997 and released on March 11, 2004.
After 34 years on a police department, this is the very first time that I have spoken before cameras about Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment, about what I saw, about what I lived through. It just seems to be the right time. As I entered the apartment, I looked up at the officer and he said, "Go look in the refrigerator." I opened up the door and I see a human head in a small cardboard box in the bottom of the refrigerator. I was a 31-year-old young man with 2 years of experience on homicides. To see something like that, just understanding what it would take to do that to another person, it was a shock.
Sayano Horimoto was a 12-year-old 6th grader at Shinmei Primary School. She became uncomfortable around 23-year-old Yu Hakano, a teacher at a cram school in Uji, Kyoto Prefecture. Sayano complained to her parents about the teacher when he became suggestive around her. On December 10, 2005, Hakano sent the other students outside. He then disconnected a security camera and approached the seated girl from behind. He tried to hit her with a hammer, but failed. He then stabbed her in the neck, head, and face with a kitchen knife more than 10 times. Hakano then pushed her to the floor and then stabbed her at least 3 more times in the neck. The Osaka High Court sentenced him to 15 years imprisonment on March 24, 2009. Hamdi Kayapina is a Turkish serial killer known as the Human Hunter. In 1994, at the age of 14, he committed his first murder by strangling his 1-year younger sibling with a cord, as he believed his parents liked his sibling more than they liked him. He was imprisoned, but was released on probation after 4 years. In 2002, he was arrested and accused of killing 6 people and sentenced to life in prison. In 2017, after 16 years in prison, Kayapina was released on probation. In 2018, he was arrested on charges of killing his 8th victim, Sami Yilmaz, a private security officer. Kayapina planned the crime for over 3 days, stating that he committed the crime because he liked Yilmaz's gun. He was sentenced to aggravated life imprisonment. Karl Friedrich Wilhelm Grossmann was a German serial killer, sexual predator, and alleged cannibal. Grossmann sold meat on the black market and even had a hot dog stand at a train station. Some believe the meat contained human flesh. He threw some of their bones and other inedible parts into the river. Pieces of missing women were found in the canal near Andreas Square and off the Lusenstadt Canal, sometimes on a daily basis. Some investigators suspected that Grossmann murdered up to 100 women and girls. Only the body of his final victim was found. Some have suggested as many as 50 women entered Grossmann's apartment and ended up being murdered and dismembered. On August 21, 1921, neighbors heard screams and banging noises, followed by silence. The police found the body of a young woman who had recently been murdered. Grossmann was taken into custody and charged with first-degree murder. He hanged himself in his prison cell before the end of the main trial. Stephen Farrow is an English killer who is serving a whole life term for 2 murders committed in early 2012. Psychiatrists diagnosed him with psychopathic personality disorder. He had an obsessive hatred of Christianity, which he attributed to sexual abuse from a priest. On January 4, 2012, Farrow broke into Yates' isolated cottage and killed her by stabbing her in the neck. Detectives suspected that she had been beaten with her walking stick before her death. On February 14, Reverend Suddets was killed at his vicarage. After stabbing Suddets to death, Farrow drank the Reverend's beer and watched a DVD, before stealing his mobile phone and watch. On February 18, police named Farrow as a suspect in Suddets' murder, warning the public not to approach him. He was arrested the following day in Folkestone, Kent. Alfred Packer was found guilty of premeditated murder and sentenced to death by hanging on April 6, 1883. He and 5 other men attempted to travel through the high mountains of Colorado. Packer later confessed to having lived off the flesh of his companions during his snowbound state. On June 19, 1899, Packer's sentence was upheld by the Colorado Supreme Court. However, he was paroled on February 8, 1901. In 1901, Governor Charles S. Thomas granted Packer's parole request. Packer moved to Littleton, Colorado, where by all accounts he became a model citizen, well liked by all of his neighbors. He died of natural causes on April 23, 1907, and was buried with a military funeral in Littleton Cemetery. Philip Capisoda was a Montenegrin male model. On March 16, 2010, the bodies of Capisoda and his girlfriend, 32-year-old singer, Kasnija Pajcin, were found in her apartment in Belgrade. Both had gunshot wounds to the head. Police suspect a murder-suicide, with Capisoda as the shooter. Early investigation reports stated that the dead bodies were discovered by the singer's mother, and that the gun used in the homicide was found next to Capisoda's body. It is believed that the motive for the murder-suicide was jealousy. He was buried on March 19, 2010 in Cetinje, the day before Kasnija's funeral. His funeral was attended by his brother Petr Capisoda and his friend, singer Goga Sikolik, among others.
They're told you do not talk to Bundy. I don't know why. I don't know why they're so paranoid. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let's take it up here more.
Alright.
Okay.
How does this compare to the Utah State Prison?
It's a good deal smaller. I couldn't give you any exact figures, but I suppose if I was in medium security and at Utah State Prison, you'd have several acres to roam around in, all the blocks, the gymnasium, industries area and whatnot. Even in maximum security, we got to go outside, go to the weight room.
What time do you get up?
6:30.
Exercise?
I walk about 2 miles a day.
Inside?
880 laps.
I haven't been following your case that closely, but you'll have to agree you're the target of a great deal of mystery.
Tsutomu Miyazaki was a Japanese serial killer and cannibal. Known as the Otaku Murderer, Miyazaki murdered 4 girls aged between 4 and 7. He mutilated the corpse of at least one of his victims, he drank the blood of at least one victim, and ate her hands. A premature birth left him with deformed hands, which were permanently fused directly to the wrists. He blamed his actions on Ratman, an alter ego who he claimed forced him to kill. Miyazaki drew pictures of Ratman during his trial. Miyazaki's father committed suicide after hearing of his son's actions. After 20 years of legal hearings, Minister of Justice Kunio Hadoyama signed his death warrant. Tsutomu Miyazaki was sentenced to death in 1997 and was executed by hanging in 2008. The Bigfoot Killer is the name given to an unidentified American serial killer who raped and murdered 7 girls and women in Detroit between February and October 1975. All of the victims were engaged in prostitution and impoverished, with their killings taking place in the Cass Corridor neighborhood. He committed at least 4 rapes, with his victims going to the police and describing his appearance, from which a facial composite was created. Between February 16th and October 20th, the offender killed a total of 7 women, 5 black and 2 white. He lured the victims to his car, threatened them with a knife, beat, raped, sodomized, and finally strangled them. He was described as a muscular, tall African American with facial hair and an afro. According to testimonies and other evidence, he had large hands and feet. The Bigfoot Killer was never captured, and remains unidentified to this day. Vicki Jackson is an American serial killer and former nurse who snapped and started killing her patients. She killed at least 10 patients, likely killed another 10 and attempted to murder 5 more. The North Texas hospital where Jackson worked as a nurse was plagued by a rash of respiratory deaths. The deaths were not considered suspicious until administrators realized vials of mivacurium chloride, a powerful drug used to temporarily paralyze a patient's ability to breathe, had gone missing. Investigators eventually focused on Jackson after the hospital administration realized that she'd been the last one in the dead patient's rooms. One of the victims was her husband's grandfather. Jackson was arrested in 2002 after the grand jury indicted her on 2 counts of capital murder in the deaths at the Nakona General Hospital. In 2006, Vicki Dawn Jackson was sentenced to life in prison. The Freeway Phantom strangled 6 young women and girls in Washington, D.C. in the early 1970s, dumping their bodies by freeways. One of the bodies contained a note from the killer, reading, "This is tantamount to my insensitivity to people, especially women. I will admit the others when you catch me, if you can." Freeway Phantom. Based on handwriting samples, authorities surmised that the note, written on paper cut from the victim's notebook. The Freeway Phantom case has seen a myriad of investigators and garnered much interest. Numerous investigative tips came from the general public by a telephone hotline operated by the Metropolitan Police Department of the District of Columbia. The case has been closed and opened a number of times and is currently open as a cold case. A reward of $150,000 remains open. In February 1886, Britland went to a chemist and bought packets of Harrison's vermin killer. She poisoned her eldest daughter, 19-year-old Elizabeth Hannah, in March 1886. Britland then claimed £10 on Elizabeth's life insurance policy. She poisoned her husband Thomas, aged 44. His death on May 3 was diagnosed as epilepsy. Mary Ann claimed on the insurance. She had been having an affair with her neighbor Thomas Dixon. After her husband's death, she was invited to stay at the Dixons' house by Thomas's 29-year-old wife. On May 14, Mary Dixon was poisoned by Britland. She was charged with the murders of the 3 victims. Mary Ann Britland was executed in 1886 by hanging at Strangeways Prison, now Home Prison, Manchester in Strangeways, Manchester, England.
In fact, they found the 6-year-old girl who police say was murdered by her own mother. 36-year-old Necateri Sancho is in the Bexar County Jail tonight on $1 million bond. It turns out she has a history of violence against children. Sancho, who is 2 months pregnant, was found wandering around naked at the Frontera Crossing apartments yesterday. Police say she told them she killed her daughter Hosanna Sancho because, quote, "God told me to sacrifice her." Sancho was arrested 13 years ago for violently choking her 3-year-old niece. She spent time in a mental health facility after a judge found her not guilty by reason of insanity. Hosanna was a first grader at Bel Air Elementary. A vigil is planned on Sunday at 3 p.m. at Woodlawn Lake Park.
Denise Nasland was one of the 2 women abducted from the lake. This is Denise's mother.
All I can think about is what he did to her. What were her thoughts? How long did she suffer? And those thoughts are with me all the time. She left for the picnic with her friends, and about 9 o'clock that night, I saw that her boyfriend came up pulling in her car. And I knew right then there was something wrong. And he said, "I can't find Denise." He said the picnic was over with for a couple of hours, and he had been looking all over for her and couldn't find her. I knew that Denise just would not disappear like that for any reason at all.
Gennady Modestovich Mikhasevic was a prolific Soviet serial killer. He murdered 36 women from 1971 to 1985 in Vitebsk, Polotsk, and the rural areas in the nearby regions of the Belarusian SSR. On the night of May 14, 1971, he encountered a young woman on the road and killed her. He murdered again in October 1971, and strangled 2 other women in 1972 near Vitebsk. Many of his murders were committed to facilitate rape. He invariably strangled or smothered his victims. In the year 1984 he killed 12 women. He was finally arrested in December 1985. After initial denial, He confessed and was sentenced to death and executed by firing squad on September 25, 1987, aged 40. Mark Sappington is an American spree killer and cannibal who murdered 4 people in March and April 2001 in Kansas City, Kansas. He ate part of the leg of one of his victims. He had a history of schizophrenia and used the drug PCP. He claimed that voices in his head told him to eat flesh and blood or he would die. Sappington was convicted on June 23, 2004. He was sentenced to consecutive sentences of 3 life terms for 3 first-degree murders, 79 months for kidnapping, and 32 months for aggravated burglary in July 2004. Sentenced to life imprisonment without parole eligibility for 20 years for first-degree felony murder, plus a consecutive term of 130 months imprisonment for attempted aggravated robbery, in September 2004.
Is there any clue you can give us as to where she might be?
I did give you a clue earlier on. I think she's at a rehab centre.
A rehab centre?
Or some sort of clinic.
Right, okay. I'm going to appeal to you now to let me know if you do know anything at all.
That's why I can't get her myself.
Yeah? Okay, because I'm sure you're aware that her family are really, really concerned, which is obviously why you're in custody. So it's reasonable for us to think that you may know where she is.
Okay.
Alright. So please, if you do know...
I don't know.
Is there anything that you can tell us further to what you've already said? Can assist us to have her located tonight, make sure she's okay?
I did say to the officers earlier, I mean, they left, I went and got tea sort of the kids, and then they came back and were arrested. What I said was, I'll go down and I'll write everything down. I don't know what's up on there now.
Right, okay. Alright then.
The Babies in Boxes murder case, Diane Odell, American serial killer. Odell was convicted December 16 on 3 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of her newborn babies in 1982, 1983, and 1985 in County-on-the-Lake. Their mummified remains were found in May 2003, among the contents of a Safford, Arizona storage shed Odell's family had rented while living there in 1992. She may have raised 8 children, District Attorney Steve Luncheon argued yesterday, but a jury found that she killed the ones she didn't want. Odell didn't know if the babies were boys or girls, and she didn't name them. The babies' bodies were found packed away with old blankets. According to Dr. Baden, the manner of the babies' deaths was traumatic asphyxia caused by suffocation. A mother of 3 has been sentenced to life in prison for murder for a second time. Catherine O'Connor pleaded guilty at the Central Criminal Court yesterday to killing her 42-year-old neighbor John Forrester. Drug addict O'Connor is already serving a life sentence handed down last year after she admitted murdering another man, Jonathan Duke. The 37-year-old killed the English father of 4 at Bridge House, Bandon, Cocork, on November 12. 2011, Mr. Forrester died of blunt force trauma and asphyxia. His hyoid bone had been broken and there was bruising to his throat. The victim also had a fractured skull, several broken ribs, a broken hip and lacerations to his head and mouth. They both lived in a flat at the house. She then wrapped his body in cable wire and carpet, while his feet were tied with the belt from her cardigan and dumped it in the river Bandon.
All I did was watch and learn everything I could from everybody I ever met.
And smoking cannabis, but when they arrived at a road junction in the forest, Matthew turned and struck him with a 2-headed axe. He accused David of having dobbed him in for stealing. The court heard Melat gloated about the killing the next day, and said, "You know me, you know my family, you know the last name Melat, I did what they do." He was sentenced to 43 years in prison, with a 30-year non-parole period on June 7, 2012. Robledo Puc, also known as the Black Angel, is an Argentinian serial killer. He was known to rob, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. He is convicted for 11 murders, 1 attempt, 17 robberies, 1 violation, 1 attempt of violation, 1 sexual abuse, 2 kidnappings, and 2 thefts. He was sentenced to life imprisonment to be served in the high-security jail of Sierra Chica near the city of Olivaria. On May 27, 2008, Cook asked to be paroled, but a judge denied his petition considering he is a threat to society. In July 2017, Carlos Eduardo Robledo Cook had spent more than 45 years in prison and became the longest-serving prisoner in Argentina. Matej Krko was a Slovak serial killer known as the Slovak Cannibal. Krko lived in the small Slovakian village of Kisak. Authorities found GPS coordinates on a computer owned by Krko, which led the discovery of 2 victims' bodies in a shared shallow grave. It was discovered that he had killed and eaten 2 women who had volunteered to be murdered and cannibalized. Krko's computer suggested they had agreed to be eaten. The procedure involved the pair meeting in the forest, where Krko would drug the victim before stabbing them in the heart. He would cut up the body using a meat cleaver or one of his knives and mask the odor of rotten flesh using pepper. He would eat whatever part of the body he desired, storing the rest in his refrigerator. Krko died in a firefight with the Slovak police force on May 10, 2011. Interpol has sought to establish conclusive links between Krko and up to 30 other missing persons. Erin Allegra, the 32-year-old Port St. Lucie woman accused of smothering her 8-year-old son to death on Christmas Day 2008, avoided the possibility of a death sentence by pleading guilty Wednesday afternoon to premeditated first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse charges. After smothering her son, Allegra got in the room's bathtub and tried to kill herself by slitting her wrists. When the suicide attempt was unsuccessful, she called 911. In an interview soon after her arrest, Allegra was asked by police if she considered herself crazy or insane. "No, I knew what I was doing and I did it." Allegra told police she killed Tristan rather than leave him with his father. The couple had been separated. She was sentenced to life in prison for the first-degree murder charge, plus 30 years to run consecutively for the child abuse charge.
It started here, in a home at Kiel and Dundas in the Junction neighborhood. This is where the first victim, a woman in her 60s named Trinh Thi Vu, was found dead in her home on October 1st. According to court documents, Coulthard, her alleged killer, lived here too. Coulthard was arrested 2 days later in Burlington. By then, she was accused to have killed Vu, 47-year-old Lance Cunningham in Niagara while out walking his dog, and 77-year-old Mario Bilic in Hamilton. He can be seen walking in this home security footage on Thursday afternoon. It's believed this is Coulthard walking up to Bilic before and leaving after he was stabbed to death. She was arrested 5 hours later at a Burlington hotel.
I think by definition, she is a serial killer.
3 murders in 3 days. Sabrina Coulthard has been charged with first degree for Bilic's death. She's charged with second degree murder for Cunningham's death, and the same for Trinh Thi Vu, her housemate, at that Kiel Street home where it's alleged to have all began.
The 2009 Kuwait wedding fire was an arson attack that occurred during a wedding ceremony in Kuwait on August 15, 2009. At least 57 people were killed and about 90 others wounded when the groom's 23-year-old first wife, Nusra Youssef Mohammed Al-Enazi, to take revenge for her husband taking a second wife, poured petrol on a tent where women and children were celebrating and set it on fire. Within around 3 minutes the whole tent was engulfed in flames, trapping many inside. It was the deadliest civilian disaster in Kuwait in the last 40 years. Many of the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. In March 2010, Nusra was found guilty of 57 counts of premeditated murder and starting a fire with the intent to kill and sentenced to death. She was hanged at Central Prison on January 25, 2017. Luis Gregorio Ramirez is a Colombian serial killer known as the Monster of Tenerife. Ramirez is accused of killing 30 motorcycle taxi drivers in various locations in Colombia. Ramirez would choose taxi drivers between the ages of 19 and 30. He asked the drivers to take him to remote locations. Once there, he took the driver by the throat and suffocated them until they lost consciousness. Ramirez would tie victims to a tree by their neck, legs and arms in a complicated system that caused the victims to effectively choke themselves to death once they were no longer able to hold up their legs. Ramirez only officially confessed to one murder, but Colombian police have so far managed to link him with 19 cases. He was arrested in 2012 and sentenced to 57 years in prison, later lowered to 34 years.
There was a teenage girl who was the subject of an Amber Alert in September. Well, now she's accused of killing a man the month prior in August. A Dallas County grand jury indicted Natalie Navarro on a capital murder charge. The indictment says she shot Arturo Pena while she was trying to steal from him. Investigators believe Navarro and Pena met online, and Navarro planned to rob Pena with a male accomplice identified as Yodi Martinez. Garland, Texas police officers found the victim in a car and say he had been shot to death. When investigators identified Navarro as the suspect, they put out an Amber Alert for her. She was reportedly found near the Mexican border.
Also just told them that they found some more heads up there. Still? Yeah, so there must have been more graves, huh? How long ago did you start?
Like I say, might be 4 years.
And this woman comes back 4 years since you've been into a grave, huh?
That's right.
What time of the year was this when you did this?
Anytime.
Anytime. Well, which was the first grave that you went into?
Yeah.
Adams. Did you know her when she was alive?
Not really. No.
Would you work all night at that then? I should think you did.
That's right.
Recent grave?
That's right.
Well, how would you know when to go to the cemetery?
Well, I have to think it.
Yeah, somebody died in there.
That's right.
Who helped you when you got them out of the graves?
Nobody.
Did they cave in on you?
Did, but they should have, I guess.
How many graves did you open?
Well, and the...
When you'd cut the body apart?
Well, there's some I
never took home.
That's right.
Just opened up the casket.
That's right.
Cut them apart there.
That's right.
Tiffany Hall, 26, pled guilty to 4 counts of murder and 1 count of intentional homicide in the death of the fetus, and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Hall struck her pregnant friend Jimela Tunstall, 23, on the head repeatedly with a table leg, then cut the fetus from her womb in a bathtub. Tunstall bled to death. Hall then dumped her body in an East St. Louis lot. 3 days later, Hall visited the father of 2 of Tunstall's children and the unborn child he was caring for all 3 children. Hall told the father that Tunstall wanted her to pick up the children. He told the officers that was the last time he saw them. Hall then drowned the 3 children in the same bathtub where she killed their mother. The bodies of the 3 children were found 2 days later hidden in a washer and dryer inside the East St. Louis apartment where they had lived with their mother. Howell Donaldson III is a serial killer who was convicted of the 2017 murders of 3 men and 1 woman around Seminole Heights in Tampa, Florida. All 4 victims were murdered at random. Prior to his arrest, the media called him the Tampa Bay serial killer. Police charged Donaldson with 4 counts of murder. Donaldson was indicted on the charges on December 7, 2017. He pled not guilty to all charges 5 days later. On January 23, 2018, Hillsborough State Attorney Andrew Warren announced his office would seek the death penalty against Donaldson. Donaldson's trial was set for August 2023. On May 1, 2023, Donaldson pled guilty in the murders and was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences without parole.
It was crowded with 50 people taking an afternoon break when an armed man walked in and began shooting. San Diego Police Lieutenant Paul Liberando.
When he entered the building, he had 3 weapons with him, 2 shoulder weapons and a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. I have him here.
What did he do?
He came in, he had this weapon, which is an Uzi semi-automatic carbine, in his hand. He also had a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. It's a Browning. And he had a Winchester pump-action 12-gauge shotgun with him.
The Daegu subway fire of February 18, 2003, killed at least 198 people and injured at least 147. An arsonist set fire to a train stopped at the Junggongno station in South Korea. The fire then spread to a second train which had entered the station from the opposite direction. The arsonist was Kim Dae-han, a 56-year-old unemployed former taxi driver who had suffered a stroke in 2001. Kim was dissatisfied with his medical treatment and had expressed sentiments of violence. He later told police he wanted to kill himself but to do so in a crowded place. He boarded train 1079 on line 1, carrying a duffel bag which contained 2 milk cartons filled with a flammable liquid, possibly paint thinner or gasoline. Kim died in prison on August 31, 2004. July 31, 2007, Mary Ann Whittick, upset about her husband leaving the family, drugged her children, Jacob, 10, and Sydney, 7, painted black X's over their hearts and then shot them both twice in the chest at point-blank range before killing herself. Hamilton County Coroner Odell Owen said that it appeared that the 2 children were drugged with Benadryl or a similar substance. The children's deaths were carefully planned. Neighbors said Whittick was distraught because her husband had left the family, but said they never expected anything like this. An older daughter, Katie Whittick, stated that her mother had mood swings, where she would be on top of the world one day and then depressed and angry the next. The only medication she saw her take on a regular basis was prescription-strength ibuprofen. She ate them like candy to treat her headaches.
Okay. First verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabiznis, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this date, July 26, 2023, signed by the foreperson. Second verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabiznis, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information, dated this date, July 26, 2023, signed by the foreperson. The next verdict reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabiznis, guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information, dated this date, 26th day of July, 2023, signed by the foreperson. The verdicts appear to be in order.
Carl Eugene Watts was an American serial killer known as Coral Watts and the Sunday Morning Slasher. Watts is believed to have killed over 80 women in multiple states between 1974 and 1982. Watts' first confirmed murders took place when he was 20 years old in 1974, by kidnapping his victims from their homes and then murdering them. Most of his victims were thin, attractive, white women. In 1982 he was granted immunity from murder charges in exchange for providing information on his victims. Watts confessed to 12 murders and was sentenced to 60 years in prison on the lesser charge. Carl Eugene Watts was sentenced to life imprisonment in separate trials in Michigan in 2004 and 2007, and died of cancer a week after the 2007 sentence was handed down. Isacotlo Campo was a Mexican-American suspected serial killer in the Orange County, California area from October 2011 to January 2012. Ocampo is accused of stabbing 4 homeless men to death between Although he's only been charged with 4 murders, it is believed his tally is much higher. Though he is known to have committed at least 4 murders, he is not considered by many to be a serial killer. Incarcerated at Attica State Prison in New York, Caputo had a fatal heart attack in October 1997 at the age of 48. Kang Ho-sun is a South Korean serial killer who was sentenced to death in 2010 for killing 10 women. The murders took place in Ansan, Gyeonggi Province. His first victim was Bae, a 45-year-old karaoke bar employee, followed by 3 murders in 2007 including a 48-year-old housewife and a 21-year-old student from Suwon. Their bodies were found in the woods. Kang was arrested by the police in 2009. He confessed to 10 murders. More victim remains have since been discovered and identified using DNA evidence. The families of the victims sued Kang for damages. Upon confessing to murdering 10 women, Kang was found guilty of murder and arson and was sentenced to death by a court in Ansan on April 22, 2009. Michael Gargiulo, dubbed the Hollywood Ripper, was sentenced to death in July 2021 for stalking and then viciously stabbing his unsuspecting victims to death. Gargiulo has often been described as a serial, psychosexual, thrill killer. Gargiulo was found guilty in August 2019 of killing 22-year-old Ashley Ellerin more than 2 decades ago, which was followed by 32-year-old Maria Bruno's murder in 2005. Both women were viciously stabbed multiple times in their Los Angeles area homes. Earlier in 2008, he was also found guilty of the attempted murder of Michelle Murphy, who was stabbed multiple times in her Santa Monica home. He is currently serving time on death row in California's San Quentin State Prison.
2 men are under arrest after police say they found a young woman's body in an orchard not far from where her car was found on fire. All of this happened in Madera County, California. One of the men, 23-year-old Vicente Jasso, is the ex-boyfriend of the victim, Melanie Rios Camacho. Police say Jasso dated the victim for a few months, but the two broke up a few days before Thanksgiving. Police identified Jasso and his friend Jose Lopez Hernandez as the suspects in Camacho's murder. They were able to bring in the friend for questioning, but when they tried to stop Jasso's car, he led them on a high-speed chase, throwing some of the victim's belongings out the window as he went. He was eventually captured and charged with murder, while Lopez Hernandez was charged as an accessory.
Daryl Peter is an American convicted murderer. On September 24, 1993, Pandeli picked up the victim, Holly Eiler. He paid the victim to have sex with him, but he was unable to maintain an erection. He decided that he wanted his money back. Pandeli claimed that the victim attacked him. Pandeli slit the victim's throat. He mutilated her corpse and cut off her nipples. He then dumped her body in an alley. Later, he flushed the nipples down a toilet. After being captured and interrogated for that murder, he confessed to killing Holly Humphreys more than a year before the Eiler murder. He was tried separately for the murder of Humphreys and convicted of second-degree murder. Daryl Pandelli was convicted in 1997 and was eventually sentenced to death in 2017.
A gruesome discovery for some joggers at a Maryland high school track this morning. A young woman's dead body was found with obvious trauma to the upper body. The body turned up just off the running track at the Forestville Military Academy. That's in Prince George's County. Tonight, police are describing the victim as a petite African-American female in her 20s with a tattoo of a scorpion on the back of her neck.
Right now, like I say again, we don't have an identity of the victim, and we're asking anybody or anyone that may either know this person or who may have heard or seen anything that seemed out of the ordinary that was in this location between last night and early this morning to give us a call here to Prince George's County Police Department.
And neighbors of children at that school say they were surprised to learn about the discovery, saying they don't recall anything like that happening in their neighborhood before.
Adolfo Constanzo was a Cuban-American serial killer and cult leader in Matamoros, Tamaulipas, Mexico. The cult was involved in multiple ritualistic killings in Matamoros, including the murder of Mark Kilroy, an American student abducted, tortured, and killed in the area in 1989. Officers raided the ranch and discovered Constanzo's cauldron, which contained various items such as a dead black cat and a human brain. 15 mutilated corpses were dug up at the ranch, one of them Kilroy's. Kilroy was killed by Constanzo with a machete chopped to the back of the neck when Kilroy tried to escape. Police cornered Costanzo and 4 of his followers in a dilapidated Mexico City apartment. Determined not to go to prison, Costanzo ordered one of the disciples to shoot him. He was dead when the police finally broke in. Gilberto Chamba is an Ecuadorian serial killer, rapist, and taxi driver known as the Monster of Macala. Chamba abducted 10 of his passengers, all lone female students, killing 8 of them between 1988 and 1993. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to strangle, rape, and Chamba skewered some of his victims with an instrument similar to a cane, which he had expressly made to order. In many cases he forced the instrument into them with such violence that it came out through their mouths. Chamba was sentenced to 16 years in prison and later benefited from an amnesty campaign that cleared his criminal record. He moved to Spain where he was arrested for the murder of another student and the attempted murder of a prostitute in 2004. In 2005, Gilberto Chamba was sentenced to 45 years in prison.
Humanity and basic spirit that God gave me was intact, but unfortunately became overwhelmed at times. And people need to recognize that it's not some kind of those of us who have been so much influenced by violence in the media, in particular pornographic violence, are not some kinds of inherent monsters. We are your sons and we are your husbands. And we grew up in regular families, and pornography can reach out and snatch a kid out of any house today.
Johannes Mashiane was a South African serial killer, known as the Beast of Atarajeveli. Mashiane committed 13 counts of murder, and 12 counts of sodomy from 1982 to 1989. In 1977, Mashiane killed his girlfriend, and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was released in 1982. Mashiane killed 12 boys by either strangling or stoning them between 1988 and 1989. In 1989, Mashiane committed suicide when he jumped under a bus in Marabastad while being chased by police. Mickey Pistorius notes, Mashiane had a tattoo of a cross and dagger on his left forearm. In his 2012 book Strangers on the Street, Serial Homicide in South Africa, one victim is known to have survived Mashiane's attention.
What I said to him, that he is a dual personality and has been so since the age of 9. At that time he created an alter personality which took the name of Steve Walker. This was while he was hiding under the bed in his bedroom trying to escape his mother's vicious tongue and punishing hand. As time elapsed, Steve Walker became more and more independent in action and was able to take over the body of Kenneth Bianchi and caused a great deal of trouble in the family and later in the world outside the family. Then it concluded that Ken Bianchi is able to understand what he is charged with, but he has amnesia for the actual incidences during which his body was under the control of Steve Walker.
On the morning of December 23, 1995, Bruce Rich called police and told them that he had just found his parents dead. He told them that his parents had been shot and that the gun was still in his mother's mouth. The victims were killed by Blanche Rich's own .25 caliber semi-automatic pistol. Police dismissed the murder-suicide theory. Both victims suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the head. There were no signs of forced entry, and nothing was stolen. Detectives began to believe the killing was a homicide made to resemble a murder-suicide, and they began to focus on the sole benefactor of his parents' life insurance policy and will. Bruce Rich. He killed his parents, placed the gun in his mortally wounded mother's hand, then put the gun in her mouth, and then pulled the trigger. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole on March 22, 2000. A mother accused of strangling her 3 children to death says she heard voices in her head before her attempted murder-suicide. Lindsay Clancy, 32, from Massachusetts, U.S., appeared at Plymouth District Court via Zoom from her hospital bed to hear the charges against her yesterday. The nurse faces 3 counts of murder and 3 counts each of strangulation, assault, and battery with a dangerous weapon. Prosecutors allege she strangled her 3 children at their home before she allegedly slit her wrists and neck, and then jumped 20 feet from the second-floor window. Each child was lying face down on the floor and had an exercise band tied around their necks. According to prosecutors, Mrs. Clancy told a psychologist she heard a male voice telling her to kill her 3 children and herself before the attempted murder-suicide. She remains in hospital.
49 years after a suspected victim of the scorecard killer was found in California, genetic genealogy has identified him. Othram Labs says the body found on a road in Orange County in September 1974 was Michael Ray Schlicht. Schlicht was from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Othram says they found relatives of Schlicht's who said they hadn't seen him since April of that year. Their DNA helped identify him. Othram says Schlicht is believed to be a victim of serial killer Randy Kraft. He was arrested in 1983 with the body of a dead man in the passenger seat of his car and a bottle of sedatives. Kraft is on death row at San Quentin for the death of 16 people. There are 10 more he's suspected of killing.
I wasn't some guy hanging out at bars or a bum, or I wasn't a pervert in the sense that, you know, people look at somebody and say, I know there's something wrong with him, and just tell. I mean, I was essentially a normal person. I had good friends. I led a normal life, except for this one small but very potent and very destructive segment of it that I kept very secret, very close to myself, and didn't let anybody know about it.
Henryk Kukula is a Polish serial killer, pedophile, and necrophile, nicknamed the Monster from Grzał. From September 1980 to July 1990 he raped and murdered 4 children. When he was 14 years old, he murdered a 5-year-old girl. After killing her, he desecrated the corpse. The young murderer was placed in an educational facility in Krupski when he beat the 9-year-old son of the educator to death, raping the corpse afterwards. He was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for the crime. In April 1990, Kukula left the prison, and in July of the same year he raped and murdered 2 brothers in Ruda Slaska. For this crime, he was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment. His sentence expired in 2020, but he was kept in and remains in custody. Henry Landreau would seduce the women who came to his Parisian villa and, after he was given access to their assets, he would kill them and burn their dismembered bodies in his oven. Between 1914 and 1918, Landreau claimed 11 victims, 10 women plus the teenage son of one of his victims. With no bodies, the victims were just listed as missing, and it was virtually impossible for the police to know what had happened to them, as Landreau used a wide variety of aliases in his schemes. His aliases were so numerous that he had to keep a ledger listing all the women with whom he corresponded and which particular identity he used for each woman. Landreau stood trial on 11 counts of murder in November 1921. He was convicted on all counts, sentenced to death, and guillotined 3 months later in Versailles. Melanie Smith, 43, a self-confessed alcoholic, set fire to a baby's pushchair because she was fed up with it being outside her front door. But the blaze spread into a devastating inferno which ripped through the first floor flat in Prestadon, North Wales, October 2012. It trapped and killed Leanna Shires, 20, her partner Liam Timbrell, 23, their baby son Charlie, 15 months, Miss Shires' nephew Bailey, 4, and niece Sky, 2, who lived in the flat below. The court heard Smith was ranting about her throwing cigarette butts and shouted up at Miss Shires, "I am going to set your house on fire with you and your kids in it." She was sentenced to life in prison with a 30-year minimum, on May 7, 2013.
Quite a story out of Milwaukee, where police say after years and years of searching, they have a serial killer behind bars today. DNA evidence has now linked this man, 49-year-old Walter Ellis, to 9 dead women. So far, he's been charged in 2 of the murders. Police say he's responsible for killings dating all the way back to 1986.
These 9 homicides were spread out over 20 years and basically hiding amongst the statistics of 2,000 other murders. His DNA was not in the database. Wisconsin's law mandated the collection of DNA from all felons in 2000. He was released from prison in 2001. So his DNA was not in the base. So we were looking for a mystery man for some period of time. And consequently, matches were not achieved even 3 years ago that were capable of being achieved this year. The second thing, of course, is that this pattern was buried in a much larger homicide problem than Milwaukee had.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the 8th of 17 murders. Ernest Miller and Jeffrey Dahmer met in front of a bookshop on North 27th Street. He was killed by having his throat slashed. His entire skeleton was found in Dahmer's apartment, and he later admitted to eating his biceps. Dahmer said, "I separated the joints, the arm joints, the leg joints, and had to do 2 boilings. I think I used 4 boxes of Soilex for each one, put in the upper portion of the body and boiled that for about 2 hours, and then the lower portion for another 2 hours. The Soilex removes all the flesh, turns it into a jelly-like substance, and it just rinses off. Then I laid the clean bones in a light bleach solution, left them there for a day and spread them out on either newspaper or cloth and let them dry for about a week in the bedroom." Dahmer disturbingly kept his biceps in the freezer, painted his skull, and also bleached his skeleton. Orville Lynn Majors was a licensed practical nurse and serial killer. He was tried for only 7 murders and convicted of 6. He was believed to have caused additional deaths between 1993 and 1995. He murdered patients who he claimed were demanding, whiny, or disproportionately adding to his workload. Majors' co-workers began noticing a correlation between the spike in deaths and when he was on duty, and joked about when the next patient would die. In 1995, nursing supervisor Dawn Styra checked the time cards to see who was on duty during the deaths. She discovered that Majors was on duty for 130 of the 147 deaths. She alerted hospital officials, who called in the Indiana State Police. He was sentenced to 360 years imprisonment and died on September 24, 2017. Azanda Bananza is a South African serial killer. Bananza claimed 18 lives between June and August 2001. Bananza was convicted of 14 murders, 4 rapes, and 2 armed robberies, in order to gain money for drugs. Bananza claimed in his plea statement that the mass killings, rapes, and hijackings took place between May and August 2001, when authorities cornered his accomplice, Mduduzeli Nambiwa, popularly known as Wokes, in a home in Gugulathu. He shot himself to avoid arrest. Bananza, who is currently serving 4 life sentences for the murder of a family of 4 living in Delft, in the Cape Flats, pleaded guilty to all his convictions. In addition to 19 life sentences, Azanda Bananza was sentenced to 189 years imprisonment. In the early hours of April 15, 1988 in Behar County, Texas, high on cocaine and after 3 6-packs of beer, Leopoldo Narvaez barged into the trailer home of his ex-girlfriend Shannon Mann, 17, and killed her and her sisters, Jennifer, 19, Martha, 15, and brother Ernest Jr., 11. Shannon's body was found nude and she had been stabbed 5 times and both of her arms were broken. Jennifer was found partially nude and had been stabbed 23 times. Martha also was partially nude and received 9 stab wounds. Shannon's brother received between 63 and 67 stab wounds. On the night of the attack, a mortally wounded Shannon Mann called 911 and identified Narvaez. He was executed by lethal injection in Texas on June 26, 1998. Alan McMullen, murderer, stabbed a pregnant woman to death. In 2008, McMullen had on 3 occasions handed himself into police while armed with a knife and claimed a voice in his head was telling him to kill people. Each time he was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, doctors decided he was exaggerating his symptoms to gain admission to hospital. Sunday, June 7, 2009, at 4 p.m., Claire Wilson, who was 6 months pregnant, was walking to work. McMullen, who had been drinking all day, spotted her and started to follow. He plunged a long knife with much force through her back. She screamed and fell to the ground. The act was witnessed by several passers-by who quickly called emergency services. One local man even followed McMullen, who stayed close to the scene. When police approached him, he said, "I've got voices in my head telling me to do it. I've left my knife in her." He was jailed for a minimum of 20 years. The incident began as a domestic dispute on March 29, 2001. In San Antonio, Texas, between Frank Martinez Garcia and his 21-year-old wife. Officer Hector Garza, 48, arrived at the house. He went inside and entered the bedroom where the couple was arguing. When he attempted to separate them, Garcia, who had his back to Garza, suddenly spun around and shot him in the head with a MAC-10 semi-automatic handgun. He then shot Jessica 6 times, killing her. The couple's 5-year-old daughter witnessed both murders. Garcia also shot and wounded the uncle of his wife during the incident. Frank Martinez Garcia was sentenced to death on June 10, 2002, and executed by lethal injection in Texas on October 27, 2011.
Right, it's her car. Right, her car was right around here. We're back about here. I could see the cops because they had flashlights and everything, but they couldn't see me, but they could hear her screaming. So I panicked and I stabbed her. I tried to shut her up, and then I took off, and I ran behind this house, and between these 2 houses, because the dogs were backing from this house, and I came back across here. Now the cops were out here, flashlights then. I ran right, they didn't see me, and I ran this way, so they're thinking I'm still running into the woods. I came back the other way.
July 20th, 1976. It was one of those stifling, hot summer mornings in Manhattan.
Herbert Richard Baumeister. In the late 80s and 90s, Herbert Baumeister would lure gay men back to his pool house, then strangle them with a hose, burn the bodies, and dump them in the woods behind his home. Baumeister had his pool area decorated with mannequins that were set up to seem like they were having a pool party. A resident of the Indianapolis suburb of Westfield, Indiana, Baumeister was under investigation for murdering over a dozen men, most of whom were last seen at gay bars. Police found the remains of 11 men, 8 identified, on Baumeister's property. Baumeister shot himself in the head after a warrant was issued for his arrest. He was later linked to a series of murders of at least 12 men along Interstate 70.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in Leon County, Florida, case number 78670, with the jury at Miami-Dade County, Florida, this 24th day of July, 1979, found the defendant, Theodore Robert Bundy, as to count 3 of the indictment, murder in the first degree upon one Lisa Levy, guilty as charged, so say we all, Rudolph E. Trimble Foreman.
The verdict was guilty, and all that Bundy could do now was to try to avoid a death sentence. With his usual cheek, he said that if he was sentenced to death, it would lower the court to the level of a murderer.
I'm not asking for mercy, so I find it somewhat absurd to ask for mercy for something I did not do.
As Bundy's mother listened, the judge had no hesitation in passing the death sentence.
She was struck several times about the head. She had a ligature around her neck.
A woman who attacked her husband with a kitchen knife, stabbing him 17 times.
Anna Marie Jaitani faced the family of her husband after she was sentenced.
I do not forgive you for murdering Tony, my son. I curse you for what you have done.
What Jaitani had done, according to her statement to police, was stab her husband, 29-year-old Tony Jaitani, to death. According to the police report, he was stabbed 17 times, 3 times as emergency responders arrived at the couple's northwest Bexar County home.
The court will go ahead and assess your punishment of 25 years in the Texas Department of Correction. Will order a fine of $10,000.
Jaitani must serve 1/2 of that 25-year sentence day for day before parole is even a consideration.
Mac Ray Edwards was an American serial killer. He murdered at least 6 children in Los Angeles County between 1953 and 1970. The body of one of his victims was found underneath the Santa Ana Freeway, and he claimed to have disposed of another of his victims under the Ventura Freeway. Edwards killed 3 children from 1953 to 1956, and 3 more in 1968 to 1969. In 1970, Edwards and a teenage male accomplice kidnapped 3 girls from their home in Sylmar. When the girls escaped, Edwards surrendered to police and confessed to molesting and murdering 6 children. After 3 bodies were recovered, Edwards pleaded guilty to 3 counts of murder and was sentenced to death. On October 30, 1971, Edwards committed suicide by hanging himself with the television cord in his cell in San Quentin. Helen Patricia Moore. In 1980, Moore was charged with the murder of 3 children and the attempted murder of 2 others whilst she was babysitting. The Sydney, Australian-born serial killer first murdered at the age of 16. Her first victim was her 16-month-old baby cousin who she suffocated in her cot. The following year, she attempted to suffocate a 12-month-old boy she was babysitting, but he survived. Months later, she also attempted to suffocate another 2-year-old boy who was left blinded and permanently brain damaged. Within weeks of each other, she killed another baby girl and a 2-year-old boy, again suffocating the innocent children. Following the death of the toddler, Suzanne was arrested and she finally confessed to the string of horrific child murders. She admitted that she loved killing, but only served 13 years of her 3 life sentences, released in 1993, giving birth to a daughter in 1995.
Dahmer sketched out a dream of his for Dr. Dietz, an altar he wished to build festooned with human skulls.
He really loved the power that Darth Vader had to intimidate and influence those around him. And he had it in his head that if he could use a particular table he had as an altar and get 10 skulls and 2 full skeletons and the right candles and lighting and a chair like the one Darth Vader had in Star Wars, he'd have a sense of confidence and power that would make him able to attract men.
A mother is accused of slitting her baby's throat so he could, quote, be with God and Jesus. April Short is the wife of a U.S. Staff Army sergeant. He got a text from her last week, which he says caused him concern for their youngest child. He was on duty at Fort Eisenhower Army installation near Augusta and rushed back home. He says Short had barricaded herself inside a bedroom with all 3 children. There was an 11-year-old, a 6-year-old, and the infant. Short eventually tried to run from the home with the 11 and 6-year-olds. The father ran inside to find the little baby wrapped in plastic with wounds to its neck. The baby was rushed to the hospital, but sadly died. Short is charged with 1 count of murder with an aggravating circumstance of child abuse.
On the morning of February 27, 1995, police officers were called to the scene of a shooting in Winston-Salem. When they arrived, they found that George Page had fired several shots from the window of his apartment using a high-powered rifle. He fired more shots, one of which ricocheted through 2 car windows before striking Officer Stephen Amos in the chest, fatally wounding him. George Page's former wife has stated in an affidavit that when George returned from Vietnam, he had completely changed. When he got back, he was really standoffish and he just didn't get close to people again. He was sentenced to death for the murder of police officer Stephen Amos on April 26, 1996. George Franklin Page had a chronic heart condition and other health problems. He died on death row. DeMarquise Elkins, 18, was sentenced in Georgia's Glynn County Superior Court, less than 2 weeks after a jury found him guilty of murder in the slaying of 13-month-old Antonio Santiago. The toddler was in his stroller and out for a walk with his mother, when he was shot between the eyes March 21st, in the Georgia coastal city of Brunswick. The mother and a younger teenager charged with being an accomplice testified at the trial that Elkins killed the boy after his mother refused to give up her purse. Elkins was spared the death penalty because the killing occurred when he was 17, which the United States Supreme Court has ruled is too young to face capital punishment. Under Georgia law, the only possible punishments for Elkins were life with or without a chance of parole. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole on September 12, 2013. Adnan Kolak, born September 5, 1952, is a Turkish serial killer and rapist known as the Beast of Artvin, the Artvin Monster, and the Axe Murderer. Kolak killed 11 elderly people between the ages of 68 and 95 in Artvin, Turkey. From 1992 to 1995, 6 were women whom he raped before murdering them. After being captured in 1995, Kolak's trial in the Zonguldak Supreme Court lasted for more than 5 years. He was ultimately convicted and given 6 death sentences and 40 years in prison. His sentence was commuted to life imprisonment when Turkey abolished the death penalty in 2004. On May 28, 2005, he was released from prison under a conditional release arrangement known as the Arsalan Actor Amnesty. Lisa Montgomery constantly lied about being pregnant and having miscarriages. In 2004, she befriended pregnant woman Bobby Jo Stinnett, showed up at her house and strangled her with a rope, then butchered her stomach and took out her baby. She was discovered by her mother Becky Harper lying in a pool of blood approximately an hour after the murder. Harper immediately called authorities and described the wounds inflicted upon her daughter as appearing as if her stomach had exploded. Police had gone to Montgomery's home after tracing online communications to her IP address. They found Montgomery inside, holding the infant, and watching television. Montgomery was arrested an hour later after her story fell apart and she confessed. Montgomery was executed by lethal injection on January 13, 2021, at the United States Penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana. When asked if she had any last words, she replied, "No." Charles Cullen is an American serial killer who worked as a nurse in many hospitals but was repeatedly fired for suspicious behavior. He confessed to murdering 40 elderly patients in New Jersey from 1984 to 2003. He did this by poisoning his patients to death. Some have estimated that Cullen may ultimately be responsible for 400 deaths, which would make him the most prolific serial killer in recorded history. He told detectives in December 2003 that he lived most of his life in a fog, and that he had blacked out the memory of murdering most of his victims. He said he could not recall how many of them there were, or why he had chosen them. On March 2, 2006, Cullen was sentenced to 18 consecutive life sentences in New Jersey, and is not eligible for parole until 2403. Randy Stephen Kraft is an American serial killer and rapist, known as the Southern California Strangler, who committed the rape, torture, and murder of a minimum of 16 young men between 1972 and 1983, the majority of whom he killed in California. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to torture, strangle, rape, mutilate, dismember, and murder his victims. Kraft is also believed to have committed the rape and murder of up to 51 other young men and boys. Many of his victims' bodies were discovered beside or near freeways. He was convicted in May 1989 of the 16 counts of murder, and is currently incarcerated on death row at San Quentin State Prison in Marin County, California.
As a homicide detective that saw Shawcross's victims firsthand when I visited the crime scenes and saw how he just left them out there in the open area where they could be eaten by animals, dragged apart, families not knowing where they were, children not knowing where the mothers were. I just think that he's the lowest form of human life, and I personally would have no problem so-called what we call pulling the switch on him. I think that just him sitting in jail and being able to get up in the morning and read a book or eat food is wrong, and I would like to see him dead.
Fact.
Why aren't there more? Why aren't there more? It seemed like as I got older, I started making, well, physically, just wasn't up to it. I knew that I had to fight with somebody, it'd have to be an older person, because I'd be just winded or wouldn't be able to fight physically. I don't know. I think it was just starting to mellow out a little bit.
Fox believes it's probably not just coincidence that Rader stopped committing murder around the time he got that job as a compliance officer.
Now he really had some power. Now he could really push people around. So he didn't have to do it with physical violence. He could do it through his job.
The killer still lusted for notoriety, however. So after first revealing himself in that letter to the Wichita Eagle, he sent a slew of letters and packages throughout 2004 and into early 2005 to local TV stations, the police.
Jocelyn Ortega is the nanny charged with first-degree murder for the killing of 2 young children, Lucia and Leo Krim, in New York City on October 25, 2012. The children's mother, Marina Krim, walked into her Upper West Side apartment and saw Ms. Ortega stabbing herself in the throat with the same bloody kitchen knife she had already used on the children, who lay dead in a bathtub. Police Commissioner Raymond Kelly said Ms. Ortega, 50, survived, but was in a medically induced coma in a hospital for a week. On November 3rd, during an interview with detectives from her hospital bed, she said she had resentment toward the family, who she complained were always telling her what to do. A law enforcement official said Jocelyn Ortega was sentenced to life in prison. Body parts were found in June and July 2007, in the Camas region along the B1 in the greater Windhoek area between Rehoboth and Okahandja. These body parts were wrapped in garbage bags and belonged to 2 different women. In 2005, 2 similar murders of women occurred. Those 2 murders have subsequently also been attributed to the B1 butcher. The head and an arm of the last victim were found in August 2007, Further body parts of the same victim were discovered in September 2007 near Grootfontein in the Etiozandjipa region. This woman wasn't identified. Police took this sequence of events as a clue that the murderer might have moved from Windhoek further northward. In October 2007, investigations were helped by 3 senior serial murder detectives from the Republic of South Africa. It is believed the series of murders will never be solved.
The suspect in the Gilgo Beach murders has now been charged in connection to a 4th killing. A New York DA announced the new charges this morning. Rex Uhrman was formally charged in the killing of Maureen Brainerd Barnes months after having been labeled the prime suspect in her death and the deaths of 3 other women. He has pleaded not guilty in all the cases. The family members of Brainerd Barnes and Uhrman's other alleged victims say they are a step closer to justice. Uhrman is due back in court. He's facing several life sentences without parole if convicted.
They sleep from 3 p.m. to... I'm just telling you a couple things here. Sure. What time do they usually have dinner? Oh, well, that's in my instance. They're not all... They don't all have a schedule, but you basically eat them... you stop for half an hour after that, you go down for that. Okay. And how old are the other children? 4 and 2. There's 2 other children? Yeah. And they're at home right now, right? Yeah. And you said when you found her, she was already believed to be deceased, right? Yeah. And that's when you consulted with a lawyer? Yeah. Do you believe she was beyond help already? Oh yeah, she was bad as a daughter.
Nikos Metaxas is a Greek Cypriot serial killer, known as the Cyprus serial killer, Orestes, and the Mitsaro murders. Metaxas confessed to killing 7 foreign national women and young girls in Cyprus between 2016 and 2018. He worked as a captain in the Cypriot National Guard. He met his victims on online dating sites, killing 5 women victims as well as killing 2 of the victims' daughters. Over a 3-year period, Metaxas stuffed some of his victims' bodies in suitcases, sinking them in nearby lakes, wells, and mine shafts. He is also accused of the assault of a teenage girl between 2016 and 2017. The victim survived the attack and came forward to file a complaint after his arrest. Nikos Metaxas was arrested on April 18, 2019. On October 12, 2011, Scott Evans Decra committed a mass shooting at the Meritage Hair Salon in Seal Beach, California. Previously in 2007, a restraining order was filed against Decra, barring him from possessing firearms, which had expired at the time of the shooting. 8 people were shot and only 1 victim survived. He was armed with 3 handguns and reloaded at least once during the attack, which lasted 2 minutes. It remains the deadliest mass killing in Orange County history. Scott Evans Decra, who was involved in a custody dispute with his ex-wife, who was one of the shooting victims, pleaded guilty to the shooting. On September 22, 2017, Decra was sentenced to 8 terms of life imprisonment without parole and 1 term of 7 years to life for attempted murder. Nathan Gale was a native of Marysville, Ohio, USA, who was killed by a police officer after he murdered several people at a concert, including heavy metal guitarist Dimebag Darrell. On December 8, 2004, he stormed the stage during a Damageplan concert at the All Rosa Villa in Columbus, Ohio, and proceeded to shoot and kill Darrell, former member of the heavy metal band Pantera. Dimebag Darrell Abbott was shot and killed on stage by Nathan Gale. Abbott was shot a total of 5 times, twice at point-blank range in the head. He was 38 years old. Nearby Columbus police officer James D. Nagemier quickly responded and shot Gale once in the face with the 12-gauge police-issue shotgun after a hostage managed to move out of the way. As shown in unedited footage of the incident, Gail's head was literally blown off by the shotgun blast. Gustavo Romero Tercero is a Spanish serial killer and rapist known as the Bald Penis Killer. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to rob, rape, brutally stab, and murder his victims. Tercero was an armed robber that killed a couple after the woman recognized him in 1993. He murdered another woman in 1998 after accidentally hitting her with his car, fearing that a possible investigation would link him to the other crimes. A psychiatric evaluation found that Romero had antisocial personality disorder, but could otherwise understand the nature and consequences of his actions. Tercero confessed to the murders after DNA tied him to one of the victims. In 2005, Gustavo Romero Tercero was sentenced to 103 years in prison.
One young man who saw this film 15 times was fascinated by the characters played by De Niro and by Jodie Foster. He was John W. Hinckley Jr., who in 1981 shot President Ronald Reagan and 3 others. Hinckley was the 22-year-old son of a Colorado oil executive, a millionaire. Hinckley Jr. was a dropout, a failure. He decided the only way to succeed was by becoming famous. In trying to kill someone as famous and successful as President Reagan, he guaranteed he would make an impact on those he wanted to impress: his family and actress Jodie Foster.
Rodney Alcala was an American serial killer known as the Dating Game Killer, for appearing on the game show The Dating Game in the middle of his killing spree. Alcala was convicted of 5 murders, though his actual total is estimated to be much higher. He was known to torture, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Alcala had a locker filled with thousands of photographs of women and children, most in sexually explicit poses, and it is suspected that some of the women photographed may be among Alcala's additional victims. On January 7, 2013, a Manhattan judge sentenced Alcala to 25 years to life. Alcala died of unspecified natural causes in Corcoran, California on July 24, 2021, at the age of 77. In 2012, a Kentucky woman named Shayna Hoover shot her boyfriend Ryan Poston 6 times, including in the face, and claimed that it was in self-defense. Poston's friends and family said that he was looking to date Miss Ohio 2012, Audrey Bold, and was trying to break up with Hoover's. The same night that he was supposed to go out with Bold, Hoover shot him 6 times, killing him. Evidence at the scene of the shooting did not show signs of any struggle. At one point, she mentioned that Poston considered getting a nose job, and then said, "I shot him in the face. I gave him the nose job he wanted." A judge sentenced 27-year-old Shayna Hoovers to life in prison for shooting her boyfriend. Hoovers showed no visible reaction when the judge pronounced the sentence and showed no signs of remorse. Eric Edgar Cook, nicknamed the Night Caller, was an Australian serial killer. From 1958 to 1963, he terrorized the city of Perth, Western Australia by committing 22 violent crimes, 8 of which resulted in deaths. The various shootings had been carried out with several different rifles. Victims had been stabbed with knives and scissors, and hit with an axe. One victim was shot dead after answering a knock on the door. Several were killed after waking while Cook was robbing their homes. 2 were shot while sleeping without their homes being disturbed. Another victim was strangled with the cord from her bedside lamp. Her dead body raped, then dragged to a neighbor's lawn, where she was violated with an empty whiskey bottle which was left cradled in her arms. Cook was hanged at 8 a.m. on October 26, 1964 in Fremantle Prison.
Handcuffed with a blue prison uniform on, this 13-year-old with pigtails stood before a juvenile court judge this morning. The teenage girl is accused of stabbing her 33-year-old mother 30 times. We're also learning during the hearing The court also heard about how deputies found bloodied brass knuckles and a dumbbell that were also used in this violent attack. The girl's mother was taken to the hospital and rushed into surgery. At last check, she was listed in critical condition. Also in court, finding out the girl's father was there to support her. Now the 13-year-old is facing charges.
How many people have you killed?
An approximate guess. Approximate, we'll go with more than 100.
How do you feel about killing?
I don't. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I think if I had a choice, I wouldn't.
Well, happening today in St. John's, Florida, Aiden Fucci will be sentenced after pleading guilty to murdering 13-year-old Tristan Bailey, a schoolmate of his. The last 2 days were filled with emotional testimony from Bailey's family, including her older sister.
This jar now holds 114 stones,
representing 114 stab wounds her younger sister endured. Fucci was a juvenile when this happened, so he's not eligible for the death penalty. His defense is asking the judge to sentence him to 40 years, while prosecutors want him to spend the rest of his life in prison.
I understand that you're an expert at the use of cyanide. How many times did you kill with it?
Quite a few.
What's the different ways you use cyanide?
You could put it in liquid form. You could, person could take it, for instance, a person could be in a bar. You bunk into them possibly by mistake, or say you were intoxicated, spill the drink on them, and leave. Everybody just looks around and thinks you were drunk or that you just had an accident or something, and meanwhile, it's soaking through their clothes, into their pores, and into their system.
Marjorie Orban was a 47-year-old former Las Vegas showgirl who murdered her husband Jay Orban in Phoenix, Arizona on or about September 8, 2004, which would have been his 45th birthday. She had been having affairs with several men. When Jay Orban returned home from a business trip, his wife shot and killed him, then dismembered his body in an attempt to keep the affairs a secret and inherit Jay's money. Jay's body wasn't found until several weeks later, when his torso was found on October 23 in a plastic container on the outskirts of Phoenix. The rest of his body was never found. Marjorie Ann Orban was convicted of the murder in 2009 after a trial lasting 8 months. On October 1, 2009, Orban was sentenced to life imprisonment by an Arizona court. 1991. Experts on sociopathic killers have long opined that some murderers get off on keeping souvenirs from their victims. John Famularo went to the extreme. He was sentenced to death for the 1991 kidnapping and bludgeoning death of Newport Beach resident Denise Huber, 23. Famularo kidnapped Huber after her car broke down on the Corona del Mar 73 freeway, then murdered her at a Laguna Hills warehouse. He was arrested in Arizona, In 1994, after sheriff's deputies discovered Huber's body in a freezer outside his home 3 years after she was murdered. Deputy District Attorney Christopher Evans argued that Famularo kept Huber's body as a trophy to remind him of the crime. He remains on death row.
So he's just the man walking the dog. So I got out of the car and I started walking towards the man. And the man was walking his dog just like a regular guy. As he passed me, I turned around and shot him. Freddie and Roy pulled up in the car, I got in the car, and we drove away. And that is how I got involved with Roy, with doing things like that.
Roy DeMeo's hangout was the Gemini Lounge in Brooklyn, New York.
Joseph Roy Metheny was an American serial killer and rapist from the Baltimore, Maryland area. Metheny described to police how he viciously raped, murdered, and dismembered sex workers and people who were homeless. Then, Metheny confessed to his most disturbing crimes. Not only did he himself eat some of the victims' flesh, but he served it to other unknowing people as well. Metheny brought the bodies home. There, he dismembered them and stored the meatiest parts of them in Tupperware containers. Over the next several weekends, he mixed the sex workers' flesh with beef and pork, forming it into neat little patties. He would sell these meat patties out of a small barbecue stand he opened on the side of the road. Eventually, he was sentenced to life. Metheny was found dead in his jail cell in 2017.
In an interview in the Wabash police station, Hull surprised investigators by explaining what happened next. I tied her up, but I can't remember with what. I took her pants off. Hull said he raped her and led her off through the woods. I laid her up against a tree and put a belt around her neck, and she stopped breathing. Hull said he strangled Jessica from behind, so he didn't have to see her face as she died. And that wasn't all. All of the girls looked alike, Hull said. I cannot remember all of them. I picked up several girls in other areas, but I can't remember which ones I hurt.
Christine Laverne Slaughter is an American serial killer. She began killing small animals, especially domestic cats, at an early age, in order to test their 9 lives. She would also strangle them, as her way of showing them her love. In order to make money, Slaughter began working as a babysitter for neighbors and friends. She murdered at least 5 neighborhood children by suffocation, because she said she heard voices telling her to do it and prevent anyone from hearing them scream. Christine was taken in for questioning, where she admitted to killing 3 of the babies. She would press a blanket over their faces in response to disembodied voices chanting, "Kill the baby." Based on her confession, she was given a term of life imprisonment, with no parole for the first 25 years. Serial killer Patricia Allenson, aka the Deadly Magnolia, was active for 18 years between 1974 to 1991, known to have 3 confirmed and 3 possible victims. In 1974, Allenson goaded her husband into killing his parents. After he was sentenced to prison, she poisoned his grandparents, all in an effort to gain a $500,000 inheritance. After serving a short prison term, she poisoned an elderly couple that she was caring for. but this time she enlisted the help of her daughter, released from prison in 1999. In 2008, Allenson, age 70, was arrested and charged with doctor shopping for more than 3,700 painkillers. She was charged with 3 counts of unauthorized distribution. She entered a plea agreement with a sentence of probation only.
The only fucking thing I don't understand, don't you use a fucking piece of iron to get rid of these fucking people? Use this fucking cyanide? Why be messy? You do it nice and calm.
The tapes made by the undercover agent had nailed Richard Kuklinski, and his career as a contract killer was finally over. At his trial, his family learned for the first time that they really didn't know the Richard Kuklinski who was also capable of being the deadly Iceman. Richard Kuklinski is now serving multiple life sentences in New Jersey State Maximum Security Prison.
Volker Eggert was a German serial killer known as the Brummie Killer. Eggert worked as a trucker between 2001 and 2006 and confessed to have abducted, tortured, and killed 5 prostitutes in Western Europe. Between 1979 and 1987, Volker Eggert began attacking women in the dark streets of Plauen. During these attacks, Eggert throttled his victims but did not kill any of them. In 1974, Eggert was 15 years old when he strangled a 14-year-old girl in Germany. Spanish police identified Eggert as a suspect after images of his tanker truck was captured where the corpse of a murdered roadside prostitute was found. Polaroids and trophies were allegedly found in his truck cab. Police considered him the perpetrator of 9 murders with 4 more victims being possible. In 2007, Volker Eggert committed suicide by hanging himself in prison.
Any place within driving distance that was not connected to me, I would try. My whole thing was not to make a pattern, which I never did. And never to try to kill him the exact same way or to, leave a signature. I wasn't stupid, and other than that one time in Hackensack where just luck, I would have been caught there. Right. I was never even close to getting caught. Other than that one time.
Where'd you end up dumping that girl after that cop stopped you?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't even remember who she was, but I was coming back from Montreal at the time. And that's what it was at. I was coming down River Road.
I asked her to have sex with me, and she said, she told me not right now. She went to jump out the car, which I grabbed her and pulled her back in the car. We drove for a little piece farther than that, and I pulled off because she was fighting so hard I almost lost control of the car and wrecked. Well, after I pulled over, I grabbed her by the neck and choked her until she died. And I had sex with her again.
Possibly influenced by the fact that Kenneth Bianchi had escaped execution by plea bargaining, the jury decided that Buono should not receive the death sentence. The judge was openly regretful.
I would not have the slightest reluctance to impose the death penalty in this case were it within my power to do so. Ironically, although these 2 defendants utilized almost every form of legalized execution against their victims, the defendants have escaped any form of capital punishment.
Both men are now serving life sentences. Buono without the possibility of parole. Bianchi with possibility from 2005.
On June 29, 2019, 2 Tulare County deputies responded to a call about a woman who was acting strangely and had led 2 boys into a cornfield. Within the corn, they made the discovery: Jackson, 12, and Jacob Jr., 7, had been drowned by their mother. The boys were rushed to the nearest hospital. Jackson died there, and Jacob was moved to Valley Children's Hospital. He'd suffered brain damage. Sadly, he died 8 days later. Toles had been convicted a decade ago in Montana for trying to drown a 12-year-old when he was an infant, and she spent less than a year at the state psychiatric hospital. Sherry told authorities that she drowned her sons because they were possessed by demons. The special allegation that Tilnes was lying in wait before allegedly killing her sons means she could be eligible for the death penalty. Margaret A. Allen was sentenced to death on May 19, 2011 for torturing and killing her housekeeper, Wenda Wright, whom she thought had stolen money from her purse. A medical examiner described the nearly dozen blows to Wright's face and body and the belt tightened so severely around her neck she lost consciousness. The defense tried to spare Allen from the death penalty. They brought a neurologist in to testify, claiming she suffers from brain damage due to previous assaults and because of her condition could not plan a murder scheme. The jury unanimously voted for the death penalty for her. She also got a life sentence for kidnapping. Prosecutors said the torture went on for hours before Wright was strangled with a belt. Allen's roommate, James Martin, and nephew, Quinton Allen, were both convicted for their part in helping her try to bury the body in a shallow grave. Nicholas Lungi Nkama is a South African serial killer. Nkama raped and strangled his victims. His first victim was a local policewoman, whom he strangled with electrical wire. Her body was found at a bus stop in Impa, near Mthatha, on May 28, 1997. Nkama went on to murder Nompumlelo Bushe on June 1, 1997. Her body was found near Fort Jackson. His next victim was Cynthia Ndleku, followed by the murder of Prazilla Dale, and her daughter, Rishmai, both of East London. His last murder was that of his stepdaughter, Sonia Zanto, who was raped and strangled and left in an empty room in Kwazakil in October 1997. He was sentenced in Grahamstown, on December 17, 1998, to life imprisonment and an effective 42 years in jail. Henry Lee Lucas, also known as the Confession Killer, was an American convicted serial killer. Lucas was convicted of murdering his mother in 1960 and two others in 1983. He rose to infamy while incarcerated for these crimes when he falsely confessed to approximately 600 other murders. Many unsolved cases were closed based on the confessions and the murders officially attributed to Lucas. He was convicted of murdering 11 people and condemned to death for a single case with the then unidentified victim, later identified as Deborah Jackson. An investigation by the Dallas Times-Herald newspaper showed that many of the murders Lucas confessed to were impossible for him to have committed. On March 13, 2001, Lucas died in prison from heart failure, aged 64. He was buried at the Captain Joe Bird Cemetery in Huntsville, Texas.
How he killed his first victim, 21-year-old Llewellyn Burley.
She was complaining that the ropes were too tight. I pulled over, loosened them up, and kept on driving. I went right back up to Berryessa, where I knew where to go. I knew how to get there. And that's where it happened. I strangled her.
How did you feel about killing her?
I don't know. I felt bad later. I did it, thinking about it. But while it was happening, blank mind. Don't think of anything. It's like a fog.
I think the truth must be that at the time he had abducted her, had already raped her, there was no turning back. At that point, his decision is, which is more important, my continuing freedom or whether she dies?
The cul-de-sac killer, Stephen Akinmurel, was a suspected serial killer who was charged with murdering 5 elderly people between 1995 and 1998 and was accused of killing at least 2 other people. He confessed to several murders but committed suicide before his trial. He had a history of mental illness and had carried out crimes against the elderly from the age of 11. Akinmurel's suicide note in August 1999, he admitted to the crimes, saying that he regretted them and feared he would kill again. Detective Superintendent Bob Denmark of Lancashire Police said Akinmurel was a very dangerous and disturbed young man. I've interviewed him personally and regard him as one of the most dangerous men I have ever met. I would always have been concerned about his propensity to kill.
Behind these barbed wire fences and brick walls, in almost total isolation, sits 17-year-old Zachary Davis. He was just 15 years old when he brutally bludgeoned his mother to death with a sledgehammer as she slept in her bed. Police say he then set fire to his house, leaving his older brother alive inside to die in the flames.
Breaking news out of Henderson, Tennessee.
There are new revelations today about the man accused of killing and dismembering a beloved teacher in Prince George's County. The suspect is Harold Landon III. He appeared in court for the first time today after being charged with killing Madam Miriam Silla, who was about to start the new school year at the Dora Kennedy French Immersion Public School in Greenbelt when she went missing while out on a walk near a neighborhood park.
Investigators say they still don't know why this suspect, Landon, allegedly killed a woman police believe was a complete stranger to him and then attempted to cover up the crime by dismembering her and dumping her torso in a pond near Joint Base Andrews. There is no evidence at this time, despite Landon's history, that he may be involved in similar crimes, but she did say, given his history, it would not surprise her if at some point in the future, investigators from other jurisdictions with unsolved cases may come calling.
Mel Ignato was a resident of Louisville, Kentucky, who murdered his girlfriend, Brenda Sue Schaefer, in 1988. The case was controversial because Ignato was acquitted of the charge, but photographs that proved his guilt were uncovered after the trial. Under the legal principle of double jeopardy, Ignato could not be tried a second time for the murder. He was convicted and jailed for perjury in his grand jury testimony for the case on several occasions. On September 23, 1988, Ignato kidnapped Brenda and locked her in the house. Brenda was blindfolded, gagged and bound hand and foot. Ignato forced Brenda to strip before killing her with chloroform. Ignato buried her behind a house. He took Brenda's jewelry and the exposed film.
During a
Since there is no love in my life, I must have something to replace it, so I replace it with hate. Constant hate. Constantly reminded to hate.
What's that do for you?
Keeps my left foot going in front of my right foot. Keeps me moving. Without it, I would probably just plop down someplace and have no reason to continue.
Anthony Morley carved up his lover's flesh, seasoned it with herbs, fried it in olive oil, and then ate it. He won the first Mr. Gay UK contest in 1993. In 2008 he was imprisoned for the killing, dismemberment and partial cannibalization of his lover, magazine executive Damien Oldfield. He savagely murdered his boyfriend Damien Oldfield, then cooked his flesh. Morley slashed his lover's throat and brutally stabbed him multiple times after the pair had watched Brokeback Mountain in bed in Leeds. The trained chef then carved up his flesh, seasoned it with herbs, fried it in olive oil and then ate it. He then stumbled to a nearby kebab shop in a blood-drenched dressing gown and told the staff he had killed someone because they tried to rape him. He was found guilty on October 17, 2008 and sentenced to life imprisonment for the crime.
New here at 6, a Casa Grande man is under arrest in the murder of his father, whose dismembered body was found inside of a burning barrel. The suspect's mother has also been booked into jail. Police there say that 32-year-old Christopher Chase shot and killed 57-year-old Thomas Chase during a fight on Saturday. Early in the morning, police say that they found the victim's body burning inside of a barrel on Brown Avenue. They say that Christopher ran from that scene and then held 3 people at gunpoint, allegedly demanding a key to their car. Police say he then called 911 to turn himself in. His mother, 56-year-old Melissa Chase, is accused of concealing and cleaning up evidence.
David Bullock killed at least 6 people in New York City between December 1981 and January 1982. The first victim was 42-year-old teacher James Weber. His body was found on December 5, 1981 in Central Park. A few days later, Bullock killed 23-year-old friend and prostitute Edwina Atkins. After shooting her, he set fire to her apartment. His next victim was 29-year-old Stephen Hassel. On December 15, Bullock shot him in his Manhattan apartment after covering his face with a pillow. The fourth victim was 50-year-old Heriberto Morales. Bullock shot him to death and set fire to the apartment before leaving. The last victim was 28-year-old Eric Fuller, whom Bullock shot on January 4, 1982 with a shotgun. He was also responsible for his roommate's disappearance. He shot him on December 23 and threw his corpse into the Harlem River. He was charged with 6 murders and sentenced to 150 years.
I just don't remember.
Keeping track of the identities of the women hasn't been high on Cottingham's priority list. It's entirely possible that he didn't even know the names of some of them. He killed several in most locations, which would also make it harder to keep the individual details straight.
I can tell you how I always did these things, but, you know, see, you might think that the number I threw out 80 is being a lot. You know, just for some reason I'll remember it.
Right.
But, you know,
Well, where do you think you dumped her?
Well, now I'm going to keep that.
I'll tell you if you're wrong. How's that?
We're gonna, I think I dumped her in a river or a stream.
Okay. Any idea what that is?
I'm not sure if she went in the water or not. It was too dark.
Okay.
I heard a little water. I looked down. I couldn't see if she went in the water. I couldn't even see her. I went down a steep.
Several of Cottingham's victims were found in or near water.
Serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, the Milwaukee cannibal. Jeffrey Dahmer, born on May 21, 1960, was an American serial killer and cannibal. From an early age, Dahmer was fascinated by dead animals. He kept animal bones as toys. He killed 17 young men between 1978 and 1991. At the age of 18, he committed his first murder. Dahmer picked up a hitchhiker and lured him to his house. He dissolved the body and flushed it through the toilet. A victim escaped Dahmer's apartment in 1991 and informed the police. The officers found gruesome photographs and several body parts in Dahmer's apartment. They arrested him. Dahmer was sentenced to 16 terms of life imprisonment on February 17, 1992.
David Earl Gibbs was convicted and sentenced to death for the July 1985 murder of 29-year-old Marietta Bryant. Gibbs raped and murdered Bryant and her roommate, Carol Ackland. Gibbs confessed after his fingerprints were found at the scene, and human blood found on his boots. In his statement, Gibbs stated, "While I was having sex with her, I cut her throat. I don't know why I did it." Next, he raped Bryant and slashed her throat with a butcher knife. Gibbs was previously convicted of theft and burglary, and on parole after early release at the time of the murders. In 1990, while in jail for Ms. Bryant's rape and murder, Gibbs was also convicted of voluntary manslaughter for killing another death row inmate. He was executed by lethal injection in Texas on August 23, 2000.
Became Knowles' first known murder. He strangled a 65-year-old retired school teacher and then kidnapped and killed a 6-year-old and an 11-year-old girl, all in Jacksonville. He went to Atlantic Beach and strangled a woman. Investigators later found her portable TV in the Macon home of Knowles' girlfriend. During the next 3 months, Knowles traveled the country with 18 confirmed kills in 8 states, including murders in central Georgia, in Musella, Macon, and Milledgeville.
If you look back over the history of serial killers, that he was probably the first one to be identified as a serial killer. I think Ted Bundy was very prominent during that time, but nobody had put a name on him at that time.
Nobody put the name on Knowles until a few days after he murdered 2 people in their Milledgeville home, Carswell Carr and his 15-year-old daughter, Amanda. Authorities don't know whether Carr died from the multiple stab wounds or a heart attack brought on by the stabbings. Knowles raped and strangled Amanda Carr.
There was what appeared to be a nylon stock embedded around her neck.
And you cannot recall any debris other than blood? Is that your testimony? Is that your recollection?
That's my recollection, yes, sir.
Bundy claimed that the prosecution's exhibits could all be innocently explained. The masks found in his car were for skiing. The metal pipes were not weapons, but parts of his car. The nylon stockings not for strangling, but for wearing. The prosecutor said that on the contrary, they all proved that the crimes had been carefully planned.
This man premeditated this murder. He knew what he was going to do before he did it. He thinks he is smart enough to get away with any crime.
The prosecution produced a key witness, student Nita Neary.
I understand, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor. No, they didn't, Your Honor. No, they didn't. Yes. Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. Yes, I do, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I do, Your Honor. Yes. Yes, we did, Your Honor. I'm in agreement. Yes. That's correct, Your Honor. That's my signature. That's my signature. Yes, it is, Your Honor. That's right. Yes, it does. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I do. Yes, he has, Your Honor. Yes, it is. No, I haven't, Your Honor. Yes, I'm doing this voluntarily. Yes. Yes, they are. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Guilty as charged, Your Honor.
Richard Kuklinski knows he will never get out of jail. With nothing left to lose, Kuklinski reveals new secrets about the years he spent as a contract killer for the Gambino crime family, and tells what happened in his life that turned him into a man law enforcement called the Iceman.
I hated my father. If I could have, I probably would have killed him. Probably would have felt good about it, too. My father would beat me just if I looked at him. He gave me this impersonal feeling I have to when people die in front of me. We were following this fella. We pulled up at a red light, came alongside of him, and shot the shotgun and took his head off. He never saw the green light. It was a sawed-off shotgun. It was very, as a matter of fact, when it happened, it surprised me. I expected the man to die, but it really surprised me when it took his head off. It was something I didn't expect.
Bela Kiss was a Hungarian serial killer. He is thought to have murdered at least 24 young women and attempted to pickle them in giant metal drums that he kept on his property. In July 1916, Budapest police received a call from a Cinkita landlord who had found 7 large metal drums. Upon attempting to open the drums, a suspicious odor was noted. Detective Chief Charles Nagy took over the investigation and opened one of the drums. Against the protests of Mrs. Jakubek, there they discovered the body of a strangled woman. The other drums yielded similarly gruesome content. Each drum contained the naked body of a woman, strangled and preserved in alcohol. A search of Kiss's house resulted in a total of 24 bodies. Whatever finally became of Bela Kiss remains a mystery. In Hungary, he is remembered as the one who got away. James Mitchell was an American convicted kidnapper, rapist, counterfeiter, and suspected serial killer, who became known as the Mall Passer, due to his practice of passing counterfeit bills in shopping malls bordering interstate highways across the United States. After his arrest for counterfeiting, the Secret Service found evidence linking him to much more serious sex crimes. He was sentenced to 375 years in federal prison. Although he was never brought to trial for murder, he was the principal suspect in 2 homicides and he remains a suspect in several others. He died of pneumonia at the Federal Medical Center in Butner, North Carolina, in early 2011. FBI profiler Roy Hazelwood said Bartolomeo was the best documented sexual sadist since the Marquis de Sade, and one of America's most dangerous known criminals. Bobby Sue Terrell was a 29-year-old diagnosed schizophrenic from Woodlawn, Illinois who worked on the midnight shift in nursing homes across Illinois and Florida. She also suffered from Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Beginning in 1984, she killed 12 elderly victims in St. Petersburg, Florida by insulin overdoses, and would cover her tracks by calling the police, mutilating herself, and saying there's a serial killer loose in the home. She fainted frequently on duty, with no apparent cause, and twice she slashed her own vagina with a pair of scissors. The second wound required emergency surgery. She stabbed herself in rage and frustration over her own infertility. Police finally arrested her when they discovered her psychiatric background. In February 1988, Bobby Sue pled guilty to reduced charges of second-degree murder and was sentenced to a combined term of 65 years in prison but died in 2007.
Guilty on all counts. That is the verdict from Judge Nancy Russo, the trial of a Strongsville teen who the judge ruled intentionally crashed her car, killing 2.
Her actions were controlled, methodical, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful. This was not reckless driving. This was murder.
19-year-old Mackenzie Sherilla crying uncontrollably as the judge declared her guilty on multiple counts of murder in the deaths of her 20-year-old boyfriend Dominic Russo and his 19-year-old friend Davion Flanagan. She was convicted on all 12 charges she was facing, including those of felonious assault and aggravated vehicular homicide.
She had a mission, and she executed it with precision.
The judge said Sherilla, who was 17 at the time of the crash, had morphed from a responsible driver with 2 passengers into, quote, literal hell on wheels, pushing the pedal to the floor, demanding an ultimate speed of 100 miles per hour.
There was a man who was begging and pleading and praying, I guess. He was pleased God and all over the place. So I told him he could have a half hour to pray to God. And if God could come down and change the circumstances, he'd have that time. But God never showed up. And he never changed the circumstances. And that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing I shouldn't have done, that one. I shouldn't have done it that way.
Joseph Lyle and Eric Galen Menendez are American brothers who were convicted in 1996 of the murders of their parents, Jose and Mary Louise Menendez. The brothers stated that they committed the murders out of fear that their father would kill them after they threatened to expose him for years of sexual, emotional, and physical abuse. On the evening of August 20th, 1989, Jose and Kitty were standing in the den of their Beverly Hills mansion when Lyle and Eric entered the den carrying shotguns. Jose was shot 6 times, including the fatal shot in the back of the head with the Mossberg 12-gauge shotgun. Kitty was shot 10 times in total before the fatal shot to her cheek. She was on the ground, slowly crawling and moaning. Lyle then ran to his car to reload and then fired the fatal shot to her face. They were eventually sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. M. Shankar was an Indian serial killer and rapist, known as Psycho Shankar. Shankar is accused of killing at least 19 women in a series of rapes and murders in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh, India. Between 2008 and 2011, he would kidnap, rape and torture his victims before murdering them. He was known to stab and mutilate victims by hacking them with a machete that he always carried with him. In 2009, Jai Shankar was arrested on 13 charges of rape. Jai Shankar escaped from jail twice and was placed in solitary confinement after a third escape attempt. In 2018, M. Jai Shankar committed suicide by slicing his own throat in his solitary confinement prison cell at the Central Prison in Bangalore, India. Anatoly Utkin was a Soviet serial killer and rapist known as the Ulyanovsky Maniac. Utkin operated in the Ulyanovsk and Penza regions in the late 1960s and early 1970s. He killed 8 girls and 1 man from 1968 to 1973. He was known to rob, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. On March 31, 1968, Utkin killed a 14-year-old girl and stole her watch. On June 27, Utkin raped and killed a 17-year-old girl, and on September 25 killed a 13-year-old in Penza Oblast. On November 28, Utkin killed a 10-year-old girl in Ulyanovsk. And May 28, 1969, he killed another woman in the city. He was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death by firing squad. Anatoly Utkin was executed by firing squad in 1975.
Once Dahmer sobered up, no one could guess at the gruesome details to follow.
He made this statement: when I tell you what I'm going to tell you, you're going to be famous. And I tried to say, look, Jeff, there's nothing that you can tell me that is going to freak me out. And he laughed at that. He said, you don't know what I've done.
Dahmer spent the next 6 weeks with the detectives, recounting the murders of 17 men, a 159-page confession. It seemed cathartic to Dahmer to finally get the deeds of the last 13 years off his chest. With the information from his confession, investigators went back to Dahmer's childhood home in Bath, Ohio. They raked up the shattered bones of Stephen Hicks, Dahmer's first victim.
At 5 p.m. on July 27, 2007, Nikola Radosevljevic was eating with his wife Yelena. After an argument, he punched her in the face and Yelena fell down. Nikola jumped into a well. By 5:30 p.m., Dragoslav Badzikic got him out of the well. A few minutes later, Nikola got his hunting rifle and walked out into the street. He then killed a number of people in the vicinity. On the street at one point, Radosevljevic met an older woman. He asked her in Romanian if she practiced magic. When she said no, he let her live. At 1:30 a.m. the following day, Nikola was arrested and taken to NIS hospital. He was subsequently taken to a prison mental hospital in Belgrade where he was pronounced insane. He is currently serving a lifetime sentence in the same facility. Glenn Edward Rogers is an American serial killer known as the Cross-Country Killer and the Casanova Killer. Rogers was convicted of 2 murders and is a suspect in numerous others throughout the United States. He was featured on the FBI 10 Most Wanted Fugitives list after a crime spree that began on September 28, 1995. Authorities suspected Rogers of stabbing or strangling an elderly man from Ohio in 1993 and 4 women in California, Mississippi, Florida, and Louisiana. He originally claimed the number of murders was closer to 70, but then recanted his statement claiming he was joking and had not committed any murders. Glenn Edward Rogers was sentenced to death in Florida. In 1999, Rogers received a second death sentence in California. He is currently on death row. Tommy Lynn Sells was an American serial killer. He was convicted of 1 murder for which he received the death penalty and was eventually executed. Authorities believe he committed a total of 22 murders and he claimed on various occasions to have murdered over 70 people. Kayleen Harris, 13, was sexually assaulted, stabbed 16 times, and her throat slashed. Deborah Harris, 31, and her 8-year-old daughter Embria Halliburton were both killed after cells broke into their house at night and raped Harris. She was stabbed repeatedly with her own kitchen knife, which was left in her chest. Halliburton was stabbed 3 times after she witnessed Sells murder her mother. Retired Texas Ranger John Allen said, "We did confirm 22. I know there's more. I know there's a lot more. Obviously, we won't ever know." Matthew Quesada, 26, was convicted at the Old Bailey of murdering Alan Smith in a frenzied and wordless attack. Mr. Smith, 63, was stabbed 5 times in front of his family in the East London cafe as revenge for asking if Quesada's crying 3-year-old girl was alright. Quesada replied, "What's it got to effing do with you? Go away." As Mr. Smith was eager to avoid confrontation, he went with his family from the BB Cafe in Leighton to the nearby Roma Cafe. Meanwhile, Quesada took his daughter home to his partner Maria Bridget, and came back with a knife that he used to stab Mr. Smith, without saying a word to him. Paramedics carried out an open-heart surgery in the cafe but failed to save Mr. Smith, who died in hospital.
He escaped from the hospital, was back on the street, and made another set of rounds looking for help. He even called the police department, asking them to pick him up because he wanted a place to stay again. They told him he'd called the wrong number. They gave him the right number to call. He tried another number and said, "Come pick me up, I'm a fugitive." They said, "We don't provide transportation, you'll have to come in." Desperate for a place to stay, he went home with a man who was known to pay for homosexual favors, and in the course of their evening together murdered that man. Multiple opportunities for the criminal justice system and other systems of public service to intervene, to provide this man with what he was seeking to prevent this murder. Complete failure.
Ed Gein was an American murderer and body snatcher from Plainfield, Wisconsin. Gein had exhumed corpses from local graveyards and fashioned trophies and keepsakes from their bones and skin. After police found body parts in his house in 1957, Gein confessed to killing 2 women, Mary Hogan in 1954 and Bernice Worden in 1957. Police discovered Worden's decapitated body in a shed, hung upside down by ropes at her wrists. The torso was gutted. She had been shot with a .22 caliber rifle and brutally mutilated after death. Initially found unfit to stand trial, he was tried in 1968 for the murder of Worden and sentenced to life imprisonment, which he spent in a mental hospital until his death on July 26, 1984, age 77. On December 9, 1981, Daniel Faulkner, a 25-year-old Philadelphia police officer, observed a light blue Volkswagen driving the wrong way down a one-way street. Officer Faulkner then pulled the Volkswagen over. He exited his vehicle and approached the driver's side of the Volkswagen, which was being driven by William Cook. Sitting in a taxi cab across the street was William Cook's older brother, Mumia Abu Jamal. While Officer Faulkner was distracted by Cook, Jamal fired one shot that hit Officer Faulkner's back. Jamal then put the muzzle of his gun within inches of Officer Faulkner's face, and squeezed off the final and fatal shot. The bullet entered the officer's face slightly above the eye and came to rest in his brain, killing him instantly. Mumia Abu Jamal was sentenced to life in December 2001.
I knew 80 to 100 prostitutes in the city of Rochester. I was told by one girl about one of them having AIDS, and she would tell me which ones that she thought had AIDS, and I was scared. What right is these girls, being a prostitute's one thing, going out on the street knowing you have the disease and continue to have sex with, different partners, it's not right. So I went out and I took their life.
Jake Bird was an American serial killer and rapist, known as the Tacoma Axe Killer. Bird had an extensive criminal record including burglary and attempted murder. Bird was arrested in 1947 and was sentenced to death for the murders of 2 victims. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to rob, stalk, rape, mutilate his victims, and also hack them to death with the axe. In 1948, Bird was scheduled for execution, but it was postponed when he confessed to a total of 46 murders. 11 of the 46 victims were substantiated and he was considered a prime suspect in the remaining crimes. In 1949, Jake Bird was executed by public hanging at Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, Washington. He was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison cemetery. In 2012, Estebaliz Carranza, dubbed the Ice Cream Killer by the Austrian media, was sentenced to life behind bars for the brutal dismemberment murders of her ex-husband and her one-time lover, on separate occasions. She shot them both in the head and carved up their bodies. After several failed attempts to dispose of the first corpse, including the crazy idea of setting fire to it, Carranza finally decided to resort to dismembering the corpses with a chainsaw. She stored their body parts in a freezer that also served as a storeroom for the ice cream parlor. She concealed them in chunks of concrete that she mixed up in the cellar and then buried their remains under the concrete floor of her shop. She then hung air fresheners to hide the smell of their rotting corpses. When arrested, Carranza was 2 months pregnant by another man whom she married in prison.
Represents the darkest side of human nature. The side of human nature that's capable to commit unspeakable acts.
You just strangled her right there. Eventually, somebody found the bones.
We asked him why you did this, and his reason was just taking care of business.
One detective asked me, if you had to do it over again, what would you do? I said, I'd put them all in one hole and you'd never find them.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the first of 17 murders. Jeffrey Dahmer picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks and offered to take him back to his father's house to drink beer. But when Hicks decided to leave, Dahmer hit him in the back of the head with a 10-pound dumbbell, twice from behind as Hicks sat upon a chair. He murdered Hicks in a room upstairs in the house and dismembered the body in the crawl space. He dug up and buried the remains several times, eventually removing the flesh. Dahmer dissected, dissolved, pulverized, and scattered the now imperceptible remains throughout his backyard, and later admitted to killing him simply because he wanted Hicks to stay. 9 years would pass before he killed again. Known as the Missoula Mauler, Wayne Nance shot and stabbed his victims, often raping them beforehand. Between 1974 and 1986 he invaded homes across Montana. On April 11, 1974, Nance invaded the home of and tied up Donna Pounds, raped her at gunpoint, then fired 5 bullets into her head. 5 years later, the body of Devonna Nelson was found near Beaverhale Hill State Park. 3 months later, 16-year-old Marcella Bachman's body was found in Missoula's woods. In September 1985, another unidentified body was found. Law enforcement believe Nance committed at least 6 homicides, although it is strongly suspected that he killed many more. Wayne Nance was shot and killed by his final intended victim on September 3, 1986.
That night's murders began with some preparations at Spawn Ranch.
I was with the children. We were in a trailer. I was with someone else, and we were in a trailer. And Charlie came and woke me up. And he said, "Get up. I want you to go somewhere." He said, "Get in the car." And I was in the car with Tex and Linda Kasabian and Susan Atkins. And he said, "Do everything that Tex says."
Sheila LaBar claimed she was an angel sent from God to punish pedophiles. She believed every man in her life was a pedophile and she saw herself as an avenging angel. Kenny County met her in 2006 at Wilmington, Massachusetts when he was 24. He moved in with her shortly after meeting her. She stabbed him to death and then burned his body. The police were able to identify his DNA from his army records. Michael DeLodge was LaVar's boyfriend, who lived with her at her farm. He was last seen alive in 2005. A human bone was found in the septic tank of the farm in 2008. It is unknown how he died. She was arrested on April 2, 2006, and the police conducted a 3-week search of her farm, which led to the discovery of 3 human toes which forensic analysis determined did not belong to either Kenny County or Michael DeLodge. The Man in Black, Peter Howard Moore, is a British serial killer who murdered 4 men in 1995. Due to his attire when committing sexual attacks, he was also called the Man in Black. Between September and December 1995, he stabbed to death and mutilated 4 men for fun. He also committed 39 sex attacks on men in North Wales and the Merseyside area over a 20-year period. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in November 1996, with the recommendation that he never be released.
Wow, man, wow. Wow, what? Well, I was a beatnik in the 50s before the hippies came along. You know, I cut a rut down through Acapulco, and I smoked Acapulco before you knew what it was. And I lived in the Tombs, and I was in the Cook County Jail in Chicago when you were playing cricket in high school, see? Like you live in another world. I live in street people's world.
Jock Paul Freeman is an Australian convicted of murder in Bulgaria. In December 2007, Paul Freeman was involved in an incident during which Bulgarian student Andrei Manov was fatally stabbed. Paul Freeman attacked 2 male Bulgarian students and stabbed them, killing Manov instantly. The other man was saved in hospital. In his defense, Paul Freeman claims that he went to protect 2 Roma men from a group of thugs and they turned on him. His plea of not guilty based on self-defense was defeated, partially due to Manov having been stabbed in the back. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison on December 2, 2009. On September 19, 2019, Paul Freeman was unexpectedly granted parole, and in April 2021, Paul Freeman confirmed he had left Bulgaria but did not wish to disclose his location due to safety concerns. An Idaho mother has been sentenced to life in prison for killing her 2 youngest children and a romantic rival, in a bizarre case where she claimed her son and daughter were zombies, and she was a goddess sent to usher in the biblical apocalypse. Lori Vallow Daybell was sentenced to 3 life sentences without parole for killing 7-year-old Joshua Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, as well as conspiring to kill her 5th husband's previous wife. Vallow Daybell justified the murders by going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole. Tylee appeared to have been stabbed and her body burned before it was buried. Joshua's head was wrapped in tape and plastic, asphyxiating him. Daybell believed people in her life had been taken over by evil spirits and turned into zombies, including Joshua and Tylee. Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case, she said.
He is now Oregon's longest-serving inmate.
Well, I didn't know why I survived, and it took me a lot of years, and I'm still not certain of that answer. You know, why some people survive and why others don't.
Of course, you have to put this into context and realize that the chances anywhere of falling victim to a serial murderer are very small. They're far smaller than, for instance, the chance of dying in a road accident.
But if you're targeted by a serial killer, the odds of survival are very small.
And I don't understand really what happened to him. I really don't. And who could explain some of those mysteries, you know?
Serial murder is the subject of dozens of films and made-for-TV movies. There's even a serial killing board game. Is our fascination with these killers a healthy outlet for our worst fears, or something more insidious?
We're all swingers, you know, and also I'll recut the phone line, and it's funny because I like when I like the cutters there. I can't come back as much later. But, and the door opened. So here I am, you know. And so do I just walk out the back door and they call the police? Or I go for it, and I went for it.
Chilling details of his first killings and of his victims' final words.
Mrs. Lotero had woke up, and she actually said, God have mercy on her soul.
17-year-old Marcus Walker has been sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Jermaine Cools. The unarmed schoolboy was brutally attacked during a street brawl in West Croydon in November 2021. CCTV footage shows Jermaine here on the right fall to the ground. As he lies there defenceless, Walker pulls a machete out of his coat and stabs Jermaine 7 times. At the time of the killing, Walker, who was then 16, was already on bail for carrying a large knife. He had been caught in possession of a knife by police on 3 separate occasions before Jermaine's murder.
Make him sit, but the boy didn't quiet his lips. Go all come back with jibs. I went home, me and bro got nicked. But no way can me like them. Last time he met me, he met me.
On August 15, 1975, Ted Bundy fled from a patrol car. When the police caught up to him and searched his tan 1968 Volkswagen Beetle, they found the following suspicious objects: a crowbar behind the driver's seat, a box of large green plastic garbage bags, an ice pick, a flashlight, a pair of gloves, torn strips of sheeting, a knit ski mask, a pair of handcuffs, and a strange mask made from pantyhose. They also noticed that the passenger seat had been removed. They later released him. Little did they know they had just set free one of the worst serial killers in American history. Eventually, Utah authorities seized the 1968 Volkswagen and examined it inch by inch, finding hairs that matched 3 potential victims. The Ted Bundy Volkswagen is currently on display at the Alcatraz East Crime Museum.
I didn't even think he was a criminal when I first opened the door and saw him. He looked like a very ordinary, he looked like my own son would look, to tell you the truth. Would I say he was a serial killer? I'll tell you right now that he was a very intensely disturbed man with a lot of rage and violence hidden just by the way he'd clench his teeth and just kept saying, "Shut up, I'm going to have to hurt you," very quietly.
Randall Woodfield is an American serial killer, dubbed the I-5 Killer, for the I-5 highway running from Washington to California, where he committed multiple sexual assaults and murders. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to rob, rape, and murder his victims. He would also repeatedly shoot victims in the head. Woodfield typically concealed his identity by wearing a hoodie, a fake beard, and most curiously, a strip of athletic tape across his nose. His first murder was on October 9, 1980. Cherie Lynn Ayers had been bludgeoned and stabbed repeatedly in the neck. He was convicted of 3 murders, is suspected of killing up to 18 people, and suspected to be involved in 44 murders. Woodfield is incarcerated at the Oregon State Penitentiary.
Steve, the other personality, made a momentous confession. Multiple personality is a rare mental disorder made famous in the books 3 Faces of Eve and Sybil, and the movies which followed. These were true stories of people in whom 2 or more personalities existed in the same body. The claim that Bianchi, like Eve, had more than one personality transformed the case.
In a true multiple personality, there are completely separate personalities within the same body. There may be 2 or 3 or 4 or more.
He started kicking my partner in the head and screaming, biting, using every means possible to hurt myself, my partner, and others in the auto. At that point, I jumped on him, trying to subdue him. I hit him in the head. It didn't seem to do any good. He was biting at that time and had my shirt was in his...
On November 29, 1998, Jasper killed a 33-year-old musical engineer who owned a recording studio in San Antonio, and was a business partner of Jasper. Jasper had created his own record label and had his own rap group. He went to the recording studio of the victim, walked up behind him and grabbed him by the hair and slit his throat. The victim was then stabbed to death. He covered the victim with a black sheet in order to not have to look at him. Jasper then began loading vehicles with the equipment inside the studio. Jasper made several trips taking the property from the studio. Upon returning to the scene of the crime, he was observed to be suspicious and eventually apprehended by police. Jasper was executed by lethal injection in Texas on March 19, 2014. Delano Forbes is a suspected Antiguan serial killer, known as the Antigua Vampire Killer. Forbes is suspected of killing 4 men between 2015 and 2018. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to commit acts of vampirism and murder his victims. Police found jars of what appeared to be blood at Forbes' home when they were investigating the case in 2018. Forbes is accused of killing Wilfred Bongo Williams, Sean Henry, LaSue Williams, and Morrison Chung Thomas. He was arrested in December 2018. In February 2018, Forbes escaped custody when police were escorting him to one of his previous crime scenes. He killed his 4th victim after the escape, and was recaptured on March 9, 2018.
Despite the telltale tooth marks, the state authorities were afraid they didn't have a certain case. They offered a deal: plead guilty, then they wouldn't request the death sentence. Bundy contemptuously refused. He also complained during the pre-trial hearings that his defense team had shut him out of preparations, but the judge was unimpressed.
This court is finding clearly and unequivocally you have the most excellent counsel I've ever seen any defense attorney in any defendant in the state of Florida ever had.
Nevertheless, Bundy insisted on taking over his own defense. But the court had to rule on whether he was sane enough to be able to do so.
The man is difficult to work with. He's almost cutting in the way that he works.
Richard Timmons is an American murderer. He brutally murdered his wife and 7-year-old son by decapitating them with an axe, and his 13-year-old stepson by stabbing him to death. In Queens, New York, on the night of June 8, 1997, Timmons consumed a large amount of alcohol, crack cocaine, PCP, heroin, and other substances before beginning his spree. He first attacked his wife, Anita Stewart, in the bedroom, slashing her head off and leaving it propped on a pillow. He then proceeded to his son Aaron. Timmons cut his head off. Finally, Timmons attacked his stepson Sharon and stabbed him to death. He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Timmons is incarcerated in Auburn Correctional Facility. Aku Yadav was a rapist and serial killer, also known as Bharat Kalicharan. Yadav has raped over 40 victims and murdered at least 3 victims, dumping their bodies on railroad tracks near Nagpur, India. He had been reported of committing numerous rapes. The police never arrested him for the crimes. A mob of his angry neighbors burnt down his house. Yadav turned himself over to the police for protection. On August 13, 2004, during the bail hearing, Yadav called one of his previous rape victims a prostitute and threatened to rape her again. Aku Yadav was lynched by a mob of around 200 women at the Nagpur District Court. Each woman agreed to stab Yadav at least once. His blood was on the floors and walls of the courtroom. In 15 minutes, Yadav was dead. The mob continued attacking his corpse post-mortem. Elizabeth Wedelofer is a Canadian serial killer and former registered nurse who confessed to murdering 8 senior citizens and attempting to murder 6 others in southwestern Ontario between 2007 and 2016, with a total of 14 victims either killed or injured by her actions. The first case in which she injected a patient with enough insulin to directly cause death was on August 11, 2007. Wedelofer admitted that she knew the difference between right and wrong, but she was visited by surges she could not control. She said, "God or the devil or whatever wanted me to do it." After one murder, she felt the surging, and then heard her own laughter afterwards, which was really, it was like a cackling from the pit of hell. In March 2018 she was transferred from Grand Valley to an unspecified secure facility in Montreal to receive medical treatment.
Well, why don't we turn the tables here and you interview me? I'll answer your questions.
Interesting. I can live with that. Just so happens I might have a question for you. What do you think about me? Anything good, bad, or indifferent?
Yeah, some of each. There are two types of personality features that you have a great deal of. The first of them is called antisocial personality disorder. Someone who does not have a conscience, does not have remorse, does not feel a sense of guilt about most of the bad things they do, is impulsive and violent. But if you raise a kid the way...
Pursue a more primitive life. Between 1978 and 1995, Kaczynski killed 3 people and injured 23 others in a nationwide mail bombing campaign against people he believed to be advancing modern technology and the destruction of the environment. He authored Industrial Society and Its Future, a 35,000-word manifesto and social critique opposing industrialization, rejecting leftism, and advocating for a nature-centered form of anarchism. He was sentenced to 4 life terms in prison on May 5, 1998. Raul Ojal Marroquin is a brutal Mexican serial killer known as El Sadico, the sadist. Marroquin lured men from gay bars. He would torture his victims by suffocating them until they lost consciousness, and once they returned to their senses, Marroquin would suffocate them again and again until he finally killed them. When he asked the victims' relatives to help their loved one, regardless of whether they paid or not, Raul would murder his hostage either by suffocation or strangulation. Later, he left the corpses, which were stuffed in suitcases, around different parts of the city. 2 other victims were released after demanding a ransom from their families. On September 4, 2008, Marroquin was sentenced to a total of almost 300 years in prison. The Osmington shooting was a familicide in Osmington, Western Australia on May 11, 2018, in which Peter Miles, a 61-year-old retired high school farm manager, shot dead his wife, daughter, and 4 grandchildren, before calling police and then committing suicide. It is the worst shooting incident in Australia since the Port Arthur massacre of 1996. Peter first shot Katrina and her 4 children while they slept in their beds, before shooting his wife Sandot in the living room of their home. He then placed a 2-minute 000 call to police alerting them to the shootings before committing suicide. A suicide note was also confirmed to have been found. Peter was also found to be on SSRI class antidepressants at the time of the incident.
Mdawe pleaded guilty to all the charges against him. However, he denied that the killings were premeditated. The court heard that he and the victims knew each other. The following judgment was handed down.
I'm satisfied that the only reasonable inference to be drawn from the totality of the evidence and the facts is that the accused premeditated these murders, applying thought and carrying it out, making sure that it was complete and concealing his criminal acts.
Family members of the victims are still reeling from the incidents and hope the court will hand down a hefty sentence.
Whether he is sorry or not, you cannot kill 5 people and say you killed them by mistake.
Zhang Yongming was a Chinese serial killer and cannibal known as the Cannibal Killer and the Cannibal Monster of Yunnan. He was arrested and sentenced to death in 1979 for intentional homicide, but was released in 1997 after receiving a sentence reduction. John confessed to the murder of 11 males between March 2008 and April 2012. John used various means of disposing of the bodies, including dismemberment, burning, and burial, to destroy the evidence. John sold the flesh of some of his victims as ostrich meat, kept other victims' eyeballs in alcohol-filled wine bottles, and fed some victims' meat to his dog. John was sentenced to death for intentional homicide and deprived of political rights for life. John Yongming was executed on January 10, 2013. George Joseph Smith was an English serial killer who was convicted and subsequently hanged for the slayings of 3 women in 1915. The case became known as the Brides in the Bath murders. He was found guilty of the murders of Bessie Williams, who was found dead in a bath in 1912, Alice Burnham, who died in a bath at Blackpool in December 1913, and Margaret Elizabeth Lofty, who was found in a bath in Highgate in December 1914. It was significant that when the case was under investigation, Divisional Detective Inspector Neil formed the opinion along with the pathologist Dr. Bernard Spilsbury that it would be impossible for anyone to accidentally drown in any of the baths in question. On March 23 he was charged with the murders of Bessie Williams, Alice Smith, and Margaret Lloyd. He was eventually found guilty and sentenced to death. He was executed at Maidstone Jail on August 13, 1915. Kenneth Jerk is currently on death row in Florence, Arizona. On September 14, 1993, he killed a former friend's family. He believed Albert Luna Jr. had burgled his house. Jerk showed up at the Luna home and forced himself in at gunpoint. Patricia Luna and her 5-year-old son Damien were at home. He secured Mrs. Luna and her son by tying their arms and legs and gagging them. When Rochelle Luna arrived several hours later, he took her to her bedroom where he raped and killed her. When Albert Luna Sr. arrived at home, Jerk forced him into his bedroom at gunpoint, handcuffed him to a bed and smashed his head with a baseball bat, then removed the handcuffs believing him dead. Mr. Luna regained consciousness and charged Jerk. He killed Mr. Luna, then shot Mrs. Luna and Damien in the head. Before he left, he spread gasoline around the house and turned on the stove. But the house didn't burn.
The suitcase killer, Heather Mack, is reunited with her 6-year-old daughter before they are deported to the U.S. from Indonesia, where she murdered her mother back in 2014.
Mack was arrested on federal conspiracy and obstruction of justice charges. The indictment accuses Mack and her boyfriend at the time of conspiring to kill her socialite mother, Sheila Von Wies Mack, in Bali back in 2014. Heather Mack was only 18 years old and just a few weeks pregnant when she stuffed her mother's body into a suitcase. Now, Mack's daughter is currently 6 years old, and her lawyers are filing emergency court orders to make sure that she doesn't end up with CPS.
The monster of the Andes is no urban legend.
Luis Garavito, also known as the Beast, is a Colombian serial killer, sex offender, pedophile, and necrophile. He began a series of torture rapes on minors aged 6 to 16 in 1980. Garavito was estimated to have killed a minimum of 200 minors before committing the murders of an additional 189 minors in the early 90s, and a further 4 murders during the summer of 1998. Apprehended on April 22, 1999. The judicial body ruled that all Garavito's sentences total 1,853 years and 9 days in jail. Garavito is confirmed to have murdered at least 193 minors in total. His murders of 23 minors and 5 adults would raise his murder victim count to 221.
From 1951 to 1967, Charles Manson's rap sheet shows a range of crimes, from mail theft to forgery to running prostitutes. It was at McNeil Island Penitentiary that Manson developed a skill at the guitar and an interest in music that would play an important part in later events. The man who taught him the steel guitar was an aging fellow prisoner, the renowned Depression-era gangster Alvin "Creepy" Karpus. More important, it was in prison, with its rigid codes of behavior and its hierarchy, that Manson developed his way of looking at the world.
Would you ever use a chainsaw?
To cut someone up? Yes. I've done that. To dismember them, yes. Not to kill them, no.
What was it like to cut somebody up with a even though the guy was dead, how did it feel to cut some guy up with a chainsaw?
Well, I didn't have any feeling one way or the other. That just happened. That's the way it had to be.
Messy.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Did it make you sick?
No.
On March 14, 1980, Kuklinski drove for hours on a snow-covered road in Saddle River, New Jersey.
I go to the back of the van. I take the shotgun with me, of course. So I kneel down and I look under the van so I can see where he's approximately at. And so I watch him come up to where he's almost in the front of the van, and I stood up. And as he's going by the van, I fired. I never knew the man, what he looked like or what his job was. Then I found out the next day that he was police.
Clayton Weatherston had a romantic relationship with Sophie Elliott which lasted around 6 months. At around 12:30 p.m. on January 9, 2008, Weatherston arrived at her home unannounced. A New Zealand police officer responding to a 111 call found Weatherston locked in Sophie's bedroom. He told the officer, "I killed her." He was then taken into custody. Elliott died from blood loss. 2 wounds pierced her heart and 1 lung, with other wounds to her neck and throat, severing the main artery and the major vein. In total she received 216 separate injuries, mostly stab wounds from a knife blade, with some inflicted by scissors. There were 7 blunt force injuries. Weatherston was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum non-parole period of 18 years on September 15, 2009. Paul Dennis Reed was an American serial killer known as the fast food killer. Reed killed the employees of restaurants he targeted for a series of robberies during 1997. Reed moved to Nashville to attempt a country music career. In 1997, he was fired as a dishwasher from a Shoney's restaurant in Donaldson for throwing a plate at another employee. He murdered 7 victims during 3 fast food restaurant robberies in Nashville and Clarksville, Tennessee. During most of the robberies he would make victims lay face down on the floor and shoot them in the head execution style. 1 victim was stabbed and 2 were kidnapped. Their bodies were discovered the next day at the park. Their throats had been slashed. Paul Dennis Reed received 7 death sentences and died in prison in 2013. Jesha Margaretti Gottfried was a serial killer who murdered 15 people by arsenic poisoning in Bremen and Hanover, Germany, between 1813 and 1827. She was the last person to be publicly executed in the city of Bremen. Gottfried's victims included her parents, her 2 husbands, her fiancé, and her children. Her poison of choice was a mixture of arsenic and fat called mouse butter, as it was usually used to kill mice. Before being suspected and convicted of the murders, She garnered widespread sympathy among the inhabitants of Bremen because so many of her family and friends fell ill and died. Because of her devoted nursing of the victims during their time of suffering, she was known as the Angel of Bremen, until her murders were discovered. She was executed by guillotine on April 21, 1831.
I called the college in Walnut Creek and told the director that I was moving a company and I would like to find somebody who can be office manager. She showed up and got out of her car and got in my van, and we talked for a while. I told her I forgot my paperwork and all this other stuff. Can I see you tomorrow? Well, that's when I should have stopped. Right there. I kept going.
For Park Dietz, this is a key moment to understand. Why did Kibbe keep going? What was his thinking that allowed him to follow through?
Now, when you met her the first time, this girl, what were you thinking you might do?
I might have been thinking, can I get away with this?
And then get away with what?
Get away with her.
Well, what were you going to do? Were you going to rape her?
Have sex with her, yeah. Kidnap her, rape her, have sex, kill her.
Sharon Wood in the basement of the parking garage had no warning, no opportunity to avoid Brudos.
And I looked in his eyes, and I didn't have a purse. I knew it wasn't anything about theft. And so I just decided I didn't want to go. And so I started backing up, and I started screaming. And I backed up, and he came towards me, and he put his arm around me to shut my mouth. And what happened next, I don't know how it happened, but I bit his thumb, and my jaw locked on his thumb, and I had, what I learned later, I didn't know it then, was fear paralysis. And so I bit his thumb so hard that my jaw locked, and we started going around in a circle.
Joseph Paul Franklin was an American neo-Nazi terrorist and serial killer who engaged in a murder spree spanning the late 1970s and early 1980s. Franklin was convicted of several murders and received 4 life sentences, as well as 2 death sentences. He also confessed to the attempted murders of magazine publisher and pornographer Larry Flynt in 1978, and civil rights activist Vernon Jordan in 1980. Both survived their injuries, but Flynt was left permanently paralyzed from the waist down. Franklin was not convicted in either of those highly publicized cases, and he made his confessions years after the crimes had occurred. Franklin was on Missouri's death row for 15 years awaiting execution for the 1977 murder of Gerald Gordon. He was executed by lethal injection on November 20, 2013. Officers carrying out an eviction in Detroit's East Side found the children's frozen bodies covered in plastic. On March 24, 2015 in a deep freezer, Blair was charged with 2 counts each of felony murder, premeditated murder, and torture, in the deaths of Stoney and Blair and Stephen Gage Berry. Investigators believe Stephen was 9 when he died in August 2012, and that Stoney was 13 when she died the following May. Blair admitted to the horrific crimes, saying she attacked the children months apart. In 2012 and 2013, she said she intended to kill Stoney, but didn't know that the abuse of her son would be fatal. Mitchell Blair was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murders in June 2015 and was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. In the court, she even said that she'd do it again if she had to. A Farmington woman was sentenced to 14 years in prison for a fatal DUI crash that left 2 people dead. Stephanie Melgoza, 24, pleaded guilty to 2 counts each of aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol, and aggravated reckless driving. The vehicle Melgoza was driving, struck and killed 55-year-old Paul Prowant of Avon Lake, Ohio, and Andrea Rosewiz, 43, of Seattle, Washington, on an East Peoria access road off North Main Street on the 10th of April, 2022. Police reports detail partial limb amputations and full blunt force trauma to both victims. An open bottle of Tito's vodka and cannabis were found in her vehicle. Upon finding out she was responsible for the deaths, she sang, laughed, and made jokes. Jeffrey Dahmer, the sixth of 17 murders, on May 20, 1990, Dahmer met Raymond Smith and lured him to his home at 213 Oxford Apartments, North 25th Street. He offered him $50 in exchange for sex, and when he entered the property, he spiked the sex worker's drink with sleeping pills. It is reported that Mr. Smith's cause of death was strangulation. Dahmer then engaged in sexual acts with the corpse. The victim's body was also dismembered and decapitated. Dahmer tried to paint the skull gray. This was later found in his fridge. Dahmer wanted to display the remaining bones in his apartment as ornaments and clean them with an acid tank. The serial killer has also taken Polaroids showing the victim's dead body in disturbing and suggestive positions.
8-year-old boy from Bihar is world's youngest serial killer, if reports are to be believed. An 8-year-old boy from Bihar, Amrajit Zada, is the youngest serial killer in the world. He was born in 1998 in the village of Mashahar in Bihar. He has murdered 3 people. Zada committed the first murder at the age of 7. It is believed that he has murdered 3 people, including family members, by the time he was 8 years old in separate incidents between 2006 and 2007. It has been stated that when in police custody, Zada smiled a lot and showed no remorse after admitting he murdered his sister a few months earlier and his cousin the year before. He is understood to have been released in 2016 and his current whereabouts are unknown.
Billy Richard Glaze, aka Butcher Knife Billy, is a Minnesotan serial killer convicted of stabbing to death 3 women. He was a Native American who believed that all Native women should be raped and killed. Glaze was suspected of the murders of at least 50 women in multiple states. He has boasted to police about having killed over 20 women. He was arrested August 31, 1987 while drunk driving, for a violation of his parole from a rape in 1974. The arresting officers found a bloody shirt and a crowbar and nightstick in his truck. Hair samples from the crowbar were used to convict him of murder. Glaze died from lung cancer after spending more than 25 years in prison. His guilt has come into question by the discovery of DNA evidence excluding Glaze and implicating another man.
I knew I'd stabbed him, but wasn't sure exactly where. I knew it was in the stomach area. And then I turned to Cole and started stabbing him before he could get away. I stabbed Cole 3 times. Billy had gotten up and ran. I caught him, stabbed him 2 more times, and as I was stabbing him, as I caught him and stopped him, he told me, "I'm sorry."
Once they've killed their first victim or their second, they feel better, especially if the killing was a good kill. And I hate to use that word, good, but they fulfilled their fantasies as best they could.
I was scared after that. After all that had happened, all planning and fantasies and everything, I can't believe I actually did it. I actually killed somebody. I killed 2 little boys.
2 Roman Catholic priests in Buffalo were brutally killed in the rectories of their East Side parishes. Both murders happened a mile apart within a period of 13 days. Reverend Joseph Bissonnette and Monsignor David Herlihy. Decades have gone by, but Ray Bissonnette still remembers vivid details about the night his brother was brutally murdered by 2 teenage boys in Bartholomew's rectory.
Tied him in a chair, gagged him with his own sock, and beat him, then stabbed him to death.
About 2 weeks later, the teens did the same thing to Monsignor Herlihy. After the murders, Ray Bissonnette began to write a book about his brother and actually sat down with the 2 killers in prison who are currently serving a minimum of 50 years. He discovered their motive was money. All they got was a few $100s. Ray says his brother never had much because he gave everything he had to the less fortunate.
Richard Ramirez was an American serial killer and rapist, known as the Night Stalker. Ramirez killed 13 people between 1984 and 1985 in Los Angeles, California. Ramirez typically struck at night and entered his victims' homes through an unlocked window or door. Ramirez used a wide variety of weapons, including handguns, knives, a machete, a tire iron, and a hammer. He was known to rob, torture, strangle, stalk, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Richard Ramirez was captured as a crowd of bystanders surrounded him and held him until police arrived. Ramirez was sentenced to death in 1989 on June 7, 2013 after spending more than half his life on death row. Ramirez died of liver failure in a hospital at the age of 53.
Got the car. He and I got in the back seat. Freddie was driving. We drove someplace. I don't know where it was. It was someplace in New York. And we were sitting there for a while. We got to wherever we were going. We were sitting there for a while, and a man came in the distance. He was walking his dog, it looked like. So he said, all right, take this guy down. I said, which guy are we talking about here?
Scott Lee Kimball is a convicted serial killer who murdered at least 4 people over a 2-year period. Investigators strongly suspect him in as many as 21 other unsolved killings. 2 of Kimball's victims were people close to him, the daughter of his 3rd wife, and his own uncle. His 2nd wife, who bore his 2 sons, claims he twice kidnapped and raped her. There was an open arrest warrant for him from the 2nd assault, which occurred after he absconded from work release. He also allegedly attempted to kill his son, but no charges were filed in the incident due to legal complications. The body of his 2nd victim, Jennifer Markham, has not been found. After being sentenced in 2008 to 53 years in prison on theft and a number of other charges, Kimball was sentenced on Thursday, October 8, 2009, to an additional 70 years in prison for his guilty pleas to 2nd-degree murder. Abdelali Hadi, known as the Butcher of Taraudant, was a Moroccan serial killer responsible for killing 9 children age 11 to 16 between 2000 and 2004. On August 20, 2004, local residents stumbled upon human remains including multiple skeletons and 8 skulls scattered throughout the Taraudant Valley. They contacted the police. On August 7, 2004, police officers went to Hadi's house, and when he opened the door, he said, "I have been waiting for you to save me from my torture. I have been suffering day and night. I want to sleep and heal." When asked if he was the child murderer, he confessed and was taken into custody. Hadi admitted to having a 9th victim and that he had an orgasm while choking his victims. Hadi died on May 6, 2022, while on death row at Mal al-Burki Central Prison. Patrick Wayne Carney is an American serial killer known as the Trash Bag Murderer. Carney would pick up young homosexual male hitchhikers, or young men from gay bars near Redondo Beach, California, and kill them. He has killed a minimum of 21 boys and young men according to law enforcement. All were males, all were nude, all had been shot in the head with a gun. After murdering them, he would take the bodies to a secluded place and engage in acts of necrophilia, then take them home, where they would be sodomized with X-Acto knives. They were then mutilated and dismembered with hacksaws. Some had been dismembered and stuffed into heavy-duty trash bags. Most of the victims were part of an investigation dubbed the Trash Bag Murders. As of 2022, Carney is incarcerated at California's Mule Creek State Prison. Benjamin Atkins is an American serial killer and rapist known as the Woodward Corridor Killer. Atkins brutally murdered, tortured, and raped 11 women in Highland Park and Detroit, Michigan during a period of 9 months between December 1991 and August 1992. Although he has 11 confirmed kills, he is suspected of a further 11. Atkins was charged solely based on testimony and his own confession. Atkins chose young and middle-aged destitute women, often prostitutes or drug addicts. He raped, tortured and strangled his victims before abandoning their bodies in vacant buildings in Highland Park and Detroit, Michigan. He was sentenced to 11 life terms in 1994. In 1997, Benjamin Atkins died from an infection caused by HIV while serving his 11 life-term sentence at the Charles Ziegler Reception and Guidance Center in Jackson, Michigan.
You know, you were sentenced to the gas chamber and then they modified the death penalty. Were you happy when that was done?
Was I happy with what was done?
When you found out that you weren't going to the gas chamber.
You talking about dying? Now it gets me nervous.
Why?
Did you have any thoughts about something? Was you wanting to go anywhere?
There was blood everywhere. A rope tied twice around Sharon Tate's neck was looped over a beam and tied around Jay Sebring's neck. Abigail Folger and Wojtek Frykowski lay on the front lawn. Stephen Parent lay dead in his car. And on the front door, in Sharon Tate's blood, was the word pig. Besides being shot and bludgeoned, the victims had been stabbed a total of 102 times.
When I got back to the ranch, we got out of the car, Charlie came up and asked everybody how it went.
The Esher murderess, Mary Ann Brough. On the morning of Saturday, June 10, 1854, Mary Brough, 43 years old, was discovered with a throat wound. 6 of her 7 children were found dead in the house with their throats cut. These were 11-year-old Georgiana, 8-year-old William, 7-year-old Carrie, 4-year-old twins Harriet and Henry, and 2-year-old George. Mary's husband, George, suspected that his wife was being unfaithful to him, left their home and told Mary that he would be taking legal action to have the children taken from her custody. Mary Ann recovered from her injuries and was arrested. Despite a bias summing up by the judge, the defense of insanity was accepted by the jury, and they returned a verdict of not guilty on the grounds of insanity. She was ordered to be detained during Her Majesty's pleasure.
Suppose you had this when the Ted Bundy case was current. How would you have used it? Would it have helped?
Well, for one thing, we would have known sooner that Utah and Colorado had similar murders. We didn't know that to start with.
A pooling of information, I think, would have helped save the lives of other girls. And I think if they had followed through on some of their instincts and some of the evidence that they did have earlier, I think they could have stopped a lot.
And if you could save one life, if there were 11 girls instead of 12 in the state of Washington, it would have been well worth the effort.
We would have cut Bundy off at the pass right in Utah.
Derek Todd Lee, also known as the Baton Rouge serial killer, was an American serial killer. Between 1992 and 2003, Lee murdered 7 women in the Baton Rouge area. Prior to his murder charges, Lee had been arrested for stalking women and watching them in their homes. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to commit acts of necrophilia, stalk, rape, and murder his victims. Lee was linked by DNA evidence to the deaths of 7 women in Baton Rouge and Lafayette, Louisiana between 1992 and 2002. Lee is believed to have murdered several other women in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Lee was convicted of 3 of the murders and sentenced to death by lethal injection in 2004. In 2016, Derek Todd Lee died of heart disease at the Lane Regional Medical Center in Zachary, Louisiana.
I bet you didn't know that you could kill somebody with eye drops, but a jury in Wisconsin says that's happened. We, the jury, find the defendant, Jesse R. Kershevsky, guilty. Jesse Kershevsky cried and sobbed as that jury's guilty verdict was read on Tuesday in Waukesha County, that's just west of Milwaukee. The jury found Kershevsky murdered Lynn Hernan, a wealthy 62-year-old woman who was supposed to be her friend back in 2018. The DA argued successfully at trial that Kershevsky stole thousands of dollars from Hernan and then poisoned her with eye drops. Jesse Kershevsky could spend the rest of her life in prison when she's sentenced next month.
An American woman who claimed that God ordered her to bash in her sons' heads, has been acquitted of all charges after a jury in Tyler, Texas, decided she did not know right from wrong at the time. It found that Deanna Laney, 39, was legally insane when, on Mother's Day weekend at 11:30 p.m. on May 9, 2003, she woke and took Joshua, 8, to the yard of her home in New Chapel Hill, Texas, where she lifted a large rock over her head and brought it down against his skull, fatally wounding him. She then dragged her 6-year-old son, Luke, to the same area, and killed him in the same manner. Afterwards, she attempted to kill 14-month-old Aaron in his crib with a stone. He was found alive with a pillow placed over his face but suffered severe head injuries. She was released with conditions in 2012. Dr. Idella Kathleen Hagen is a former medical doctor who killed her parents, Idella Hagen, aged 92, and James Hagen, aged 86, with a plastic bag and a pillow, as they slept in their home in Chatham Township, New Jersey, just before 7 a.m. on Saturday, August 26, 2000. Hagen phoned Township Police and told them her parents were dead. She had been with the bodies between 4 and 7 days, authorities believed. A New Jersey judge acquitted Dr. Hagen of charges after 2 psychiatrists testified that the doctor was psychotic at the time. She thought she was receiving messages from television ads, traffic lights, and playing cards. She also heard a male voice commanding her to commit the murders. She was committed to a state mental health institution on February 1, 2002. David Burke, American mass murderer. On December 7, 1987, David Burke, a fired airline employee, followed his ex-boss aboard a Pacific Southwest airline jet with his mind set on revenge. He shot the man in mid-flight and caused the plane to crash, killing all 43 people on board including himself. U.S. Air terminated David for petty theft of $69. He had also been suspected of involvement with the narcotics ring. After boarding the plane, Burke wrote a message on an air sickness bag. The note read, "Hi Ray, I think it's sort of ironical that we end up like this. I asked for some leniency for my family. Remember? Well, I got none. And you'll get none." Burke's fingertip was lodged in the trigger when the investigators found the revolver. This indicated that he was alive and was holding the gun until the moment of impact.
On May 9, 1999, the group lured Johnson to the abandoned bank in Snowtown, where they strangled and handcuffed him. The men then reportedly cooked and ate some of Johnson's flesh. He was the only victim actually murdered in Snowtown, and his body was found in the vault only 11 days later.
Let me nail down one other real simple one. Listen to how simple this is, Charles. There was a story in the media back when the trial was going on that Charles Manson had a celebrity hit list. I don't know who was on it. Maybe there never was such a list, but was there a list of people, famous people that you thought about harassing, bothering?
If I wanted to harass them, I just wouldn't watch their TV show.
Mikhail Viktorovich Popkov is a Russian serial killer, rapist, and necrophile who committed the sexual assault and murder of 78 girls and women between 1992 and 2010 in Angarsk, Irkutsk, in Siberia, and Vladivostok in Far East. Although he has confessed to at least 83 in total, he is known as the Werewolf. For the particularly brutal nature of his crimes, he would extensively mutilate the bodies of his victims, and perform sexual acts on them. Popkov, a former police officer, was convicted of 22 murders in 2015 and sentenced to life imprisonment. He confessed to an additional 59 3 years later. On December 10, 2018 he was convicted for 56 of the 59 additional killings and given a second life sentence. The Zamolitaki, aka the Sugarcane Killer, is a South African serial killer who killed 13 women aged 18 to 25, dumping their bodies in agricultural plantations. On January 19, 2011, Taki was sentenced to 13 life sentences for the murders. Body parts of some of his victims are alleged to have been provided to a local traditional healer or sangoma. Taki was remanded at Westville Prison during his trial. On February 21, 2010, Taki attempted to escape from the prison. He fell from the roof of his fourth-floor cell, seriously injuring himself. On March 2, 2010, Taki, now using a wheelchair, entered court. On December 23, 2010, Taki was convicted on all charges.
We're going to investigate. When was the last time you had contact with a child? Last night, yesterday afternoon, about 3 p.m. She goes to bed, and, that was that. Okay, so you put her to bed yesterday at 3 p.m.? Yeah, and then this morning at 10 something, he finally went in to check on her. He's like, okay, it's been way too long, so, he does long all the time, normally, so. So you're saying it's normal for your children to sleep from around 3 p.m. till 10 a.m.? Usually around 9:30, yeah. So.
It was a cold December morning in 1986 when Richard Kotinski, arguably one of America's most notorious contract killers, was arrested outside his home in New Jersey. He was employed by the mafia to dispose of problem individuals. He would always kill if the price was right. Murder was his profession, and he made an art of it. On discovering the frozen corpse of one of his victims, police dubbed this ruthless killer the Iceman.
December 24, 2008, at approximately 11:30 p.m., Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, dressed in a Santa Claus suit, knocked on the door of his former in-law's house, occupied with about 25 people, with a gift-wrapped package, containing a homemade flamethrower in one hand, and a semi-automatic handgun in the other. When the door opened, Pardo fired the handgun at an 8-year-old girl in the face as she ran to greet him. He then fired indiscriminately at fleeing partygoers. After the shootings, Pardo unwrapped the package containing the flamethrower and used it to spray racing fuel to set the home ablaze. 9 people died from either gunfire or flames, and 3 others were wounded. The recovered bodies were severely burned and charred. Dental records were needed to establish identities. After the massacre, Pardo took his own life with a single gunshot to the head. Virginia Krall was convicted in August 2009 of second-degree murder for the June 16, 2006 killing of Yolanda Meraz, 37, who was stabbed 30 times in the 4300 block of Quigley Avenue, along with 3 counts of attempted murder for the stabbings of Meraz's mother, daughter, and sister during the pre-dawn attack. At about 3 a.m., Virginia Krall, 22, carrying a 12-inch knife, allegedly climbed through a side window and stabbed and slashed Meraz's daughter, sister, and mother at the family's Lakewood home. Krall was arrested at the crime scene by sheriff's deputies and has remained jailed since then. She believed that there were devils in the world and that she was selected by God to attack and kill these devils. She was sentenced to just over 36 years to life in prison. The Chicago Ripper crew, Robin Hischt, Edward Spritzer, and brothers Andrew and Thomas Kokoralais, in 1981 would drive around the city in their van. When they found a victim, they would take them to Hischt's house, which he called the Satanic Chapel. The victims would be beaten, tortured, raped, and mutilated in ritualistic ways. They attacked the women with knives, axes, razors, tin can lids, tin openers, glass bottles, wires, you name it, stabbing, strangling, shooting, Hisht would read passages of the Satanic Bible as his partners brutally killed the women. They would remove the victim's breast with a wire garrote while she was still alive, masturbate into the flesh, chop it into pieces, and devour it. They would dump the 18 bodies in alleys, under bridges, and in forests located in the outskirts of the city. The Crandon shooting was a mass murder that occurred on October 7, 2007, at a party inside a duplex in Crandon, Wisconsin, United States. Tyler James Peterson, a 20-year-old full-time deputy in the Forest County Sheriff's Department, and a part-time police officer at the Crandon Police Department, who was not on duty, entered an apartment complex where a homecoming party was held at approximately 2:45 a.m., and shot at 7 people, ages 14 to 20, killing 6 of them and wounding the 7th. The gunman was later killed, initially believed to have been killed by a police sniper, but it was later discovered that he committed suicide by multiple gunshots, with the 3rd shot being the fatal one. Police have reported that approximately 30 rounds were fired throughout the duration of the shooting. For 5 years, Violani Mabhai terrorized the rural villagers of Tholani in the Eastern Cape, preying on vulnerable women and children, who he assaulted, and in some cases, hacked to death. His modus operandi involved stalking his targets, who were mostly vulnerable. It mattered not how young the victim was. No one was spared, Judge Conjwe said. The High Court Judge Naluthando Conjwe sentenced him to 25 life sentences for 25 crimes committed between 2007 and 2012. Each of the sentences are to run concurrently, amounting to 625 years. As the judge handed down her sentence, Mabhai remained silent and avoided eye contact with the families and relatives of his victims sitting in the public gallery. Eric Heinstock, a 9th grader at the Weston High School, entered the school with a handgun and a shotgun, both owned by his parents. After arriving at school at approximately 8 a.m., he aimed the shotgun at a teacher, then wrestled from him by a custodian. A struggle ensued, and the shotgun was taken away. Still armed with the handgun, Heinstock sought out and confronted the school's principal, John Alfred Klang. Klang attempted to subdue Heinstock. In response, Heinstock shot Klang several times. Klang then managed to sweep away the gun and wrestle Heinstock to the ground, where others helped to hold him down. Staff and students apprehended Heinstock, holding him until the police arrived. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, and will be eligible for parole in 2037 when he is 46 years old.
Police searched Gein's house. They had a feeling they were not going to like what they found. Hanging from the ceiling was the headless corpse of a woman, gutted like a deer. They soon found the remains of Mary Hogan, along with at least 9 shrunken heads and other body parts, which Gein had scattered throughout the house. He told police that he'd been digging up the graves of women who were long dead and eating parts of their bodies. Gein was found unfit to stand trial and was committed to a state mental institution in January 1958. But 10 years later, he was considered sane enough to appear before a court. After a week, it became clear he was anything but. Psychiatrists thought that Gein's obsession with his dead mother drove him to murder and dig up corpses. He was looking for a substitute for the only woman he'd ever loved.
Bill Gunnes was a Norwegian-American serial killer who was active in Illinois and Indiana between 1884 and 1908. Gunnes is thought to have killed at least 14 people, most of whom were men she enticed to visit her rural Indiana property through personal advertisements, while some sources speculate her involvement in as many as 40 murders. Gunnes seemingly died in a fire in 1908, but it is popularly believed that she faked her death. Her children had died of strychnine poisoning before the fire, and the woman's body found next to them was decapitated and reportedly smaller than Gunnis' own. Her actual fate is unconfirmed. Gunnis, a 6-foot-tall 200-pound physically strong woman, was a murder-for-profit serial killer who murdered her suitors and others to collect life insurance and other valuables. Charles Schmid was an American serial killer known as the Pied Piper of Tucson. He was known to strangle, bludgeon, rape, and murder his victims. Schmid murdered 3 teenage girls in 1964 and 1965, burying their bodies in the desert. On March 31st, he proclaimed that he was going to kill a girl and get away with it. His victim was a 15-year-old girl who was lured to the desert where he raped and killed her. He was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death and commuted to 50 years in prison in 1971. In 1975, on March 10, Schmid was stabbed 47 times by 2 fellow prisoners at Arizona State Prison. After losing an eye and a kidney, he died on March 30, 1975 as a result of wounds suffered in the prison attack. His body was stolen from the morgue but later recovered by police. Angry over his girlfriend meeting another man, Remil Greenier, 29, killed her with a crossbow and a Colt .45, then killed her mother and her 2 sisters. Remy lived with his girlfriend, Vassiana, and her family in the small village of Bassoha, 50 miles from Brussels. Remy's July 7, 1997 murderous rampage is believed to have been triggered when Vassiana told him that she had met another man, and that he would have to move. Police believe Vassiana, 24, and her 2 sisters ages 21 and 19, were drugged before the massacre because there were no signs of struggle. Vinciana was found dead in her bedroom. Her 2 younger sisters were found in their bedroom. They were naked and one had been sexually assaulted. The mother was found in the garage. He was sentenced to life in prison on December 7, 1999. Robert Benjamin Rhodes, also known as the Truck Stop Killer, is an American serial killer and rapist. He would target hitchhikers and truck stop sex workers. In 1994, Rhodes was convicted of the first-degree murder of Regina K. Walters and was slated to be tried for 2 more before charges were dropped due to the wishes of victims' families. He was known to take photos of some of his victims' corpses. Rhodes is additionally suspected of torturing, raping, and killing more than 50 women between 1975 and 1990, based on data about his truck routes and women who went missing during those years and who met the profile of his preferred victims. At the time he was caught, Rhodes claimed to have engaged in these activities for 15 years. Rhodes continues serving his life without parole sentence at the Maximum Security Menard Correctional Center in Chester, Illinois.
They got some pretty good inmates here, trying to get out, work their lives into a decent sort of way. We're trying to promote harmony, pull ourselves together, be right, do right, and have the understanding of what it is in a congenial form for world peace. There's a lot of people working for world peace.
Enriqueta Marti was a self-proclaimed witch that abducted, prostituted, murdered, and made potions with the bodies of small children that she sold in Barcelona. Remains of 12 different children were identified in her home, but she is believed to have murdered more. Marti was also questioned about the presence of bones, human remains, creams, potions, poultices, ointments, blood bottles, as well as the boning knife. Marti confessed that she had prostituted a girl of 17 years, and had also performed abortions, but she never confessed to killing anyone. Marti was imprisoned to await trial. She tried to commit suicide by slashing her wrists. People wanted her to face trial and execution by the garrote. Enriqueta Marti was murdered in prison by fellow inmates while awaiting trial in 1913. The Kandahar Massacre. was a mass murder that occurred in the early hours of March 11, 2012, when United States Army Staff Sergeant Robert Bales murdered 16 Afghan civilians and wounded 6 others in the Panjwai district of Kandahar province, Afghanistan. 9 of his victims were children, and 11 of the dead were from the same family. Some of the corpses were partially burned. Bales was taken into custody later that morning when he told authorities, "I did it." Bales pleaded guilty on June 5, 2013, to 16 counts of premeditated murder, in exchange for the prosecution not seeking a death sentence. At the time of the plea, he said he did not know why he committed the murders. On August 23, 2013, Bales was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
If I could have, I probably would have killed him. Probably would have felt good about it too. My father would beat me just if I looked at him. He gave me this impersonal feeling I have to when people die in front of me, especially loudmouth people. Loudmouth people remind me of my father. Once a loudmouth person starts with me, I love it. That's the only excuse I need.
A lot of plans. I'd like to clean up the water. I'd like to go up in the mountains and start at the top of the mountains and clean the springs up. Take all the pollution out of the water so I could drink it. Clean up all the green things and pick up all the old beer cans and clean all the way to the ocean. And then maybe we might be able to save a little air and water for our children. Because I'm living in my child's world now. I'm working on his world.
Christine Balilla is an American murderer who was convicted of shooting 4 of her friends to death in what became known as the Clear Lake Massacre. On July 18, 2003, 17-year-old Christine Balilla and her then-boyfriend 21-year-old Christopher Snyder went to her friend Tiffany Rowell's house, where Tiffany and Rachel Colarodes, Marcus Prekella, and Adalbert Sanchez were. Christine and Christopher planned to buy drugs, but Christopher got into an argument with Marcus, which led to the shooting murders. More than 3 years after the killings, police received a tip and arrested Balilla. On October 13, 2008, Christine Balilla was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder and sentenced to life in prison. She is currently incarcerated at the Mountain View Unit in Gatesville, Texas, and will be eligible for parole in 2046. Gary Ridgway is an American serial killer known as the Riverman. He was known to rob, commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, and murder his victims. He strangled his victims, usually by hand but sometimes using ligatures. After strangling them, he would dump their bodies in forested and overgrown areas in King County, often returning to the bodies to have sexual intercourse with them. Ridgway began murdering women in 1982 and was arrested in 2001 when a DNA test revealed a match. Ridgway was suspected of killing over 90 victims, confessed to 71 and was convicted of 49. As part of a plea bargain wherein he agreed to disclose the locations of still missing women, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Billy Kamir is a Kenyan convicted murderer and suspected serial killer, accused of the murders of elderly women in Dallas, Texas and its surrounding suburbs. As of June 2022, Kamir has been indicted for 22 murders. As of October 2022, he has been convicted of 2 of the murders. Civil suits have also been filed accusing him of a further 6 similar murders. Kamir is accused of posing as a medical professional or maintenance person and gaining access to the properties of at least 22 elderly women and smothering them with a pillow. Police in several North Texas communities are investigating Kamir for additional victims, believing that a number of previously reported natural deaths may be linked to him. He was sentenced to life in prison. Kamir could still face execution on pending capital murder charges in Collin County.
Kuklinski, we're going to conduct a bat search here. Put your arms out.
On May 25, 1988, Richard Kuklinski was convicted of multiple murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. This ended 30 years of cold-blooded killing by a master criminal police called the Iceman.
Richard Kuklinski is one of the most dangerous criminals we have ever come across in this state.
The New York Zodiac is an American serial killer who struck New York City from 1990 to 1993. Before being caught on June 18, 1996, Seda killed 3 people and wounded 6 others, 4 critically. Seda is believed to have admired the Zodiac killer for avoiding capture. He was a recluse obsessed with astrology and death. Seda was formally charged in the case on June 21, 1996, convicted in 1998, and sentenced to 232 years imprisonment. Seda shot people throughout New York City, sending taunting messages to the police after each crime. The killer's letters to police claimed that he was selecting his victims based on their signs of the zodiac, and implied he would act only at certain times when specific stars were visible in the night sky. July 4, 2003, Sincere Understanding Allah, 14 months, drowned after his mother, Naomi Gaines, threw him off the Wabasha Street Bridge during 4th of July festivities at the Taste of Minnesota. Sincere's twin brother, Supreme Knowledge Allah, survived also being thrown into the Mississippi River. Gaines also jumped into the water and was rescued along with Supreme Knowledge by onlookers at the festival. Sincere could not be found until boaters spotted his body downriver 2 days later. She told police she and the twins would be better off dead. Gaines also has 2 children ages 7 and 3, who were out of town with relatives at the time of the incident. She was later sentenced to 19 years for Sincere Understanding's murder and 14 years for the attempted murder of Supreme Knowledge. Ivan Milat, commonly known as the Backpacker Murderer, was an Australian serial killer who abducted, assaulted, robbed, and murdered 2 men and 5 women in New South Wales between 1989 and 1992. His modus operandi was to approach backpackers along the Hume Highway, under the guise of providing them transport to areas of southern New South Wales, then take his victims into the Belanglo State Forest, where he would incapacitate and murder them. Examination of the remains showed evidence that some of the victims had been tortured, repeatedly shot and stabbed, beheaded, and had their spines severed. On October 27, 2019, Milat died from esophagus and stomach cancer at 4:07 a.m. within the hospital wing at Long Bay Correctional Center. He was 74 years old.
На самом деле бисовским маньяком меня прозвали, это я. Совершил я на самом деле.
To a remote area where she was shot and killed. Annette Selix was driven by Rich to his house where he committed acts of rape and sodomy. He then drove her to Johns Creek Bridge and threw her 105 feet to the rocks below. Rich was also convicted of sexual assaults on 4 other women and an attempted sexual assault on a 5th. Rich told a friend he had found a dead body. The friend informed police, who questioned Rich. After flunking a polygraph test, Rich confessed to each of the crimes. He was executed by lethal injection in California on March 15, 2000. Peter Manuel was an American-Scottish serial killer known as the Beast of Birkinshaw. Manuel was convicted of murdering 7 people across Lanarkshire between 1956 and 1958. He is believed to have killed 2 other victims. He was known to rob, torture, rape, and murder his victims. He would keep personal items from the victim after the crime. Manuel was one of the last prisoners to be hanged in Scotland. After a sensational trial in which he conducted his own defense, in 1958, Manuel was convicted of the murders of 7 people. One murder case was thrown out of court and another was attributed to him but was never proven. Peter Manuel died on July 11, 1958, age 31, executed by hanging at Home Prison Barlinnie, Ridgery, Glasgow, Scotland. Jacobus Dirk Herdigs was a Dutch serial killer and rapist also known as Koos Herdigs. Herdigs was convicted of the abduction, torture, rape, and murder of 3 girls. He is suspected of killing a further 3 to 9 girls and young women in the 1970s. In 1980, Herdigs was bit on his little finger by a victim. The bite was used to help identify and lead to his arrest. During a search of his home, authorities found an attic which was provisionally furnished as a torture chamber, and blood from 2 of his victims. Authorities suspect he abused and eventually killed his victims in the chamber. Herdigs was sentenced to life imprisonment in 1982. In 2015, Jacobus Dirk Herdigs died of natural causes while still in custody at the Nieuw-Vossevel prison in Vughheid, Netherlands. Harvey Carignan was an American serial killer known as the Want-Ad Killer and Harv the Hammer. Carignan raped and beat 4 young women to death between 1972 and 1973. He escaped hanging for a 1949 killing due to a technicality that claimed his confession was unlawfully obtained. The Supreme Court overruled Carignan's death sentence due to the officer's violations of the McNabb rule. Harvey Carignan, prisoner AZ 935, served a sentence at the Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary between 1951 and 1960. Carignan was sentenced to a total of 150 years in prison at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault, Minnesota. Harvey Carignan died on March 6, 2023, aged 95, at Oak Park Heights, Minnesota, U.S. Vinko Pintaric was a Croatian serial killer and outlaw, who murdered 5 people over the course of 17 years and escaped from prisons and police stakeouts on multiple occasions. His violent, vindictive nature and proficiency with firearms struck fear into inhabitants of Hrvatsko Zagorje, a region of northern Croatia where he spent years at large, hiding from law enforcement and engaging in various crimes, until his 1991 death in a shootout with the police. Protracted media coverage of his exploits made Pintaric a household name in Croatia and Yugoslavia and even brought him a degree of sympathy from the general public, who saw him as a Robin Hood-like figure, and dubbed him Krug of Zagorje. He was killed with a single gunshot to the head. Pintaric is buried in the Lepoglava Cemetery, in an unmarked grave. Albert Hamilton Fish was an American sadomasochistic serial killer and cannibal. He was known as the Werewolf of Wisteria. Fish targeted children of both sexes aged between 4 and 10. He would abduct them using a ruse, and take them someplace secluded where he would mercilessly torture and mutilate them with a meat cleaver, a butcher knife, and a handsaw, which he referred to as his implements of hell. Post-mortem, he would dismember and mutilate the bodies, disembowel and cannibalize the remains, until there was nothing edible left. He was a suspect in at least 5 killings in his lifetime from 1924 to 1934. Fish confessed to 3 murders that police were able to trace, and confessed to stabbing at least 2 other people. He was convicted and executed by an electric chair on January 16, 1936.
I will accept these pleas of guilty, and adjudge you Dennis L. Rader guilty of murder in the first degree in count 1, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 3, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 4, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 5, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 6, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 7, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 8, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 9, a Class A felony, and murder in the first degree in count 10, a Class A felony.
The infamous serial killing Satan worshiper, the Night Stalker, is dead. Chron 4 reporting Richard Ramirez, one of the most notorious serial killers in America, who terrorized the LA area in the mid-1980s, died while on San Quentin's death row of natural causes. He was 53 years old. His crime spree started with a burglary in 1984 in which he raped and stabbed to death a 79-year-old woman. Fox News reporting it was the beginning of a rape and murder spree that lasted for 14 months. Dubbed the Night Stalker, Ramirez raped, mutilated, and murdered 13 people, leaving satanic pentagrams on their bodies. ABC News reporting he was finally caught and arrested in 1985, and 4 years later convicted and sentenced to death row. At the time, Fox News notes, he said, quote, "Big deal. Death always went with the territory."
Finally, I stopped as I was going up the hill across the street, and she opens the car door and jumps in. And we was driving along, and I, asked her, I said, "Why do you get in my car?" She said, "These people are chasing me." And she opens up the coat, but she don't have nothing on. And she had a floor-length coat about just below her knees. And I told her she had to get out of the car, and she refused. I told I just stopped the car, pull over, reach over, open the door, and told her to get out. And she refused. She started slapping at me, and I just hit her here, like a karate chop, right in the throat.
But this was a horrible, horrible case and this man was very, very sick.
And the difference between the people who grow up to be risk-taking good guys with white hats and the people who grow up to be risk-taking bad guys with a long, long rap sheet and a lot of crimes has to do with how their parents raise them. If you raise a kid with love and kindness and affection most of the time, you've got a good shot at their growing up to be decent, caring, loving human beings and treating their own kids well. But if you raise a kid the way Stanley raised you, with no love, no affection, constant abuse, beatings for no reason, all you teach is hatred.
Warren James Bland started his career of violent crime in 1958 by slashing a man at a gas station. By the time he kidnapped, sexually assaulted and killed 7-year-old Phoebe Ho in 1986, he had already been convicted of rape, child molestation, kidnapping, and torture, and had spent most of his adult life in prison. The disappearance of Phoebe in December of 1986, while on the way to school in South Pasadena, California, sparked a media frenzy and a massive surge, which ended after a week with the discovery of her battered and torn body in a ditch in Riverside County. Bland was sentenced to death in 1993 and he died in prison on August 30th, 2001.
Can you tell me why you cut off the breasts of one victim?
To do something different. I mean, she was already dead. I mean, it wasn't something that she was alive. And I wanted to create a sensationalism.
But I mean, you still have to have the balls to do this. I mean...
It's not hard. It's just a body. I mean, it's not a living person no more.
How did you feel when you committed the crimes?
No feeling.
No feeling whatsoever?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing. I forgot, like it didn't happen. I could put myself into a zone to do something like that. And it would be like remote control.
America's first truly infamous serial killer was H.H. Holmes.
Hi, I'm James of Metallica. Back in 2010, our band offered $50,000 to help catch the person responsible for murdering Morgan Harrington. Since that time, authorities uncovered new evidence linking her killer to a similar assault on a woman in Virginia. If you've seen the person in this sketch or have any information about this case or any others, please contact your local police or submit your information online. Remember, any information, no matter how small you might think it is, could be that crucial piece investigators need to help solve the case. Right now, there's up to $150,000 reward. If you have any information on this case, please call the number on your screen. Thank you.
Jesse Matthew is serving 4 life sentences in prison for the murders of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington.
Rebecca Olenchak beat her mother, Kimberly Vinos, with a baseball bat, then poured kerosene around her as she lay unconscious. After igniting the kerosene, Olenchak snapped a padlock on the shack's door, trapping Vinos inside, and drove away, her clothes ablaze. Vinos broke through a wall of the flaming shack and stumbled toward the road, crying for help. Before she succumbed to heart failure, she told a paramedic that her daughter had tried to kill her. The murder occurred on October 17, 2010, in a homeless encampment behind the pathmark on Durham Road, Bristol Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, USA. Rebecca Olenchak was found guilty, but mentally ill, and sentenced to life in prison without parole on October 12, 2011.
How long ago did you find this child?
It's about an hour and a half. I was waiting. I called my lawyer first thing to ask, what's the next thing I should do. And they said, wait till they're here to call, the police and get that going. Basically, it got to the point where I was waiting so long, I just kind of went ahead and did it anyway. And they're almost here, so I was waiting on legal counsel.
So you found the child an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
And called your lawyer first, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other children in the home right now?
Yeah. Because I don't know if I'm supposed to call the police or not. I have no idea what to do.
Okay. We wrote this one out. We're going to investigate.
John George Hay, also known as the acid bath murderer, was an English serial killer convicted for the murder of 6 people. Although he claimed to have killed 9, his first 3 victims were beaten to death. The last 3 victims were shot. Once the victims were dead, Hay claims that he drank a cup of the victim's blood. He then pushed the body into a 45-gallon drum, then poured sulfuric acid into the drum to cover the body. The acid melted the human bones completely. Then he would return and empty the sludge onto adjoining waste ground. Hay apparently had believed that if the bodies of his victims could not be found, a murder conviction would not be possible. It took only minutes for the jury to find him guilty. Mr. Justice Humphreys sentenced him to death. On August 10, 1949, Hay was hanged by executioner Albert Pierre Point. Darren Dion Van is an American serial killer, also known as Donald Van. Van confessed to the murders of at least 7 women in Gary, Indiana, between 1995 and 2010. Van would rape and strangle victims prior to leaving their bodies in abandoned structures in Gary, Indiana. He was captured after police traced the missing cell phone of one of his victims, which Van still had in his possession. In 2018, Darren Dion Van was convicted on 7 counts of murder, and was sentenced to 7 concurrent life sentences. Thomas Hargrove, founder of the Murder Accountability Project, together with the Gary, Indiana deputy coroner, attempted to persuade police that there were 18 similar murders that Van was responsible for, but authorities denied any connection in the cases. Gilbert Paul Jordan was a Canadian serial killer and former barber known as the Boozing Barber. Jordan is believed to have committed the alcohol murders in Vancouver between 1965 and 1988. Jordan would lure, rape and later kill women by alcohol poisoning. Once his victims passed out, Jordan continued to pour liquor down their throats, eventually killing them. In 1994, Jordan was released after his sentence was reduced to 9 years. He was placed on probation. In 2000, Jordan attempted to change his name to Paul Pears. His application was denied. He has been in and out of jail more than a dozen times since his original conviction, once for breaching his probation by drinking in the company of women. In 2005, Jordan was released after a public warning was issued by the police. Gilbert Paul Jordan died in 2006.
I'm not sure that there's anything that you could say that people would believe. Some people would believe, and yet you told me last night, and I've heard this through our mutual friend John Tanner, that you have accepted the forgiveness of Jesus Christ and are a follower and a believer in Him. Do you draw strength from that?
Serial killer Randall Woodfield murdered at least 7 people throughout his Interstate 5 crime spree, targeting victims from Northern California to Washington. He committed robberies, rapes, and murders, attacking women he knew as well as total strangers. He stabbed, beat, and shot his victims and used a variety of disguises. His only constants were brutality, violence, and mayhem, currently linked to 7 deaths. Some believe he may have committed up to 44 murders and 60 rapes. How brutal.
The victims of the so-called ice pick killer say they finally have justice. Danny Paul Bible, whose deadly crime spree began in Houston decades ago, was executed tonight. Our Grace White was one of a handful of reporters who witnessed it.
Danny Bible made no final statement, but he did look at each of the faces of the victim's family. A mother, several sisters and brothers did come to watch him take his last breath. The 66-year-old is responsible for 4 murders. He's known as the Ice Pick Killer for the 1979 murder of a young mother named Inez Deaton in Houston. It was a cold case for nearly 20 years before it was solved. Bible is also responsible for 3 murders up near Dallas.
Jeffrey Dahmer told me that when he cut bodies apart, it repelled him. He found it horrible. He had to get himself drunk to overcome that natural revulsion.
Yeah.
It's because it's disgusting.
Yes, it is.
But to you could just do it, no feeling.
No. The smell sometimes was annoying, but I would put cologne on. I would generally put cologne across here, so I could smell the cologne a lot better than I could smell anything else. Canoe or something like that was always nice.
No, you're dating yourself with that. Jeffrey Dahmer told me that when he cut bodies apart, it repelled him. He found it horrible. He had to get himself drunk to overcome that natural revulsion.
Yeah.
It's because it's disgusting.
Yes, it is.
But to you could just do it, no feeling.
No. The smell sometimes was annoying, but I would put cologne on. I would generally put cologne across here, so I could smell the cologne a lot better than I could smell anything else. Canoe or something like that was always nice.
No, you're dating yourself with that.
Tamara Samsonova is a Russian serial killer known as the Granny Ripper. During her crimes as a serial killer, she was known to commit acts of cannibalism, mutilate, and murder her victims. Samsonova confessed in her diary to 11 murders. In 2015, Samsonova was arrested on suspicion of murdering a 79-year-old woman and dismembering her body. She killed her tenant. He was a 44-year-old resident from Norilsk. She then dismembered his corpse and disposed of it on the streets of St. Denis Way. She confessed to eating parts of some of her victims' bodies and cutting other victims into pieces and disposing of them in the Frunzensky district of Russia. Samsonova is being investigated in connection to a total of 14 murders. She sits in a psychiatric hospital in Russia, awaiting her fate. Sean Vincent Gillis is an American serial killer and sex offender, who stalked and murdered 8 Louisiana women between 1994 and 2004, in the Baton Rouge metro and surrounding areas. Gillis took pleasure in dismembering and mutilating corpses, and even ate parts of his victims. He sometimes photographed his gruesome work. Gillis' method of murder was similar with all his victims. He often strangled, stabbed, sexually assaulted and then cannibalized the women he murdered. Many of his victims were sex workers. Gillis, who was taken into police custody in April 2004, eventually received multiple life sentences with no chance of parole, but avoided the death penalty. He was sent to Louisiana State Penitentiary, where he remains in maximum custody housing today.
The Vampire of Dusseldorf. From murdering children to drinking blood, Peter Kürten was the king of the sexual perverts, and perhaps the worst serial killer ever. Peter Kürten's preferred method of torture and murder was stabbing, usually with a pair of sharpened scissors. In addition to physical mutilation, he would sexually abuse his victims and strangle them into unconsciousness. 5 separate psychologists concluded that he was, in fact, perfectly sane. That's totally brutal.
Eugen Weidmann was a German serial killer who used the alias M. Carter. Weidmann strangled and robbed American dancer Jean de Koven, shot a former accomplice, and shot 4 other people around Paris in 1937. He developed his preferred method for the other victims, shooting them in the nape of the neck or the back of the head, execution style. Weidmann murdered all 6, and most were never actually held captive for any length of time. Their first murder victim's family was sent a ransom note after she had already been killed. She was strangled and buried. Weidmann confessed to the murders and was sentenced to death. Weidmann's execution was the last public execution in France. Eugen Weidmann was publicly beheaded by guillotine in 1939 at the prison Saint-Pierre in Versailles, France. Manuela Rodriguez, circular power saw baby murderer. In March of 2015, Rose Herrera, a baby just 7 months old, was killed because she wouldn't stop crying. Her grandmother brutally beat her with an 18-inch pipe wrench, and stuffed a sock deep down into her mouth. She then took a circular power saw to the baby's throat. Rodriguez called her sister to tell her she had killed the baby. The grandmother, 52-year-old Manuela Rodriguez, was taken into custody and was treated at Mount Sinai Hospital after attempting to take her own life with the circular saw, cutting herself across her own throat. Rose was already dead from the pipe wrench beating and asphyxiation when the grandmother cut her throat and chest with the saw. Manuela Rodriguez was charged with first-degree murder over the death.
Nancy Wilcox, age 16, high school cheerleader. Her body was never found. Melissa Smith hitched a ride on the 18th of October. She was found strangled. Laura Aim vanished and was slaughtered on Halloween. Over the next 6 months, a series of other girls disappeared in the Salt Lake City area. The last, on the 1st of July, was Nancy Baird, an attendant from this gas station in Golden, Colorado. On the 16th of August, 1975, Sergeant Bob Haywood challenged a suspicious Volkswagen. It drove off wildly. Stopped after a chase, it proved to contain masks and handcuffs. The driver was arrested. It was Ted Bundy. Forensic scientists had combed the car and found a hair that could have been Melissa Smith's. Witnesses also reported seeing him where one of the girls had disappeared.
Linda and Charlotte Mulhall, aka the Scissor Sisters, from Dublin, Ireland, who killed and dismembered their mother's boyfriend Ferris Whaley Noor in March 2005. Noor was killed with a Stanley knife wielded by Charlotte and struck with a hammer by Linda following Noor touching Linda in a sexual way. Their mother Kathleen then started screaming at him, and an argument took place where Kathleen Mulhall was alleged to have told them, "Just kill him for me." Noor was stabbed at least 27 times. His head and penis were sliced off and the rest of his corpse dismembered and dumped in the Royal Canal in Dublin, where a piece of leg still wearing a sock was spotted floating near Croke Park 10 days later. They carried the head by bus to Tulloch and buried it in a field, with Linda returning later to dig it up, carry it to another field and smash it further with a hammer and bury it again. the span of 4 years during the 70s, Russell Maurice Johnson raped and strangled at least 7 women in their apartments in London and Guelph. He would stalk his victims to their apartments, waiting until he thought they were asleep, gaining access to their apartments by scaling the outside walls, sometimes for many stories to enter. There, he attacked them, sometimes watching the women sleep before sexually assaulting and suffocating or strangling them. One of his victims had been strangled with a brassiere and her hands tied behind her back with a nylon stocking. She had been raped after death. Johnson claimed to have had an uncontrollable urge to rape and kill. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity and indefinitely confined. He has been chemically castrated. David Owen Brooks was an American convicted murderer and accomplice of serial killer Dean Corll, who, along with Elmer Wayne Henley, abducted, raped, tortured, and murdered at least 28 boys and young men between 1970 and 1973 in Houston, Texas. He was offered $200 for any boy he could lure to Corll's apartment. An enticement he accepted. The crimes, which became known as the Houston mass murders, came to light after Henley fatally shot Corll. Many of the victims had been friends of Brooks and Henley. At the time of their discovery, the Houston mass murders were considered the worst example of serial murder in American history. In the years between his 1975 conviction and his death in 2020, Brooks was repeatedly denied parole. Finally in 2018. Anatoly Onoprienko, also known as the Beast of Ukraine, was a Soviet serial killer who murdered 52 victims. He would choose an isolated house and gain the attention of the occupants. He would then kill them all, starting with the adult male before killing the spouse and finally the children. He would then usually set the buildings alight in an attempt to cover his tracks. He would also kill any witness unlucky enough to cross his path. The first to die were a family of 4 in Brkoviki. Another family of 5 and 2 witnesses were killed not long after. He then moved to other villages to continue killing. Onoprienko was found after a massive manhunt 7 years after his first murder. He was sentenced to death April 1999, commuted to life in prison August 1999. He died in prison on August 27, 2013. April 25, 2013, a Phoenix woman accused of murdering and dismembering her mother has been sentenced to 22 years in prison. 42-year-old Carol Hadley was sentenced after entering into a plea agreement for second-degree murder. Phoenix police say 73-year-old Deborah Hadley was in the process of being dismembered at the home she shared with her daughter when officers arrived on the scene on July 30, 2012. They say Carol Hadley didn't confess to killing her mother, but claimed she was wrapping her in plastic bags in order to take her to a hospital. Officers reported finding large garbage bags that they believe she was planning to use to get rid of the body. Police say the mother and daughter had a tumultuous relationship with a history of domestic incidents.
What it refers to behaviorally is someone who does not have a conscience, does not have remorse, does not feel a sense of guilt about most of the bad things they do, is impulsive and violent. The typical things we see before age 15 in people who earn that label are cruelty toward animals, cruelty toward people. And an awfully interesting part of that condition is that we've got a little bit of knowledge of what causes it and where it comes from. And that's where there's some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that part of where that comes from is hereditary.
Kibbe's second victim, Stephanie Brown, was a 19-year-old student. This time, Kibbe says his ruse was pretending to have car trouble. when Brown stopped to help him on the side of the highway.
She's the only girl that I remember the name, Stephanie Brown. I don't remember the others. Why do I remember her? I don't know. She was a bank teller. Her and her girlfriend just bought a house.
You learned all that from her?
Yeah, she told me a little bit. And I did my deed. I strangled her and went home. It keeps getting easier and easier and easier to do it.
Peter Curtin's severed and mummified head. Tried for 68 ghoulish crimes, including 9 murders, Peter Curtin was sentenced to be beheaded in Germany in 1931. After his execution, doctors decided to open Peter Curtin's head to see what was wrong with him. His head was mummified, then bisected to get to the brain. His head was bisected to study his brain and the skull's internal cavities. Brutal.
Stephen Mark Zellick is an American convicted murderer and former police officer for West Allis, Wisconsin, who was dubbed the Wisconsin Suitcase Murderer. He met his 2 victims, 19-year-old Jenny Gomez and 37-year-old Laura Simonson, through sadomasochism websites. Gomez was killed in Wisconsin in August 2012 and Simonson was killed in Minnesota on November 2013. Zellick claimed both died accidentally during sex by choking them. He admitted that after causing their deaths, he put their bodies into suitcases and hid them in his home. The suitcases were later put into the trunk of his vehicle, and then dumped along a Geneva, Wisconsin roadway in tall grass. On June 5, 2014, a highway worker discovered the pair of discarded suitcases.
Single, unescorted women walk the streets, presumably unconcerned. They apparently don't know or don't care that Ted Bundy is a chief suspect in the murders of at least 18, possibly 30 young women in 4 states. Each of those women disappeared without a trace, frequently from well-traveled areas just like downtown Aspen. The only trace of many of those women was a pile of skulls. No other bones, just skulls, found on the side of a deserted mountain slope in Washington State.
Do you have a number in your head that you think? Did you ever sit back and think about it? It's sad to say I couldn't count that high. They start to get, I would say there's well over 80. You think that many? Well over. My whole thing was not to make a pattern, which I never did. I never did try to kill them the exact same way or to, leave a signature. I wasn't a serial killer. If you tell me you think you killed over 80, that fits the definition pretty well. No, it doesn't. I never went out to kill. That's why I didn't say, I'm not really like a standard serial killer. I didn't even know joy had its own life. And that's the truth. Never had no joy. It was very hard. So what was the thrill? It was more race? Control? Time? No. It was the game. It was being able to get away with it.
Pedro Lopez, a Colombian serial killer and rapist known as the Monster of the Andes, he was known to strangle, stalk, rape, and murder his victims. Lopez targeted young girls in Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru between 1969 and 2002. He was arrested in 1980 and later convicted in 1983 of killing 110 young girls in Ecuador. Lopez confessed to killing at least 300 victims. In 1994, Lopez was released from an Ecuadorian prison. He was rearrested and sent to a Colombian psychiatric hospital. Lopez was released from the psychiatric hospital in 1998, and is currently a wanted fugitive in connection with a murder committed in 2002. As of 2023, Lopez's whereabouts remains unknown.
A federal prison inmate told the FBI that he stabbed former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin 22 times in honor of the Black Lives Matter movement. Court documents say John Turzak attacked Chauvin in the law library of the federal prison in Tucson on Black Friday as a show of solidarity with BLM. Perzak, who is doing federal time for being in the Mexican mafia, said he'd been thinking of hurting Chauvin for more than a month because he was a high-profile prisoner. He's accused of stabbing Chauvin with a homemade shank. Chauvin is serving more than 20 years for the death of George Floyd on Memorial Day back in 2020. Chauvin is considered stable, but few other details about his condition are available. Perzak is no stranger to harming people. He claims to have murdered a man at a prison in California and ordered the murder of another man. He's charged with attempted murder and other charges for the attack on Derek Chauvin.
Joseph Vacher, a French serial killer known as the French Ripper and the Southeast Ripper, murdered and mutilated 11 to 27 victims between 1894 and 1897. Vacher raped, stabbed, sodomized and disemboweled women, teenage boys, and girls who worked alone in the countryside as farm laborers. Prior to his spree, he had served time in jail, seen a psychologist and spent time in a forensic hospital. Vacher claimed he was insane but was pronounced sane and fit to stand trial. He was arrested in 1897 and sentenced to death in 1898. In 1898, Joseph Vacher was executed by a guillotine at a prison in Bourg-en-Bresse, France, at dawn on December 31, 1898. He refused to walk to the scaffold under his own power and was dragged to the guillotine by the executioners.
Last month, when Governor Ron DeSantis signed a death warrant for one of the Tampa Bay's most well-known serial killers. Bobby Joe Long, now 65, was convicted of killing 8 women in Hillsborough County and at least 2 other women in Pinellas and Pasco counties in the 80s. Long is due in court today at 9:15. Once again, he was in court yesterday as well. We were in there for that. We'll also be in court today and we'll keep you up to date.
Nathaniel White is an American serial killer who was active in New York during 1991 and 1992. White was convicted of beating, raping, and stabbing to death 6 women in the Hudson Valley region of New York. White claims to have been inspired by the 1990 movie RoboCop 2, basing his first murder after a scene from the movie. In his own words, he said, "The first girl I killed was from a RoboCop movie. I seen him cut somebody's throat, then take the knife and slit down the chest to the stomach, and left the body in a certain position. With the first person I killed, I did exactly what I saw in the movie." Nathaniel White was sentenced to 150 years to life in prison at Elmira Correctional Facility, Hale, Elmira, New York, United States, in 1993. John Wayne Gacy was an American serial killer and rapist known as Pogo the Clown. Gacy was known to have stalked, sexually assaulted, tortured, and murdered a minimum of 33 teenage boys and young men between 1972 and 1978, 26 of whom he buried in the crawl space of his Chicago home. He was known as the Killer Clown due to him entertaining children at social events dressed in a self-devised clown costume. Gacy inflicted acts of torture including burning with cigars, making his captive imitate a horse as he sat on their back and pulled upon makeshift reins around their necks. Gacy typically murdered his victims by placing a rope tourniquet around their neck before progressively tightening the rope with a hammer handle. He referred to this act as the rope trick. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection in 1994. K.D. Kempama, infamously known as Cyanide Malika, is India's first convicted female serial killer, commencing with her first confirmed murder in 1999. Kempama killed 6 women over the next 8 years, 5 between October and December in 2007. She befriended victims from female temple devotees and portrayed herself as a deeply pious woman. After gaining their confidence, she would call them to another temple, ask them to dress in their best clothing and jewelry and give them holy water with cyanide to drink. She would hold the noses of victims while they drank. Once dead, she would rob her victims of their money and valuables. She was caught by police trying to dispose of the jewelry and confessed under interrogation. She was the first woman to be sentenced to death in Karnataka. Her sentence was commuted into life in prison. lethal lovers. Gwendolyn Graham and Catherine Maywood were a 24 and 25-year-old lesbian serial killer couple from Grand Rapids, Michigan, who achieved sexual thrills in killing 5 elderly female patients at the Alpine Manor nursing home, where they both worked as nurses' aides. They would smother their victims together and make love shortly thereafter to relive the thrill and enhance their lovemaking. When they washed the bodies down as part of the post-mortem routine, they grew even more excited. Then they got bolder. They told colleagues what they were doing, because even the confessions added to their heightened sexual drive, but their accounts were dismissed as sick jokes. Wood was a massive 450-pound woman who intensely loved the more dominant and sexually experimentative Graham. When Graham left to take a new job in Texas, Wood broke down and confessed to authorities. Graham received a penalty of life imprisonment, and Wood got 20 years in prison.
I didn't ever want freedom. Frankly, I wanted death for myself. This was a case to tell the world that I did what I did not for reasons of hate. I hated no one. I knew I was sick or evil or both. Now I believe I was sick. I should have stayed with God. I tried and failed and created a Holocaust. And if I could give my life right now to bring their loved ones back, I would do it. I am so very sorry. I deserve whatever I get because of what I have done.
Anthony Allen Shore was an American serial killer and pedophile rapist known as the Tourniquet Killer, because of his use of a ligature with either a toothbrush or bamboo stick to tighten or loosen the ligature. Shore is responsible for the murders of 1 woman and 4 young girls. He was convicted of strangling a woman with an unusual ligature in 1992 and confessed to killing 3 girls. Shore was also convicted of molesting his 2 daughters Tiffany and Amber. As a result, he was required to provide police with a DNA sample. Detectives pulled Carmen Del Estrada's case from the cold files and tested DNA evidence from underneath Carmen's fingernails. In 2003, the results came back a match to Shore's genetic profile. He was executed by lethal injection at Texas State Penitentiary at Huntsville Unit in Huntsville, Texas, U.S. Maury Travis was an American serial killer known as the Video Strangler. He tortured and killed prostitutes in the St. Louis area from 2000 to 2002. Travis was caught when he mailed an Expedia.com map printout to a St. Louis newspaper. In his letter to the newspaper, Travis wrote, "I'll tell you where many others are. To prove I'm real, here's directions to number 17. Police traced the printout to Travis' home computer. He claimed to have murdered 17 women in a letter sent with the map. Investigators discovered a chamber at his residence which included instruments of torture and videotapes of Travis committing some of his crimes. Maury Travis hanged himself on June 10, 2002, in his jail cell, after being arrested for murder on June 7, 2002.
Someone took my mind. I would look off in another direction, look up at the stars if they're ready. That one in Berryessa up on the hill, when I was doing her, I looked up and saw the Big Dipper. I just stared at the Big Dipper while I had my hands around her throat. I don't know how long it takes. To me, it felt like it just took a few minutes. I've had people tell me that it takes much longer than that.
In Roger's mind, strangulation was a kinder and gentler way to kill somebody. So I think it was a power trip, knowing that he had in his hands the control of their life. He did tell stories where he had strangled the women with his hands. He could feel the vocal cords inside their throat, and he could just squeeze and just feel the life go out.
1991, at around 1 p.m., 33-year-old Wade Frankham went to the Strathfield Plaza. He sat in a cafe called the Coffee Pot. At approximately 3:30 p.m. Frankham pulled a large knife from a duffel bag and started stabbing 2 teenage girls who were sitting next to him, killing one and badly injuring the other. He pulled an assault rifle out of his duffel bag and began shooting around the cafe, killing several more people. He then shot the cafe owner dead, and fled into the mall where he killed his last victim. he ran into the car park and held a car owner at gunpoint and demanded them to take him to a nearby suburb. Hearing the approaching sirens, he apologized to the woman and then got out of the car, knelt on the ground and shot himself in the head, committing suicide. In just 10 minutes Frankham had killed 7 people and injured 6.
How good a lawyer was he?
Not a very good lawyer. I think he would have been a good lawyer for other people, but he was a terrible lawyer for himself.
2 bits of evidence did him in. Incredibly, a matchup between a cast of Bundy's teeth and bite marks on the buttocks of one of the victims. And testimony from an eyewitness who was coming in from a date as Bundy was leaving Chi Omega.
Do you recall the man that you saw at the door of Chi Omega house on the morning of January 15, 1978?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that man in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Would you point him out for us, please? Describe his clothing for us, please.
The dark pinstripe suit with the red tie.
Okay. Let the record reflect that she has identified the defendant. No further questions, Your Honor.
Joseph Francis Breslin was an American serial killer. A former mental patient with a record for murder in Pennsylvania and an attempted murder, he spent time in 2 separate mental institutions in Pennsylvania during the 1960s. While residing there, he killed a fellow patient in 1968 and attacked a nurse, but due to confidentiality, these incidents were covered up and details were never released. He was sought after for a 1982 double murder in his hometown of San Luis Obispo, California, but before he could be caught, he was fatally wounded in a gunfight with sheriffs and several campers in Jackpot, Nevada. He was driven to a hospital in Twin Falls, Idaho, where he subsequently succumbed to his injuries. No motive for Breslin's crimes was ever established, and the exact reason for his suicidal tendencies remains unclear. Melissa Drexler, aka the prom mom, delivered a baby in a restroom stall at her high school prom and threw the body in the trash before returning to the dance. On June 6, 1997, the day of her senior prom, the 18-year-old suffered cramps on her way to the banquet hall, and on arriving, she retired to the restroom where the baby was born. Drexler then retrieved the baby from the toilet bowl, cut the umbilical cord on the serrated edge of a napkin dispenser, wrapped the baby in several garbage sacks and dumped her son in a trash can. She then ate a salad and danced afterwards. The baby was discovered by a janitor responding to reports of blood in the restroom. Judge John Rick Kearty sentenced her to 15 years in prison, and on November 26, 2001 she was released on parole after serving only little over 3 years. Donato Bilancia was an Italian serial killer who shot and murdered 17 people on the Italian Riviera in the period from October 1997 to April 1998. Bilancia's inconsistent modus operandi made him difficult to capture. There were no obvious links between the majority of his murders. He chose his victims at random across a vast area of northern Italy. He was given the nickname, the Liguria Monster, initially attributed with only 9 homicides. Bilancia later confessed to having killed 8 other people, with a sentence to 13 terms of life imprisonment, and no possibility of release. Bilancia never explicitly regretted his crimes, claiming that he did not consciously commit them because he was possessed by a disease. Bilancia died on December 17, 2020 in prison.
Some fear this may not be an isolated incident. Joanne and Carolyn aren't the only backpackers to have mysteriously disappeared in the past few years.
At that stage, the police were not willing to accept that a serial killer was on the loose. They only had 2 bodies. They knew there were a number of other backpackers missing, but backpackers go missing all the time.
I believe there might be a dead person on the beach.
Police say this call to 911 dispatch is from a man reporting a dead body found at Ocean Beach in San Francisco. The first homicide committed January 27, 1974 by a serial killer that preyed on gay men. Police cold case investigators say the 911 caller is a person of interest. And over the next 17 months, 5 other men were killed, most the same way, stabbed multiple times at this beach and elsewhere. A new updated sketch was released and the reward has been increased to $250,000 for information leading to the killer. Investigators say they are looking for people who called police after the original sketch was released.
A Wisconsin man has been sentenced to life in prison with no chance of release after attacking 3 family members with an axe, killing one of them back in 2021. 38-year-old Thomas Aspsetter from Sparta was sentenced for killing his grandfather and injuring his granduncle and grandaunt. He previously lived with his grandparents but was asked to leave. He broke into that home when his grandparents were away and was asked to leave again. That's when he killed his grandfather and injured the other 2.
Violent crime like this, a hideous crime, is something you read about or you see on television. You think it's something that happens to somebody else. And when it happens to your family, it has a very devastating impact.
Aspsetter was convicted of 5 charges. When handing down the sentence, the judge said the attack was horrific and was the most vicious and aggravated crime he has ever seen during his time as a judge.
Elfriede Blauensteiner was an Austrian serial killer who murdered at least 3 victims by poison. On March 7, 1997, Blauensteiner was found guilty of murdering 77-year-old Eloise Pickler and sentenced to life imprisonment. She was a gambling addict and would deliberately date rich elderly men and poison them, before gambling away the money which had been left to her in their fabricated wills. 4 years later, she was found guilty of murdering her 64-year-old husband, Friedrich Doecker, an 84-year-old female neighbor, Franziska Koeberl. Although she was only convicted of a total of 3 murders, Austrian police believe that she may have murdered at least 10 people. After serving less than 7 years of her life sentence, Blauensteiner died from a brain tumor on November 18, 2003 in a Vienna hospital. Dora Buenrostro was sentenced to death on October 2, 1998, for stabbing her 3 children to death. She was convicted of murdering Susanna, 9, Vicente, 8, and Deidre, 4, on October 27, 1994. All 3 children were stabbed in the neck. Jurors said Buenrostro showed a lack of remorse when she testified during the penalty hearings. She planned the killings to hurt her husband, Alex Buenrostro, then tried to frame him. After her conviction, Buenrostro lashed out at police in San Jacinto, at prosecutors and her own attorneys. She denied killing her children and continued to blame her former husband. In December of 2018, Dora's death penalty sentence was reversed, but her conviction stands. Sunil Kumar is an alleged Indian serial killer and rapist known as the Gurugram serial killer. Kumar confessed to killing at least 15 victims from 2011 to 2018. He would visit community kitchens and offer sweets to lure little girls from poor families. Kumar picked isolated locations prior to the attacks. He would leave the body at the same location. Kumar was arrested in 2018 at his sister's house in a village near Jhansi. He told police he would wear the same shirt while committing the crimes, his lucky blue shirt. He confessed to crimes in Delhi, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. In 2018, police recovered the remains of a 5-year-old girl scattered under a gulmohar tree. The girl was an unfound body Sunil Kumar previously confessed to.
Elias Abulaza made his first appearance in court since his arrest as he prepared to board a flight to Tel Aviv.
As far as my understanding, that I will be transferred to Michigan, I will fight the case in Michigan. That's the most common sense. It sounds more logical to go right now than waiting 3 months. Is that correct?
So far, Ablazem faces just one charge in connection with the July 27th knifing in Flint that left a man hospitalized. More charges are expected to be filed in Michigan, Virginia, and Ohio.
Terry Rasmussen was an American serial killer known as the Chameleon Killer. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to torture, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. The Bear Brook murders and Allenstown barrel murders refer to 4 dismembered female murder victims found in barrels. 2 discovered in 1985 and 2 in 2000 at Bear Brook State Park in Allenstown, New Hampshire. In 2002, Rasmussen was charged with the murder of his common-law wife, Yoon Sun-jun. Her body was found dismembered and covered in cat litter inside a crawl space at his home. In 2003, Rasmussen was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Terry Rasmussen died in 2010, while still in prison. Arnold Soderman was an Australian serial killer known as the Schoolgirl Strangler. Soderman confessed to the murders of 4 young girls between 1930 and 1935. He preyed on girls between the ages of 8 and 12. He lured at least 2 of his victims by offering to buy them ice cream and offered another victim a ride on his bicycle. Soderman would gag, bound, and strangle the girls to death. He disposed of the bodies by dumping them at multiple locations in Victoria, Australia. At the conclusion of the 2-day trial, in February 1936, the jury found him guilty of murder. The judge sentenced him to death. Arnold Soderman died on June 1, 1936, age 36, from execution by hanging, at HM Prison Pentridge, former maximum security prison in Victoria, Australia. Jeffrey Dahmer, the 4th of 17 murders. On March 24, 1988, Dahmer met a 22-year-old bisexual man named Richard Guerrero, outside a gay bar called the Phoenix. Dahmer lured Guerrero to his grandmother's residence. He then drugged Guerrero with sleeping pills and strangled him with a leather strap, with Dahmer then performing oral sex upon the corpse. Guerrero's body was dismembered within 24 hours of his murder, with the remains again disposed of in the trash, and the skull again retained before being pulverized several months later. Guerrero's remains have not been found, and the details about his death were confessed by the murderer himself during interrogations. Nicola Bush-Reef is an American woman who was convicted of the 2007 Villa Park, Illinois murder of her lesbian lover, Rebecca Klein, after being found guilty of first-degree murder in May 2009. Bush-Reef was sentenced to 50 years in prison at the Dwight Correctional Center in Nevada Township, Illinois. The case made national news due to the intrigue of a lesbian love triangle murder. On March 17, 2007, the body of Rebecca was discovered in the trunk of her 1966 Ford Mustang after Klein's domestic partner of 7 years, Nicole, reported her missing. Klein was found bound with duct tape, gagged with a bandana, blindfolded, and suffocated with a plastic bag over her head. 4 days later, Bush-Reef was charged with first-degree murder and concealing of a homicide.
If I had to take my best guess of the means to reduce the number of serial killings, I'd say that parents should stop torturing their children.
If I didn't do something that I was told to do, I was beat practically to death. I've got scars on my body today where I was beaten.
And would this come back to you at certain times?
Oh, yeah.
Did any of those work to trigger a murder?
In some occasions, yeah, they have. I can actually say during 1960, when Mom died, I actually hated her so bad that the day Mom slapped me, I just wanted her dead. She's somebody that was there to beat and kick and stomp everybody she was around.
Larry DeWayne Hall, is an American murderer, rapist and serial killer who stalked and murdered numerous girls and women between 1981 and 1994. Hall traveled around the Midwest where he would often abduct, rape, torture, and murder girls and women. It is believed that Hall's first murder occurred when he was 18. 15-year-old Dean Marie Pyle Peters disappeared from her Grand Rapids, Michigan middle school in February 1981, and her body was never recovered. 12-year-old Deborah Jean Cole disappeared from her Indiana hometown in late August, which Hall is also suspected of. Over the next 13 years, numerous female corpses, some as young as 10 and some unidentified, were discovered and later attributed to Hall due to their bodies being strangled and sexually mutilated. His final assumed killing took place in early October 1994. Samuel Leonard Boyd is an Australian multiple murderer from New South Wales, currently serving 5 consecutive sentences of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, for the murder of 4 people and the malicious wounding of 1. On September 1982, Boyd stabbed and slashed the throat of Rhonda Celia while he was working at her home as a pest exterminator in Busby, Glenfield massacre on April 22, 1983. In the early hours of the morning, Boyd beat Gregory Wiles to death with a hammer. Boyd later went to a school for handicapped children in Glenfield. He forced the 3 woman supervisors, Helen Hartup, Patricia Valsic, and Olive Short, to undress, and then proceeded to threaten them and made them sexually abuse each other before slashing and stabbing each in the neck. It is expected that Boyd will die in custody. The Shafia family murders took place on June 30, 2009 in Kingston, Ontario. Shafia's sisters Zainab, Sahar, and Hifi, along with Rona Amir Mohammed, were found dead inside a car that was discovered underwater in front of the northernmost Kingston Mills lock of the Rideau Canal on the same day. Zainab, Sahar, and Hifi were daughters of Mohammed Shafia and his wife Tuba Mohammed Yahya. The couple also had a son, named Rona, who was herself infertile, was the first wife of Mohammed Shafia in their polygamous household. On July 23, 2009, Mohammed, Tuba Yahya, and Hamed were arrested on charges of 4 counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. They were found guilty of all 4 counts by the jury in January 2012. In early 2001, the Hungarian nurse, Timea Faluti, then 24, confessed to killing approximately 40 elderly patients for mercy, by lethal injection, in a Budapest hospital in 2000 and 2001. The case was uncovered when the medical director of the Gala Enviro Hospital in Budapest noticed that the death toll was unusually high when Sister Timea was on night shift. Controls of the drug usage showed a shortage of tranquilizer. Police were called in and found she had illegally administered tranquilizers and painkillers to patients. Timea Faluti withdrew her confessions during trial, and as all the victims had been cremated, there was no evidence left. Faluti was sentenced to 9 years in prison for repeated attempts of murder and a lifelong prohibition to work as a nurse.
Christine Milton was 35 years old when she died. She was found in her South Cape Coral residence, wrapped in some bedding, tied with some shirts and leggings and a bathing suit top. Her face was black and blue. Her fingernails were broken. She had marks around her neck as she lied on the floor between her bedroom and the kitchen area of her residence. Diana Ruiz was 43 years old. She was found on an empty lot under some shrubs. There's a tree just lying there. Her nose had been broken. Her hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage had been broken. She had suffered multiple rib fractures, not only front but also in the back.
Robert Joe Wagner is an Australian serial killer, currently serving 10 consecutive sentences of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for his role in the murder of 10 victims of the Snowtown murders, also known as the Bodies in Barrels murders. Wagner, driven to murder by his hatred for pedophiles, has been described as being amongst Australia's worst serial killers. The murders took place in South Australia between August 1992 and May 1999. Wagner fried and ate the flesh of his final victim, David Johnson. On September 27, 2002, Wagner pleaded guilty to 3 charges of murder for the murders of Barry Lane, Fred Brooks, and David Johnson. He would plead not guilty to the remaining 7 murder charges against him, but was eventually convicted of them, bringing the total number of victims to 10. Ronald Simmons was an American spree killer who killed 16 people and wounded several others over a week-long period in Arkansas in 1987. Simmons murdered 14 members of his family, including a daughter he had sexually abused and the child he had fathered with her, as well as a former co-worker and a stranger. He also wounded 4 others. Shortly before Christmas 1987, Simmons decided to kill all the members of his family. On the morning of December 22nd, he first killed his wife Rebecca and eldest son Gene by bludgeoning them with a hammer and shooting them with a .22 caliber pistol. He then killed his 3-year-old granddaughter Barbara by strangulation. He is the most prolific mass murderer in Arkansas history. Simmons was sentenced to death on each of 16 counts, and after refusing to appeal his sentence, he was executed on June 25, 1990.
4,000 a year, dead, killed by total strangers. It's an epidemic of murder in America. Murder with no motive.
We have people that commit murders, like you might go out and cut the lawn. That's about as much thought as they give to it. A term that's been used is recreational murder. Nothing else to do. They go out and kill.
Serial killing, I think it's at epidemic proportions. The types of crimes you're seeing today did not really occur with any known frequency prior to the 50s.
The notorious Sunset Strip killer who terrorized Los Angeles in 1980 has died on death row. The Department of Corrections confirmed Doug Clark died at a medical facility near San Quentin on Wednesday of natural causes. Clark was serving 6 death sentences for a killing spree in the summer of 1980. He and his accomplice, Carol Bundy, preyed on vulnerable young women in Hollywood, often runaways and prostitutes. Bundy died in prison in 2003. 75 at his death, Clark was convicted of 6 murders, although police believe there may have been more victims.
You have to realize that I viewed Manson as being the main defendant. To convict his co-defendants and have him walk out of court, I think, would have been an unsuccessful prosecution. The problem was that Manson was not at the murder scene. He did not physically participate in these murders. So I had to bring him in by way of circumstantial evidence. And also by the law of conspiracy.
Vadim Nikolaevich Arshev, also known as the Maniac with a Diary, is a Russian serial killer. Between 1992 and 1995, he committed more than 70 crimes in Krasnoyarsk and its environs, including 19 murders and 8 attempted murders. He is considered one of the most terrible serial killers in the history of the Krasnoyarsk Krai. While confessing to law enforcement, he pointed to his residence where irrefutable evidence was found: the tools of the crime, 2 knives, as well as the belongings of the victims. He suffered from a total delay in psychosexual development, with an anomaly of the sexual attraction of the sadistic circle, in the form of a desire to kill. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, and is currently serving his sentence in the Black Dolphin prison, in Solilitsk, Orenburg Oblast. Levi Belfield is an English serial killer known as the Bus Stop Stalker. Belfield was convicted of the 2002 murder of Amanda Dowler and 2 fatal hammer attacks on young women in southwest London in 2003 and 2004. He would stalk his victims and kill them with a hammer, strangulation, and at least one of his victims was ran over by Belfield's van. Levi Belfield was sentenced to life in 2008 and 2011. After his February 2008 convictions, Belfield was named by police as a suspect in connection with numerous unsolved murders and attacks on women dating back to 1980. The judge imposed a whole life order. Belfield is the only prisoner in history to have received 2 whole life orders. Belfield was not in court to hear his sentence, as he had refused to attend. On June 6, 1991, Michael Bethke used a butcher's knife to decapitate his co-worker, Joseph Lizinski, at the White Hen Pantry in Burnham, Illinois. Bethke, who was 28 at the time, struck as his victim bent over to pick up a carton of cigarettes, and is said to have lopped off the head in one move. He wrote the word, "Repent," in blood on his victim's head and left it, as if on display, in the glass counter of the deli. After wandering in nearby woodland for a few hours, Bethke approached a group of people and told them to call police. He claimed he was suffering from command hallucinations that ordered him to kill. In 1993 he was found not guilty by reason of insanity, and ordered to be held at the secure Elgin Mental Health Center. He was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. Jeffrey Dahmer, the 7th of 17 murders. On the evening of June 14, 1990, Smith was seen leaving the Phoenix Bar in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He was last seen with Dahmer. After the drugging and strangulation, Smith's skeleton was kept in Dahmer's freezer for several months in the hopes that it would not retain moisture, as opposed to being promptly acidified or bleached, both of which had previously made the skulls of other victims brittle. Edward's skeleton was acidified months after freezing failed to remove moisture from it. The skull was accidentally destroyed by Dahmer when he dried it in the oven, which led to the explosion of the skull. Later, Dahmer told police he had felt terrible about murdering Smith since he couldn't retain any part of his body. Ahmed Suraji was an Indonesian serial killer known as the Sorcerer. Suraji was convicted of strangling at least 42 women and girls in a series of ritual slayings he believed would give him magical powers. In order to achieve even more magical power, he drank the victim's saliva, having to reach a total of 70 victims before ascending into a dukhan, as foretold by his dead father in a dream. Some victims were even charged money in exchange for a magic ritual to be performed. Instead, Suraji would bury the victim up to their waist in a cornfield and strangle them with a cable. Once dead, Suraji would dig up the victim to undress, and rebury the victim naked, to accelerate decomposition, and bury them completely with their heads pointing toward his house. Ahmed Suraji was executed by firing squad in 2008. Mary Beth Tinning is an American serial killer that suffocated 8 of her 9 children with pillows during the 1970s. One daughter died of natural causes shortly after birth, the first of the Tinning children to die. 9 children died under Mary Beth's care over 14 years. An adopted 6th child died in 1981. Authorities did not open an investigation on his death. She was granted parole on July 16, 2018. Mary Beth Tinning, age 75, was released on Tuesday, August 12, 2018. She is now on parole and living in Schenectady County, New York, United States. Mary Beth later claimed that her confession was made under duress, that police had threatened her, and that her repeated requests for a lawyer were denied.
The general theme of Roger Kibbe and other sexually sadistic, psychopathic serial killers, because that's the category he's in, is first an unusual sexual desire. To a man who is sexually sadistic, the things that are sexiest, that are the turn-on, are control over the partner, the ability to have the partner do as he wishes, the ability to inflict pain or humiliation or suffering, and ultimately the ability to control whether she lives or dies.
If you had to rate that as a sexual experience from 1 to 10, where 10's the best, how's it go?
Probably an 8.
An 8?
Yeah, because it's a forced act.
I understand she's forced to do it.
Did you write that letter after you killed your mother, or did you write it before you killed her?
After.
So you wrote it there at home?
I wrote it while I was on the street.
Are you sorry that your mother's dead? I didn't feel anything when I killed her, even when her blood splattered on my arm and her brain matter was thrown onto my shirt. Do you need help?
Cary Stayner is an American serial killer known as the Yosemite Killer. Stayner killed 4 women in Yosemite, California in 1999. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to strangle, stalk, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. He would keep personal items from the victim after the crime. Stayner decapitated the body of his 4th victim. His brother Stephen Stayner was a kidnapping victim of sex offender Kenneth Parnell. Stayner was frequent at Laguna del Sol, a nudist colony in Sacramento County. He was arrested at Laguna del Sol in 1999 after witnesses identified his vehicle to authorities. In 2002, Stayner was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder. Cary Stayner is currently awaiting execution on death row at San Quentin Penitentiary in San Quentin, California. John Martin Crawford was a Canadian serial killer who was convicted of killing 4 women in Saskatchewan and Alberta between 1981 and 1992. Crawford was sentenced in 1981 to 10 years imprisonment for manslaughter in the killing of Mary Jane Sirloin in Lethbridge, Alberta. He was released from prison in 1989. In October 1994, a hunter came across the remains of the women in heavy brush outside of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. In 1996, Crawford was convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder in the 1992 deaths of 3 Indigenous women, identified as Eva Tay Sup, Shelley Napabi, and Kalinda Waterhan. Crawford was sentenced to 3 concurrent life sentences and died on December 16, 2020 while serving his sentence at the Regional Psychiatric Center in Saskatoon. Lucy Letby, the Countess of Chester Hospital baby deaths. Between 2015 and 2016, unusually high infant mortality rates occurred at the neonatal intensive care unit of the Countess of Chester Hospital in Chester, England. A series of investigations was initiated to ascertain the reasons for the sharp rise in mortalities. Letby's November 2020 arrest saw her charged with 8 counts of murder and 10 counts of attempted murder. Letby's trial began in October 2022. Letby had injected air into the bloodstream of 2 of the alleged victims and had used insulin to murder others. It was alleged that extraordinary bleeding in a baby boy allegedly murdered by Letby could have been caused by a rigid wire or 2. The trial continues at the time of this upload.
What do you think of women? Oh, I like them. Yeah, they're nice. They're put together well and everything, and they're soft and spongy. Yeah, they're nice. As long as they keep their mouth shut and do what they're supposed to do.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what a woman's supposed to do.
Keep her mouth shut and do what she's supposed to do?
Sure.
Who taught you that?
Well, I don't want to snitching on me.
Agree upon one Margaret Bowman, guilty as charged, so say we all, get all free trouble former.
Ted Bundy sat there calmly, silently, as the guilty verdict was read. The jury had taken 6 hours to decide that the former law student was guilty of the strangulation murders of 2 Florida co-eds and guilty of the attempted murder of 3 other young women. Minutes before the verdict was returned, Bundy told ABC News in a telephone interview that he was prepared for the worst.
Ted, are you prepared for a guilty verdict?
Yes, I think so. It's never happened to me like quite this way before. I've never been convicted of murder before, and I hope and pray I won't be. But if it happens, then I'll just have to work with it.
The jury will now return on Saturday to make their recommendation as to whether Ted Bundy should be sent to the electric chair.
That just goes back and forwards to work. They don't care about the children that are in the streets that are thrown out of this upper echelon of existence. And then when all the children fall down into me, on my level, I pretty much identify with them because I was a throwaway also.
Albert DeSalvo was an American rapist and suspected serial killer in Boston, Massachusetts, who confessed to being the Boston Strangler, the murderer of 13 women in the Boston area from 1962 to 1964. Most of the women were sexually assaulted and then strangled with articles of clothing. The oldest victim died of a heart attack. 2 others were stabbed to death, one of whom was also badly beaten. The women were assumed to have either known their killer or voluntarily allowed him into their homes. In 1967, DeSalvo was imprisoned for life for committing a series of rapes. However, his murder confession has been disputed and debate continues as to which crimes he actually committed. In 1973, Albert DeSalvo was found stabbed to death in the prison infirmary at the Cedar Junction Correctional Institution in Norfolk, Massachusetts. Constance Fisher of Fairfield, Maine, was twice committed to the Augusta Mental Health Institute in Augusta, Maine, each time after drowning 3 of her own children. The first was in 1954 in Waterville, when she drowned 3 of her children in the bathtub. After numerous appeals from her husband Carl Fisher, and having been declared cured and sent home, she repeated the performance with 3 more kids in 1967, in rural Fairfield Center, Maine, and was recommitted. She was a troubled soul and deeply religious. She had been adopted and was afraid that her children would be doomed and not go to heaven once they grew up to be adults. On the night of October 1st, 1973, she slipped off the hospital grounds and threw herself into the Kennebec River. Her body was found nearly a week later in South Gardner.
I've been in a restaurant where we were eating and the guy went to the bathroom, and while he was in the bathroom we put a little boost in his food, and he was rushed to the hospital after that, and he died, and they buried him. I'm not exactly sure what they put on, what they attributed his death to, but it wasn't homicide.
Somewhere, and I don't know where, he picked up on cyanide poisoning as being a good way, a good, quick way to kill somebody. It's such a good way to kill somebody that that's the gas that's used in gas chambers.
The media is so biased, portraying me as being non-human. This is what the media has done to me. It's dehumanized me so that it can believe, along with the public, that things like human sacrifice, Satanism, demonic practices are more believable than me being the neighbor next door who reached a point in his life where he could do monstrous acts. That's not the same thing as being a monster.
Kenneth Allen McDuff was an American serial killer. He would rape, torture, strangle, and shoot his victims. He was convicted in 1966 of murdering 16-year-old Edna Sullivan, her boyfriend, 17-year-old Robert Brand, and Brand's cousin, 15-year-old Mark Dunham, who was visiting from California. They were all strangers whom McDuff abducted after noticing Sullivan. McDuff repeatedly raped her before strangling her with a broomstick so violently it broke her neck. McDuff was given 3 death sentences that were reduced to life imprisonment consequently to the 1972 U.S. Supreme Court ruling Furman v. Georgia. He was paroled in 1989 and went on to kill again. He was executed in 1998 by lethal injection, and is suspected to have been responsible for many other killings. Bradley Robert Edwards is a suspected Australian serial killer known as the Claremont Killer. The Claremont serial killings involved the disappearance of an Australian woman, aged 18, and the killings of two others, aged 23 and 27, in 1996 to 1997, in the western suburbs of Perth, Western Australia. All three women disappeared in similar circumstances, leading police to suspect that a serial killer was on the loose. In 2016, Bradley Robert Edwards was arrested. His trial began in November 2019. On September 24, 2020, he was found guilty of the murders of Jane Rimmer and Sierra Glennon. Sarah Spears' remains have yet to be located. On December 23, 2020, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years.
Somebody else is going to say, Charlie didn't get his rights, and whoa, their heads are going to start falling then. Because my grandfather gave his life for my rights. So I got one dead person in that hallway already coming for my rights. And that's the Holy Ghost. And I'm going to get my rights sooner or later. Look here, I'm in jail because people want to keep me in jail. It ain't got nothing to do with the law. The law ain't got nothing to do with it.
On April 9, 2011, 6 people were killed by a gunman who entered the Ridderhof Mall in Alphen aan den Rijn, Netherlands, a town approximately 33 kilometers southwest of Amsterdam. Tristan van der Vieles, wearing a bulletproof vest and armed with a semi-automatic Smith & Wesson M&P 1522, a pistol, and a revolver, first got out of his black Mercedes-Benz and shot a person outside, then entered the Ridderhof Mall and fired more than 100 rounds, killing 5 people and injuring another 17, before he took a pistol, put it to his head, and took his own life. According to the police, he had an obsession with guns since his childhood. He was a member of a shooting association and possessed 3 firearms. James Dale Ritchie was an American serial killer. Throughout 2016, Ritchie murdered upwards of 5 individuals in and around Anchorage, Alaska, most of whom were in parks or along bike paths. He always committed his murders at night, often around midnight or a short time after. He was known to abuse alcohol and drugs. He was shot during a gunfight with Anchorage Police Department at the corner of 5th Avenue and Cordova Street in Anchorage, Alaska, U.S. Following Ritchie's death, the cold python on his person was sent to the Alaska Crime Lab, where it was confirmed to have been the murder weapon responsible for the deaths of Brianna Foisey, Jason Netter Sr., Trevian Kendall Thompson, Kevin Turner, and Brian DeHusson. The investigative task force had not considered Ritchie a suspect, due to his lack of run-ins with the law over the decade prior.
By the late 60s, the Iceman had become one of the mob's most efficient contract killers. His most brutal murders took place at the Gemini Lounge in Brooklyn, a favorite hangout for the mafia.
Dismembering bodies, did that turn your stomach?
I don't think so. I remember having pizza one day while we were doing something like that.
Pizza in one hand, chainsaw in the other?
No. I didn't like chainsaws. That's another fable that they've come up with, that I use chainsaws. See, chainsaws are messy.
Yep.
All you get is all over me I have these little pieces of meat.
Oh, Bobby, please.
You hear what I told you? You stay there, you shut your mouth. Stay there and shut your mouth.
44th precinct is the loudest precinct in the Bronx.
It appears that this had been planned for weeks, that these two individuals had planned this senseless murder of this 15-year-old for weeks.
Entrican says that one suspect, who he would not identify, confessed to burying Stone in a shallow grave, then moving his body to a freezer. Stone's body was found at the house of 19-year-old Nathaniel Lee. Lee is charged with murder along with 22-year-old Troy Smiley. Both are from Atala. Both were neighbors of Stone. And the DA explained why Stone was targeted.
Within the last couple of weeks, they narrowed it down to somebody that was an easy target.
Harp and Entrican say both suspects were persons of interest from the beginning.
We're sitting in the van, I'm in the driver's seat, Georgie boy was over here. In the next seat, which was, you know, just like that. And I went pop, pop, pop. And I went pop, pop. And I could see the material moving on his jacket as these things. Actually, they made little marks on it, on the jacket. I guess they were burn marks. So.
If I told you that that girl, the girl that I'm thinking of, was stabbed, not to death, but stabbed one time, does that bring back any memory? It was not by any means what killed her.
Possibly. See, I used to always fuck around with a knife with them. You know, that's why I always put the little marks on them. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I'd stab, never stab them like, but just puncture them sometimes. Mm-hmm. So that could be possible, but it wouldn't have been like a 5-inch stab wound or anything like that. I would remember that.
He doesn't really talk about being sickened by the behavior, so clearly this had meaning for him, and this was important to him.
We know that he had these face masks, some of which he hung on his wall as trophies. You know, this is where Tobe Hooper got the whole Leatherface idea from.
When I was about 7 years old, I was babysitting a younger child, and this kid made me mad, and I hit him. And then once I hit him, you know, he started crying, and I hit him again. And I got pleasure. It was like I looked down on him, and I seen how innocent he looked, and how he wanted me to stop. And it seemed like the act of making up to him, making him feel better, what felt good. Not the act of beating on him, but the act of making up to him. And then I had the feeling that was the same feeling my stepdad was getting from me. Was he'd beat on me and beat on me and beat on me, and then after it was over, he'd make up to me. Then all of a sudden he'd see how much I admire him.
Howard Arthur Allen was an American serial killer from Indianapolis, Indiana. He murdered 3 elderly people and also committed assault, burglary, and arson. In August 1974, Allen beat 85-year-old Opal Cooper during a burglary. He was sentenced to 2 to 21 years in prison, winning parole in 1985. On June 11, 1988, Allen was sentenced to death for the murder of Ernestine Griffin. He received a concurrent 50-year sentence for robbery with serious bodily injury. On August 30, 1988, he was placed on death row, where he spent the next 25 years. After years trying to prove that he was mentally disabled, one of Allen's appeals was successful and he was sentenced to 60 years in prison for the murder. Allen died on June 5, 2020 at the age of 71. Sarah Aldrete is a convicted Mexican serial killer known as La Madrina, who headed a drug smuggling and human sacrifice cult with Adolfo Constanzo. The members of the cult, dubbed by the media as the narco-Satanists, called her the Godmother. The cult was involved in multiple ritualistic killings in Matamoros, Tamaulipas, including the murder of Mark Kilroy, an American student killed in 1989. When detectives discovered their shrine, they found human hair, brains, teeth, and skulls at the site of the murders. The police found their hideout in Mexico City on May 6, 1989. She was convicted of several of the killings at the cult's headquarters, and sentenced to 62 years in prison. If Aldrete is ever released from prison, American authorities plan to prosecute her for the murder of Mark Kilroy.
The
The wires have been attached and secured to the headset and to the leg band. The perspiration has been wiped again from the condemned forehead, and the hood is being placed on at this time. My count of 3. Press your button. 1, 2, 3. The execution is now in progress. When it first surge entered his body, he stiffened, and I heard a pop. He is still at this time sitting there with clenched fists with no other movement. He's slowly relaxing at this time. The first phase of the execution is completed. We are now into the second phase. The second phase is completed at this time. We are now into the third and final stage. From my vantage point, it seems that the inmate has relaxed somewhat. His fists are still clenched, but there's no movement from the condemned.
Then I think it was in the 90s the show came out. And that's when I remember, right as soon as I seen it, I said, that reminds me of that girl. But at that time, I didn't know anything about Sherry Appleby. But I remember saying she was a dead ringer.
Do you remember where you dumped her?
Yeah.
You do for sure? Town or just... Or you just think you remember just in your head you're seeing it?
You gotta remember, everything was so different back then.
I know.
Charles Albright, the eyeball killer, was an American serial killer from Texas. In December 1990, Mary Lou Pratt, 33, a prostitute in the Oak Cliff neighborhood of Dallas, was found dead wearing only a t-shirt and bra. She had been shot in the back of the head as well as being badly beaten. The killer had removed both of her eyes with surgical precision and had taken them. February 1991, Susan Beth Peterson, 27, a prostitute, was found on the same street as Mary Pratt. She was nearly nude and had been shot in the top of her head, in her left breast, and in the back of her head. Her eyes had been removed. March 1991, Shirley Williams, a prostitute, was found dead lying near an elementary school. Her nude body propped up against a curb. Her eyes had been removed. She had facial bruises and a broken nose and had been shot in the face and through the top of her head. He died in prison in 2020.
Having a bit of a chat to see whether we can shed any light and maybe get a bit of closure or for some families out there. How do you feel about that? Ivan. Yeah, that's a breath. It's okay. Because I don't believe anyone is so devoid of decency that they would take to the grave the knowledge and location of people's loved ones. I'd be certainly surprised if someone like yourself didn't want to put your 2 cents worth in, so to speak. You feeling okay, Ivan? You know, if you've got one religious bone in your body, Ivan, and there's talk in the paper, and I don't know how true it is that you reckon you're going to heaven, mate, you're gonna need something to get a foot in the door, champ.
The Hiharobomaniac, sadistic killer husband drove electric drill into his wife's brain and stabbed her with a screwdriver. Hiharobomaniac inflicted 270 injuries on Sarah Al-Shawarfi, 28, while their 4 children, aged between 2 and 8, were in the house in Sheffield. She was also allegedly attacked with metal bars and a knife in the 105-minute assault by her husband. She had been hit over the head repeatedly with a variety of weapons. Post-mortem results showed the mother died from blood loss, brain injuries, and inhaling blood. He left 1 screwdriver embedded in her eye socket. A judge jailed Maynard for life and ordered him to serve at least 23 years before he is considered for release. The judge said that psychiatrists agreed he was suffering from a serious psychotic illness, probably paranoid schizophrenia. Özgür Dengizis is a Turkish serial killer and cannibal, known as the Cannibal of Ankara. On June 5, 2007, Deniz killed Sedat Erzurumlu, a computer engineer. who angered him by saying that he could not afford to buy the laptop he had been looking at. On September 12, 2007, Deng shot a garbage collector at the Momac dump. A few hours later, he met a 55-year-old municipal worker and killed him by shooting him in the head twice from behind. He dragged his victim's body and put it in his car. Then he skinned the corpse with a cleaver. He ate some of it raw and put the rest in his bag. He gave a piece of flesh to stray dogs outside his apartment. He then put the remaining flesh in the refrigerator. Deng was admitted to the psychiatric wing of a mental hospital. Oscar Ray Bolin, American serial killer. On January 25, 1986, 25-year-old Natalie Blanche Holly left work around 1:30 a.m. Her body was found hours later by a morning jogger. She had been stabbed to death. On November 5, 1986, 17-year-old Stephanie Collins, a high school student, disappeared after finishing her shift at work. On December 5, 1986, her body was found wrapped in sheets and towels. She had been stabbed to death and her skull was also crushed. The same day, 26-year-old Terry Lynn Matthews went missing. Her car was found outside a post office with the engine still running. Her body was located later that day in some woods, wrapped in a white sheet. Her throat had been cut and she had been bludgeoned. Bolin was executed by lethal injection at 10:16 p.m. on January 7, 2016.
43-year-old Wesley Brownlee, who is a Stockton resident, is the suspect in these killings. He'll be arraigned in court on Tuesday. At the time of his arrest on Saturday at 2 a.m., Stockton police say that they found a gun in his car.
We watched his patterns and determined early this morning he was on a mission to kill.
The deadly shootings began in April last year in Oakland. Police say that the suspect shot and killed 39-year-old Juan Vasquez Serrano. And then 6 days later, the shooting of a homeless woman in Stockton. She survived. Then this summer, 5 more victims in Stockton, most of them Hispanic men, starting on July 8th with the killing of 35-year-old Paul Yaw to September 27th with the shooting death of Lawrence Lopez Sr.
Public records show addresses associated with Brownlee and his relatives are very close to the killings that police say are interconnected by ballistics.
Deborah Lynn Baker was the bookkeeper and business manager of Jerry Sternadel, a millionaire Texan entrepreneur. In 1990, Jerry fell deathly ill. As he lay in his hospital bed, he told anyone who would listen that he thought Deborah had poisoned him. He died shortly afterward. The autopsy revealed that Jerry had ingested a lethal dose of arsenic. When a trace of the poison was found in a storage shed rented to Deborah, she was immediately arrested and charged with Jerry's murder. Based on the evidence of the arsenic found in Deborah's storage shed, the jury found her guilty of murder, but in a surprising legal twist, the same jury that had convicted her sentenced her to only 10 years probation and fined her $10,000. In 2003, Deborah Baker was arrested for parole violations. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison. A South Korean serial killer and self-confessed cannibal, known as the Raincoat Killer. His tools of choice for these murders included a customized hammer, jackknife, and gloves, to murder mostly older victims, until his focus shifted to the decapitation and mutilation of escorts after being dumped by a girlfriend who worked in that profession. He burned 3 and mutilated at least 11 of his victims. You admitted he had eaten the livers of some of his victims. He was arrested in 2004 and confessed to murdering a total of 21 victims. Yu Young-chul was sentenced to death in 2005 and is currently awaiting execution. He claimed to have killed 26 people. He has 21 confirmed kills, but was only convicted of 20 murders along with other aggravated crimes. Vincent Edward Brothers is an American mass murderer convicted of killing his wife, their 3 children and his mother-in-law. Brothers was the former vice principal of John C. Fremont Elementary School in Bakersfield, California. Although considered the only suspect from the beginning, he was not arrested until April 2004. Brothers was convicted of the first-degree murders of his 5 family members. Brothers is believed to have used a .22 caliber gun and a stabbing weapon to brutally kill the family members. His conviction carried the special circumstance of multiple murder. Brothers killed his family because they were a financial burden, and he lied on the stand 41 or more times. On May 29, 2007, the jury returned a sentence of death. He was placed on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Leonard Fraser was an Australian serial killer, rapist, and pedophile known as the Rockhampton Rapist and the Bad Seed, before a life sentence on September 7, 2000 for the abduction, rape, and murder of a 9-year-old girl, Kira Steinhardt, in Rockhampton, Queensland. Leonard Fraser had spent almost 20 years behind bars for the rape of women. He even raped a terminally ill cancer patient. Fraser murdered 4 women in Rockhampton between 1998 and 1999. He would keep personal items from the victim after the crime. These included ponytails from 3 different women, which could not be traced to any of his known victims. He was sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences plus 25 years without the possibility of parole. Leonard Fraser died in prison of a heart attack on the 1st of January 2007.
I gave it a knife and told her, here's a chance you'll never get again, or something like that. And I turned around. She had a chance. She didn't do anything. She dropped it on the floor and walked away. And I left the house.
Israel Keys was an American serial killer, rapist, arsonist, burglar, and bank robber. He was known to rob, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder. Keys murdered 3 confirmed victims and was linked to another 11 victims in 4 separate states. The earliest crime to which Keys admitted was the violent sexual assault of a teenage girl in Oregon sometime between 1996 and 1998. Keys burglarized 20 to 30 homes and robbed several banks between 2001 and 2012. He may be linked to as many as 11 deaths. Keys planned murders long ahead of time, usually killed far from home and never in the same area twice. Keys committed suicide on December 2, 2012, age 34, via self-inflicted wrist cuts and strangulation at Anchorage Correctional Complex. Elmer Wayne Henley Jr. is a convicted American serial killer. Henley was convicted in 1974 for his role in the Houston mass murders, in which a minimum of 28 teenage boys and young men were abducted, tortured, raped and murdered by Dean Corll. Between 1970 and 1973, Henley and David Owen Brooks, Corll's other teenage accomplice, together and individually, lured many of the victims to Corll's home. Henley, then 17 years old, shot Corll dead on August 8, 1973. Henley is serving 6 consecutive terms of 99 years for his involvement in the killings, which at the time were characterized as the deadliest case of serial murders in American history. Henley was not charged with the death of Dean Corll, which was ruled self-defense. April 27, 2023. There are calls for the woman described as Australia's worst female serial killer to be released immediately after the Director of Public Prosecutions accepted new scientific evidence casting doubt on the mother's guilt. Kathleen Falbeek has been found guilty of killing her 4 children, but the senior barrister assisting an inquiry into her conviction said there was reasonable doubt surrounding the conviction. University of British Columbia's Emma Cunliffe said she believed Falbeek should be paroled today. The COM2G114R genetic variant impacting the calcium-binding calmodulin protein, identified in Falbeek and her two daughters, was a reasonably possible cause of Sarah and Laura's deaths according to cardiology and genetics experts. Myocarditis, an inflammation of the heart, was also a reasonable possible cause of Laura's death. Daniel Harold Rowling, known as the Gainesville Ripper, was an American serial killer who murdered 5 students in Gainesville, Florida, over 4 days in August 1990. Rowling posed the bodies in sexually provocative positions. He was known to commit acts of necrophilia. He would brutally rape and mutilate his victims. He decapitated one victim. After cutting off her head, he placed it on a shelf facing the corpse. He later confessed to raping several of his victims, committing a triple homicide in his home city of Shreveport, Louisiana, and attempting to murder his father in May 1990. In total, Rowling confessed to killing 8 people. He was sentenced to death for the 5 Gainesville murders in 1994. He was executed by lethal injection in 2006. Roberto Succo, also known as the Full Moon Assassin, was an Italian serial killer, who committed several murders and other violent crimes mostly in Italy and France in the 1980s. On April 3, 1981, he fatally stabbed his mother Maria 32 times and killed his father. He hid their bodies in the bathtub covered in water and lime. In 1986, Succo escaped the mental hospital, where he was for murdering his parents, and began a crime spree in Europe that included kidnapping, rape, and murder, and earned him the public enemy #1 spot in Italy, France, and Switzerland. Succo changed his name to Roberto Kurt in order to evade police. In 1988, Roberto Succo committed suicide by suffocating himself with a plastic bag in his prison cell, after failing to escape a second time. The 6 newborn babies each lived less than 2 minutes. Their mother, lost in a haze of desperation and addiction, pressed her thumbs to their throats and choked them. She remembered using a hair tie one time. She smothered or strangled 6 of her own flesh and blood. Prosecutors asked why. To be sure it was dead, Huntsman explained. Huntsman, 40, pleaded guilty in February to 6 counts of murder, a first-degree felony. She was sentenced to 6 terms of 5 years to life in prison for murdering the babies between 1996 and 2006, then packaging their bodies and hiding them in her garage for years to come. Neighbors noticed she gained and lost weight through the years but never suspected that she was pregnant. Huntsman was addicted to drugs at the times of the other births and couldn't afford to keep the babies and still have her methamphetamine.
In 2 previous HBO programs, Richard Kuklinski, known as the Iceman, who is serving multiple life sentences, answered many questions about his brutal, cold-blooded killings, solving many cases. But the unanswered question remains: why?
in Satat, Morocco, between January 2nd, 2007, and January 3rd, 2008. Serial killer, Hikam Rewi, assaults and kills 3 women, living in the same neighborhood. The police in the capital of Chewia caught the killer during the same year. The first corpse was discovered on Saturday, February 11, 2007, near the Slaughterhouse District. It is a young girl, aged 20, living in the Enada District. A few days later, the body of another young girl, aged 22, was discovered on the National Road. A year later, on Tuesday, March 11, 2008, a third body was discovered in a tree-covered pit behind the industrial district, not far from Oued Abu Moussa. Hikam Rewi was sentenced to death.
Who was Charles Manson? As he recalls it, the pain of Manson's childhood began early.
I am a street child. I'm a runaway little girl at 15 years old out of Kentucky named Kathleen Maddox. I didn't have a husband. My husband's name was Scott. And he married somebody else and went down the road, and she went to Cincinnati and had a guy named Charlie Manson.
Believe me, if I started murdering people, there'd be none of you left. Because my children are coming. I told you 20 years ago.
Are you going to be a free man? Do you think that about being a free man?
Sure. Yeah.
And you think when I say there is circumstantial evidence that I'm in left field, there isn't circumstantial evidence?
I know there isn't. You're dealing on the outside, I'm on the inside. Okay. I mean, you have access to information, but I'm on the inside. I know what's there and I know what isn't there. I've seen the files and I've heard the reports. And Lord knows I'm the first and foremost person who has the personal, intimate knowledge that it couldn't be me, that it's not me, that I'm innocent. Okay? Dealing from that on out, I know exactly what's what.
On March 17, 2012, Christine Atuanmi waited until her husband had left the house. She loaded her 3 children into the family SUV and drove them to a dead end on a gravel road near a campground, where she proceeded to shoot each one of them in the head. Lauren, 8, Samantha, 6, and Kate, 3. Christine then turned the gun on herself and committed the suicide she'd contemplated for so long. Christine's husband forewarned the authorities when he called in a missing persons report on Friday, after he returned home from work, that he feared his wife was suicidal. He said he had tried her cell phone 25 times but she would not pick up. The bodies were discovered near Blue Springs Ranch next to the SUV.
Most of the people in here are just your reflections. They're your mistakes. So, as a collective society.
Even though they have rebelled against that society?
Well, they weren't born rebelling. They weren't born with the anger and frustration that they have. That had to be put on them by somebody. Somebody created them. It's as if your outside world programs people into education and knowledge.
We spent 4 hours searching this stairwell. We started at the bottom with a bright light on our hands and knees and tweezers and worked our way up. When we got to the 6th step, we found a pubic hair, and when we got to approximately the 9th and 10th steps, we found long blonde and long dark-haired. These hairs were later identified as belonging to our 2 victims, and the pubic hair was identified as belonging to Ken Bianchi. These hairs were the final piece of evidence that tied this case together for us.
Mr. Cruel. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, Mr. Cruel, as dubbed by media, has clocked up 3 confirmed attacks and is the prime suspect in the abduction and murder of a 4th girl, 13-year-old Chinese-Australian Carmaine Chan. Chan was taken from her home in Templestowe at night point in 1991 and her body was found a year later in a landfill area in Thomastown with 3 bullet holes in the back of her skull. Mr. Cruel's attacks have chilling similarities. He monitored and observed the victim and their family prior to the attack. He covered his face with a balaclava at all times. He was soft-spoken and unhurried. He bound and gagged the parents and siblings of his victims. He demanded and searched for money. He demanded his victims brush their teeth. And he used a neck brace to tie his victims to a bed following each abduction. The 2010 Lorich Hospital shooting rampage occurred on September 19th in the small town of Lorich, Germany, near the Swiss border. Sabine Radmacher, a 41-year-old woman, smothered her 5-year-old son and then shot and stabbed the boy's father, who was her ex-partner. She then set fire to the flat, eventually causing an explosion. She crossed the street to St. Elizabethan Hospital, where she shot and stabbed one male nurse, killing him and severely injuring 2 passers-by and a police officer. Soon after, the woman was fatally shot by special police units. The investigators established that the woman was a female lawyer who had killed her former common-law husband and their 5-year-old son in a nearby apartment block. She was a sporting markswoman and used a .22 caliber sports pistol and a knife. Nico Claus, born in 1972, is a Parisian serial killer known as the Vampire of Paris. French authorities were shocked to discover human remains and bags of blood in Claus's apartment. In addition to confessing to the murder of Thierry Bissonnier, worshipping Satan, and robbing graves, Claus admitted to drinking blood and eating strips of human flesh that he procured from his job as a mortuary assistant. He said, "I had been using my position as a means to fulfill a lifelong fantasy of mine revolving around cannibalism. When left alone to stitch the bodies after the autopsies, I would cut strips of meat from the ribs and eat them." After serving a 12-year prison sentence for his crimes, Claus was released in 1997. Claus spent his time creating serial killer-inspired artwork, and released the Cannibal Cookbook, human meat recipes from around the world. Ted Bundy was an American serial killer, kidnapper, burglar, rapist, and necrophile. Bundy officially confessed to 30 homicides, although could run upwards of 100 or more. He eventually confessed to 36 murders, infamous for escaping from prison twice and murdering multiple victims in one day. He typically approached women in public places, either asking for help by feigning a physical injury, or impersonating an authority figure. Once tricked into being led away, they would be bludgeoned unconscious and taken elsewhere to be sexually assaulted and killed. Bundy frequently revisited the bodies of those he abducted, grooming and performing sex acts on the corpses until decomposition and destruction by wild animals made any further interactions impossible. In 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at the Florida State Prison in Rayford, Florida. Stephen Sean Griffiths, the Crossbow Cannibal, is a British cannibalistic stalker and serial killer. In 1991, he was diagnosed as a schizoid psychopath. On June 22, 2009, Griffiths took a prostitute named Susan Rushworth to his flat and killed her before dismembering her in his bathtub. His next 2 victims were killed in the next year. Suzanne Blamires, his third and final victim, attempted to escape but was fatally shot with one of his crossbows and then stabbed. After killing his victims, Griffiths would dismember them in his bathtub and cook parts of their bodies for him to consume, sometimes eating them raw. Afterward, Griffiths would place parts he didn't consume in plastic bags and dump them into a nearby lake. He was suspected of many more murders of prostitutes around Britain and was eventually sentenced to a whole life order without parole.
Marcelo Costa de Andrade, the vampire of Niterói, is a Brazilian serial killer who murdered 14 boys in the vicinity of Itabaré, 30 kilometers from Niterói, Rio de Janeiro in 1991. Andrade frequented church and was told by a preacher that children go to heaven when they die. As a result, this sparked an interest in killing children. He was known to rape, strangle, beat, and drink the blood of his victims. He confessed to committing acts of necrophilia with at least one of his victims' body. He would keep personal items from the victim after the crime. He positioned or posed at least one body after death. Marcelo was caught after one of the victims escaped and alerted the authorities. He confessed to killing the 14 boys and was preventively detained at the Heitor Carolho Psychiatric Hospital in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
He told Kuklinski that if he didn't back off, he would hurt his family.
Which really struck a nerve with me. It upset me, but I was trying not to get upset with it at that time. Because I figured he was just nervous maybe and he was just spouting off, but apparently he wasn't.
But the Iceman couldn't forget that Malaban had threatened his family, and several weeks later he began to plan his murder.
In 1991, the revelation that he had eaten or otherwise defiled some of his victims revolted the nation.
Jeffrey Dahmer met his death this morning while working as a janitor, cleaning a prison bathroom. Another inmate is suspected of beating him to death at this prison in Wisconsin. Authorities here say Dahmer died of massive head injuries. A second inmate injured in the attack is in critical condition.
What was found at the scene was a bloody broom handle. That's all I know.
To many, including Dahmer's own attorney, it comes as little surprise.
I wasn't shocked because I thought that Jeffrey Dahmer would end up this way.
Andrei Chikatilo was a Soviet serial killer known as the Butcher of Rostov. Chikatilo targeted children and teenagers of both genders, and also young to middle-aged women. He would usually approach them at train and bus stations, promising them money, drugs, alcohol, or in the case of his child victims, toys and candy, lure them to a nearby forest, tie them up with rope, and kill them by stabbing them with a knife. He often mutilated them, such as gouging their eyes, eviscerating their stomachs, chewing off their noses, and cutting out tongues and genitals. He stuffed his victims' mouths with mud and leaves to muffle their screams. He cannibalized their remains and drank their blood. Andrei Chikatilo was executed on February 14, 1994, age 57 at Novokirkisk prison in Novokirkisk, Rostov Oblast, Russia. Amanda Ham is an American child murderer who was imprisoned for child endangerment that resulted in death. She was released from Dwight Correctional Institute on September 9, 2008. She had served 5 years of a 10-year sentence for the deaths of her 3 children, Christopher, age 6, Austin, age 3, and Kylie, age 23 months. The 3 children were buckled into their mother's vehicle in September 2003 when it rolled into Clinton Lake in Clinton, Illinois. Ham and her then-boyfriend, Maurice Legrone, who received a life sentence, stood on the boat ramp as the car became submerged in approximately 4 feet of water. Christopher and Austin were pronounced dead that day. Kylie died the next day in a Peoria area hospital. Prosecutors allege they planned the deaths because the children were in the way of their relationship. Richard Fran Beechenwald was an American serial killer and arsonist who committed his crimes in Monmouth County, New Jersey, known as the Thrill Killer. Beechenwald killed at least 9 people in Monmouth County, New Jersey between 1958 and 1983. He is suspected in at least 2 other murders. One of his victims was shot 4 times in the head. One of his victims was shot 5 times in the head. Police found a victim's corpse, cut into 3 pieces and buried in the yard of a house in the Charleston section of Staten Island. She was not alone. The shallow grave held the remains of another girl. Beechenwald was sentenced to death. His sentence was commuted to 4 terms of life.
In 2008, Richard Beechenwald died of natural causes at the St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton, New Jersey. Petr Zelenka is a Czech serial killer who was found guilty of administering a blood-thinning drug called heparin to 17, mostly elderly patients, earning him the nickname, the heparin killer. He had no authority to administer medicine at all without a doctor's supervision. He gave the lethal injections between May and September 2006, causing massive internal bleeding. His lawyers had pleaded a lesser sentence on grounds of diminished responsibility, claiming he was mentally ill, but that was rejected by the court. He was sentenced to life in prison on February 22, 2008, for 7 murders and 10 attempted murders. He would have gotten the death penalty, had it not been abolished in 1990. The conviction makes him the worst serial killer in the country's post-communist history. Valery Ashratyan, born 1958, was a Soviet serial killer, rapist, and child molester known as the Director. He was known to give coffee which was mixed with strong psychotropic drugs, rape, stab, and murder his victims between 1988 and 1990, in Moscow, Russia. Ashratyan received his nickname because he posed as film director Svetoslav Chaplygin, in order to gain the trust of the young women. He was previously convicted of over 20 rapes of girls and young women during the 1980s. In 1990, he confessed to 2 murders and admitted to 17 rapes. He killed 3 victims, and raped dozens of women. Valery Ashratyan was convicted of killing 2 women and was sentenced to death on June 18, 1992 and executed with a bullet to the head. Miranda Barber, the Satan-worshipping teen, charged with murdering a 42-year-old man she lured through Craigslist. Miranda Barber, 19, is accused of stabbing and strangling Troy LaFerrera in Pennsylvania on November 11, 2013, after he responded to her ad for female companionship. However, Barber claims that 2 other unidentified men narrowly escaped death by failing to keep their appointments. Miranda claimed that she killed at least 22 other people, over 6 years, in a cross-country murder spree, motivated by her satanic cult beliefs. Barber said she only killed bad people, those who abused children, and that her Satanism controlled her murderous rages. On September 18, 2014, she was sentenced to life without parole. Angel Maturino Resendez, also known as the Railroad Killer, was a Mexican itinerant serial killer, suspected in as many as 23 murders across the United States and Mexico during the 1990s. During his crimes, he was known to strangle, rape, and murder his victims. Some also involved sexual assault. He had become known as the Railroad Killer, as most of his crimes were committed near railroads where he had jumped off the trains which he was using to travel around the country. On June 21, 1999, he briefly became the 457th fugitive listed by the FBI on its 10 most wanted fugitives list, before he surrendered to the Texas authorities on July 13, 1999. He was convicted of capital murder in Texas and executed by lethal injection in 2006.
He chose a body style. He liked long, lean, smooth, muscular body styles, and it didn't matter if they were black, white, yellow, red, or brown. If he found them attractive, he would try to get them.
In November 1987, Dahmer met 25-year-old Steve Toomey at a downtown club called 219. After a few drinks, they left the bar for a night at the nearby Ambassador Hotel. Dahmer used an old trick to get Toomey into the submissive state he craved.
I had put some sleeping pills in his drink to render him conscious. I was just going to spend the night with him. When I woke up in the morning, my forearms were bruised, and his chest was bruised, and blood was coming out of his mouth. He was hanging over the side of the bed, and I have no memory of beating him to death, but I must have.
On July 13, 1990, Dean Kilgore was convicted of first-degree murder and resentenced to death. Kilgore was serving 2 life sentences for prior offenses, first-degree murder and kidnapping, as well as a 5-year term for armed trespass. On February 13, 1989, while serving his sentence, Kilgore waited outside a cell that belonged to his lover, Emerson Robert Jackson. When Jackson appeared, Kilgore stabbed him 3 times with a homemade shank knife. After stabbing Jackson, Kilgore poured a caustic liquid onto Jackson's face and into his mouth. After the incident, Kilgore immediately went to the administration building and admitted the murder to the guards. Kilgore died while on death row, January 12, 2018.
In Kentucky, new details are coming to light about the death of a 4-year-old girl. Chloe Darnell was last seen alive in September. Her cousin, 24-year-old Brittany Slaughter, had custody of her. Now Slaughter and her boyfriend, Adam Hayes, are charged with murdering Chloe and abusing her corpse. During a preliminary hearing yesterday, a judge heard testimony that Slaughter and Hayes had a history of abusing Chloe. Hayes and Slaughter initially told a deputy investigating Chloe's disappearance that she had hit her head and they were too high to call 911 for help. But at the hearing, it came out that Hayes would actually discipline Chloe very severely for doing things a normal 4-year-old does, like wetting her pants. Chloe's cause of death hasn't been determined yet, but a preliminary autopsy revealed she had fractures to her skull and ribs. Experts are still trying to determine when those injuries occurred.
The sensation of of reaching that point where I knew that it was like something had, say, snapped, that I knew that I couldn't control it anymore, that these barriers that I had learned as a child, that had been instilled in me, were not enough to hold me back with respect to seeking out and harming somebody.
Now, when you met her the first time, this girl, what were you thinking you might do?
I might have been thinking, can I get away with this?
And then get away with what?
Get away with her.
Well, what were you going to do? Were you going to rape her?
Have sex with her, yeah. Kidnap her, rape her, have sex, kill her.
So, from the beginning, you were thinking about killing her?
No, that never played into my mind. Not until the second day.
On the first day, the idea was what? Get a girlfriend, date her, rape her?
I don't know.
Kidnap her?
Maybe kidnap her, rape her. I never thought about killing. I don't believe that ever entered my mind until I had her down on the floor.
And I think I've reached a point in the life, the kids were gone, you know, not really bored, but kind of bored. Eventually I was going to tell the story in my terms and not his terms. They already had the killings, and so that's factual. But they didn't know how I worked and moved around, the projects, the haunts, how I picked up the victims. They didn't know how that worked. I could just really stir their hornet nest up with the media by just showing them pictures and puzzles and playing a game with them.
Christopher Daniel Dunce is a former American neurosurgeon nicknamed Dr. Death for gross malpractice resulting in the maiming of several patients' spines and 2 deaths while working at hospitals in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Some victims were paralyzed, while others suffered severe nerve damage and had to endure chronic pain. In July 2012, he performed surgery on a woman who lost massive amounts of blood after waking up and eventually died. One of his friends and patients underwent spinal surgery only to return from the procedure with a broken vertebral artery. Dunce was accused of injuring 33 out of 38 patients in less than 2 years before his license was revoked by the Texas Medical Board. In 2017, he was convicted of maiming one of his patients and sentenced to life imprisonment.
In a quiet neighborhood off of Highway 133 just north of Lakeland, residents are talking about a registered sex offender who moved in about a week ago. Dale Bollinger was convicted in 2014 in Canterbury, England, of attempting to meet a child for grooming and child porn. All over the United Kingdom, newspapers like the Kent Online and Daily Mail painting a horrific picture of the crimes. Reports say Bollinger tried to meet a 14-year-old girl to rape, behead her, and eat her, allegedly spending hours on fetish websites and buying an axe one day before trying to meet the girl. He was recently released by UK authorities, is a US citizen, and is living with a friend. Neighbors want people to know what's going on and want him out.
It's not good for the neighborhood.
He had a silver revolver in his hand, and he had it to his head. And I ran across the room and grabbed his arm and forced it down on the sofa and pried his fingers off of the gun. If I knew what was going to happen, definitely knew what was going to happen, no matter how hard it would have been, I would have tried to lean against the archway and let him do it.
Convicted serial killer and rapist Jimmy Maketa was a dangerous psychopath lacking remorse, who terrorized Western Cape communities for 9 months in 2005. He attacked both men and women. Lurking in the bushes, he would wait for his victims, who were usually drunk. Then he would attack them when they were most vulnerable. He would break into their homes, rape, and kill by hacking them into pieces with an axe or hitting them with a hammer. Maketa, 43, pleaded guilty and was convicted on 47 charges, including 13 murder charges, 3 attempted murder charges, 22 charges of rape, 1 of robbery with aggravating circumstances, 5 of housebreaking, 4 of assault with intent to commit grievous bodily harm, and 2 charges of kidnapping. He was sentenced to life imprisonment at a prison in Cape Town, South Africa. Dennis Nilsen was a Scottish serial killer and necrophile, known as the Muswell Hill Murderer and the Kindly Killer. He was known to commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Nilsen murdered and dismembered young men in London between 1978 and 1983. His victims would be lured to these addresses through deception and killed by strangulation, sometimes accompanied by drowning. Nilsen observed a ritual in which he bathed and dressed the victims' bodies before dissecting and disposing of the remains. He kept various body parts around his home for an extended amount of time. Nilsen died at York Hospital in 2018 while still in custody. He had been transferred to the hospital after complaining of stomach pains. During surgery, a blood clot ended his life.
Saw a girl walking down the street in a little mini skirt and tube top and French beret and high heels on Nebraska Avenue in Tampa, which is the meat market in Tampa. She was going to a bar that was right on the way to my apartment. And when I got by the bar, instead of turning left to go to the bar, I turned right. And I wanted to scare her. I don't know what it was about this girl, but it was very violent.
Serial Killer vs.
versus spree killer. The difference between the two really depends on the amount of time between the killings. And one expert told me the Cooksey case is so unique because he may be both. According to the FBI, serial killings are 3 or more killings that have common characteristics and are carried out by the same person. Generally, serial killers slowly commit murders over the course of weeks, months, or even years. Now, as for spree killers, the FBI says that's when killers murder multiple people without a cooling off period. And if you look at Cooksey's trail of alleged murders, there were 7 murders in the final week. That's why Dr. Brianna Fox, a criminology expert and former FBI agent, says Cooksey could fit both.
It's almost a spree killing embedded within a serial killing.
Is it unusual? I mean,
Yes.
It is. Okay.
Very unusual.
Now, the police investigation is still ongoing and a lot more information needs to come out, so it'll be interesting to see how all of these cases end up tying together. In the newsroom, Dave Biscobin, ABC 15, Arizona.
All right, Dave, thank you.
Paul Stephen Hay is an Australian serial killer. Hay was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole for the murders of 6 people, including a 10-year-old boy, in Victoria, between 1978 and 1979. In 1979 he killed people he believed knew too much about his crimes, including his associate's former girlfriend and her 10-year-old son who was a witness to his mother's death, sitting beside her when she was shot. Hay said he consoled the sobbing boy before shooting him 3 times in the back of the head. Hay stabbed one victim 157 times, later writing that, "I only intended to do 20, but I lost count," he said when her front was covered in wounds. He turned her over and stabbed her back. Hay's last victim was a sex offender whom he helped to hang himself in 1991.
But the last thing they ever saw was me. And if they carry that glimpse to eternity, infinity, or whatever it is, they're going to be thinking of me. I'd be looking in their eyes. I would see the blankness come over it. I'd watch them die. I just didn't shoot them and walk away. I saw the surprise, the shock, the blank. They're gone. And all I saw was my reflection. But that's it.
Did you have a favorite place you'd like to shoot?
Richard Trenton Chase was an American serial killer, cannibal, and necrophile who killed 6 people in the span of a month, in 1977 and 1978 in Sacramento, California. He was nicknamed the Vampire of Sacramento because he drank his victims' blood, removed organs, and cannibalized their remains. In addition to cannibalism, Richard Chase was also known to engage in necrophilia with his victims' corpses. Brutal.
Sarah Ann Wood was a 12-year-old girl who disappeared on a quiet road near her Frankfort, New York home in August 1993. Louis Lent, a janitor from Massachusetts, confessed to kidnapping, sexually assaulting, and killing Sarah, but he refused to say where he buried her body. Lent had also pled guilty to the 1990 kidnapping and murder of 12-year-old Pittsfield, Massachusetts native Jimmy Bernardo. Lent abducted Jimmy from the Pittsfield movie theater where he worked as a janitor. He was sentenced to life without parole for the Bernardo murder and sentenced to 25 years to life for the Wood murder. He is currently in prison in Massachusetts. Lent is also suspected in a number of other child kidnapping cases. Lent recanted his confession and refuses to disclose the location of Sarah's body. Lent has said that he can't say where her body is because she is not buried alone.
7. The Zodiac Killer. Number of victims, 5 to 37. Final result, never caught. The Zodiac Killer was active in Northern California during the late 1960s. He is known to have killed at least 5 people, but this number is almost certainly higher, and investigators believe the still unknown perpetrator could have had as many as 37 victims. The Zodiac Killer's first attack took place on December 20, 1968, when David Faraday and his girlfriend Betty Lou Jensen were shot dead near their car. There was no motive for the killings and the police could not identify the suspect. The name Zodiac originated from the killer's bizarre practice of sending ciphers and encrypted messages to the police and media. The police were able to generate a sketch of the Zodiac Killer from eyewitnesses, but he was never caught.
Fire emergency.
Please don't talk this lesson. I'm sorry I killed that girl. I stabbed her 40 times. Kimberly Compton was the first one. Over safe. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm sick. I'm gonna kill myself, I think.
Where are you?
I'm just gonna... As soon as I die, I'm gonna look shit out. It's me. I killed both people.
Calm down. Calm down.
You find me, I just stabbed somebody with a knife stick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody. Yes, please, this is an emergency. Please send a squad to Pierce Butler Road, Malmberg Manufacturing Company, machine shop. Please, there's an ambulance too. There's a girl hurt there.
Can you tell me what happened to her?
Just hurry, she's laying on the ground in the back by the railroad tracks, by the edge of. Hurry.
What's the address?
I don't know.
Who are you?
Lucius Boyd is a suspected American serial killer and rapist, also known as Lucy Louse Boyd, and Lucifer. Boyd was convicted and sentenced to death for a 1998 murder. He was known to kidnap, rape, stab, and murder his victims. The victim from 1998 had been raped and stabbed 36 times with a screwdriver. Authorities recovered blood while searching his apartment. The blood was matched to one of his victims. Authorities suspect Boyd of at least 10 other homicides or disappearances. He was acquitted for the 1993 murder of a man whom he claimed he stabbed in self-defense. Lucius Boyd was sentenced to death in 2002. He is currently on death row awaiting execution at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida.
Wesley Dodd told police the murder of 4-year-old Lee Isley was sexually motivated.
Dodd's murders were part of a siege of sadistic crimes in Washington, committed by men who had repeatedly been caught, jailed, treated, and released.
Experts say they're frustrated because the problem doesn't seem to be going away.
Kuklinski's early years were plagued with a hair-trigger temper. If he had a problem, he solved it the only way he knew how.
I was driving in Georgia one time, and we were riding down the road, and there was a couple of vans running around, and they were hooping and hollering there. I guess they were having a good old time and maybe drinking and whatnot. They decided, I guess it was interesting to play with a guy from New Jersey, and they started to click-clack and with their vans and push me here and push me there off the road, and they were running in and out.
The man accused of kidnapping and murder is set to go on trial in Greenville County today. 4 years ago, Greenville County deputies arrested Denardis Kilgo in the death of Carolyn Jackson. Investigators say that she was found dead in a field off of Dunklin Bridge Road. Deputies say that Kilgo attacked Jackson and wrapped her in Christmas lights and tape so that she couldn't breathe. Kilgo is charged with kidnapping and murder. His trial is expected to start today at 9:30 with jury selection. Amanda Scott faces the same charges and accusations in Jackson's death. Jail records show that she was also charged last year with accessory after the fact. Investigators say that she was living with the victim at the time of her death. Scott has yet to go to trial.
Police are collecting evidence in 51-year-old Gary Roy's Manchester home. They say he killed 50-year-old Arlene Lapata Houle inside.
According to investigators, the 911 call came in just before 6 in the morning.
But they say when they arrived here at the scene, they discovered that Roy had killed Lapata Hool at some point the night before.
The 911 call was made by a person who lived in a nearby residence who had obtained information that the woman was in fact deceased.
Lapata Hool lived right across the street. Investigators won't say what prompted the attack.
Megan Sherwin says alcohol played a role in her mother's death. Roy will be arraigned on second-degree murder charges on Monday.
An elderly Panama City Beach woman is dead tonight. The elderly woman who was supposed to be her caregiver is in the Bay County Jail tonight, charged with her murder. Bay County Sheriff's investigators arrested 78-year-old Geraldine H. Shockley this afternoon, charging her with an open count of murder. Authorities say Shockley killed 94-year-old Bessie Borth at Borth's Panama City Beach condo on Fairway Boulevard. They say they had already been investigating Shockley after Borth's bank had called them about some irregularities in Borth's account. Then, about 6:15 this morning, Shockley called 911 to report Borth had fallen down some stairs and died. During questioning, investigators say Shockley finally admitted she had pushed Borth down the stairs. When the fall did not kill her, Shockley allegedly smothered Borth with a pillow. Authorities believe Shockley stole thousands of dollars from Borth over the last 3 years. Shockley is now charged with an open count of murder and exploitation of the elderly.
We know he then was driving back along Poinders Road when he came across Sarah by chance. We were looking at every vehicle which had passed Sarah, and we spoke to a really significant witness. She'd seen a woman being handcuffed by an undercover officer, and she hadn't thought much of it other than to remark to her partner who was in the car that she didn't think women got handcuffed very often. Now, what she didn't realise was, of course, that she was witnessing Sarah and what had happened to her. And without that statement, we may have never known how he actually got her into that car. And we think we may be able to make out the fact that he used his warrant card.
Yavuz Yapışıklı is a Turkish serial killer and arsonist nicknamed the Screwdriver Killer. He is considered the most prolific serial killer in Turkish history, being responsible for the deaths of 18 people between 1994 and 2002 according to police records, or as many as 40 according to eyewitnesses and his relatives. He hated women due to his unsuccessful marriage. He killed 3 people and injured 2 more severely with a screwdriver in Korlu. Yapışıklı had previously been a patient at several psychiatric hospitals in Turkey. He was given a medical examination and was found fully criminally liable for the offenses he committed. He is believed to be the serial killer with the highest known victim count in Turkey. He was apprehended on December 24, 2002. Yavuz Yapışıklı has been preventively detained at the Tekirdağ prison since 2013. Rosie Alfaro is an American murderer currently on California's death row for the 1990 murder of 9-year-old Autumn Wallace in Anaheim, California. Alfaro, who was 18 years old, pregnant, and high on cocaine and heroin, burgled the Wallace home for money to purchase drugs. When Alfaro originally planned to approach the Wallace home, she did not expect to find anyone there. When she found Autumn at home, she then realized she would have to kill her or she would know who committed the burglary. Alfaro stabbed Autumn 57 times and then proceeded to take everything of apparent value. The stolen property was later sold for less than $300. She later changed her original confession and stated that a male accomplice forced her to stab the girl. Alfaro has never identified the male. Police and the Orange County prosecutor say he never existed. Joshua Jenkins is an American killer who killed all 5 members of his family while visiting his grandparents who lived in California. In 1996, when he was 15, he eventually pleaded guilty to 5 cases of first-degree murder for killing his adoptive parents George and Aline Jenkins, his grandparents, William and Evelyn Grossman, by hitting them in the head with a hammer and stabbing them with a kitchen knife. He later took his 10-year-old sister Megan Jenkins to buy an axe. He had her pick the axe he used to murder her with. He also pleaded guilty to a count of arson for setting several condos on fire in an attempt to hide the evidence. The bodies were found stacked on top of one another with several stab wounds to their chests and backs. He was eventually sentenced to 112 years in prison without parole.
The call for help isn't always to a mental health clinic. Often it's to someplace less appropriate. Sometimes it's more a cry than a call, namely a statement to friends or neighbors about what one plans to do. That's very common.
It's a cry that's doomed to failure, though.
It is for the moment. 10 years ago, people didn't recognize that when someone begins to talk about suicide and make offhand comments about suicide, that that's to be taken seriously. And soon, people will realize that that's true when people talk about homicide and make offhand comments about killing others. Those are to be taken just as seriously as talk about suicide.
Carla Leanne Homolka, also known as Carla Leanne Teal, and Leanne Bordelais. Born May 4, 1970, in Port Credit, Ontario, Canada, is a convicted Canadian serial killer. She attracted worldwide media attention when she was convicted of manslaughter, following a plea bargain in the 1991 and 1992 rape murders of two Ontario teenage girls, Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French, as well as the rape and death of her sister Tammy. She was sentenced to 12 years in prison in exchange for a guilty plea for manslaughter. On July 4, 2005, Homolka was released from Ste-Anne Plains prison. Carla Homolka now has 3 children and lives in Guadeloupe under the name Leanne Bordelais. Eileen Wuornos was an American serial killer. Wuornos murdered 7 men within a period of 12 months. All the men were drivers between the ages of 40 and 65. Wuornos told several inconsistent stories about the killings. She claimed initially that all 7 men had raped her while she was working as a prostitute, but later recanted the claim of self-defense, citing robbery and a desire to leave no witnesses as the reason for murder. Wuornos was sentenced to death for 6 of the murders. She was executed on October 9, 2002 by lethal injection. Her last words were, "Yes, I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back, like Independence Day, with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, Big Mothership and all, I'll be back, I'll be back."
In 2002, 29-year-old Ronald Pituch seemingly lost it and killed his mother inside their home by bludgeoning her to death with a barbell before speeding off on his motorcycle. While driving aimlessly, Pituch spotted an 11-year-old boy on his bicycle in the next neighborhood. He got off his motorcycle and pulled the surprised boy off the bike before stabbing him and dumping his body in a nearby pond. Pituch was apprehended by police shortly after the murders. During the 2-year trial, his defense attorneys acknowledged that Ronald Pituch was manic-depressive as well as a paranoid schizophrenic. However, Pituch's own testimony was completely unexpected. He told the judge the song Ronnie by heavy metal outfit Metallica was written about his life. The lyrics of the song include "Lost my way this bloody day" and tell the story of a lonely boy who never smiled and never laughed. The court did not take this claim seriously, and Pituch was handed a 50-year jail sentence for the murders in 2004.
Alexander Chaka is a Ukrainian spree killer known as the Fur Coat Hunter, convicted of the killing of 4 women wearing fur coats in Moscow over 2 weeks in early 1994. On January 31, 1994, 19-year-old Chaka committed his first murder, killing a 38-year-old woman by stabbing her 21 times with a knife. The victim's injuries were so bad that only her son could identify her remains. The second victim was killed a week later on February 7. Chaka stabbed the 50-year-old woman 17 times. The third victim was killed the next day on February 8. The 82-year-old woman was stabbed 8 times. On February 12, Chaka murdered his last victim, a 40-year-old woman. Chaka was found guilty of the murders and is now serving a life sentence. Ramon Salcido is a Mexican convicted spree killer who is currently on death row at San Quentin State Prison. He thought his wife Angela was having an affair with his boss. Angela was planning to leave him. After spending a night snorting cocaine and drinking, he drove his daughters to a dump near Petaluma, where he slit the girls' throats with a fishing knife. 2 of them died. He then went to his in-laws' house and clubbed to death his mother-in-law, Marion Richards. He also slit the throats of Marion's 2 youngest daughters, whom he sodomized and sexually assaulted. He then went back home where he found Angela and shot her to death. He then went and killed his boss. After the killings, he headed to his hometown of Los Mochis in Mexico to see his mother. There he was arrested by authorities. Christensen would get his hitchhiking victims in his car. He would then shoot them in the head with a .22 caliber pistol and then rape them post-mortem. The 5th intended victim, Lydia Preston, aged 24, of Baldwin Park, was shot in the head by Christensen on April 18, 1979, but ran away severely injured. She later identified him in a Los Angeles bar. A psychiatric evaluation of Christensen revealed he suffered from an intermittent explosive disorder, a paranoid personality, and necrophilia. Christensen was found sane by psychiatrists. On June 18, 1980, Christensen was sentenced to life in a maximum security prison. On March 30, 1981, Christensen died after being stabbed once in the chest while walking in the exercise yard at Folsom State Prison. Christopher Bernard Wilder, also known as the Beauty Queen Killer and the Snapshot Killer, was an Australian-American serial killer who abducted and raped at least 12 young women and girls, torturing and killing at least 8 of them, during a 6-week, cross-country crime spree in the United States in early 1984. Wilder's series of murders began in Florida on February 26, 1984 and continued across the country through Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Nevada, and California, with attempted abductions in Washington State and New York State, before he was killed during a struggle with police in New Hampshire on April 13, 1984. Since his death, he has also been considered a suspect in many unsolved murders, including the unsolved 1965 murder of 2 teenage girls in his native Sydney. Beverly Allitt, dubbed the Angel of Death, was a nurse who was convicted of murdering 4 children, attempting to murder 3 other children, and causing grievous bodily harm to a further 6 children. She worked at Grantham Hospital, Lincolnshire. She was sentenced to 13 concurrent terms of life imprisonment on May 28, 1993. She is presently at the top security Rampton Secure Hospital in Nottinghamshire. The minimum term she was required to serve before becoming eligible for parole was 30 years, though she would only be released at that point if no longer considered a threat to the public. Allitt's motives have never been fully explained. According to one theory, she suffers from Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a controversial personality disorder which supposedly prompts its sufferers to falsify illnesses in others, in order to attract attention.
Do you understand?
I want to admit it. I am admitting the offences, but I don't really want to go into detail.
Yeah. Okay.
If you appreciate that.
And what offences are you admitting, David?
As you've just described to me.
Okay. In terms of the sexual penetration of corpses? Okay. And do you know how many occasions, David?
No.
No. Have you been recorded?
Wooded area in Solon Township, before putting their bodies into her car and driving them to a home in the 200 block of 19 Mile Road, where Moore then got out of the car and took her own life. Moore had a history of mental illness and suffered from hallucinations and schizophrenia, and had recently spent time in a mental health hospital. Investigators found 3 shell casings and other evidence in a wooded area behind the house, and the ballistics were consistent with the suicide in the 3 murders. There was no suicide letter.
You scared to die?
Sometimes I feel I'm scared to live. Living is what scares me. Dying is easy. Getting up every day and going through this again and again is hard. See, I'm carrying a heavy thought, see. The thought I'm carrying is very heavy.
John Cooper is a British armed robber, rapist and serial killer known as the Bullseye Killer and the Wildman. He murdered 4 victims in Pembrokeshire, Wales between 1985 and 1989. In 1989, Cooper participated in the ITV game show Bullseye, which later led to his arrest. He was sentenced to 14 years in 1998 and released in 2009. He shot at least 2 victims in the face with a sawed-off shotgun. He was a diagnosed psychopath that would bound victims demanding their bank cards and PIN numbers. On December 22, 1985, Cooper targeted a farmhouse at Scobston Park, killing brother and sister Richard and Helen Thomas and then burning down the house. In 1996 he attacked 5 youngsters, threatening them with a gun, sexually assaulting one girl and raping another. In 2011 John Cooper was sentenced to life imprisonment. Michelle Kalina, 46, of Pennsylvania, secretly gave birth to 5 babies in her bathtub and hid the bodies in a closet, pled guilty to murder and was sentenced to the maximum 20 to 40 years in prison. The skeletal remains were estimated to be from 32 weeks in gestation to newly born. 4 of the babies were stillborn, but the third, a boy, was killed. That death was the basis for the 1 count of murder. Kalina conceived the babies through a long affair with a co-worker and hid the pregnancies from him and her husband. She told a psychiatrist she had wrapped each baby with a towel and then stored the bodies inside plastic tubs filled with cement and 2 more stuffed inside plastic bags in a cooler. She thought 4 were essentially stillborn and denied doing anything malicious. Kalina also said she abused the corpses of 5 infants. The London chambermaid slayer, Gerald Thomas Archer, was a Canadian serial killer who was active in and around his hometown of London, Ontario from January 1969 to January 1971. All 3 of his confirmed victims were female hotel employees. Jane Hooley, 62, was beaten and stabbed to death in her York Street, London apartment on January 31, 1969. Edith Outbier, 57, was beaten and stabbed to death in her William Street, Merlin home on September 4, 1970. Her body was discovered the next day by her neighbor Mary Graham. Belva Russell, 57, was beaten to death in her Adelaide Street, South Chatham apartment on January 23, 1971. Her body was discovered minutes after her death.
Tatum Goodwin's body was found behind Carmelito's restaurant in Laguna Hills, California more than a week ago. Now police say Dino Rojas Moreno tried to kidnap Goodwin and dragged her body behind the restaurant where she worked and beat her to death with a fire extinguisher. When police found Goodwin, a sandbag had been placed on her head. It's not clear whether Rojas Moreno knew Goodwin before he attacked her. Friends said at a vigil that Goodwin was a great friend who wanted to spread love and happiness. Rojas Moreno remains behind bars, where he's being held without bail.
That's when the nightmare became a reality.
Jeffrey invited Hicks back to the house. They drank beers and spent a couple of hours just hanging out. Then Hicks said he had to go. But Jeffrey didn't want to be alone. He attacked Hicks, knocking him out with a barbell. And then he strangled him. Dahmer had fulfilled his fantasy, but he was lucid enough to know that he had committed a murder. He quickly began to hide the evidence. He dismembered Hicks' body with a knife, a skill he had practiced as a younger teen with roadkill. He put the pieces into trash bags and loaded them into his car in the middle of the night. He was heading for a dump site when he was pulled over by the police for drifting across the center line. The officers asked Jeff what was in the bags and why he was out so late. Jeff was trapped for the first time.
The Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run was an unidentified serial killer who was active in Cleveland, Ohio, United States in the 1930s. The killings were characterized by the dismemberment of 12 known victims and the disposal of their remains in the impoverished neighborhood of Kingsbury Run. Most victims came from an area east of Kingsbury Run, known for its bars, gambling dens, brothels, and vagrants. The torso murderer always beheaded, and often dismembered the victims, occasionally severing the victim's torso in half, or severing their appendages. In many cases the cause of death was the decapitation or dismemberment itself. Despite an investigation of the murders, which at one time was led by famed lawman Elliot Ness, then Cleveland's public safety director, the murderer was never apprehended.
Wrapped in a yellow tarp, that's Audie Sanchez being wheeled off in a stretcher, yelling for her baby.
The suspect actually admitted to killing the child, so that's when she was taken into custody.
When police got to her home off of Wayside near Vance Jackson around 5 this morning, the 33-year-old mother was sitting on the couch, saying she had killed her son, Scott Buckhold Sanchez, because the devil told her to. The baby boy had been decapitated and partially cannibalized.
The 33-year-old mother was then brought right here to University Hospital for a psych evaluation and to be treated after stabbing herself in the chest and the stomach. Police also want to collect new evidence from this mother, who now faces capital murder charges.
Wayne Adam Ford is an American serial killer who killed 3 young prostitutes and 1 other female victim in California between 1997 and 1998. He strangled them and dismembered 3 of his 4 victims. At the time of the murders he lived in a trailer park in Arcata, California, working as a long-haul truck driver. Ford was arrested when he walked into the Humboldt County Sheriff Department in Eureka, California in 1998 with a woman's severed breast. He confessed to murdering 4 women and is believed to have killed others. During his crimes as a serial killer he was known to commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Wayne Adam Ford was convicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder, and was sentenced to death in 2006.
I hated my father. If I could have, I probably would have killed him. Probably would have felt good about it too. My father would beat me just if I looked at him. He gave me this impersonal feeling I have to when people die in front of me, especially loudmouth people. Loudmouth people remind me of my father. Once a loudmouth person starts with me, I love it. That's the only excuse I need.
Dean Corll was an American serial killer and rapist known as the Candy Man, because he and his family had previously owned and operated a candy factory in Houston Heights, and he had been known to give free candy to local children. Corll, along with 2 teenaged accomplices named David Owen Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley, abducted, raped, tortured, and murdered at least 28 young men between 1970 and 1973 in Houston, Texas. All of his victims were males, aged 13 to 20, the majority of whom were in their mid-teens. They were then stripped naked and tied to either Corll's bed, or a plywood torture board which was regularly hung on the wall. The crimes are known as the Houston Mass Murders. Dean Corll was murdered by his accomplice, Elmer Wayne Henley, after Corll had turned on him. Cleophas Prince Jr. is an American serial killer who murdered 6 women in San Diego County, California, from January through September 1990. Prince entered the female victim's residence during daylight hours through an unlocked door or window, during or just after they bathed, and stabbed them to death with knives taken from their kitchen. In January, Tiffany Schultz was stabbed to death, and in April, Janine Weinhold met the same fate. Later in April, Holly Tarr from Michigan, who was visiting her brother at his apartment, was killed. Prince's next and last kills were the murders of Pamela and Amber Clark in University City. The mother and daughter were killed in their home in September of 1990. Prince was arrested and eventually found guilty of all 6 murders on July 13, 1993. Sentenced to death, he awaits his fate on San Quentin's death row. Johannes Andreas Hahn was a Soviet-Estonian serial killer, known as the Nama Cannibal. Hahn murdered 3 people in Estonia in 1982. Johannes Andreas Hahn later hanged himself in prison before sentencing in November of 1982. He cut out part of one of his victims' thighs to eat, claiming he had wished to try eating human flesh for a long time, frying the meat in a pan on top of the stove. On May 23, 1982 in Jovi, Hahn stabbed to death a 75-year-old Belarusian pensioner named Ivan Savitsky in his garden cottage, and cut off his genitals, wishing to use it as some kind of a dildo. His wife Pil Hahn was convicted on charges of accessory to murder and spent nearly 12 years in Harku Women's Prison before being released. She later changed her name and moved to Finland.
Oh, she was wicked.
There was a feeling that the ordinary compassion or emotions of warmth towards the rest of the world were not there.
Mary's method was to massage the necks of the boys and tell them they had a sore throat and that she would make it better. And her grip tightened and tightened until it caused the death.
In 1968, an 11-year-old girl, Mary Bell, killed 2 little boys in Scotswood, a district in the West End of Newcastle. As with the killing of young James Bulger 25 years later, the deaths caused bewilderment and outrage. While the people of Newcastle were horrified by the killing of 2 defenseless toddlers, there were few cries for vengeance and little sensational publicity about the case.
Lockhart murdered police officer Paul Hulsey Jr. in Beaumont, Texas, 1988. Hulsey had followed Lockhart driving a stolen Corvette to a local hotel. As he was making the arrest, Lockhart punched the officer, grabbed a gun and shot him. According to a statement later given by Lockhart, he then shot him a second time and fled. Lockhart also committed a series of gruesome offenses during the 5 months before the Texas murder, including the sexual assault, murder, and disembowelment of 16-year-old Wendy Gallagher in Griffith, Indiana, the sexual assault of Lockhart's former wife in Toledo, Ohio, and the sexual assault, murder, mutilation, and disembowelment of 14-year-old Jennifer Kalhauer in Land O'Lakes, Florida. Lockhart was convicted of murder and was on death row in Indiana and Florida at the time of his execution in Texas. Thomas Neil Cream was a Scottish-Canadian serial killer known as the Lambeth Poisoner. In 1881, Cream started his killing spree. Cream poisoned 1 man and several women with chloroform and strychnine, attempting to frame and then blackmail other men for the murders in some cases. He murdered up to 10 people in 3 countries, Ontario, Chicago, and London, targeting mostly lower-class women, prostitutes and pregnant women seeking abortions. He married Flora Brooks in 1876, one of Thomas's possible victims. He had no children, 2 possible unborn children from 2 possible victims. He was convicted and sentenced to death. Thomas Neil Cream was executed by hanging at age 42, in 1892 at Newgate Prison in London, England. Wolfgang Schmidt is a German serial killer known as the Pink Giant. Schmidt killed 5 women and a 3-month-old baby from 1989 to 1991. He was known to commit acts of necrophilia, strangle, rape, and murder his victims. In 2009, Schmidt underwent a hormone treatment for gender reassignment and is now a trans woman. He was arrested after 2 joggers found him masturbating in the woods while wearing a bra. Wolfgang Schmidt was sentenced to a 15-year sentence at a psychiatric hospital in Brandenburg an der Havel, Brandenburg, Germany. In 1992, an application for a name change to Beat Schmidt was met by the court in 2001. Since 2009, Schmidt has undergone a hormone treatment for gender reassignment. In 2010, Schmidt was investigated for raping and causing another transgender inmate to attempt suicide. Francisca Ballesteros is a Spanish serial killer, She gave birth to a daughter who she named Florinda. In 1990, Ballesteros poisoned Florinda, who was only 5 months old, with Calm, a drug used to treat alcoholism. In 2004, Ballesteros killed her husband Antonio Gonzalez Baribino with Calm and with the sedatives zolpidem and bromazepam. On June 4, 2004, Ballesteros killed her daughter Sandra with the same medications and attempted to kill her 12-year-old son Antonio, who was admitted to the hospital. The autopsy of her daughter Sandra revealed that she had been poisoned. On June 7, 2004, Ballesteros was arrested and confessed to the murders. On September 26, 2005, Francisca Ballesteros was sentenced to a term of 84 years in prison. Anatoly Biryakov was a Soviet serial killer and child rapist known as the Baby Hunter. Biryakov was convicted for kidnapping, raping and subsequent murder of 5 infants from Moscow in the fall of 1977. Biryakov abducted his victims and committed violent sexual intercourse with the infants before murdering and discarding the body. He committed acts of necrophilia on at least one of his victims. In 1977, Biryakov attempted a kidnapping when he was chased by Chekhov's citizens, which later led to his arrest. He was sentenced to death for the 5 murders in 1978. Biryakov attempted multiple failed suicides while awaiting execution. On February 24, 1979, Anatoly Biryakov was executed by firing squad. Tiago Gomes de Rocha, a Brazilian security guard and serial killer known as the Goiânia serial killer. Rocha confessed to the murders of 39 people. He approached his victims on a motorbike and shouted robbery, before shooting them. However, Rocha never took anything from his victims. He targeted homeless people, women, and homosexuals in Goiás, Brazil. His youngest victim was a 14-year-old girl killed in January 2014, and 16 of his victims were women. During his confessing to the murders, he claimed his cravings to kill started when he was sexually abused as a child, and the urge only got more intense when women romantically rejected him as he grew older. In 2016, Tiago Gomes de Rocha was convicted of 11 murders and sentenced to 25 years in prison. Jürgen Bartsch began killing at the age of 15. His first victim was Klaus Jung in 1962. His next victim was Peter Fuchs, who was killed in 1965. He persuaded all of his victims to accompany him into an abandoned air raid shelter where he forced them to undress and then sexually abused them. He dismembered his first 4 victims. His intended 5th victim, 15-year-old Peter Frass, escaped by burning through his bindings with a candle that Bartsch had left burning after leaving the shelter. Bartsch was arrested in 1966 and agreed to voluntary castration on April 28, 1976. In order to avoid lifetime incarceration, the doctors of Eagle-Bourne State Hospital chose a castration methodology that accidentally resulted in Bartsch's death. He had been intoxicated with a halothane overdose during surgery. Marcel Petiot was a French medical doctor and serial killer. He was convicted of multiple murders after the discovery of the remains of 23 people in the basement of his home in Paris during World War II. He injected his victims with cyanide. He then took all their valuables and disposed of the bodies. At first, Petiot dumped the bodies in the Seine, but he later destroyed the bodies by submerging them in quicklime or incinerating them. He is suspected of the murder of about 60 victims during his lifetime, although the true number remains unknown. On March 11, 1944, Petiot's neighbors in Rue Elie-sur complained to police about a foul stench in the area. In the backyard, enough body parts were found to account for at least 10 victims. On May 25, 1946, Petiot was beheaded and buried at Ivory Cemetery.
What parts would you take, Paul? The head and the sexual part?
Yeah, the left.
What would you do with the sexual parts?
That was in.
One was painted, they said.
Oh, that one, when they died, I just put the paint over it. Is there anything like,
When you dig these graves up, you were kind of in a haze too, is that it?
That's what I could do, just
Then what would you do with the head?
that must have been taken from reading about in these magazines and everything, taking the flesh off like a headhunter.
What would you do with these sexual parts?
I wouldn't enjoy it or see.
How long ago did you start?
Like I say, might be 4 years.
What would you do with the sexual parts?
Them in a box, that was in.
Gary Haydnick suffered from schizoid personality disorder and had spent the majority of his life in and out of psychiatric hospitals. Between November 1986 and March 1987, he kidnapped, tortured, and raped 6 women, murdering 2 of them, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. While holding them captive in a self-dug pit in his basement floor, he would fill the pit up with water and not drown his victims, but have them stand in water up to their necks and then get electric wire and torture them while they were in the water. Haydnick wrapped duct tape around the mouths of the victims, and stabbed them in their ears with a screwdriver. What made it even worse was after he killed them, he then would put the victims in a meat grinder and fed them to the other victims. Haydnick's last meal was 2 slices of cheese pizza and black coffee. He was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection in July 1999.
With that field guy. I wanted to keep him with me, so I gave him a drink with the pills in it, fell asleep, and I wanted to see if I could think of a way to keep him with me without actually killing him. And so I had a drill home, and it's going to sound bad. Took the drill while he was asleep, drilled a small hole in his skull to see if I could make it so that he would just sort of be like in a zombie state.
Takahiro Shiraishi, a Japanese serial killer, known as the Twitter killer who confessed to killing 1 person in August, 4 in September and 4 in October 2017. Shiraishi was known to murder, rape, dismember, and store the bodies at his apartment in Zama, Kanagawa Prefecture, on the outskirts of Tokyo. 8 of the 9 victims were women, mainly in their late teens to early 20s. Police found 7 boxes of body parts, including 9 human heads, and 240 other bones in Shiraishi's apartment. In Zama City, Japan in October 2017, Shiraishi used Twitter to lure suicidal women to his house so he could watch them commit suicide. In October 2020, Shiraishi pled guilty to the 9 murders. In December 2020, Takahiro Shiraishi was sentenced to death. Dana Sue Gray is an American serial killer who murdered 3 elderly women in 1994. She was caught after a 4th intended victim survived being strangled and identified her. Gray says she committed the murders to support her spending habits. She is serving her sentence in the California Women's Prison in Chowchilla. Norma Davis is thought to be Gray's first victim. She was found by her neighbor. Davis had a wood-handled utility knife sticking out of her neck and a fillet knife sticking out of her chest. June Roberts was killed on February 28, 1994, strangled with a phone cord. On March 16, 1994, Gray killed Dora Beebe. An hour later, Gray used Beebe's credit card to go on a shopping spree. On 17th of March 1994, she was arrested and ultimately sentenced to life without parole.
I grabbed the neck and pushed it up like that, fresh forth. But some little couple times to the side. Died, blood all over here, all over my hands, all over my arms, blood all over the place.
Can you tell me where I
You were tattooed on that night. On your sword. What led to it? Just sad feeling, that's all. What sort of feeling? Can you possibly describe it? Where you had this feeling? Just wanted to kill.
If I knocked him down and stepped over him, that's why you see it doesn't bother me. I don't care to hurt anybody. It does nothing for me. Killing someone else.
But you could never get a feeling out of it.
I never got one, though. It was disappointing. That's when I figured I must be crazy. Because I figured some of them should have some kind of a feeling. Something.
If you can stay in the community, receive your treatment in the community, with your family around you, your usual friends, then this all adds to the speed of recovery from the illness. Can you stand where it's convenient for you?
Sorry, Doctor.
Can you stand where you'd like me to stand?
All right. Sorry, Billy, I do apologize.
It's possible for you to...
Would it be possible for you to sort of come and get something out of your car and then go back in?
I've been advised to stand and let you take a photograph and then go back. And I'm sure you've had enough time to take a decent photograph.
Is it possible for you just to say anything at all?
Back into surgery to do my surgery.
You have said you have nothing to hide, sir.
I know what's there and I know what isn't there. I've seen the files and I've heard the reports. And Lord knows I'm the first and foremost person who has the personal and intimate knowledge that it couldn't be me, that it's not me, that I'm innocent. Okay? Dealing from that on out, I know exactly what's what. When you tell me the circumstantial evidence, I'm not going to argue with you, Lucky. It's just, let's just wait and let's just let it come out in court. And let's let it be examined in open court. And I'll lay my money on me. You know, that's the way I feel.
You think about getting out of here?
Kendall Francois was an American serial killer who murdered 8 women before he was caught, known as the Poughkeepsie Killer. On September 2nd, 1998, a search warrant allowed investigators to comb the house of the Poughkeepsie Killer. It was shortly after midnight when they found a graveyard he had made of his attic. Police would later note the smell of feces, soiled underwear with human waste lining the fabric at his home. But perhaps most disturbing was that Francois' parents and sister lived there too, and had either dismissed the stench emanating from the attic or were too afraid to check. He choked one woman with such force that he broke her neck. One of his victims was pregnant. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kendall Francois died of natural causes on September 11, 2014 while incarcerated at Wenda Correctional Facility in Alden, New York.
One part of my life I killed people for nothing. Just for somebody to look at me wrong, I would kill them. Stab them, shoot them.
You tended to shoot people up close and personal.
Definitely. I wanted to tell them just before they left. I wanted to say goodbye.
Did you like to look them in the eye?
I wanted them looking straight at me.
What did you want them to think as they died?
Just see my pretty face. But the last thing they ever saw was me.
Free again, Dodd headed west for Seattle.
Moved to Seattle on June 13th, 1987. I tried to kidnap a boy. My intentions at that point were to kidnap him, to rape him, and to kill him so that he couldn't report me. This boy knew what to do. He knew something was wrong, he wouldn't go with me, and he made an excuse to leave the area, and he went home. He was able to identify me, and I was arrested that night.
Not to care is much better.
Because it's a weakness to care.
That's right, it is. Then you have baggage. When you care, you can't just move. You have to worry.
And you got something to lose.
That's right.
Dismembering bodies, did that turn your stomach?
I don't think so.
10. Jeffrey Dahmer, the Milwaukee Cannibal.
Number of victims, 17. Final result, murdered in prison. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer, also was known as the Milwaukee Cannibal, was an American serial killer active between 1978 and 1991. He is known to have raped, murdered and dismembered 17 men and boys. He is also known to have indulged in necrophilia, cannibalism, and the permanent preservation of body parts. Dahmer killed his first victim in the summer of 1978 when he was just 18 years old. He picked up a teen hitchhiker named Stephen Mark Hicks, took him to his house, and strangled him to death. As his obsession with human viscera deepened, he began keeping body parts of his victims as trophies. When police found 3 heads and body parts in the fridge, he admitted to cooking and eating his victims.
Stephen Capaldi pled guilty to killing his wife while she was asleep in her bed in 2022. Capaldi strangled and smothered Elizabeth Capaldi on October the 10th. He moved her body to different bedrooms before dismembering her in the basement. On October 12th he disposed of some of her remains in a dumpster in Montgomery County. On November 5th he buried the rest of her body along the Delaware River shoreline at Hawk Island. Recovered internet searches on Capaldi's phone included: how to get away with murder, can a polygraph be skewed, how to control your dark impulses, and how to disappear and never be found. He was charged with third-degree murder, possessing an instrument of crime, tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, obstructing the law or other governmental function, and abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to 22 to 44 years in prison.
But the reality is, they have a compulsion to kill people, okay? They're not insane. They're nothing but evil, period.
Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieters today called the 79-year-old serial killer a scumbag. 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 Scumbag.
Marianne Null is a German serial killer from Cologne. She was sentenced to life imprisonment in 1993 for 7 murders. She was a nurse, and between 1984 and 1992, killed patients in her care using Truxel. Police think she killed a total of 17, and attempted 18 other murders, but she was only convicted of 7. She has never confessed to her crimes. Christopher J. Scarver Sr. is an American triple murderer who is best known for murdering his fellow inmates Jeffrey Dahmer, a serial killer, and Jesse Anderson, a murderer. Scarver robbed the Wisconsin Conservation Corps training program office for $15 and shot employee Steve Lohman in the head, killing him. Scarver was convicted and sentenced to life in prison and sent to the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin. He was assigned to a work detail with Jesse Anderson, a man who murdered his wife, and cannibalistic serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. When the 3 were left unsupervised, Scarver got into a discussion with Dahmer and Anderson regarding Dahmer's crimes against African American individuals. Scarver beat them with a steel pipe, striking Dahmer in the head and savagely bludgeoning Anderson with it. Scarver also claimed that the prison staff had left him unsupervised with Dahmer on purpose, as they wanted him dead.
8. Ted Bundy. Number of victims, 30 plus. Final result, execution by electrocution. Theodore Robert Bundy was an American serial killer, rapist, and burglar who assaulted and murdered over 30 young women. Ted Bundy's killing spree started around 1974. He lured his victims to his car by feigning injury. He also used his charm to exploit women into trusting him. He would take them to a secluded spot, overpower and kill them. He sometimes revisited the body several hours at a time to perform sexual acts on the decomposing corpse despite the stench. During his trial, he was something of a celebrity because of his charm and intelligence. He fought for years to avoid the death sentence. However, he could not escape justice forever and, on January 24, 1989, he was executed.
Texas mother, 42, who murdered her 2 daughters, committed the horrific act after telling them they needed a family meeting. Christy and Jason Sheets were from Alabama, raising their 2 daughters in Houston. On June 24, 2016, Christie decided to load a 5-round .38 caliber revolver and open fire on her family. She killed her daughters, Madison, 17, and Taylor, 22. As Jason watched in horror, police then shot Christie dead in the street near her kids' bodies outside their home in Katy, Texas. After she refused to drop her weapon, she had ample time to shoot Jason during the horrific attack, but had chosen to keep him alive to make him suffer. She was admitted on 3 separate occasions to a private mental health facility and had been suicidal and suffered from depression.
On a scale of killers from 1 to 10, do you think you're one of the best of all time?
I rate myself as probably number 1.
So that's pretty damn good.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I strangled Opal Mills to death. Dolores L. Williams. I strangled Deborah Estes to death.
Yes.
I killed so many women, I have a hard time keeping them straight. I wanted to kill as many women I thought were prostitutes as I possibly could. Is that true?
Yes.
I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught.
Took her into an area and my son was there and I killed her.
They called him the Iceman because to confuse the time of death, he would take his victims and put them in a freezer for long periods of time. One such victim was a man named Louis Masgay.
He did too good a job on this body. After leaving the body in a freezer for over 2 years, he then took the body out and dumped it where it was found before it had thawed out.
A couple of hours later, the Iceman saw his chance to get even.
I come out of this bar and I see him sleeping in his car. I said, I got you, little sucker, now I got you. I'm gonna light your fire. And I did. I got myself a bottle, some gasoline, and I threw it in the car with him. And he was screaming and yelling and burning, and the car burned. And I could smell him. Since there is no love in my life, I must have something to replace it, so I replace it with hate. Constant hate. Constant reminder to hate.
And what's that do for you?
Keeps my left foot going in front of my right foot. Keeps me moving. Without it, I would probably just plop down someplace and have no reason to continue.
Is that all you've got left is hate?
That's all I've got left. Everything that I ever cared for is gone. Everything I ever liked is gone. Everything that meant anything to me is gone.
I'm just another little runaway kid. I'm just a street kid. I'm just a throwaway child, that's all.
Do you feel that an injustice was done to you?
What the hell was that? Justice. Justice. I think justice is a word. Yeah, that people use, but they don't have much meaning in the word. They use it when it does them good.
William Neal was an American serial killer known as Wild Bill Cody. Neal massacred 3 women with an axe. He was convicted of the brutal slayings of Rebecca Lynn Holberton, 44, Angela Veit, 28, and Candace Anita Walters, 48. The women, who all had relationships with Neal, were found dead at a gruesome crime scene in Holberton's townhome in 1998. He tied up a 4th victim, forced her to watch one of the murders and then raped her. He said that if he hadn't wanted to get caught, he would have murdered the women in the mountains and disposed of their bodies. By allowing the rape victim to live, he said. He was assured that her testimony alone could put me to the death penalty phase. William Neal was sentenced to death in 1999, commuted to life in 2003.
2022. This is the suspect in the Stockton serial killings, Wesley Brownlee. Stockton police say they made contact with him this morning and he was armed when they took him into custody. He could face charges for the murders of 6 men that were linked through ballistics. Wesley Brownlee, 43, was arrested overnight while out hunting, Police Chief Stanley McFadden said. McFadden believes they stopped another killing.
And I gotta go to family court tomorrow so I can try to get my kids back, and I gotta have an apartment in order to get my kids back, because that's the reason why they took.
Do you have a place on University Avenue you told him you could stay?
Yeah, I do, like I just explained to him, but that place is unfit to live in right now. The landlord was supposed to work in it today.
It got burned out.
No, that ain't the place where I got burnt out. I got burnt out from Bainbridge Avenue. And I found this place here, and the landlord was supposed to fix it up for me.
They are part of a true crime card series. Several cities have passed ineffectual resolutions deploring the cards.
Yeah, we're creating anti-heroes is what we're creating. Certainly, people who are put on trading cards are looked at as anti-heroes.
Eclipse Books points out that there are also cards of FBI agents and police officers inside.
Why don't they have victim cards? You know, we live in a free enterprise society and anybody can do anything they want. You know, they're making big bucks off of killers.
This is sheer capitalism. This is to make a quick buck at the expense of our society. This is a very, very sad commentary on who we are.
To people in general, me as the type of person I am, I can be your worst nightmare, or I can be the man next door. I'm easygoing, I'm gentle. You know, I'm a gentleman with most women I meet. You know, some I treat like dirt, you know. But generally, you know, women in general, I have no problem with.
Edward Cole was an American serial killer who was executed in 1985 for killing at least 15 women and 1 boy by strangulation between 1947 and 1980. He confessed to a total of 35 murders. He strangled all of his victims. He stated that he was driven to kill loose women because they reminded him of his mother. Some of the victims were stripped and sexually abused after death. He claimed that he was drunk during his killing sprees. In Nevada, he wanted a non-jury hearing because he wanted to receive the death penalty, a sentence more likely to be given by a judge.
Johnny Avalos is an American serial killer and rapist known as the San Antonio serial killer. Avalos murdered 5 women in San Antonio, Texas between 2012 and 2015. He would strangle his victims. He strangled each victim with his bare hands, and also used plastic bags in 3 instances. He was a necrophiliac, raping some after death. Avalos confessed to killing Vanessa Lopez in 2012, Natalie Chavez in 2014, Rosemary Perez and Celia Lopez in 2015. He also admitted to attacking Genevieve Ramirez, who later died of her injuries in 2015. He was arrested in 2015. On February 19, 2019, Johnny Avalos was sentenced to 2 terms of life without the possibility of parole.
A drunk driver killed bicyclist Paul LeCure on this stretch of Old Spanish Trail. How she laughed about it later earned her a much stiffer sentence.
The man who called Melissa Arrington passed on a message from a neighbor designed to cheer her up.
John says, as far as he's concerned, you did the world a favor because you took out a tree hugger, a bicyclist, a Frenchman, and a gay guy all in one shot. He's proud of you. He said, as far as he's concerned, they should give you a medal and parade.
Arrington concedes she's not supposed to be laughing at something like that, but soon she refers back to the crude joke.
I would have to agree, though.
And she says no apparent desire to get help for the illness of alcoholism that led to an earlier DUI conviction for Arrington before the night of drunk driving that made her a killer.
The strange sight of a 47-year-old handcuffed man surrounded by police walking through the woods while wearing a woman's wig must have puzzled many Cape Cod residents on the morning of April 9, 2000. Haddon Clark, an American murderer and suspected serial killer serving 2 30-year sentences at Eastern Correctional Institution in Maryland for the 2 murders committed in 1992. On May 31, 1986, Clark stabbed Michelle Dorr to death. On October 18, 1992, he killed 23-year-old Laura Hodling in Bethesda, Maryland. He later returned and dressed up in a wig and women's clothes and left out the front door to make people think Laura left the house alive to buy time to clean the scene. Clark later admitted that he ate some of Michelle Dorr's remains before burying her. He also confessed to eating and torturing other women and girls.
So breaking news right now, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice confirms accused serial killer Billy Shemirmir was killed in prison this morning. The 50-year-old Shemirmir had been convicted of killing 2 elderly women and was suspected of killing nearly 24 others in Dallas and Collin counties. He was sentenced to life without parole. Investigators say he robbed the victims and smothered his victims to death after posing as a maintenance worker to get into their homes or senior living facilities. Shemirmir was being held at the Cofield unit in Anderson County, about 100 miles southeast of Dallas. We're told that Shemirmir's cellmate, who was also a convicted murderer, killed him.
Kelly Lane is a former Australian water polo player and teacher who was convicted of the 1996 murder of her newborn baby, Tegan. Lane became pregnant 5 times during the 1990s, terminating the first 2 pregnancies, placing the 3rd and 5th babies up for adoption, and murdering the 4th. As a motive for murder, Lane was prepared to abandon her children at birth to increase her chances of representing Australia in water polo at the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games. There was also evidence she believed children would interfere with her educational plans, her social life, and the regard in which she was held by parents and friends. On April 15, 2011, Lane was sentenced to 18 years jail with a non-parole period of 13 years and 5 months. She will be eligible for parole on May 12, 2024. Manuel Octavio Bermudez Estrada is a Colombian rapist and serial killer. He has been given the nickname, the Monster of the Cane Fields. Bermudez raped and killed at least 21 children in several towns of Valle del Cauca from 1999 to 2003. He had worked as an ice cream vendor and would lure his victims to cornfields. Bermudez would then rape and strangle them to death while sometimes injecting them with a syringe to weary their legs. Investigators inspected a room he had rented in El Cairo and found newspaper clippings of the murders, syringes, lidocaine, and the wristwatch of a victim. Bermudez confessed to the murders of 21 children, 17 of whom were found, and was sentenced to 25 years in prison on March 20, 2004. He is suspected of killing over 50 children. William Suff is an American serial killer known as the Riverside Prostitute Killer and the Lake Elsinore Killer. Suff was convicted of murdering his first daughter in 1974. He abused and violently shook his infant daughter to death. Once released, He worked as a warehouse clerk for Riverside County and had close involvement with the police department. He would rape, stab, strangle, and sometimes mutilate his victims. William Supp killed 12 or more prostitutes in Riverside County, California, between 1989 and 1991. On July 19, 1995, a Riverside County jury found Supp guilty of killing 12 women and attempting to kill another, though police suspected him of being responsible for as many as 22 deaths. Supp resides on death row at San Quentin State Prison.
Kohberger faces the possibility of the death penalty if convicted of the murders of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle in November of 2022 in their home off campus. Judge entered a not guilty plea on Kohberger's behalf earlier this year. Right now, there are not any future hearings scheduled, and a trial date has not yet been set. Kohberger is being held without bail at the Latah County Jail.
John Justin Bunting is an Australian serial killer who was the ringleader in the Snowtown murders. The Snowtown murders were a series of murders committed by John Bunting, Robert Wagner, and James Vilasakis between August 1992 and May 1999, in South Australia. On May 20, 1999, the remains of 8 victims were found by the South Australian police in 6 plastic barrels in an unused bank vault. A piece of the flesh of the 11th and final victim, David Johnson, was fried and eaten by Bunting and Wagner. Robert Joe Wagner and Bunting, sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. During his crimes as a serial killer, he was known to commit acts of cannibalism, torture, strangle and murder his victims.
One individual I can think of was described by the prosecutor as being the nicest serial killer he had ever encountered.
Who was that?
Edmund Kemper.
What did people say?
A nice guy.
Did you like Kemper?
I like Kemper.
You were able to appear like an ordinary person, non-threatening to...
I lived as an ordinary person most of my life, even though I was living a parallel and increasingly sick life, other life.
Nikolai Bonner is a Moldovan-born Israeli serial killer and rapist, known as the Homeless Murderer. In 2005, Bonner beat or stabbed to death 4 fellow immigrants from the former Soviet Union. 3 of his victims were homeless vagrants in the industrial area of Haifa, Israel. He drank alcohol with the 3 victims prior to murdering them in an abandoned building by the Haifa market. 2 of his victims were male and 2 were female. Bonner set 3 of his victims' bodies on fire and attempted to set fire to the 4th victim's body. The victims were found in an industrial area of Haifa, Israel's 3rd largest city, major port, and center of heavy industry. The bodies badly burned and charred black beyond recognition. Bonner had done this so as to hide all evidence. Nikolai Bonner was sentenced to life imprisonment in 2007. Joseph Naso is an American serial killer known as the Double Initial Killer, and Crazy Joe. Naso was a freelance photographer who stalked and murdered at least 6 women in California. He was known to strangle, stalk, rape, and murder his victims. His first 4 identified victims bore double initials. All 4 victims were listed by the police as prostitutes. Authorities discovered a handwritten diary in which Naso listed 10 unnamed women with geographical locations. The other 4 women mentioned in the diary remain unidentified. Naso was also a suspect in the Rochester Alphabet murders of 1971-73 case, but was ruled out when DNA found on a victim was not a match to Naso. Joseph Naso was arrested in 2011 and sentenced to death in 2013. Daniel Owen Conahan Jr. is a convicted American murderer, rapist, and suspected serial killer. He was known to torture, strangle, rape, mutilate, dismember, and murder his victims. Conahan was convicted of 1 murder, but has been linked to a dozen murders. mostly of transients seeking employment, and gay men in the Charlotte County, Florida area, in what came to be known as the Hog Trail murders. Conahan surgically removed one victim's genitals after death. He would lure victims, some, by offering them money to pose nude in bondage photographs. Conahan has also been named the prime suspect in the murders of 8 men, collectively referred to as the Fort Myers 8, who were discovered in a mass grave site in 2007. Conahan is currently housed at Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida.
To a point where I couldn't have sex with him anymore, buried him and tried to hide him as much as I can, so go out and kill another one.
Sometimes Ridgway killed as many as 4 women in a single week. Yet this man, with a below-average IQ, was never caught dumping a single body.
They were just pieces of trash to me.
Cynthia Kaufman was the partner in crime of James Gregory Marlowe. She was born St. Louis, Missouri. She abandoned her husband and kids, traveled around together with Marlowe, randomly killing young girls. They strangled 4 such victims to death, 2 of which were brutally sexually assaulted in October to November 1986. They were arrested on November 14, 1986. Kaufman admits to committing the murders, but insists she suffered from battered woman syndrome. They were put on trial in July 1989, and in 1990 sentenced to death. Kaufman being the first woman to receive a death sentence in California since the reinstatement of the death penalty in 1977. A further trial in 1992 convicted her for another murder with a sentence of life imprisonment. She is still on death row. China P. Arnold, the microwave baby killer. Arnold, who had been convicted of abduction in 2000 and forgery in 2002, brutally killed her 28-day-old daughter, Paris. The infant was placed in a microwave oven, for what analysts suspect was longer than 2 minutes, and died shortly after removal. Death occurred because her internal temperature reached critical temperatures. In the words of medical examiner, Dr. Marcelo Piero, she was cooked. Arnold's cellmate told the court that she had confessed to putting her daughter in the microwave and switching it on, because she was afraid that her boyfriend would leave her if he discovered that he was not the baby's father. Arnold has been incarcerated at the Ohio Reformatory for Women since September 11, 2008. The jury found China, the murderous mom Arnold, guilty of aggravated murder. On May 20, 2011, China Arnold was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Tracy Marguerite Andrews is an English woman who murdered her fiancé, Lee Raymond Harvey. Andrews, a former model and barmaid, attacked Harvey in his car after they had stopped. Following an argument on the way to their flat, Andrews brutally stabbed Harvey over 42 times. Jealous, possessive and volatile, Andrews had attacked Lee during a violent fit of rage, one of many he'd endured during their 2-year on-again off-again relationship. She claimed that Mr. Harvey was killed in a road rage attack, saying that a fat man with staring eyes had stabbed him over 30 times. Andrews was released in July 2011, having been refused official anonymity. She has started a new life under the name Tia Carter. She is banned from traveling within 25 miles of her victim's family without supervision. Cesar Barone was an American serial killer. Barone murdered Margaret Schmidt, 61, in her Hillsborough home in April of 1991. She had been raped before being strangled to death. In October of 1992 he shot and wounded nurse Martha Bryant in Hillsborough, before dragging her from her car and sexually assaulting her. He then shot her in the head at close range. His next victim was Shanti Woodman, 23, who Barone also sexually assaulted and shot to death in Portland during December of the same year. The sex killer's final victim was 51-year-old Betty Williams, who suffered a heart attack during the attack in her Portland apartment in January of 1993. Barone was given 89 years for Williams' killing, but received the death penalty for the slayings of Schmidt, Bryant, and Woodman, but died of cancer at the Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem. Thomas Lee Dillon was an American serial killer who shot and killed 5 men with a high-power rifle in southeastern Ohio. He was nicknamed Killer for boasting about shooting hundreds of animals. He embarked on a string of random shootings, starting with Donald Welling, who was jogging alongside Road 94 in Tuscarawas County. Dillon claimed it was simply an urge prompted by a voice in his head. On March 14, 1992, he killed 49-year-old Claude Hawkins. He was murdered as he fished in Coshocton County. On April 1992, West Virginia resident Gary Bradley, 44, was struck down fishing near the county seat of Noble County. He was soon found guilty and sentenced to life. He died on October 21, 2011, in the prison wing at Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio, age 61.
Do you ever think when you're in that cell about the possibility that you could one day face a firing squad?
They don't have firing squads in Colorado, and I don't think that in any event that I ever think. I don't think about it, honest to God. And I've been asked that question before, and I'm going to give you a pat answer if you don't mind. Did you fly over here from Utah?
Yes.
Did it worry you all the way over that you might be killed in a plane crash?
No.
Did you?
Francisco Garcia Escalero is a Spanish serial killer known as the Killer Beggar. Escalero killed 11 prostitutes and other homeless people between 1987 and 1994. He was a homeless man that was known to go to cemeteries to steal bodies to have sex with them. Escalero committed acts of necrophilia and cannibalism during his crimes. He was known to stab, decapitate, crush the skull and burn the remains of his victims. Disturbed by the voices, Escalero's first murder was of a sex worker. Escalero decapitated and burned her. He cut off the penis of one victim and the fingers of another. Escalero went to trial in February 1995, but was declared insane with a severe mental disorder, caused by alcoholism and schizophrenia, and he was confined to a psychiatric hospital.
The police say a man is in the hospital after being stabbed by a family member. This happened at a home in the 2800 block of Observation Drive near the intersection of Highway 90 and 410. Police say 2 men were at the home drinking. They say one of them did not want to drink anymore, and that's when the man's brother-in-law stabbed him in the neck. The victim was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Police say the brother-in-law ran off and they haven't found him.
Susan Eubanks is an American murderer who murdered her 4 children, aged between 4 and 14. Eubanks would shoot all the boys in the head, 2 of them twice, and stopped once to reload the .38 caliber handgun between killing them, before shooting herself in the stomach. According to court documents, Susan was in an argument with her boyfriend while she was drinking and taking Valium. She was fueled by her anger against the men that she perceived had betrayed her. When she arrived at her home, she would grab a gun and fatally shoot the 4 children. She had killed her son's execution style. Deputies found Eubanks crying and clutching a bloody towel to her stomach. She would be convicted of all 4 murders and sentenced to death, and is currently incarcerated at the Central California Women's Facility, the home of California Death Row for Women. Vlado Taneski was a Macedonian journalist and serial killer. He was arrested in June 2008 in Kosovo for the murders of 2 women on whose deaths he had also written freelance articles which contained information which had not been released to the public. When arrested, he was also being investigated over the death of an additional woman. All these women were poor, uneducated cleaners. He would strangle, torture, and rape his victims before murdering them. The victims had known Taneski's mother personally, which may have been the reason for their selection as victims. After DNA tests connected Taneski to the murders, he was arrested and imprisoned on June 22, 2008. Taneski was found dead in his cell the following day. He had apparently drowned in a plastic bucket of water. An inquest concluded that in the absence of other evidence, His death was suicide.
Three disturbing facts about Ted Bundy. Fact 1. Ted Bundy killed over 30 women between 1974 and 1978, and while he admitted to killing these 30 women, reports show that he might have killed at least 90 to 100 women through these years. Fact 2. Bundy claimed to revisit the places where he kept victims' bodies. Upon revisiting them, Bundy would burn the bodies, then perform sexual acts with the dead women. Fact 3. Bundy trained for his killing sprees. He even had what he called an off-season where he would pick up different women and then let them go to keep his skills fresh.
Wayne Bowden was a Canadian serial killer and rapist known as the Vampire Rapist. Bowden killed 4 women between 1968 and 1971 in Montreal and Calgary, Canada. He would always leave bite marks on the breasts of his 5 female victims. All victims had been found naked and strangled to death in their apartments, but there were no signs of any struggle, earning the nickname, the Vampire Rapist. A cast made of Bowden's teeth demonstrated 29 points of similarity between the bite marks on one of his victims and his teeth. Bowden was the first murderer to be convicted in North America based on odontological evidence. Bowden received 4 life sentences in 1972. In 2006, Wayne Bowden died from skin cancer at Kingston General Hospital after being confined in the hospital for 6 weeks.
When you were first imprisoned, you were on death row. Your sentence was commuted in the early 70s. How did you feel, though, before that time?
I knew that my sentence would be commuted.
You knew that all
along? Well, sure.
Yeah. So you weren't afraid about being executed?
I knew it when I was standing in the courtroom.
Yeah.
See, each man knows when he wants to. Each man knows when he must know. When you're pushed in a position to know. I stood in the courtroom, I told the judge, man, I'm dead in this.
Sean Patrick Goebel is an American serial killer known as the Wild One. Goebel was a long-distance trucker living in Asheboro, North Carolina. He was known to rob, strangle, rape, and murder his victims. He was convicted in 1995 in Greene County Criminal Court of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences. Goebel confessed to the January 1995 murder of Brenda K. Hackey, 45, at a Bailiton truck stop and then disposing of her body in Virginia. Goebel also confessed to killing 36-year-old Rebecca Alice Haynes in March 1995 in Jefferson County and dumping her body off Interstate 81 in the Kingsport area. Goebel confessed to the murder of 34-year-old Sherry Manser. Her body was found in February 1995 along Interstate 40 in Guilford County. The Edgecombe County serial killer is an unidentified serial killer in the surroundings of Edgecombe and Halifax counties in North Carolina, United States. There are 10 suspected victims, all African American women, and the remains of 8 have been recovered. Because some of the victims had been found near the Seven Bridges Road in Rocky Mount, the culprit has also been called the Seven Bridges Killer. All the victims were black, engaged in prostitution and had problems with drug addiction at various times. Antoine Pittman has been convicted in 1 case. Despite the fact that he was never charged with the other murders, the media and police have identified him as responsible for them, since, according to the official version provided by law enforcement, the killing ceased after his arrest.
The Randon Investigation Bureau announced the arrest of Denis Kazungu, a 34-year-old man suspected of killing at least 10 people in Kigali's eastern suburbs. Investigators discovered a pit containing several bodies inside his kitchen after an officers searched his home. The precise number of presumed victims will only be determined following further scientific analysis. According to police sources and local media, the victims were mostly sex workers whom the suspect lured back to his home. A source in the Randon Investigation Bureau has reportedly said that the suspect may have emulated infamous serial killers. Victims were apparently stalked and may have been chosen because they had a few social connections. Kazungu had previously been arrested in July on charges of robbery and rape, but was subsequently released due to insufficient evidence. But investigations continued and he was rearrested this week, leading to the gruesome discovery. He is said to have confessed to the murders. However, as of now, neither the prosecutor nor the authorities have officially announced specific charges.
In 1991, Richard Kuklinski, a contract killer known as the Iceman, was interviewed by HBO for an America Undercover special.
How many people have you killed?
Oh, an approximate guess. Approximate, we'll go with more than 100.
After a lifetime of killing for hire, Kuklinski was finally caught by an undercover ATF agent wearing a hidden wire.
What gun? The gun you have. My brother left it around here somewhere. I don't know where it's at.
You know where it is. Come on.
I don't know.
You gotta tell us where. We're gonna find it anyway.
We're gonna tear the whole house apart.
Well, you had it.
I didn't have no gun. You can't put no gun on me.
Your sister said that you had the gun.
My brother left a gun around here somewhere. I don't know where it's at.
How old is your brother?
Come in now, baby.
Your 6-year-old brother?
No, 26.
Tracy Averill Wigginton, known as the lesbian vampire killer, is an Australian murderer who killed Edward Baldock in 1989. Wigginton drank the blood of animals and had been planning for some time to murder a man. It is disputed whether Wigginton got Baldock in the car by offering him a lift or by pretending to be a sex worker. She stabbed him 27 times, nearly severing his head, before drinking his blood. This was described as one of the most brutal and bizarre crimes Australia has ever seen. Wigginton was sentenced to life imprisonment in 1991, and was paroled in 2012. She is living somewhere in southeast Queensland. Since then she has posted images containing vampires, skeletons, and even real human remains. The officers that arrested her say the posts are disturbing and her parole should be reviewed. Herbert Mullen was an American serial killer who killed 13 people in California in the early 1970s. In 1973, after a trial to determine whether he was insane or culpable, he was convicted of 2 murders in the first degree and 9 in the second degree, and sentenced to life imprisonment. During his imprisonment, he was denied parole 8 times. Mullen believed that the Vietnam War had produced enough American deaths to forestall earthquakes as a blood sacrifice to nature, but that with the war winding down by late 1972, he would need to start killing people in order to have enough deaths to keep a calamitous earthquake away. He later said that his father, through telepathy, had ordered him to take lives. On August 18, 2022, Mullen died at age 75 from natural causes at the California Health Care Facility. Richard shot his wife, both his sons, the neighbor, and then himself, on August 19, 1999, in a suburb outside Sacramento. 3 of the victims died at the scene. Stephen LaFranco, the neighbor, survived until early the next morning. Cody Labatt, the 5-year-old son of the murderous father, remained alive until mid-afternoon. The rage that drove Labatt to familicide stemmed from the fact that his wife and their neighbor had begun a relationship. After both marriages fell apart, for LaFranco, it was his second marriage. He lived in the house on Laguna Point Way and his wife moved out. The Labatt marriage next door was disintegrating, although with more bitterness. The quintuple murder-suicide was the largest single slaying case in Sacramento since the April 1991 siege of a Good Guys store that left 6 people dead. David Carpenter is an American serial killer known as the Trailside Killer. Carpenter murdered women hikers on San Francisco area hiking trails between 1979 and 1981. He would stalk, rape, and murder hikers by shooting the victims in state parks near San Francisco, California. He was convicted of an attempted murder in 1960. In 1970, Carpenter was convicted for kidnapping. After his release, he was a suspect in the Zodiac murders, although he was eventually cleared. In 1984, he attacked at least 10 individuals, with 2 attempted victims, Stephen Herdel and Lois Rinna, surviving. Carpenter was sentenced to death. He received a second death sentence in 1988. David Carpenter remains on death row at the San Quentin State Prison in San Quentin, California.
Again, shot by one of the attendees at the rally. You can see the person there on the rooftop. This is after the Secret Service, it appears, has already shot and killed this person. They're down on that rooftop. That's where Elena Train is seeing that huge police presence right now. There's every law enforcement agency that you can imagine is at that scene trying to collect some of the evidence. She saw as well, Elena also saw an ambulance there, so it appears again as part of the crime scene investigation. All of that is being done as we speak.
January 19, 1866, 50-year-old Martha Grinder, the Pittsburgh poisoner, was hanged in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for the poisoning by arsenic of Mary Carruthers and Jane Buchanan, crimes to which she confessed. She told the astonished jury at her trial, "I love to see death in all its forms and phases," and left no opportunity to gratify my tastes for such sights. Could I have had my own way? Probably I should have done more. She went bravely to the gallows set up in the Pittsburgh prison yard and seemed quite serene in the face of death. It is suspected that these 2 women were not her only victims. A thorough medical test was made of her mental condition and the conclusion was unanimous that she was entirely sane.
There was nothing I wouldn't do for my children. Nothing. I'd kill everybody in this room for them. That's just to show you a point. Not that I would or want to, I'm just saying I would. If it meant I had to for them, I would do it without even thinking twice.
A former ballet dancer working as a grocery store cashier was impaled by a golf club at work on Friday. Police say first responders found 66-year-old Robert Scafty with a broken golf club in his torso after a 6-hour standoff at a nearby apartment. Police arrested a suspect, 44-year-old Taylor Schultz. Scafty trained at the West Side School of Ballet in Santa Monica and performed with ballet companies in Kansas and Minneapolis. So far, no word on what could have prompted the assault.
Darlene Gentry, in the early morning of November 9, 2005, her husband, Keith, got shot in the head. Darlene called 911 for help while her injured husband gurgled in the background, claiming that someone had broken in, taken all his guns and shot him. He was still alive when the first responders reached the scene, so they rushed him to the nearest hospital. However, his good fortune soon turned into misfortune as the police soon received word that he was brain dead. The authorities took Darlene to the hospital where she signed the consent forms to let them take him off of life support, resulting in his inevitable death. Keith's 2 life insurances added up to approximately $750,000. She was arrested on suspicion of murder on November 27, 2005. Darlene was sentenced to 60 years of imprisonment.
I knew I would probably get the death penalty if I was ever caught. I didn't care. I mean, death means nothing to me. Other than no more worries, nothing else to worry about, no more court battles are over. It's all over.
The lore of serial murder dates back to the time of the vampires and werewolves. It is handed down in horror stories of Jekyll and Hyde and Hannibal Lecter. Rather than being vilified, they're glorified. Now, even the New York Times has taken to calling serial killers popular culture's favorite villain of the 90s.
Caleb Fairley is an American murderer from Gulf Mills, Pennsylvania. On September 10, 1995, Fairley was working alone at a children's clothing store owned by his parents in Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Just before closing time, Lisa Monderich and her 19-month-old daughter Devin entered the store. Fairley locked the doors to the store when he realized that they were the only customers present. He then attempted to sexually assault Ms. Monderich. He then became enraged and strangled her to death. He also strangled Ms. Monderich's infant daughter. He sexually assaulted Ms. Monderich's corpse. Unbeknownst to Fairley, she had told her husband where she was going, so when she did not return, he contacted local police. Fairley was convicted on 2 counts of first-degree murder and received 2 life sentences. He is currently incarcerated at a state correctional facility in LaBelle, Pennsylvania. Keith Hunter Jesperson is a Canadian-American serial killer who murdered at least 8 women in the United States during the early 1990s. He was known as the Happy Face Killer because he drew smiley faces on his many letters to the media and authorities. Many of his victims were sex workers and transients who had no connection to him. Strangulation was his preferred method of murdering, the same method he often used to kill animals as a child. His last victim was the crime that ultimately led to his capture. While he has claimed to have killed as many as 160 people, only 8 murders have been confirmed. He is currently serving 4 life sentences without possibility of parole at the Oregon State Penitentiary. Keith is quoted as saying, "It was their fate to die by my hands, like a car accident or illness."
I think it was around age 14 or 15. Started having obsessive thoughts of violence intermingled with sex. And it just got worse and worse. I didn't know how to tell anyone about it, so I didn't. I just kept it all inside.
Gerald Parker is an American serial killer who raped and murdered 5 women in Orange County, California in 1978 and 1979. On July 19, 1979, he entered the apartment of Jane P. through an open window. He grabbed a piece of wood, hit her over the head several times, and raped her. On Phipps poisoned her husband Marvin by putting arsenic into his dinner. While he was in hospital, she brought him homemade soup containing more poison. 8 months later, she poisoned her youngest son, 13-year-old Marvin. He died on August 29, 1966. On January 23, 1967, another one of Gibbs's sons, 16-year-old Melvin, died suddenly. Gibbs now had only one son left. 19-year-old Robert. He had fathered a child named Raymond with his wife. Raymond became sick and died suddenly, followed only a month later by his father.
She was sentenced to 5 life sentences and died in 2010 in a nursing home in Douglasville, Georgia.
The policeman fundamentally has a ringside seat on the greatest show on earth. One of the beautiful things about being a policeman is that you're at the center of action all the time. You are seeing people, sometimes even famous people, in the most incredible circumstances. You're in on every secret of society, in a sense. And that's very exciting. The public doesn't understand everything that you see. You cannot even explain it. Most policemen have a tighter relationship with their partners than they do with their wives, which is...
Sagawa Issei, the Kobe cannibal, was a Japanese murderer, cannibal, and necrophiliac known for the killing of Renée Hardevelt in Paris 1981. Sagawa shot her in the neck with a rifle. He raped her corpse, but he could not bite into her skin because his teeth were not sharp enough, so he left the apartment and purchased a butcher knife. He consumed most of her breasts, face, buttocks, feet, thighs, and neck, either raw or cooked. He then attempted to dump the remains of Hartveldt's corpse in a lake, carrying her dismembered body parts in 2 suitcases, but was caught in the act and arrested by French police 4 days later and deported to Japan, but was controversially released unconditionally after 2 years of pre-trial detention due to the applicable laws and the way his case was processed in the courts of France and Japan. He died due to complications of pneumonia at a hospital in Tokyo on November 24, 2022, at the age of 73.
She would hit me with a broomstick or something like that. It hurt. As a matter of fact, she broke the broom on me more than once.
Richard's mother believed that harsh discipline at home should go hand in hand with a rigid religious education.
I was raised Catholic. She was strict as far as the religion goes.
Paul Kenneth Bernardo is a Canadian serial killer and rapist, known as the Schoolgirl Killer and the Scarborough Rapist. Bernardo raped and murdered at least 3 minors between 1990 and 1992. Bernardo attacked most of his victims after stalking them as they got off of public transportation buses in Scarborough, Canada. He was known to torture, strangle, stalk, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. Bernardo gained worldwide media attention when he raped, tortured, and murdered 2 Ontario teenage girls with the assistance of his wife, Carla Homolka. Homolka and Bernardo were arrested in 1993. In 1995, Paul Kenneth Bernardo was convicted of a number of offenses, including the 2 first-degree murders, and was sentenced to life in prison.
It was a house of horrors where over 100 people were murdered, chopped up, and disposed of by DeMeo and his gang of lethal contract killers. After proving himself, Kuklinski quickly became one of DeMeo's favorite enforcers. DeMeo ordered the hits, and Kuklinski executed them without question.
He wanted this guy taken care of.
Patrick McKay, the psychopath. Age 13, he was institutionalized for trying to set fire to a church and sent to a secure institution for mentally ill young offenders. Despite McKay's violent outbursts, he was eventually discharged as his superficial charm allowed him to work the system in his favor. It was this system that failed to protect society as he began to develop as a serial killer. He killed 11 victims between February 1974 to March 1975. McKay hacked at the skull of a priest at his home and watched him bleed to death. On another occasion, he stabbed an elderly woman to death during a robbery and drowned a helpless tramp in the River Thames. 2 psychiatrists confirmed that McKay was suffering from a severe personality disorder and that he was effectively a psychopath. His trial only lasted 20 minutes as he pleaded guilty to 3 counts of murder and received 3 consecutive life sentences. On June 23, 2000, the Childers Palace Backpackers hostel fire killed 15 backpackers, 9 women, and 6 men, at the former Palace Hotel in the town of Childers, Queensland, Australia.
The fire started shortly before 12:30 a.m. in the downstairs recreation room, and quickly spread up the walls and into the stairwell. Survivors recounted how smoke quickly filled the area and the building's power was lost. 10 guests suffered minor burns and injuries as they tried to escape from the upper level and by jumping onto the roofs of neighboring buildings. Of the 15 who died in the fire, 7 were British, 3 were Australian, 2 were from the Netherlands, and 1 each from Ireland, Japan, and South Korea. Robert Paul Long was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of arson. He was later sentenced to life imprisonment.
So, all I did was watch and learn everything I could from everybody I ever met. Then when I got out of prison, I just walked around. I didn't tell nobody to do nothing. I said, do what you want to do. Don't tell me what to do. I don't like people telling me what to do. They just come from a place where they told me what to do all my life. You know?
Happy to tell you if you want to know.
No, throw it out there.
Well, I don't think you have to be a psychiatrist to recognize that whatever happened between you and your mother has been the source of enormous anger that's generalized beyond your mother. You've had a long-term disregard for the rules, a disrespect for authority. You've been willing to get even when you perceive that somebody wrongs you. You are willing to steal and to lie and to cheat, and those are traits you've carried with you throughout your life, I think. That set of traits in which you've got anger and a willingness to break all the rules, no moral inhibitions against doing things, is a pretty familiar set of traits to mental health professionals.
Pull the body out of one of the foam boards, put it on the sheet, and then cut it out.
This shocking interview was filmed in 1992. A cold-blooded killer calmly describing how he got rid of his victims.
Come summer, it got hot, and I knew it'd be a smell problem. Then I thought, well, I'm going to have to deal with the smell problem. And I thought, what would cause the smell more than anything else? And I came to the conclusion it was the innards.
He swore he would kill me. Those words were written by a woman named Catherine Dean back in 2020 about her estranged husband, Ben Wincoop. Less than 2 years later, she was dead. We now know that Catherine Dean had at least 4 criminal complaints against Wincoop, where she described violence, death threats, and abuse. Wincoop went to trial in June, claiming self-defense in the murder of Catherine Dean. But the jury didn't buy it, convicting him of second-degree murder, use of a firearm in the commission of a murder, armed burglary, and violation of a protective order.
What was it that made it important to do that thing? Made it so important that you did it?
Because the alternative was suicide, and I'm not like most criminals.
Is it that you're more dangerous, so they have to isolate you? Or you're more vulnerable, so they have to isolate you? Or something else?
I'd say it was both reasons.
How much of the dangerous is a reason? Tell me about the dangerous being part of it.
Well, if I killed somebody, then there's a likelihood that I would kill again.
Do you think there's a likelihood that you'll kill again?
I think they're doing everything in their power to make that unlikely.
Given the opportunity and the means, I suppose, the way they talk about it, should they be worried about you?
I'd say so, yeah.
While working at Oldenburg Clinic in the titular city in northwest Germany in the early 2000s, management noticed an unusual spike of resuscitations and deaths, a large percentage of which occurred when Hagel was on shift. Police investigated and found that in 2005, 73% of deaths could be connected to Hagel's work schedule. In September 2014, Hagel was charged with 3 counts of murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Before he admitted he had committed 30 additional murders, he did so by giving unauthorized injections. 60 patients were successfully resuscitated. In January 2018, prosecutors charged him for killing another 97 people.
On June 6, 2019, Hoggle was sentenced to life in prison. Robert Charles Brown is an American murderer who is currently serving 2 life sentences for the murders of 2 teenage girls in Colorado Springs, Colorado, committed in 1987 and 1991. A few years into his sentence, he sent letters to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in which he claimed to be a serial killer who has killed approximately 48 or 49 people since 1970 across several states. He has claimed to have killed them using a variety of methods ranging from strangulation, shooting, pushing them off high places such as cliffs, stabbing them with items such as screwdrivers and ice picks, and to have dismembered the remains of most of the female victims and later disposed of their remains in isolated areas. Though most of his claims remain uncorroborated, Brown is considered a credible suspect in at least 7 further killings for which he has never been charged. John Edward Robinson is an American serial killer who was found guilty in 2003 for 3 murders committed in and around Kansas City, receiving the death penalty for 2 of them. In 2005, he admitted responsibility for 5 homicides in Missouri as part of a plea bargain to receive multiple life sentences without possibility of parole and avoid more death sentences. Investigators searched a storage facility where Robinson rented 2 garages. They found 3 chemical drums containing corpses. All 5 women were killed in the same way, by 1 or more blows to the head with a blunt instrument. Investigators suspect that more victims remain undiscovered. Because he made contact with most of his post-1993 victims via online chat rooms, Robinson is sometimes referred to as the Internet's first serial killer.
Although not technically a serial killer but a spree killer, Martin Bryant was a cold-blooded Australian killer who committed one of the deadliest mass shootings. On April 28, 1996, he opened fire on dozens of unsuspecting victims at Port Arthur, killing 35 people and injuring 23 more. Bryant shot his victims with a semi-automatic rifle, showing no guilt as he walked through the grounds of the historic fortress, determined to take as many lives as possible.
Guilt? What the hell is that? I can do anything I want, woman.
What would you do if you got out of prison?
I'm out of prison. I get out every day. I get out in these guys every day. I get out all over. I'm everywhere. I know you're going to lock everywhere up. I'm everywhere, man. I'm all things.
The Cook County State's Attorney's Office tonight denying reports that there is an investigation underway to find an accomplice to the murders of those 27 people, their bodies found at the home of John Gacy. Those reports are being spurred by statements of Jeff Rignall, who says Gacy drugged and sexually molested him at the Gacy home. Gacy himself scheduled to appear tomorrow in court to face the charges in connection with the Rignall case, but it's doubtful that he will be in court. The ramifications of the mass murder tonight continue to spread even to people totally unrelated to Gacy, his house, or those he had dealings with. The side effects now reaching into Chicago's community of clowns. And tonight they offer insight into John Gacy by analyzing the way he put on his clown makeup. They say the lines forming his mouth are not rounded but pointed, giving a harsh, mean look. Only a true clown could notice that.
Angelo Buono Jr., the Hillside Stranglers, Angelo Buono Jr. and his cousin, Kenneth Bianchi, raped and murdered 10 girls and women by strangulation and other methods, carbon monoxide poisoning, electric shock, and lethal injection, in a 4-month period between 1977 to 78. Buono was apprehended in 1979 and died in prison in 2002 while serving a life sentence. How brutal. Ed Gain, the butcher of Plainfield. Number of victims, 10 plus. Final result, respiratory and heart failure due to cancer. Edward Theodore Gain was a murderer and body snatcher who was also known as the butcher of Plainfield. He confessed to killing Mary Hogan in 1954 and Bernice Worden in 1957. It was also found that he had exhumed corpses from local graveyards to make artifacts from the bones and skin. When police entered his house, they found Horton's decapitated body hanging upside down by her legs, all her internal organs removed. There were also many human bones, bowls made of human skulls, masks made from the skin of heads, fingernails, etc. He was found to be mentally unstable and sent to a mental asylum, where he died of cancer on July 26, 1984.
I killed, basically, 100 people when I was a young man, before I even knew anybody. Too much. One part of my life, I killed people for nothing. Just for somebody to look at me wrong, I would kill them.
Francisco Del Junco is a Cuban-American serial killer who killed and subsequently burned the corpses of 4 Miami prostitutes during a period of around 8 months. Del Junco was convicted of all 4 murders, and given a life sentence for each of them. From August 1995 to March 1996, a total of 4 crack cocaine-addicted black prostitutes were beaten up, killed with metal pipes and their bodies burned with gasoline afterwards in Miami's Alapatin neighborhood. They were Vita Hicks, 43, Diane Nelms, 44, Cheryl Ray, 37, and Janice Cox, 37. All of them were lured with the promise of free drugs and sex, with their upper torsos being lit on fire after they were killed. John Straffen was an English serial killer who killed 2 young girls in the summer of 1951. On July 15, 1951, Straffen saw Brenda Goddard gathering flowers and offered to show her a better place. He lifted Brenda over a fence, after which she fell and hit her head on a stone. She was unconscious when he strangled her. On August 8, Straffen was at the cinema when he met 9-year-old Cicely Batstone. He then went on a bus to the outskirts of Bath. There he murdered her by strangulation. Straffen killed his 3rd victim after escaping from the mental hospital where he was being held for the first 2 murders. Straffen's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. John Straffen died at Franklin Prison in 2007 at the age of 77. He had been in prison for a British record of 55 years and is currently the longest-serving prisoner in British legal history.
Jack the Ripper. The identity of Jack the Ripper still remains a mystery, but we do know that he murdered at least 5 women in or near the Whitechapel district of London's East End between August and November 1888. It is likely that the number of women that died at his hands is much higher than this. In each of the murders in this case, the woman's throat was cut and then the body was mutilated in a way that suggested an understanding of anatomy by the murderer. Whilst he wasn't the first serial killer in the UK, he remains the most notorious, as the case is the most significant unsolved crime in the country.
Adam Lane, the highway killer. His first victim was Darlene Eval, who lived near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. She was stabbed and killed on July 13, 2007. At the time she was talking on the telephone in the backyard, Lane stabbed her to death while her family was inside the house. Lane's second victim was a woman named Patricia Brooks, whom he stabbed on July 17, 2007 in York County, Pennsylvania. She survived. His third victim was a woman in New Jersey by the name of Monica Massaro. He stabbed and killed her a day before he committed his final crime. He broke into a house on July 30, 2007, and attacked a 15-year-old girl with a knife. Her parents awoke to the sounds of her struggling. Her father was able to subdue Lane and wrestle the knife he was carrying away from him. Chelmsford police were contacted, arrived at the scene and arrested him. Joseph Danks, known as the Koreatown Slasher, is an American serial killer who killed 6 homeless men in January 1987 in Los Angeles, Koreatown. The first known victim was Christopher Fursblade, age 40, found dead on January 6. 8 days later the slasher killed Isaac Davis, then 55-year-old John Coble. Less than 3 hours later, a John Doe victim in his early 40s was slain on January 16. But the killer missed his mark the next day, leaving Almond Lord alive. another near miss with 58-year-old James Lyons, but he killed his second John Doe in a downtown alley, then followed by witnesses and cornered by police. The suspect dropped his knife, submitting to arrest. Danks confessed to the series of stabbings after his knife blade was matched to the wounds of his victims. Danks remains incarcerated on death row at San Quentin State Prison. On February 24, 1986, the body of Sherry Rasmussen was found in the apartment she shared with her husband, John Ruetten, in Van Nuys, California, United States. She had been beaten and shot 3 times in a struggle. She had defensive wounds and a bruise on her face that appeared to have been inflicted by the muzzle of a gun. The gun had been fired through a quilted blanket. Rasmussen's father believed that LAPD officer Stephanie Lazarus, who maintained a relationship with Ruetten, was a crime suspect. A bite mark on Rasmussen's arm eventually led to Lazarus, by then herself a detective. The DNA sample from a cup she had thrown away was matched to the bite mark. Lazarus was convicted of the murder in 2012 and is serving a sentence of 27 years to life for first-degree murder at the California Institution for Women in Corona.
Dahmer's father, Lionel, sat in the courtroom beside his second wife, Sherry, stunned by what he heard.
No one softened the blow for us. No one told us, no one prepared us with any of these details. How could this be? How could I have not known about it?
Dahmer's crimes seemed to be devastating proof of insanity. What else could explain the actions of a man who had sex with the dead, dismembered their bodies, preserved their skulls, and ate their flesh?
Just a knife. A butcher knife, you cut it around the bone and a little slice here, a little slice there, and wrap it, ship it.
Do you understand that most people can't imagine doing that to a human?
Sure. I can understand that a great deal. I can't understand why I can.
Did you have to cultivate that ability, or is that natural for you?
I don't know.
Alexander Bychkov is a Russian serial killer convicted for the murder of 9 men in Volynski, Penza Oblast. Between 2009 and 2012, Bychkov described in his personal diary how he killed 11 men and confessed to cannibalizing organs and body parts of his victims. He would lure victims to his home or another secluded place where he would kill them with a hammer or knife, and then dismembered the corpses. The remains were buried in the backyard of his house or in the city's rubbish dump. The first dismembered corpse was found in the spring of 2010. In September of the same year, 2 more dismembered corpses were found. Upon being questioned by police, Bychkov claimed that he ate livers, hearts, and muscles of his victims. Bychkov was sentenced to life imprisonment at FKU, IK5, on the island of Onyeny in the Vologda region of Russia. The Sydney mutilator, William MacDonald, was an English serial killer responsible for the deaths of 5 people in the Australian states of Queensland and New South Wales. MacDonald was born in Liverpool, England in 1924. Between 1961 and 1962, MacDonald terrorized Sydney with a string of gruesome murders before being apprehended while working as a porter at Melbourne's Spencer Street railway station on May 13, 1963. His modus operandi was to select his male victims at random, mostly derelicts, lure them into a dark place, violently punch and stab them with a long blade knife dozens of times about the head and neck, and finally sever their genitals. Due to his gruesome style of murdering victims, he was given the nickname, the Mutilator.
The man about to drag Wood away was Jerome Brudos, a sadistic serial killer with a fetish for high-heel shoes, which Wood was wearing that day. He killed at least 3 other women using torture devices.
What's so alarmingly remarkable, that's just so sad, is how expendable his victims are. They're nothing more than a Q-tip, lead out of a pencil, a battery that when it's used, you just throw it away.
The victims of serial murder tend to be the vulnerable: women, children, the homeless, prostitutes, hitchhikers, the poor.
What these people are doing is murder. It's plain, simple, gory, awful, terrible murder of more than one form at a time. It's not one gunshot. It's strangling, it's stabbing, it's mutilation. It's all of those things combined.
There's no magic about being a serial killer. There's nothing that they're all powerful and they're mystical. These are human beings. These are people who have very serious, fatal flaws about them.
I think the society has a difficulty understanding and putting a person like a serial killer into a framework.
Known as the Donnybrook serial killer, Zico murdered 18 people and attempted to murder another 11 over a period of 2 years in the rural Natal Midlands town of Donnybrook in South Africa. All his victims were between 20 and 30. His modus operandi was to kick open the door of his victim's house, shoot the men in the head and drag the women to nearby plantations where he would rape them repeatedly, sometimes for as long as 5 hours, then kill them. If they resisted, he would shoot them first and commit necrophilia. Mike Lengway, 21, was arrested on September 29, 1995. On January 7, 1997, a High Court judge sentenced 23-year-old Zico to 140 years in prison, including 5 life sentences for a 6-month rape and murder rampage. Jeffrey Dahmer, the ninth of 17 murders. On September 24th, 3 weeks after Miller's murder, Dahmer ran into David Thomas at the Grand Avenue Mall. Dahmer offered him money if he would pose for pictures and encouraged him to pay a visit to his flat for a few drinks. It's believed that he went with him back to Dahmer's home in West Allis, Wisconsin. Thomas was beaten, strangled, and mutilated. Photographs of his dismembered body were discovered. He captured images of the dismemberment procedure and kept them, which helped Thomas be recognized. However, his actual remains were never found. Larry Dean Bright, also known as the Bone Crusher, is an American serial killer responsible for the deaths of at least 8 women between the ages of 30 to 41 in central Illinois. Not long after 2000, Bright began to spend a great deal of free time around sex workers, taking particular interest in African American women. The murders occurred between July 2003 and October 2004, in Peoria and Tazewell County, Illinois. His nickname derives from his purported propensity for burning his victims' bodies, before crushing their bone fragments with a hammer. After confessing to his crimes in May 2005, he was convicted of 8 counts of murder. Bright will serve 100% of his sentences of natural life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kristen Gilbert is an American serial killer who was convicted for 3 first-degree murders, 1 second-degree murder, and 2 attempted murders of patients admitted for care at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. She killed her patients by injecting them with epinephrine, causing them to have heart attacks. Although other nurses noticed the high number of deaths on Gilbert's watch, they passed it off and jokingly called her the Angel of Death. In 1996, 3 nurses reported their concern about an increase in cardiac arrest deaths and a decrease in the supply of epinephrine. An investigation ensued. Gilbert telephoned in a bomb threat to attempt to derail the investigation. VA hospital staff members speculate that Gilbert may have been responsible for 80 or more deaths and over 300 medical emergencies. She was sentenced to life in prison without the chance for parole plus 20 years.
I would move heaven, hell, and anything in between to get to you. You wouldn't be safe anywhere if I was mad at you. And that's not bull, Dip, that's truth. I've went up against people. You could pull a gun on me, and if I'm mad at you, I'm coming forward. You'd have to shoot me to stop me. And if you don't kill me, you're stupid. So next time you see me, I will kill you.
Learning more tonight about the deaths of two little girls in Lycoming County. Marie Snyder and Echo Butler were formally arraigned today on homicide charges 2 months after their arrest. It's in connection with the deaths of Snyder's two daughters, 3-year-old Jasmine and 6-year-old Nicole Snyder. Their remains were unearthed in November from the yard of Snyder's Livermore Road home in Hepburn Township. Investigators say the girls had been abused and starved to death several years ago. Snyder and Butler face nearly 24 charges each. Butler's mother, Michelle Butler, faces third-degree murder charges. All 3 women are jailed tonight without bail.
He held unreasonable grudges and would sometimes stalk his victims for days.
How much would somebody have to humiliate you before you'd become obsessed with killing them?
It would be the degree he humiliated me. If it were not much, and it would be the time. It would be how my attitude was. If I was jumpy or edgy, it wouldn't take much.
Ted Bundy broke into Linda Ann Healy's apartment in the early morning, knocked her unconscious, then clothed her body and carried her out to his car. She was never seen again, but part of her skull was discovered years later at one of the locations where Bundy dumped his bodies.
I said, you're gonna have to learn this lesson. And I just held her by the shoulder and I popped her in the head twice. And, you know, she moved her head the wrong way and I snapped her nose. And she fell down and I just walked away. She said I struck her about 20 times, but she was unconscious before she hit the ground. Well, the fact that she got me put in prison, she knows that the bullshit she pulled, the only way to keep from sending her front teeth flying out her asshole is to have me behind this glass. Because she's a bitch, and she deserved to have the shit knocked out of her, but you know what the hell.
How long did it take?
I don't really know. Didn't look at my watch, so I really couldn't say. You know, I kept him a while. I actually felt him die.
Did you like that?
Didn't do anything. But I mean, I did feel him die. I felt him go limp.
And you got your relief?
Yes.
John Eric Armstrong is an American serial killer and rapist nicknamed Baby Doll, and Opie. He was active for 8 years between 1992 to 1999. Researchers believe Armstrong murdered 11 women. On April 10, 2000, police found the bodies of 3 strangled prostitutes in a railroad yard in southwest Detroit. Armstrong pleaded guilty to the deaths of Robin Brown, 20, Rosemary Feld, 32, and Monica Johnson, 31. Armstrong also pleaded guilty to 1 assault charge and no contest to another assault. A 3rd assault and unarmed robbery case was dismissed as part of a plea bargain. Ultimately, he was sentenced to life in prison. All of the victims' bodies were found strangled to death and left in sexually provocative positions in Detroit, Michigan.
A guilty verdict and a 4th murder conviction for a man who once said he wanted to be a serial killer. 46-year-old Leo Boatman, he was convicted by a jury in the deadly stabbing of a fellow inmate at Florida State Prison in Bradford County. Well, Boatman's accomplice in that crime was William Wells, who earned the nickname the Monster of Mayport after murdering 5 people in his Mayport home in 2003. Wells was sentenced to death last May. Boatman's sentence will be decided by a judge, not the jury that convicted him. That's at his lawyer's request. Boatman was previously convicted of killing 2 college students on a campus trip back in 2006. Now, he was convicted of killing a different cellmate back in 2010. This is the first time he has faced the death penalty.
Honor among thieves? There's no such thing. You see, because I was put in prison by a man I knew 30 years, and I liked him. Big mistake. I had 1 friend too many. I'm now serving multi-life sentence because of my 1 friend. And he's the only friend I didn't kill.
I am probably the loneliest person in the world because I have nothing I care for. And I can't make any friends to have any kind of a relationship or So I've lost everything. I've lost everything I ever cared for, everything I ever wanted. It's down the toilet.
David Edward Most was an American serial killer known as Crazy Dave. Most killed and molested teenage boys. He was arrested in 2003 when the bodies of 3 boys were found in the concrete floor of his basement in Hammond, Indiana. He was previously sentenced to 4 years for the manslaughter and larceny in the murder of a 13-year-old boy in Germany where Most was stationed while in the army. Most made parole in 1977, arrested again in 1979 and later released in 1981. The same year, Most was convicted again and served 17 years in prison before his release in 1999. In 2006, Most committed suicide by hanging himself in his jail cell after his latest conviction in 2005. Jail workers found a suicide note in his cell in which he confessed to 5 killings and apologized to the victims' families. Most was 51 years old. Dagmar Overby was a Danish serial killer known as the Angel Maker. Overby murdered between 9 and 25 children between 1913 and 1920. She was working as a professional child caretaker, caring for babies born outside of marriage. She would strangle, drown, and burn child victims to death in her masonry heater. Some corpses that were not cremated were hidden in the loft of her home. Dagmar was convicted of murdering at least one of her biological children. She was also known to abuse drugs. In 1921 she was sentenced to death. The sentence was later commuted to life in prison. Dagmar Overby died on May 6, 1929, age 42, of natural causes at Vester Fangsel, Vester Prison in Copenhagen, capital city of Denmark. Body in the Garden Killer. Gay Oaks is one of the country's most infamous killers. After lacing her de facto partner Doug Gardner's coffee with sleeping pills, she buried his body in the backyard of their home in Sydenham, Christchurch. Gardner was listed as a missing person until police received a tip-off 14 months later and discovered his body. Oaks, who had 4 children with Gardner, was convicted of murder in September 1994 and sentenced to life. She was released 8 years later when the parole board accepted the defense of battered women's syndrome. Gardner's sister Wendy Johnston said that the family was still very angry. She did not believe Oaks should be able to live a normal life. While in jail, Oaks wrote of Gardner's abusive and violent behavior. The book angered Gardner's family. Oaks was released in 2002.
Do you miss women?
Certainly. My goodness, yeah, damn right. Yeah.
What do you think of women?
Oh, I like them. Yeah, they're nice. They're put together well and everything, and they're soft and spongy. Yeah, they're nice. As long as they keep their mouth shut and do what they're supposed to do.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what a woman's supposed to do.
Keep her mouth shut and do what she's supposed to do?
Sure.
If I had a choice, and of course you has already said to me we all have choices. Maybe we do. At the time I didn't seem to have one. But if I could have, I would like to be different than what I am. I would have liked to be different than what I was, yes. It would be better. It would have been better for me. I would have liked to have had a better outlook on life. But I can't change yesterday.
Believe it or not, there are a lot of people on the outside that think about the possibility of you coming out of here, and they're genuinely scared.
Oh boy, I might just make dust. Everything terrible. One little guy, terrible. Ooh. Boy, how insecure are we as human beings? Put all our fear on one little guy. You're afraid to let him out. He might break all the toys.
Steve Wright, the Suffolk Strangler, not the most prolific killer with a body count of 5 young women, but all his victims were killed in the last couple of months of 2006. The victims, all sex workers, were strangled, stripped, and left deliberately displayed in the Suffolk countryside. Convicted in 2008 and currently serving a life sentence, he has not been ruled out of investigations into other killings.
You're all here because of me today, of what I did. My actions were because of what I chose to do. I could not stop myself, but I am the one who led to why we are here today. I am a really bad person. I have done terrible things that no one should ever do. I have lied, been not trustworthy. I've hurt many people, and that's what I've done. So, thank you, Your Honor.
All 10 shots are directly into the head. Any one of those 10 would have been fatal. So the fact that 10 shots were fired is very much a case of overkill. It really indicates a savagery which you just don't often come across.
Kuklinski's favorite way of disposing of bodies was putting them in barrels. But with a 6-foot, 300-pound George Maliband, it wasn't easy.
So when I got him in, I had a problem with one leg. I had a hell of a problem with the leg, I'll tell you. No matter what I did, I couldn't get that leg in there.
They tell me that you've been attacked tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're here to help. We need...
My wife and I,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should have tried to protect them all, but I panicked after we were attacked.
That's all right, Andrew. That's all right.
No, it's not. I panicked. I should have stayed. I'm sorry.
You okay?
Tell me, please.
I'm not sure at the moment, Andrew. I can't say. I'm not sure how she is.
Please tell me. I came up to help her.
I'm not sure, Andrew.
So all of your injuries are from a fall, mate? You haven't been struck by anything, you haven't been stabbed or shot at, or
I was
bitten, or...
I was hit.
What were you hit with?
I don't know, something hard and a fist and...
Yeah. By a male or by a female, or...?
Male.
Did you know the guy?
No, I didn't know.
The other thing that I think is true about you is another personality style, where I think it's fair to say that you've got the features of what we call a paranoid personality disorder. The general rule for someone who is paranoid is to trust no one, let no one get too close to you, and to never forgive anyone who does you wrong. If somebody criticizes them, they're quick to respond with anger or to counterattack. If somebody humiliates them, then they must have revenge. About 1 to 2% of the population has the paranoid personality disorder. About 2 to 3% of males and 1% of females have the antisocial personality disorder. And then there's a smaller group that has both. And it was having both that allows you to have this career that you've had.
I appreciate you taking the time and explaining this to me.
Joseph Donald Tour is an American serial killer who murdered at least 3 women and 3 children in Minnesota from 1978 to 1980. On December 15, 1978, he broke into the home of 36-year-old Alice Ewing in Clearwater. She was shot to death by Tour before he went to her children's beds, tying all 4 of them up and shooting them. On May 8, 1979, 18-year-old Marlis N. Molenhos was returning home and upon entering, Tour, who was waiting, beat her with a blunt instrument and sexually assaulted her. Meryl's mother discovered her body. On September 26, 1980, Tour abducted 19-year-old Diane Edwards while she was walking home from her job as a waitress. He took her to the nearby woods, where he sexually assaulted and stabbed her to death. He is serving multiple life sentences at Stillwater State Prison.
It was from him that Kuklinski learned how effective violence could be.
What's the worst beating you ever took from your old man?
I don't think there's much difference in any of them. They were all pretty bad. He left his mark on me, pretty much.
And he did most of that before you were, what, 11?
Yes, I was young.
And was that worse when he was drinking?
The officers in question came in contact with Jeffrey Dahmer in May while responding to a battery call. At the time, Dahmer told police the 14-year-old was not a child but an adult and that the two were lovers. Police returned the boy to Dahmer's custody. Dahmer now says he killed the boy minutes later.
Roger Kipp was an American serial killer and rapist, known as the I-5 Strangler. Kipp killed 7 women between 1977 and 1987, 6 along I-5 near Sacramento, and 1 in Walnut Creek, California. Kipp kidnapped his victims, bound, duct taped the mouths and cut open their clothes in irregular shapes with scissors that had belonged to his mother. Kipp also cut off most of the hair of his victims to remove the duct tape. Sometimes he garroted his victims with the parachute cord with which he skydived. Then, he raped them and strangled them to death. It took detectives 34 years to find the body of one of his victims. Kipp was sentenced to life imprisonment in 1991. In 2021, Roger Reese Kipp was strangled to death in his cell while still in prison. On September 9, 1996, Ivonets abducted 16-year-old Sophia Silva from her front yard in Spotsylvania County. Her decomposed body was found a month later in a creek off State Route 3 in King George County. On May 1, 1997, Ivonets abducted sisters Kristen, 15, and Connie Lisk, 12, from their front lawn. He sexually assaulted and strangled them, dumping their bodies in the South Anna River. Their bodies were found 5 days later. On June 24, 2002, Ivonets abducted 15-year-old Kara Chamberlain from a friend's yard in South Carolina after holding a gun to her head and then forcing her into a plastic bin. He took her to his apartment, raped her and tied her to his bed. She was able to free herself while he was asleep, escape, and identify him to the police. Ivonets fled after finding her gun and was tracked by police to Sarasota, Florida. As they surrounded him, he shot himself.
Your mother. Tell me about your mother. What did your mother tell you? My mother told me when she worked on death row and they took that dude in to hang him and his head popped off and went down them 13 stairs and rolled over by her. It scared the you know, so I said, wow, that sure is a far out trip, Mom.
The deadliest known serial killer of all time is Louis Garavito, or simply the Beast. Believed to have killed over 300, he was sentenced to 1,835 years in prison.
We're sitting in the van, I'm in the driver's seat, Georgie boy was over here. In the next seat, which was, you know, just like that. And I went pop, 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 and then I went pop, pop. And I could see the material moving on his jacket as these things. Actually, they made little marks on it, on the jacket. I guess they were burn marks. So. Crossbow, I just popped the guy in the forehead with it. Actually, it was just seeing if it would work.
What was he doing at the time?
Looking at me?
Well, was he sitting down or were you standing over him? Or?
No, he actually bent down to look in the car window like I was asking him directions. I didn't know the man.
Dorothea Helen Puente, aka the Death House Landlady, was an American convicted serial killer. She was an elderly woman who opened a boarding house in Sacramento. She was also poisoning her elderly and mentally disabled residents and hoarding their social security checks. Police investigated her home in 1988 and discovered body parts buried in the backyard. Puente had used sleeping pills to put her tenants to sleep, then suffocated them, and hired convicts to dig the holes in her yard. Puente fled, but was later apprehended at a hotel in Los Angeles and tried for 9 murders. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after she was found guilty on 2 counts first-degree murder and 1 count of second-degree murder. Puente died at the age of 82 while incarcerated at Central California Women's Facility.
I was no longer longer tied down, the freedom that I felt. And I looked at that I was releasing them from that bondage that would hold them down till they died.
It's very hard to see a clear sexual motive in most of Harvey's murders. I would suggest that power, domination, the sense of being able to get away with murder repeatedly, the sense of superiority to the world, goes a long way to accounting for crimes for that.
Ion Rumuri was a Romanian serial killer dubbed the Vampire of Bucharest, killing 4 women and attacking more than 10 others between 1970 and 1971. Rumuri's modus operandi was cutting off clothes, biting off flesh, dragging his victims, and hacking away at them with his weapons, also raping them while they were unconscious. He showed signs of vampirism. He poked several holes into the flesh of Florica Marcu, a survivor who later related how he sucked blood out of them. Cannibalism was also present. He would bite women's pubic areas and breasts, and missing pieces of flesh were no longer found at the crime scenes. He had necrophiliac tendencies, continuing his rapes after his victims had died, and also beating and stabbing their corpses. On October 23, 1971, Rumuri was executed.
Hey, you a son of a bitch. You, yeah, come over here. What you gonna do? I'll kick your ass. Minute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men against 1. Hey, man, what you do with the cameraman when you take a picture now, man? Now you're about to take it, motherfucker. Wait.
No, that's not unusual at all.
I was a person who was able to hurt somebody at any given time with no remorse. And who could do it over and over again without it bothering them.
Did you think of yourself as an assassin?
Assassin. Sounds so exotic. I was just a murderer.
Did you have to cultivate that ability, or is that natural for you?
I don't know. I don't recall. I did it. I don't recall when I started doing it or why, or the feeling I had when I did it.
Jeffrey Dahmer told me that when he cut bodies apart, it repelled him. He found it horrible. He had to get himself drunk to overcome that natural revulsion.
Sergei Fedorovich Tikik was a Ukrainian police officer and serial killer who was convicted for the killings of 37 women and girls in the Soviet Union and Ukraine between 1980 and 2005. In 1984, young women and girls began to disappear across eastern Ukraine. His victims aged between 8 and 18 were raped, suffocated, and their corpses were sexually defiled. Tikik used his knowledge of criminal investigation procedure to mislead policemen investigating his killings. In August 2005, he attended the funeral of one of his victims. Children also in attendance claimed to have seen him with the victim shortly before her death. He was arrested and admitted to his crimes, claiming to have killed over 100 people and demanded the death penalty. Tikik was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 37 women and girls over more than 2 decades.
We told her, June, you better go home. Street's not safe anymore, and you should get off the street. That's what we're doing here. And she just laughed. She says, no, man, I'm staying out. I'm having a good time. I'm rolling tonight. It's okay. So we drove on and we went to do something else with relation to the Shawcross investigation. And then we found out that was her last night on the streets. And apparently he got her, I would say, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour after we talked to her.
Gary Ray Bowles, the I-95 killer, was an American serial killer who was executed in 2019 for the murders of 6 men in 1994. Bowles killed his first known victim, John Hardy Roberts, age 59, who had offered him a place to live. Bowles beat and strangled him to death. Over the next 6 months, Bowles murdered 4 other men. He would prostitute himself to his victims before beating and strangling them and stealing their credit cards. On November 22, 1994, Bowles was arrested for the murder of Walter Jamily Hinton in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, and confessed to all 6 murders. Bowles told police that following his 1991 release from prison he had moved in with a girlfriend. She became pregnant but then had an abortion. After she learned that Bowles was a sex worker, he told police that he blamed gay men for the abortion, and this led him to becoming a murderer.
And when you swung that hammer the first time, did you swing it hard? I mean, was this a big swing from over your head?
Edward Edwards was an American serial killer known for committing the Sweetheart murders. In 1955, Edwards escaped from a jail in Akron, Ohio. He robbed gas stations around the country and was on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list in 1961. He was imprisoned and later paroled in 1967, publishing a book titled Metamorphosis of a Criminal in 1972. Edwards shot a young couple in 1977. He stabbed and strangled another couple in 1980. He was arrested in Louisville, Kentucky for the 1980 Sweetheart murders. Edwards died on April 7, 2011, months prior to his bilethal injection execution set for August 31st for shooting his foster son in a 1996 insurance murder. Edwards shot him twice in the face, killing him, and left his body. Yukio Yamaji was a Japanese serial killer who killed his 50-year-old mother with a metal baseball bat in Yamaguchi City, Yamaguchi Prefecture at age 16 on July 29, 2000. He called the police and was arrested on July 31, 2000, imprisoned, and then paroled in 2003. 2005 on November 17, Yamaji raped and murdered a 27-year-old woman and her 19-year-old sister with a knife. In Naniwa, Osaka, he then set fire to their apartment and fled. He was arrested on December 5, 2005. While in custody, he stated to the Osaka police, "I could not forget the feeling when I killed my mother, and wanted to see human blood." He was sentenced to death. He was executed in 2009. The Eastbound Strangler is an unidentified serial killer, believed to be responsible for the murders of 4 women near Atlantic City, New Jersey in 2006. 4 dead bodies of women, identified as prostitutes, were found in a drainage ditch filled with shallow water on November 20, 2006. Behind the Golden Key Motel on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, situated on the outskirts of Atlantic City, New Jersey. All of them were placed face down, in a row, facing east, about 60 feet apart from each other. They were clothed except for having their shoes and socks removed. They were believed to have been strangled to death. There was thought to be a possible connection to the Long Island serial killer, but investigators later ruled it out. There were suspects early in the investigation, but those persons of interest would eventually fade to nothingness. August 22, 1982, 11-year-old Richard Stetson disappeared near his home in Portland, Maine. His body was found the next morning. He had been strangled, then stabbed several times in the chest. Bite marks on the body were inflicted by a set of human teeth. Danny Everly, age 13, was delivering newspapers in Bellevue, Nebraska, when he vanished on the morning of September 18, 1983. When found, he was partially stripped. He had been stabbed repeatedly, then dumped. Detectives noticed bite marks on the body and his ankles had been bound before he died. On December 2, 12-year-old Christopher Walden disappeared while walking to school in Papillion, Nebraska, stabbed repeatedly. His corpse was found 2 days later. Serial killer John Juvir was eventually arrested and executed on July 17, 1996 by the electric chair in Nebraska.
Yeah. And that wasn't even one I wanted to do.
Do you think that what they did was a capital offense?
What they did? You mean playing with me?
Yeah.
Well, they could have killed me. Well, they ran me off the road and I died.
Bad behavior, no argument. Reckless endangerment.
Jeffrey Dahmer tried to zombify his victims. According to a 1992 report, Dahmer performed lobotomies on some victims' corpses, drilling holes in their heads, and pouring in hydrochloric acid. While they were still alive, he reportedly injected muriatic acid to see if he could keep them under his control.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the 16th of 17 murders. Oliver Lacey moved to Milwaukee from Chicago. Dahmer introduced himself to Lacey as a professional photographer and quickly charmed the aspiring bodybuilder. Lacey then went back to Dahmer's home for a photo shoot. Lacey was drugged and strangled with a leather strap. Dahmer had sex with the corpse before dismembering and decapitating him. Dahmer put his head and heart in the refrigerator. His skeleton was retained to adorn one side of the private shrine of skulls and skeletons Dahmer was in the process of creating when arrested 1 week later. Friday, August 26, 1988, 4:30 p.m., Anthony Paul Arkwright attacked his 68-year-old grandfather, stabbing him in the neck, severing an artery and rendering him unconscious, and then murdered him with an axe and a lump hammer. Saturday, August 27, 1988, 3 a.m., he entered the flat of his neighbor, 45-year-old Raymond Ford. He stabbed Mr. Ford over 250 times, plunging the knife into every part of his body. He gutted and disemboweled the corpse with a surgical precision. Sunday, August 28, 1988, Marcus Law was savagely butchered, being stabbed over 70 times, before being left with cigarettes stuck in his mouth and ears. He also had his eyes gouged out and cigarettes placed in the sockets. Arkwright was sentenced to a whole life tariff.
BTK seemed uncatchable. Everyone wondered who he was, where he was, until just a few months ago, when a most unlikely man who'd lived among them all along, Dennis Rader, was arrested.
I am BTK. Yeah, I'm the guy they're after, 100%.
The homeless French cannibal. A suspected and unnamed cannibal killed a 90-year-old in a sleepy southern French village, then pulled his heart and tongue out, with the apparent intention of eating them with white beans. The young 26-year-old homeless man slipped into his victim's house at the edge of the isolated Mulholland hamlet, responding to messages or voices in his head, grabbed a metal object in the barn and smashed the old man's skull, set fire to the body and then extracted his victim's heart and tongue to cook and eat them. Police discovered the charred body of the victim with an open wound clearly visible on his side, and a bit of cooked meat on a plate with white beans taken from the old man's fridge. The schizophrenic French cannibal was caught 3 hours into his rampage. Michael Gargiulo is a convicted serial killer and rapist. He is a native of the Chicago suburb of Glenview, Illinois, where he may have stabbed his neighbor, 18-year-old Tricia Pacaccio, to death on her back doorstep in 1993. He moved to Los Angeles in 1998, and committed 2 murders and attempted murder in Southern California between 2001 and 2008. On February 21, 2001 he murdered 22-year-old Ashley Ellerin, stabbing her 47 times in her home in Hollywood. Ellerin's injuries included a neck wound that nearly severed her head and deep punctures to the chest, stomach, and back. Some of her wounds were up to 6 inches deep. One stab wound actually penetrated the skull and took out a chunk of skull like a puzzle piece.
I'd say it's not hard to kill somebody. You can kill somebody pretty easy if you have the mindset for it. I guess it just opened up a monster, took a mind shit, and I just beat the hell out of him and stuffed his mouth full of dirt and left him. I don't know, I felt alright, you know. There's not really a way to describe it, you know, just, I guess, relief.
Jonathan Wayne Cox is accused of using the power tool to attack another man, cutting him to the bone.
Jonathan Cox was taken to the Franklin County Regional Jail after allegedly striking Billy Hensley with a running chainsaw. Now, we spoke with Billy Hensley earlier today. He didn't want to talk on camera. He had just been released from UK Hospital earlier this afternoon, but he tells me he doesn't know Cox or why Cox would do this to him. Now, Frankfort police were dispatched to Hensley's residence on the 800 block of Fields Avenue in Frankfort at 8 o'clock last night. Police reports say Cox pulled the chainsaw from the back of his truck, fired it up, and swiped Hensley's torso from his left nipple to his shoulder blade. Police say Hensley had a dispute earlier with a neighbor and struck him in the face, and that neighbor happens to be Cox's brother. Now, police are still investigating exactly what happened and if additional charges will be filed.
Human right and a sentencing for me purposes determined over its sentence. And I think the proceedings are a little bit unusual in that respect. He's 83, 99, C. That happened in open court. Mr. Stanley is present. Representative Steve Pearl, the Editor's Office. Mr. Nixon represents the State Attorney's Office.
Carl Panzram, gruesome serial killer. In my lifetime I have murdered 21 human beings. I have committed thousands of burglaries, robberies, larcenies, arsons, and last but not least, I have committed sodomy on more than 1,000 male human beings. For all these things I am not in the least bit sorry. Panzram was proud of the murders he'd committed and only wished he'd managed a few more. He claimed to hate the whole human race and wished he could kill everyone. Brutal.
Matthew James Harris is an Australian serial killer who strangled 3 people in and around Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, Australia, in October and November 1998. Victims were a friend's brother, a female friend, and a male neighbor of Harris. One victim was forced into a bath with Harris, as he strangled her, and held her under the water for up to 4 minutes at a time. Harris overdosed twice on heroin a few days after his last murder, and again in the early hours of December 1, 1998, which led to his arrest. In 1999, Matthew James Harris was sentenced to 28 years in prison. On December 20, 2000, the sentences were substituted for 2 terms of life imprisonment plus an additional 40 years. Taylor Shivasinas, 27, of Green Bay, is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. Shivasinas allegedly decapitated Thyrion during sex, continued to perform sexual acts on his lifeless body, and mutilated his corpse with a serrated bread knife. Shivasinas told the police that they were going to have fun trying to find all of the organs. She stated that a bread knife worked the best because of the serrated blade. She cut up his body with a serrated knife and put his body parts in various containers, including a slow cooker. Officers who responded found a male organ and a severed head inside a bucket in the basement, an upper torso in a storage tote, body fluid, and knives. Shivasinas is being held on a $2 million bond. Corey Dean Morris, an American serial killer known as the Crackhead Killer. Morris was convicted of luring 5 women to a camper, strangling them during sex and dumping their bodies. Morris targeted female sex workers whom he arranged meetings with. During his confessions, Morris claimed all the women had died of a drug overdose, but abruptly changed all of the stories to claim he accidentally strangled them. Morris is reported to have kept the victim's body for some time, committing committing acts of necrophilia on the lifeless bodies. All 5 women were killed in a camper behind a house owned by Morris and their bodies were dumped in nearby alleys or on sidewalks. Morris' uncle was snooping through his trailer when he discovered a maggot-ridden corpse, after which he called the police. Corey Dean Morris was sentenced to death in 2005.
Do you have any feelings for Bundy's parents?
Well, I feel sorry for them in a way, and then in another way, I feel that they should have seen something in his eyes or something somewhere about him to give them a clue that something was wrong.
I've said from the very beginning that somewhere there was a mother with a hurt deeper than mine. And I'd rather have my daughter than that son.
Joshua Allen Wade is an American serial killer who has been convicted of 2 separate murders committed in Alaska in 2000 and 2007, and sentenced to 99 years imprisonment. Wade pled guilty to one of the murders. He killed 16-year-old Jeffrey Davis. His nearly decapitated, mutilated, and castrated body was found the next April in a swamp near the Fort Worth Nature Center and Refuge. On October 12, 1985, Green picked up 28-year-old Betty Jo Monroe, and then drove to the Greens' mobile home in Boyd. There, she was sexually assaulted, stabbed 17 times, struck with a hammer, and one of her breasts was mutilated. Green left the woman's body in a rural area in Flatwood. On November 23rd, Green met 27-year-old Sandra Lorraine Bailey at a club in Fort Worth. Bailey was sexually assaulted at Green's Fort Worth home, stabbed 30 times and bludgeoned with a hammer.
Grandmother and her daughter-in-law, your mother, were 2 women very important in your life, and you killed them both. Could you say what they were like that led them to the same fate?
Same thing that kept them from ever being friends. They were both aggressive, matriarchal women. They'd been the daughters of strong matriarchal women. I still loved my mother, and it's hard for somebody to comprehend that you murder your mother through love. It isn't a rational process. It's a very painful process.
Andrea Yates drowned her 5 young children in the bathtub of their suburban Houston home on June 20th, 2001. Yates, who was 37 years old at the time, suffered from severe postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and schizophrenia. She waited for her husband to go to work. When he was gone, she began to drown her children one by one. After she drowned the children, she called 911 repeatedly and then called her husband and told him to come home from work. Yates was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Yates stated that the children thought she was not a good mother and claiming that her sons were developing improperly. She told her psychiatrist, "It was the seventh deadly sin. My children weren't righteous. They stumbled because I was evil. The way I was raising them, they could never be saved. They were doomed to perish in the fires of hell." Daniel Blank is an American serial killer who killed at least 6 people from 1996 to 1997. In 1997, Blank was arrested on 3 charges of first-degree murder. He has a learning disability that hampers his verbal abilities and understanding of abstract concepts. Blank was diagnosed as having schizoaffective paranoia disorder. He confessed to 6 murders, including a double bludgeoning of an elderly couple. Blank was sentenced to death in 1999. He was granted a new trial in 2006 because of a clerical error during court procedures in Avoyelles Parish in 2000, entered the plea in exchange for the life sentence. The St. John the Baptist Parish District Attorney's Office was seeking the death penalty for Blank in the murder of Joan Brock, a 55-year-old Laplace woman he killed in her backyard. Robert Sylvester Alston, American serial killer who raped and murdered at least 4 women in Greensboro, North Carolina. His first confirmed murder occurred in April 1991 when he strangled 23-year-old Joanne Robinson, a prostitute addicted to crack cocaine. Her naked body was found several blocks from his home. Alston committed his second murder in October of that year, strangling 26-year-old Sharon Martin. He dismembered her corpse and then scattered the remains in various areas of Greensboro. By late November, utility workers found her severed head and one of her hands in a wooded area near the Jackson Middle School. The third murder occurred during the spring of 1992 when the naked and decapitated body of 19-year-old Shanka Warren was discovered by police at a vacant lot near Alston's home. His last confirmed murder took place in December 1993 when he raped and strangled 41-year-old Lois Elizabeth Williams. He dumped her body in the Piedmont National Cemetery.
Between 1978 and 1990, the Russian serial killer Andrei Chikatilo sexually assaulted, murdered, and mutilated more than 50 young women and children. Chikatilo killed his victims by stabbing and slashing them with a knife. One of the youngest was 9 years old.
Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, first murder. During his youth, he began mutilating neighborhood cats and dogs in order to gain a temporary sense of power he felt deprived of at home. This is a young serial killer in the making, practicing what is known as victim selection. Later in life, the brutality develops and they begin to select human beings as their victim. In 1948, when Richard was 13 years old, he got his revenge on the leader of a small neighborhood gang that had been bullying him. After years of torment, Richard snapped and beat Charlie Lane to death with a wooden dowel. After Richard killed him, he cut Charlie's fingers off with a hatchet and pulled his teeth out with pliers to prevent the body from being identified. Richard then went after the rest of Charlie's gang and beat them all nearly to death with an iron rod. In a later interview, he said that this is when he learned that it was better to give than to receive. Jane Toppin was an American serial killer who is known to have committed 12 murders in Massachusetts between 1895 and 1901. She confessed to a total of 31 murders. The killings were carried out in Toppin's capacity as a nurse, targeting patients and their family members. During her residency, Toppin used her patients as guinea pigs in experiments with morphine and atropine. She spent considerable time alone with patients, medicating them to drift in and out of consciousness, and even getting into bed with them. She admitted to have committed the murders to satisfy a sexual fetish, was quoted as saying that her ambition was to have killed more people, helpless people, than any other man or woman who ever lived. She was found not guilty by reason of insanity and committed for life in the Taunton Insane Hospital. She died there on August 17, 1938. At the age of 84. Martin Nick, the Masked Man, is a German serial killer. He wore a mask while killing 3 and sexually assaulting at least 40 children in school camps. He also did some of his activities in private homes and other places. He committed his first act in 1992 and was also known as the Black Man. After his arrest on April 15, 2011, the 40-year-old educator confessed to 3 murders, but is suspected of 2 others. He was sentenced on February 27, 2012 by the State District Court, among other things, for 3 murders to life imprisonment. The court also noted the particular severity of the guilt. Psychological evaluations diagnosed him with a pedophilic disorder and noted that he was not insane and was a continuing danger.
Back in 2019, Fiera Muska visited Broussard at her South Austin apartment, strangled her with a dog leash, put her body in the trunk of her car, and then drove to her boyfriend's Houston area home, where she tried to pass her daughter Margot off as her own. Today, she pleaded guilty to first-degree murder as part of a deal, taking a capital murder charge off the table. She was sentenced to 55 years in prison, though she gets time served for about 3 years already.
Yes, you will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing, Nancy Fox. I'm sorry, sir, I can't understand you. What is your address? 843 South Pershing. That is correct.
On May 19, 1983, Downs shot her 3 children and drove them in a blood-spattered car to Mackenzie Willamette Hospital in Springfield, Oregon. Cheryl, age 7, was already dead. Danny, age 3, was paralyzed from the waist down, and Christy, aged 8, had suffered a disabling stroke. Downs herself had been shot in the left forearm. She claimed that she was carjacked on a rural road near Springfield by a strange man. Investigators and hospital workers became suspicious because they decided that Downs' manner was too calm for a person who had just experienced such a traumatic event. Forensic evidence didn't support Diane's story. She was arrested 9 months after the shooting and sentenced to life in prison plus 50 years. Downs had parole hearings in 2010 and 2020 which were both denied.
Just 17 years old, but police have charged William Scaratco as an adult for the first-degree murder of his own mother.
The 17-year-old son was actually in the residence at the time, and the investigation led them to believe that the son was responsible for the crime.
Police found 45-year-old Elizabeth Scaratco dead in her Glenview Garden apartment Tuesday afternoon. Her accused killer, her son, was sitting in the living room at the time. Earlier this month, a Baltimore County judge sentenced 16-year-old Lewin Powell III to life in prison for beating his mother to death with a baseball bat after an argument over his grades. And as police try to uncover a motive for the Scaratco slaying, neighbors try to digest its gruesome reality.
What can you say with today's, with today's youth? Especially, I mean, this is like the 3rd or 4th family murder in, 2 weeks?
Police say the victim suffered trauma to her upper body, although they're still waiting for autopsy results to see exactly how she was killed.
Were you happy when you found out you weren't going to go to the gas chamber, Charles?
I knew I wasn't going to go to the gas chamber because I hadn't done anything wrong.
You scared to die?
Sometimes I feel I'm scared to live.
Sergei Ryakhovsky was a Soviet-Russian serial killer, convicted for the killing of 19 people in the Moscow area between 1988 and 1993. In June 1988, Ryakhovsky killed a man in Bitsa. The same year he killed 3 men in Izmailovsky Park. The majority of his victims were elderly women, although he also killed 5 men and 2 teenagers. His main methods of killing were stabbing or strangulation, and after the victim had died he mutilated the bodies mainly in the genital area. Some corpses of his victims would have sexual acts performed upon them. Ryakhovsky murdered a 73-year-old man, cut off his head with a hunting knife, and 1 day later returned to cut off his leg. His next victim, a 65-year-old woman, had her abdomen ruptured with a weak pyrotechnical device. He hanged, eviscerated, and then decapitated his penultimate victim, a 16-year-old boy, with a knife. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Jeffrey Dahmer, the 15th of 17 murders. Just days after Dahmer killed 20-year-old Matthew Turner, he met Weinberger in Chicago. The two then took a Greyhound bus to Milwaukee to spend the weekend together. However, Weinberger's weekend getaway quickly went south after Dahmer drugged him and injected boiling water through his skull. The injection put Weinberger into a coma. He died 2 days later.
I had one friend too many. I'm now serving multi-life sentences because of my one friend. And he's the only friend I didn't kill.
Did you think of yourself as an assassin?
Assassin. Sounds so exotic.
A man who was just released from prison after serving more than 30 years for murdering 2 pregnant women is actually back in jail, accused of murdering his wife. Joseph Wingard was released from prison in Illinois in January. He'd been serving time for the murders of those 2 pregnant women in the 1990s. Then in June, someone found Wingard's wife, Lene Williams, shot in the abdomen at her home. She died at the hospital. Police say Wingard had been on the run until last Saturday night when he turned himself in. Wingard faces a first-degree murder charge.
That's it. She was never touched again after that.
In 1982, Lucas and Becky were traveling alone when she began to argue with him. In the course of the argument, she slapped Henry Lee. His reaction was swift and unthinking. He stabbed her to death and regretted it.
The day she slapped me was just like the day Mom slapped me. So fast that there just wasn't no stopping it. That's one of the deaths that's bothered me the most in any of them at all.
You are religious in your own way.
Sure. In my way, I have respect for holy men. They're good men on the earth. Ristad is a good man. There's a lot of good men that I've met in my life that I have much respect for.
He is perhaps the most famous serial killer of recent times. No, it's not Harvey, Bundy, or Dahmer. It's Lecter, Dr. Hannibal Lecter.
I think the media and the news and entertainment media have created the idea of what a serial killer is, and believe me, he is not Hannibal Lecter.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
This is high crime here, right? And it has been for about three or 4 years, and it'll be high crime. God knows how long it'll be high crime. But there are certain men, you know, that can just take a certain amount of this, and after 5, 6, or 7 years of this pace, it's got to get to you. There's no way.
I would see the blankness come over it. I'd watch him die. I just didn't shoot him and walk away. I saw the surprise, the shock, the blank. Psst. They're gone. And all I saw was my reflection. But that's it.
Dmitry Bakshiv and his wife Natalia, accused of serving a stuffed and decorated human head as dinner, and pickling human remains in jars after luring their victims from dating sites. Dmitry lost his mobile phone, on which there were pictures of him with human remains, even holding a severed human hand in his mouth. The phone was later found by road workers and immediately reported to the police. Police also discovered a picture dating back to 1999 that showed a human face being prepared as a dish, surrounded by oranges. Natalia Bakshiva was sentenced to 10 years in a penal colony, and 1.5 years in prison. Dmitry Bakshiv was sentenced to 12 years and 2 months in a maximum security prison. On February 16, 2020, Dmitry Bakshiv died of untreated type 1 diabetes while in custody.
So I shot him. Hung up the phone and walked away. I am just a hard-working expediter of sorts. I looked at myself as a person who did something that somebody wanted done, and they paid me a good price.
Some of the bodies had bruises. That depends where I dragged them. I didn't pick them up. I only picked up one and deposited her about maybe 400 feet from the road. But the other ones I just dragged by the hair back into the brush or wherever.
If I knocked them down and stepped over them, that's why you see it doesn't bother me. I don't care to hurt anybody. It does nothing for me. Killing someone else.
But you could never get a feeling out of it.
I never got one, no. It was disappointing. That's when I figured I must be crazy. Because I figured someone should have some kind of...
So I think you got to be this kind of antisocial, psychopathic person, both by getting Stanley's genes and having Stanley's parenting and your mother's cold, standoffish way of treating you. And the difference between the people who grow up to be risk-taking good guys with white hats and the people who grow up to be risk-taking bad guys with a long, long rap sheet and a lot of crimes has to do with how their parents raised them.
You just told me a couple of minutes ago that out of 47 years, you've spent 34 of them behind bars. Now, if that isn't putting your hand in the fire, I don't know what is.
What year was that?
The year is not important. What's important is you just say that you learn by pain not to experience again. Don't put your hand back in the fire. Why you've been in and out of prisons for the last, for 34 of your 47 years? You call that normal behavior, Charles? Is that something that you're proud of?
No, never. Well, I never thought I was normal. Never tried to be normal.
In Los Angeles today, the man police call the Night Stalker was formally charged with one of the 16 murders authorities claim he has committed. 25-year-old Richard Ramirez is innocent until proven guilty by the state, but he could face the death penalty if he is convicted for last May's murder of a man in Monterey Park. Ramirez also has been charged with 7 lesser crimes ranging from sexual assault to burglary.
Harrison Cookie Monster grab. In 1987, Harrison's apartment in Philadelphia was raided by police and they found the remains of 7 women. He told the police the bodies had been there when he first moved in, but later confessed to accidentally strangling them all during sex whilst he was under the influence of drugs. He had a Cookie Monster toy that he would sleep with, and his defense claimed he had 3 personalities: Frank, a drug addict and murderer; Junior, a 2-year-old who could not be without the Cookie Monster; and Marty, a likable handyman who was compliant with the police. His defense that he suffered from multiple personality disorder was rejected by a judge, and he was convicted of all 7 murders and 7 charges of desecrating a corpse. Due to his low IQ and mental illness suffered during his early years, he managed to skip the death penalty, and behind bars, he became an ordained minister. Jeffrey Dahmer, the 17th of 17 murders. Joseph Brainhawk met the serial killer at a bus stop in Milwaukee on July 19, 1991. Dahmer lured the 25-year-old back to his apartment by offering him $50 to pose nude. Whilst in the serial killer's apartment, Brainhawk was drugged and strangled to death. Dahmer dismembered him and kept his skull and torso in his apartment as gruesome souvenirs of the evil crime. The victim's body parts were found in Dahmer's freezer only 3 days later, when the killer was finally caught by the police. Farian Wardrip is an American serial killer who murdered 5 women between 1984 and 1986. He killed Terry Sims. She had been sexually assaulted and stabbed to death. Tony Gibbs had a total of 8 stab wounds, 3 on her back, 3 on her chest, and 2 defensive wounds on her left forearm and thumb. Deborah Taylor's body was dumped at a construction site in East Fort Worth. Ellen Blau's corpse was in a very advanced state of decomposition, to the point where she could only be identified by dental records. Tina Kimbrough was suffocated with a pillow. All of his female victims were white. were between the ages of 20 and 25, weighed less than 120 pounds, and were under 5.5 feet tall. Wardrip was sentenced to death by lethal injection. As of 2022, Wardrip remains on death row at Polonsky Unit near Livingston. Joseph Robert Condreau, known as the Longview serial killer, was an American serial killer implicated in the kidnapping, sexual assault and murder of 3 children in or near Longview, Washington in the 1980s and 1990s. 8-year-old Chilla Silvernails of Kalama, who vanished in 1982. Her nude body was found the day after her disappearance. She had been raped and strangled. On November 21, 1996, 12-year-old Kara Rudd vanished after entering a car on the grounds of her middle school in Monticello. Police found Rudd's body inside an abandoned Volkswagen. She had been raped and strangled. Forensic evidence and DNA samples from the crime scene matched Condreau, who was arrested for Rudd's murder. He confessed to the 2 murders and was strongly suspected in the 3rd, and possibly linked to the disappearances of many other young girls in the region, before his death in prison of natural causes in 2012.
Expert for the defense testified that Davis is a schizophrenic paranoid type who cannot help his attorney mount a defense. But experts with Middle Tennessee Mental Health Institute who evaluated Davis 3 times disagree. According to testimony by the defense called forensic psychologist, Davis says the voice of his dead father told him he needed to punish his mother and brother. Davis's father died from ALS a few years before his mother's murder, and that's when defense experts say his mental illness began.
Hoping to avoid the death penalty, Bonin led police to a missing body and detailed 21 chilling murders on tape.
Bruce McArthur, Toronto's most prolific serial killer and the oldest known serial killer in Canada. The Toronto serial homicides occurred between 2010 and 2017. MacArthur was known as Santa for his seasonal employment at a local shopping mall. Authorities found evidence on MacArthur's computer, grisly photos of his suspected victims kept as trophies. Police announced that they had found the dismembered skeletal remains of at least 3 people in 2 of 12 large planter boxes seized from the Leaside residence. He was arrested in 2018 and convicted of all 8 murders in 2019. On February 8, 2019, Bruce MacArthur was sentenced to 8 concurrent life sentences without the possibility of parole for 25 years. He turned 71 on October 8, 2022.
In May 1976, Joe contacted a fellow ex-con named John Sullivan. Sullivan was the right-hand man for Genovese family acting boss, Fat Tony Salerno. In a meeting at a restaurant near the Coliseum, Joe asked if John could put him to work. The older gangster decided to test him.
See that guy over there?
Gilliard is an American serial killer known as the Kansas City Strangler. Gilliard is alleged to have strangled, raped and murdered 13 women and girls from 1977 to 1993. Most of Gilliard's victims were sex workers. Gilliard was known to abuse women as early as his teens. Gilliard had previously served time for child molestation. Probation records show that from 1969 to 1974 he was suspected of 5 rapes. Gilliard became a suspect in 1987 in the murder of Sheila Ingold. A blood sample stored on a freezer shelf for more than 15 years finally enabled them to arrest the man they said was responsible for strangling at least 12 women. In 2007, Lorenzo Gilliard was convicted on 6 counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in Crossroads Correctional Center in Cameron, Missouri.
Camargo Barbosa was a serial killer and a child and woman murderer, believed to have possibly raped and killed over 150 victims, primarily targeting female children, as they were more likely to be virgins. He confessed to killing 72 victims. He strangled young girls in Colombia and was arrested, but he escaped from prison, and started killing in Ecuador. From 1984 to 1986, Camargo committed a series of at least 54 rapes and murders in Guayaquil. He was rearrested in 1986. Camargo was killed in jail by the nephew of one of his victims. Good.
The brutal urge to do that kind of thing, and then what happens is once it has been more or less satisfied and recedes, you might say, or spent, that sense, that kind of energy level recedes, and basically I became myself again.
You'd have to shoot me to stop me. And if you don't kill me, you're stupid. So next time you see me, I will kill you.
We're going to conduct a land search here.
The Peterborough Ditch murders were a series of murders which took place in Cambridgeshire, England in March 2013. All three victims were male and died from multiple stab wounds. Dennehy stabbed men for the purpose of entertainment. Their bodies were discovered dumped in ditches outside Peterborough, in Hereford. Two other men were stabbed but survived. The perpetrator was Joanna Christine Dennehy, a Cambridgeshire woman, who was later sentenced to life imprisonment with a whole life order. Dennehy was the third woman in the UK to be given a whole life tariff, after Myra Hindley and Rosemary West. Assessing psychiatrists later diagnosed Dennehy with psychopathic, antisocial and borderline personality disorders. In 2019, Dennehy was moved to Low Newton Prison in County Durham. Upon her arrival, she threatened to kill Rosemary West, who had been moved to another prison. On the evening of January 18, 1986, Andrew Erdile stalked 23-year-old Robin Brandley and stabbed her 41 times with a knife. 2 years later, on July 17, 1988, he shot 29-year-old Julie McGill. 2 months later in San Diego, he killed 31-year-old Mary Ann Wells. His fourth victim, 18-year-old Tammy Irwin's corpse, was found on the streets of Palm Springs on April 17, 1989. In March 1995, he forced Denise Manny into his car and drove her into the desert and shot her, undressed her, and left the corpse for scavengers. He killed 3 more women before he was arrested on April 23, 1997. He was sentenced to death and hung himself in his cell on Friday, November 2, 2018 at around 11:15 p.m.
I couldn't have been too sorry. I did it again. But yet I was sorry. I couldn't control it. It's one of those things. Couldn't control it. I found something I couldn't control. Almost a hate-love relationship. So I really loved the girl. But when I got mad, I forgot all that. And wound up hurting the person I loved.
Rafael Castillo, a San Antonio man, was sentenced to 70 years in prison for brutally murdering a 31-year-old woman. He was convicted of the crime that happened in November of 2020 at a home in South Bahia County. Public Works crews discovered parts of Nicole Perry's body off WW White Road in November of 2020. She had been wrapped in trash bags and left on the side of the road. She was killed over a disagreement, and Castillo wanted to make an example of this young lady. He bound her with duct tape. She was still alive when he chopped off her hands with a machete. He hit her over the head with an axe and dismembered her. Castillo took Nicole Perry's hands and put them in a crock pot. The rest of the body was put in the bags. Officers arrested Rafael Castillo in Brownsville, Texas, in December 2021. Peter Woodcock was a Canadian serial killer and diagnosed psychopath. On September 15, 1956, 17-year-old Woodcock lured 7-year-old Wayne Mallet and then strangled him to death. Woodcock defecated next to the corpse. On October 6, 1956, Woodcock picked up 9-year-old Gary Morris. He drove the boy to Cherry Beach where he strangled and beat him to death. His body was found with a bite mark on his throat. On January 19, 1957, Woodcock approached 4-year-old Carol Boyce and then murdered her. She had been choked into unconsciousness and sexually molested. Woodcock was arrested on January 21, 1957. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity and he died of natural causes at the Penetanguishene Mental Health Center on March 5, 2010, his 71st birthday. Elias Abu El-Azam, aka the Flint serial stabber, is an Israeli serial killer that murdered in America. Abu El-Azam would drive around late at night, approach small-framed men who were walking alone, ask for directions or help fixing his vehicle, and then stab them, usually in the chest or stomach. He is suspected in a string of 18 stabbing attacks from May to August 2010, which resulted in 5 deaths. Most of the alleged attacks occurred in Genesee County, Michigan. 5 stabbings occurred elsewhere, 3 in Leesburg, Virginia, 1 in Toledo, Ohio, and 1 in his native home in Ramla, Israel. Leesburg police have said Abu El-Azam is also a suspect in an unsolved homicide from March 2009. On June 25, 2012, Abu El-Azam was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
Loses track of what he's doing and he's just beating him, and he kills him.
Terrified, Richard ran back to his apartment and hid the closet rod. He waited days for the police to find him out.
By the 3rd day, it rains, and he looks out the window, and he can see that the chalk outline is draining away. It's disappearing. And he said, that's when I knew that murder was a way to solve my problems.
Dieter Tomlin was sentenced to a minimum of 20 years with a maximum of 50 years for the second-degree murder of Bryce Grove in January of 2021. On the date of the murder, after a verbal dispute in her apartment, she pointed a 9mm handgun at his face and pulled the trigger. The bullet lodged in the victim's brain. The Cass County prosecutor indicated that after the shooting, Tomlin did not call for an ambulance or for 911 assistance. Instead, she left him there to die and proceeded to a local casino, Walmart, and other locales, eventually intimidating others into efforts to dispose of the body over a 2-day period. The deceased man was then left in a curbside dumpster at the apartment complex where Tomlin lived. The defendant denied committing the murder for an extended period of time until eventually acknowledging that she had pulled the trigger and killed Grove. On May 23, 2001, police in Halifax, Nova Scotia charged McGray with a murder 16 years after her body was found on the side of a road. The victim was 17-year-old Elizabeth Gale Tucker, murdered in 1985 while hitchhiking. He stabbed her multiple times and dumped her body. He also pleaded guilty to stabbing Mark Gibbons to death in 1987. He murdered Joan Hicks in Moncton in 1998 and 2 men in Montreal in 1991. He claims that demons caused his 15-year killing spree and stated that he will murder anybody to quench his searing hunger to kill. He has also claimed that he killed a prostitute and a gay man in Seattle over 1995 to 96 and that he killed 3 gay men in Montreal. He also claims to have killed a 50-year-old man and buried the body in a Toronto park. McGray is serving concurrent life sentences of 25 years with no parole.
They're not going to print the actual type of crimes that are going out here. come running out for a day to film a day in the life of a cop or a day in the life of a high crime precinct. Bullshit. That's all it is. Total bullshit. You can't do it because it's just like a flowing river and all the garbage is coming down through it. And you just couldn't do it in a day or in two.
Are you innocent?
Innocent of what?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
None of us are innocent.
Yeah, just because you're convicted in a courtroom doesn't mean you're guilty of something.
What does mean you're guilty?
When you know you're guilty.
What about Shay?
What about him?
Well, what about him?
He got killed.
Well, the word is you killed him.
Word is that you're an old woman. Word is you have turkey in the sky. Word is, I don't know what word is. Somebody else tell you that. I didn't tell you that.
Did you kill Shay?
Hell no.
Did you cut Hinman's ear off?
Hell yes.
Romulus Veras was a notorious serial killer from Romania, better known as the Man with the Hammer. During the 1970s, he was charged with 5 murders and several attempted murders, but never imprisoned on grounds of insanity. He had schizophrenia. Blaming the devil for his actions, he was known to rob, stalk, rape, mutilate, and murder his victims. He would kill his victims with a hammer or by stabbing them with a knife. One victim was pregnant and found in a pool of blood. The neighbors thought she had given birth, but upon discovering that the woman had been hit in the head, she was rushed to the hospital and later survived. Veras set fire to the bodies of 2 of his later victims. In 1976, Romulus Veras was institutionalized in the State Psychiatric Hospital in Romania, where he died from liver disease in 1993. Jeffrey Dahmer, the 13th of 17 murders. Dahmer had lured Konaraks and Pasampon, 14 years old, to his apartment for a few drinks by offering to pay him money in exchange for photographs. The serial killer even went as far as drilling a hole into the victim's skull, which he filled with hydrochloric acid. The teen was naked, bruised, bleeding and heavily under the influence of drugs when he managed to escape. Sandra Smith, Tina Spivey and Nicole Childress discovered the teen and called police, but ultimately the cops handed Konarak back to Dahmer after being convinced he was his 19-year-old lover. Dahmer strangled him to death, dismembered his victim's body, dissolved the flesh in acid, pulverized the bones, and disposed of the remains. However, Konarak's head was kept in the freezer, and cops reportedly found his skull after Jeffrey's arrest.
At his trial, his family learned for the first time that they really didn't know the Richard Kuklinski who was also capable of being the deadly Iceman. Richard Kuklinski is now serving multiple life sentences in New Jersey State Maximum Security Prison. Ironically, his younger brother Joey is also serving a life sentence in the same prison.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the 14th of 17 murders. In 1991, Dahmer traveled to Chicago to attend a gay pride parade. It was there he met Turner, who was waiting at a bus station. Dahmer lured the young man back to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and invited him into his apartment. It was there he drugged, strangled, and dismembered Turner's body. The body had been dissected and scattered all around his apartment. Dahmer then preserved some of Turner's body parts in his freezer. His torso was placed in the freezer first, followed by his head and internal organs.
Police in Joliet, Illinois, say a 71-year-old man actually used his walker to kill a fellow resident at a nursing home because of an argument over a washing machine. William Paschal had gotten angry about the victim using the washing machine and allegedly punched him several times before using the victim's own walker to hit him. Paschal is now in jail without bail, charged with first-degree murder.
Adam Joseph Guy, 36, killed his 64-year-old mother at her home in Safety Beach in September 2014. He was her only child. He later told police he thought she was the last demon on earth. Mrs. Guy was found by police with serious injuries at her Pickings Road home and later died at the property. On the day she died, there was an argument about her son's reluctance to take prescribed medication. He then choked her into unconsciousness,
beat her up and tried to strangle her before picking up an electric guitar and smashing her skull in. He said he did not intend to kill his mother. He was experiencing command auditory hallucinations telling him that he had to commit to killing her. The more he choked her, the more his mother looked and sounded like a demon. He was ordered to remain under supervision at the Thomas Embling Secure Mental Health Hospital for a nominal term of 25 years.
Gennaro. I do not know how to spell that, but it is with a G.
And then how did you murder him?
With a gun. I shot him in the head twice. Shot once, missed. Shot a second time, hit. I heard him gurgling. I'm not sure if that was a physiological or physical process after death, but I thought that he might have still lived through that somehow, because he was gurgling, so I shot him again and then shoved him down in the ditch. And then I tried to cover it, admittedly not well, with leaves, dirts, and stick. Then I walked away.
Why did you do it?
I don't know why. Okay.
A driver accused of hitting and killing a jogger in Van Buren County is now charged with murder. Detectives tell us something found in the suspect's online search history was shocking indeed, and one of the reasons behind this murder charge.
Colby Martin wanted to engage in sex acts with a dead body. Detectives say Martin searched for pornography involving dead or unconscious women. Immediately after, a 64-year-old was reported missing in Van Buren County. Melody Rohrer was out for a walk when she was hit by Martin's car. Rohrer's body was found in a wooded area in St. Joseph County the next day.
There's probable cause to believe that the defendant intentionally struck the victim with a vehicle, took her body, engaged in sexual acts with the body.
I've listened to all your statements, each one of them. And I'm really sorry to everyone I've hurt. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. On November 26, 2016, Guy Jr. attacked and killed his father with a knife while his mother was out shopping. Upon arriving home, Lisa Guy entered through the front door and proceeded upstairs. She was attacked and killed with a knife. 9 of her ribs were severed. Guy Sr.'s hands were removed at the wrists. Lisa's head was removed, carried downstairs, placed in a pot on the stove and heated. The head was not just severed but broken off with force. Both victims also had their arms and legs disarticulated. Guy Sr. at the waist and Lisa at the knees, and their limbs and torsos were placed in a bin full of chemicals to dissolve. Each body had a large gash inflicted after death. Guy Jr. stabbed his father at least 42 times, his mother at least 31 times. He was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. He was also convicted of abuse of a corpse.
You know, I've been sitting in there, and I'm in the cell, right? And he let me out, and I walk around, the guy says, "You don't do this, we're gonna lock you back up." I said, "Okay, I don't care anyway." I done gave up that thought. Prison's in your mind, man. Like, you know, you can sit in the cell, and the guy says, "You're in prison?" I said, "No, I'm just here." He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just sitting here waiting for these people to get done doing what they're doing so I can get out."
I just took this weapon out and blew his head off. It just disintegrated his, like you see a pumpkin get hit with a shotgun or something, they just spread out. And that's what happened. And light turned green about the time I shot him, and I left.
I took Shanann out to a place off to the site. And then
What were the girls doing when you were doing that?
just sent them back in the truck.
And then what happened after that?
CC was first. She did have a blanket. She had a blue blanket. A Yankee blanket.
So was she alive when she went into the oil tank?
I put the blanket over her head. And that's how she passed. Couldn't breathe. I put the blanket over her head. I didn't want to. No. I I strangled her right there in the back seat.
Okay.
What was Bella doing?
Just later.
Did she understand? Did she know what was going on?
She didn't say anything.
And then the same for Bella? Just without a blanket?
With the blanket.
Oh, okay.
I didn't look. It's like every time I closed my eyes, I just hear her saying, "Daddy, no," and that was it.
That's what Bella said.
I hear that every day.
You really? I'm sorry, man.
Victim of cannibal, Armin Maiwis, agreed to be eaten. In 2001, Armin Maiwis from Germany posted an advert on the cannibalism fetish website, The Cannibal Cafe, looking for a well-built, 18 to 30-year-old to be slaughtered and then consumed. Many people replied to the advert, but all of them got cold feet, apart from Bernd Jürgen Armando Brandt. The videotape Maiwis made of himself dismembering Brandt is stomach-churning to say the least. Maiwis amputated the victim's penis and they both attempted to eat, but it was too chewy. Brandt then took 20 sleeping pills to kill himself, but this was not a success and he slowly bled out from the amputation. Maiwis murdered Brandt by slicing his throat and consumed the remains over a period of 10 months. He was sentenced to life imprisonment after stating to a psychiatrist that his fantasies of devouring people had not subsided.
The day Mom slapped me, I just wanted her dead. She's somebody that was there to beat and kick and stomp everybody she was around.
Had he been given a death penalty after murdering his mother, and had that death penalty been carried out, I'm convinced that today there would be probably 200 or more people still alive.
They have torn down a Milwaukee apartment building where Jeffrey Dahmer killed most of his victims.
I know society will never be able to forgive me. I know the families of the victims will never be able to forgive me for what I have done.
The crowds are gone. Grass and flowers will soon grow on the spot where Dahmer dismembered his victims. One more gruesome case closed, but others have yet to open, with new challenges for those who track the killers.
He strangled both of those women. Chief Assistant Prosecutor Mark Pietmeyer traveled to Los Angeles 2 weeks ago to interview Little as he serves 3 life sentences for other murders in California.
To him, strangulation was sex, and he said, how could you tell a man not to have intercourse with a woman? Well, that's like telling me not to strangle people. I mean, that's the way he looked at it. That's how bizarre this person is.
Little has told investigators across the country he has killed more than 93 women over the past several decades. Originally, he grew up in Lorain near Cleveland. Today, he turns 79 years old.
Okay, so Joel, Bresciani, last murderer, she's decomposing. You've got her in the back of your truck. And where are you going?
I intended to go out east. And accidentally ended up exiting towards the city and drove past the trooper car. And then the Christmas tree lit up.
And even those people I hurt.
How?
Just by being there. I was a nasty son of a gun. I am a nasty son of a gun.
What would happen at home?
You name it. Violence, I think they call it domestic violence. Yes, I've called it all. There's nothing I haven't done and nothing she hasn't put up with.
A Brooklyn man faces murder and criminal possession of a weapon charges in connection with the dismemberment of a woman. Police say when they responded to a 911 call from 53-year-old Salah Al-Mawalid Sunday night, they found the dismembered body of a woman inside a Coney Island home. Police say he told them he had been drinking and killed someone. Al-Mawalid was taken into custody and given a psychiatric evaluation. Family and friends have identified the woman as 27-year-old Jessica Gudici. They say Al-Mawalid is a livery driver who used to pick her up all the time and may have been infatuated with her.
The Stockwell Strangler. Kenneth Erskine is a British serial killer who became known as the Stockwell Strangler. He committed the murders of between 7 and 11 senior citizens in London between April and July 1986. Several of them had been sexually abused, with no signs of forced entry apparent at any of the crime scenes. A large-scale investigation took place to discover the depraved murderer that was targeting pensioners in Lambeth and Stockwell, often stealing their cash after strangling them to death with his bare hands. Rocky Beeman was an American serial killer who killed 3 people, including 2 fellow inmates in prison. On February 6, 2005, Rocky Beeman murdered Debbie Lacey. Beeman hit Lacey, tied her hands behind her back, and held her in water until she drowned. While serving a life sentence for the murder, Beeman murdered 2 inmates, both of whom served time for sex crimes against children. He would profess his hatred for sex offenders, saying that killing them gave him the best feeling he had in a long time. He pledged to continue targeting victims if he was not sentenced to death. I'll do my best to eliminate every single one until one of 3 things happen. Someone kills me, I run out of people to kill, or they put me where I can kill no more. Death row. Beeman was sentenced to death but committed suicide on death row in 2020.
Do you have a television set? Do you watch television?
Yeah, I used to watch it a little bit, but it kind of looks, I don't really like it that much.
Okay, well what about newspapers? Do you get newspapers?
No, I don't bother with those. I know that they're jiving there.
All right, what radio? Listen to radio?
I listen to a Hearts and Space program. I like that. And the rest of it just like a bunch of
What about your music?
I get some classical music on the 98 station that's saying something.
Okay.
Police triggered an investigation Saturday when 61-year-old Maggie Mamer was reported missing. Her body parts found here, rotting in a plastic storage container. Her roommate, 47-year-old Lisa Gonzalez, is facing a murder charge. Prosecutors say Gonzalez told police she had an argument with Maynor on May 15th. She was trying to evict her. Maynor refused to move out. Gonzalez does not recall what happened next.
You took the lives of 48 women. You snuffed them out. More than 48 women.
71, yes.
Right. You killed them all, Ridgway. You killed them all.
Mm-hmm.
And you did things to those women before you strangled them.
I had sex with them, that's all.
It would be important for us to know, but you chose not to share that information.
Because there is nothing to share.
I believe there is. You're lying again.
No, the thing that I did to them was, the major thing was when I choked them is when they died slow. I could count to 60 and they're dead. They died slow because I was choking them.
But I don't think she thought I would go as far as I did go.
Richard's time with his family was sacred, and any interference would throw him into a rage. It made him even more angry if it happened during the holidays.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the 12th of 17 murders. Anthony Hughes met serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer at a Milwaukee gay bar in May 1991. Dahmer was a regular and had previously lured his victims with the promise of sex and sexual favors. According to sources, Hughes, then 31, agreed to go home with Dahmer. Once inside, Dahmer drugged him and then strangled him to death. Dahmer dismembered his body and dissolved it in acid. He also kept his skull as a souvenir.
3 highly energetic, fun little girls just having a great time.
Oh, how did Faith and Liberty die? They say they died of gunshot wounds.
So there's nothing about that you remember?
Not particularly, no.
A 40-year-old mom who was supposed to love and protect her 2 sweet sons is going to prison for the rest of her life for shooting the boys in the head as they slept in their beds. Trin Nguyen also admitted to trying to kill her nephew. How could she deny it? A camera caught the entire thing.
I don't know, I just took that knife, and I cut her from her neck.
A mom is in jail in Maryland, accused of beating her 3-year-old son to death, and it was all captured on camera. Gloria Hughes is accused of beating her son, Jason Garcia, to death at a storage facility in Bel Air. She was found holding the little boy in her arms by a Harford County Sheriff's deputy. Court documents say a concerned person actually saw Garcia in a car with a toddler crying the day before, but Hughes refused her help. The records say Garcia can be seen on camera at a storage facility bashing her son's head into the ground.
Before his killing spree, Roger Kibbe was an avid skydiver with more than 4,000 jumps. Once he began killing, he used parachute cords to choke several of his victims.
One of the interesting things about Kibbe's background is his experience as a skydiver. What he no doubt discovered was that he could get a rush from jumping out of a plane. The fundamental biological difference between people who are psychopaths and those who aren't is that psychopaths don't experience the normal level of anxiety as something scary is about to happen.
Samuel Little was claimed to have killed 90 women across the country. Now, police have charged him with 4 counts of aggravated murder and 6 counts of kidnapping in Cuyahoga County. These charges stem from the 1984 and 1991 murders of 2 Cleveland women. Little is currently serving a life sentence in Texas.
The first one was the hardest one, and it's just to learn. I fought all over with him close together like this, and then I wrapped my legs around him so he wouldn't twist.
These are all good things you've learned over time.
Over the time of the guilt, yes. One of them one time turned around and I was choking her until she died.
Do you think your emotions are normal?
No.
What's different about your emotions? What's wrong with them? Do you ever cry?
Sometimes.
What makes you cry?
Something emotional.
I'm still a kid. I'm not going to grow up. I'm not going to go to college.
How old are you in your world?
Forever. Since the breakfast. I can't remember.
I don't know what that means. Come on, off the space shuttle, Charles.
Yeah, it's off the space shuttle.
How old are you in your world?
How old am I? I'm as old as my mother told me. How's that?
Your mother.
You didn't want to be exposed. You didn't want to be vulnerable, right?
Yeah.
Did your mother notice that you weren't taking a bath?
She did, but she didn't say anything about it.
Was it after this happened that you started cutting yourself?
Yeah.
Donald Murphy was convicted of murdering 2 prostitutes in Detroit in 1980. During this time, several similar murders occurred in the city, with Murphy himself confessing to committing at least 6 of them. Based on evidence in hand, the police charged him with the deaths of prostitute Cynthia Warren, beaten to death on October 23rd, and Cecilia Knott, stabbed and strangled 2 weeks later on November 7th. Murphy also claimed prostitute Jeanette Woods, age 24, she had been raped, beaten and strangled on April 18, her throat slashed as a brutal afterthought. 2 months later, on June 14, the body of 22-year-old Diane Burks was found in Detroit, hogtied and strangled. On October 8, 26-year-old Betty Rembert was stabbed in the neck, finished off by crushing blows to the skull. He was sentenced to 2 concurrent 30-year prison terms.
114 stab wounds, 49 defensive wounds, 35 wounds to the head and neck, 29 to the back and shoulder, and 6 fatal wounds. The autopsy photos in this particular case were particularly difficult. The 49 defensive wounds indicate that Tristan Bailey was conscious, she was aware, and that she was doing everything she could to fend off this attack. She suffered a painful, horrifying death from someone that she trusted. Her screams were most likely stifled by her own suffocating lungs. He lured her into a secluded place in the woods near his home. There was a heightened level of premeditation in this case. He told his best friend that he wanted to kill someone to see what it felt like, and he wanted to watch them bleed out. I sentence you to life in prison.
I think most humans have in them the capacity to commit murder. It is not because... No, we don't, Richard. They choose not to, not because they are morally superior, as they so commonly claim, but because they are imprisoned in a web of responsibilities, commitments, beliefs, and sentiments, and that would render murder an absurd gamble or ridiculous self-destruction.
So I told him he could have a half hour to pray to God. And if God could come down and change the circumstances, he'd have that time.
But God never showed up. And he never changed the circumstances.
2 of the bodies that were discovered were mutilated. One of the bodies was cut from the base of her breastbone down through her pubic area. Another of the bodies that was discovered was mutilated in the vaginal area. There's no question in my mind that Shawcross was responsible for the mutilation.
A Pennsylvania man rear-ended his ex-girlfriend's car and then shot her and himself in a murder-suicide, authorities say. Amanda Boring, 37, was driving down the road in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, shortly after 10 p.m. on Friday when her ex-boyfriend, William C. Yarina, rear-ended her vehicle. Boring and Yarina got out of their vehicles. A verbal altercation ensued. Yarina then pulled out a gun and shot Boring and himself. Multiple people called 911 about the altercation, including Boring's 12-year-old son who had been in the vehicle and witnessed the incident. The boy was not harmed in the crash or the shooting. Both Boring and Yarina, 38, were pronounced dead at the scene. They had each suffered a single gunshot wound to the chest.
No way. I wouldn't believe this if I was watching this. Because I'm the furthest thing from a nice guy. I am what you call a person's nightmare. Because of the way I project myself, people think they can get by.
When you looked in their faces, what did you see? Deer trapped in headlight look, just that stare. Did you like that look? Not necessarily, because I would have looked more often.
Jeremy Harris pleaded guilty to committing the 4 murders. In one case, he shot and killed an SMU student in downtown Dallas. In another, he killed a man and burned down his home in Collin County.
Yeah, this was a series of mostly random shootings that obviously freaked so many people out. We're talking about a guy who was just driving around, shooting and killing random people. Now, he will spend the rest of his life behind bars in prison, no possibility of parole. But of course, that does not undo the trauma left behind to the family members of these victims.
Rory Enrique Conde, the Miami Trail Strangler, is a Colombian-born serial killer who killed 6 prostitutes in Florida. From September 1994 to January 1995, he was sentenced to death on March 7, 2000, and has been on the Florida death row since. On September 17, 1994, Conde killed cross-dressing male prostitute Lazaro Camsana. He later said that he killed Lazaro after finding out he was a man during sex. Conde then killed 2 more prostitutes, Elisa Martinez on October 8th and Charity Nava on November 20th. Conde then killed 3 more prostitutes, Wanda Crawford on November 25th, Nicole Schneider on December 17th, and Rhonda Dunn on January 12, 1995. After each murder, he knelt over the body and verbally blamed the victim for his marital problems. He strangled his victims to death and then anally raped the corpses.
TV news cameras rolled as what was left of the victims was carried out. The 57-gallon drum filled with the torsos of 3 men. A freezer with dismembered limbs and flesh. Metal cooking pots with mummified hands and genitals.
3 facts about world's youngest serial killer. Fact 1. 7-year-old Amarjit Sada is believed to have murdered 3 people and all his victims were under the age of 7. Fact 2. His 3rd victim was a 6-month-old baby girl. After an investigation, he admitted that he hit her with bricks and strangled her, and even led the police to the location where her body had been found. When talking to the police, he showed no remorse and even smiled. Fact 3. A child cannot be jailed under Indian law, so Sada was thought to have been detained in a children's home until he was 18. It is believed he was released in 2016 and his current whereabouts are unknown.
Molested me.
And tell me when you remember that happening the first time?
It was in my childhood.
Was your father still alive?
No.
It was after your father passed? Did this happen a lot?
Just once. We were alone and he talked to me.
Pornography, where on the one hand, well-meaning, decent people will condemn behavior of a Ted Bundy while they're walking past a magazine rack full of the very kinds of things that send young kids down the road to be Ted Bundys. That's the irony.
Lleva una cabeza humana este perro.
You've got a sledgehammer in one hand, you've got your hand on the doorknob with the other, and you open that door. What's going through your head at that moment?
I don't remember. My mind was pretty much blank.
Where did you get the hammer?
I got it from our garage.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the 11th of 17 murders. On April 7, 1991, Dahmer met Errol Lindsay and lured him back to his apartment. It was there he drugged Errol and kept alive to perform a gruesome experiment. Dahmer drilled a hole in his head and poured hydrochloric acid into it, hoping to render the victim in a vegetative state. He then murdered the 19-year-old. Later, he decapitated Errol, and Dahmer had oral sex with the corpse before dismembering it. He kept the skull as a trophy and disposed of some of his body. In 2015, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, a man choked his estranged wife and used a chainsaw to kill her before ending his own life with the machine. Nicole Heppelman, 43, was brutally murdered in the basement of the family's home along the 1100 block of Country Lane in Lower Moreland. The mother of 3 suffered gaping cutting wounds to her abdomen from a chainsaw. She also was stabbed in the neck and choked. An autopsy revealed her husband, 48-year-old Christopher Heppelman, then took the chainsaw to his right thigh and abdomen. His death was ruled a suicide. The couple's 14-year-old son discovered the bloody scene. The chainsaw was laying next to them. Their other 2 children were not home. The results of toxicology tests on Christopher Heppelman revealed that he had no drugs in his system and just a minuscule amount of alcohol that is not worth mentioning.
But I've heard people that mean everything to me. But the only people that mean anything to me.
California alphabet murders. Joseph Naso killed 4 women between the 70s and 90s. Diary excerpts show how he stalked and sexually assaulted his victims and then photographed them in sexual poses alongside mannequin parts. The double initial killer murdered 4 prostitutes whose first and last names all began with the same letters. He journaled about raping, murdering, and photographing them as his art. Police believe he's connected to at least 6 other murders.
Why did you decide to talk to me?
Well, basically I think I decided to talk to you would be so I could find out more about myself, since I don't know the answers, and you are a person who is highly qualified to give me answers, possibly, of what's going on. I figured this would be a good time to talk to somebody like you, or you know.
beloved tech worker in San Francisco is dead, and her boyfriend is accused of murdering her. Police went to Kimberly Wong's home on November 30th and found her stabbed to death. Earlier this week, the San Francisco DA charged her boyfriend, Scott Fisher, with her murder. Fisher faces 26 years to life in prison.
A horrifying discovery in the hallway of this apartment building in Ocean City. According to court documents, 46-year-old resident Jeffrey Surgeon called 911 around 4 p.m. on Friday, telling the dispatcher he had bipolar disorder and that he had just killed his mother. When police arrived, they discovered Surgeon lying on top of his mother's body, which had been decapitated. Court papers say once police arrived, Jeffrey repeatedly apologized for killing his mother and was singing a religious song as he was taken into custody.
When Kuklinski began to feel cornered, he started eliminating anyone who could implicate him in his criminal activities. If he called you friend, you had a problem. Yesterday's friend soon became tomorrow's enemy. One of those friends turned enemy was a man who had been Kuklinski's partner. His name was George Maliband.
Georgie boy.
Guns, knives, strangulation, even cyanide were all part of Richard Kuklinski's repertoire of murder. He even froze some of his victims' bodies to confuse their time of death, earning him the name of Iceman. Kuklinski obliged by offering them a nightmarish death of sheer torture, a death he often captured on film.
Vasile Kasaiuk, a Romanian serial killer, known as the Butcher of Iași and the Basarabian. He was known to rob, mutilate, and murder his victims. Kasaiuk lured them and then murdered them with an axe. He was arrested after a dog revealed 6 bodies buried at a small depth under his house in Lasea on September 7, 1935. He had a previous record of robberies. He confessed to 6 murders. In 5 years, the butcher had killed no fewer than 26 people, including a child. He buried the victims under the floors of several isolated houses and in a forest. He had ordered a special axe, designed to not slip out of his hand. During the reconstruction of one of the crimes, Vasile Kasaiuk tried to escape by fleeing. He was killed by several revolver shots on October 17, 1935. Robert Joseph Zani is an American serial killer. His crimes are known as the Zani murders. He was active for 14 years from 1967 to 1980 in the United States. Zani would typically shoot or beat his victims to death, and he was known to rob and mutilate. Zani was born in 1944 as an only child, who was sexually abused by his mother as a teenager. He attended school and attained good grades. It wasn't until his first murder in 1967 that he had done anything notably illegal. Zani was arrested in 1980 for the murders of 3 of his victims. He was convicted of murder for 2 of his victims and second-degree murder for killing his own mother in 1982. On March 31st of 1986, the murder conviction for his mother was overturned. Robert Joseph Zani is currently serving his sentence in Texas.
As they went to the bar, this person decided he couldn't wait to get inside to urinate. He never did. Everybody else went in. He stayed outside to urinate. He urinated. He went comfortably anyway. He had an empty bladder. But I actually strangled him.
Abigail White, 24, stabbed her boyfriend, Bradley Lewis, 22, in the heart with a 17-centimeter kitchen knife when he tried to break up with her at their home in Kingswood, England, on March 25th last year. The self-dubbed fake Barbie claimed she only wanted to scare the dad of 4 when she picked up the kitchen knife. A neighbor who heard the screams rushed over to see what the commotion was and discovered Bradley lying on his back. He was rushed to hospital but couldn't be saved and was declared dead the next day. When quizzed by police, White had tried to claim Bradley stabbed himself. but she later admitted delivering the fatal blow, telling jurors she wanted to scare them. White is now serving a minimum 18-year sentence at HMP Eastwood Park, a jail in Gloucestershire.
Should you be in prison at all? Should you have been in prison?
Well, see, to start with, prison was originally started as a farm. So it's like in reform school, they used to lay me down and beat me with leather straps so I couldn't walk. And I used to think, what did I do wrong? And for years I would think that I was wrong, that I did something wrong, and then I seen it wasn't that I did anything wrong. They beat me so they show the next kids now what not to do.
The movie studios of Hollywood have been called the Dream Factory, but do gory slasher films help create the ultimate nightmare, the serial killer?
We're doing everything we can to manufacture them. We have a society that does what it can to prevent the development of conscience, to prevent the development of morals, to link sexuality with violence.
Please, God. This is God.
In Cleveland, Ohio for a sentencing hearing. 44-year-old Thomas Knuff has been convicted of 2 counts of aggravated murder, grand theft, gross abuse of a corpse, and other charges. Knuff stabbed John 15 times and Regina 6 times. Afterwards, he rolled them in blankets, covered the bodies with trash bags, and left. In the end, the judge agreed with the jury's recommendation and sentenced Knuff to death.
How many people have you killed?
Oh, an approximate guess. Approximate, we'll go with more than 100.
How do you feel about killing?
I don't. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't have a feeling one way or the other. Especially loudmouth people. Loudmouth people remind me of my father. Once a loudmouth person starts with me, I love it. That's the only excuse I need.
One night in a bar, a loudmouth made the mistake of insulting the 18-year-old Kuklinski in front of people.
He's totally out of character. I'll tell you, he was really soft-spoken, a nice guy. I never heard him raise his voice. He was obviously in love with his former wife. I understand they're divorced now. His job at the time was that he did, I believe it was one of these assisted living facilities where he took care of old people. He was an Israeli citizen, but because he was of Arab descent, he couldn't serve in the armed forces.
Did he ever tell you why he came to the U.S.?
Yeah, to go to college. Where did he go to college? Somewhere in Detroit, and it might have been a junior college. He came here on a student visa, that much I know.
Paul John Knowles was an American serial killer, known as the Casanova Killer. Knowles was convicted of killing 20 victims in 1974. His crimes ranged from petty theft, multiple escapes, kidnapping, abduction, rape and murder. He would strangle his victims. He claimed to have killed 35 people. He was raised in foster homes, reformatories, and later served multiple prison sentences. He was released from prison in 1974, and within 2 months he was rearrested for stabbing a bartender. He escaped custody by picking the lock to his detention cell at a jail in Jacksonville, Florida. He was later captured, attempted escape again on December 18, 1974 at age 28, this time ending with 3 fatal shots in the chest, issued by Georgia Bureau of Investigation agent, Ronnie Angel. Luca Rocco Magnotta is a convicted Canadian murderer. He was convicted of murdering and dismembering June Lin. Lin was a Chinese international student. On May 25th, a video titled, "One Lunatic, One Ice Pick," is posted on the web. It depicts a young male bound on a bed, initially alive and then lifeless. Then someone is seen repeatedly stabbing the corpse with an ice pick and dismembering the body with a knife. There are also acts of necrophilia and cannibalism. 10 days before the murder, another video was filmed showing cannibalism and was posted online. Authorities identify the victim of the gruesome killing and dismemberment as June Lin. On June 4, 2012, Magnotta was arrested in an internet cafe in Berlin on June 4, where he was sitting reading stories about himself. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. He remains in a maximum security prison in Quebec. The People Eater, Durangel Vargas, a homeless cannibal serial killer, the Hannibal Lecter of the Andes, and El Comediante. Vargas hunted his victims at park in the city of San Cristobal, Tacora State. Vargas confessed to killing and eating at least 10 men in a period of 2 years preceding his arrest in 1999. The following statement has been reported as Vargas' own words: "Human meat is nice, but I eat all kinds of meat: dog, cats, lizards. I bury the heads and feet, and throw the other bones into the river. I also stored some meat in containers. The heart and the liver must be spiced up. If I was hungry, I used to kill men, never women, because they do no harm."
His sexual fantasies and his plans merged. He would murder his victims to avoid arrest, and the prospect of murder became exciting.
And I just became completely obsessed with it. That's all I thought about 24 hours a day. I was dreaming about it at night, constantly all day at work. That's all I thought about, was killing kids.
Henry revealed a shocking secret. He had sex with his mother after she was dead. He told me, "I don't like live sex, I like dead sex." That was a common theme, really, for all of the time that he spent talking about his killings. He would claim that sex was more appealing to him if the victim, or if the partner, in quotes, was dead. In 1970, after serving 10 years, 33-year-old Henry Lee Lucas was paroled, an early release due to prison overcrowding. A year later, he was in trouble again, nailed for attempted kidnapping.
There was 3 girls waiting to go to school, and he stopped to ask them if they wanted a ride. And the girls started screaming rape and everything else. As far as I know, he never had done anything with them.
His family may have believed him, the judge didn't. Henry was back in the joint.
Mohammed Bajay was an Iranian serial killer, rapist, and necrophile known as the Tehran Desert Vampire. Bajay raped and killed at least 54 boys and teenagers. He would stun his victims with blows from a stone to the head. He raped and buried the bodies in a shallow grave. In 2004, early in the case, 16 police officers were arrested on charges of derailing the investigations by refusing to identify the murderer earlier. Bajay said that if he was not arrested, he would kill 100 children. On 16 March 2005 in Pakdasht, in front of a crowd of about 5,000, Bajay was handcuffed to an iron post where he received his lashings. The mother of one of the victims put a blue nylon rope around his neck, and he was hoisted about 10 meters in the air by a crane until he died.
Otis Elwood Toole was an American drifter and serial killer who was convicted of 6 counts of murder. Like his companion Henry Lee Lucas, Toole made confessions he later recanted, which resulted in murder convictions. He died in his cell from cirrhosis at age 49. Police attributed the murder of Adam Walsh to Toole on the basis of recanted statements. Lucas had backed Toole's confession to the Walsh murder, claiming he had been in possession of the victim's severed head.
Detroit police encountered a naked man outside of the MGM Grand Casino. They say he was yelling that he killed his girlfriend with his bare hand. Now it was sentencing day as he faces up to 30 years behind bars. Tia was attacked by her boyfriend, Dan Michalak. Michalak was arrested and pleaded no contest. The judge sentenced him to 17 to 30 years in jail. The defense attorney spoke, blaming drugs for what the judge called a heinous act.
A man known as the I-5 Strangler agrees to talk about his crimes and to lead police on a search of his killing fields to avoid the death penalty.
Does it make you uncomfortable to have the cameras here?
No.
At what point in the process of taking a girl out do you know she's going to die?
I haven't figured that one out yet.
Robert Lee Yates Jr. Between 1996 and 1998, multiple prostitutes were found dead, all at the hand of Robert Lee Yates. Initially they were solicited for prostitution. Yates used to have sex with them, after which he killed them. All of his victims died of gunshot wounds to the head.
I really have rarely ever had, in all the homicides I investigated, which have probably been, I don't know, well over 50, I don't think I've ever had anybody ever say to me, I'm sorry I did it, I didn't mean to do it, I wish I didn't do it. I've never seen any regret on anybody's part.
Police in Alabama say this woman, Mary Jordan, confessed to killing her grandson. The 76-year-old is now charged with murder. The shooting happened in Pritchard, Alabama, north of Mobile. Police say Mary Jordan shot 38-year-old Dana Jordan several times. According to court documents, she was allegedly angry about something that happened the night before. Jordan's neighbors say they were shocked and that this doesn't match up with the person they knew.
After luring his victims into his car, he'd often gain their trust by showing them photos of his son, then engage in sexual activity with them before strangling them to death.
As his prison term for killing his mother came to an end, Lucas told prison authorities not to let him go and predicted he would kill others.
Back there in Michigan, and I've told the psychiatrist what I was going to do. I've told the warden what I was going to do. I said, I don't want out there because I know what I'm going to do. And they said, oh, ain't nothing wrong with you going out there. And I get out there, and the first day I get out, I put them a body on their doorstep.
A man beating his 5-year-old autistic son to death with a baseball bat. Matthew Ponomarenko called 911 in March of 2021, and he confessed he said he did it. He told the dispatcher he was hearing voices and didn't know why he had killed 5-year-old little boy Jax. Ponomarenko brutally beat the boy with a baseball bat, leaving him with blunt force trauma to the head and face. Ponomarenko pleaded guilty to aggravated murder, kidnapping, and endangering children. The judge sentenced him to life in prison, but he'll be eligible for parole in 45 years when he's 79 years old.
Gary Michael Hilden. On December 7, 2005, Rosanna Miliani disappeared from hiking in Bryson City. She died from being beaten to death. In 2006, Cheryl Dunlap was reported missing. The police found her body alongside the highway, decapitated. On October 21, 2007, the body of Irene Bryant was found. Irene and John disappeared in the Pisgah National Forest. John died from a gunshot wound to the head. On December 6, 2007, the body of Michael Scott Lewis was found at Tomoka State Park, Florida. He was found decapitated and dismembered. On January 8, 2008, the body of Meredith Emerson was found in the North Georgia mountains. She had been hiking when Hilton attacked her with a knife. He killed and decapitated her. Hilton was later linked to and then charged with 3 additional murders. He was sentenced to life in prison.
Because some people who have that genetic predisposition to fearlessness become pro-social risk takers. They do things like drive race cars, test fly planes, fighter pilots, bomb disposal technicians. Now, those are all jobs where it helps to have a lot of fearlessness. And in fact, some people in law enforcement are brave and have that same capacity to be fearless.
Just within the past hour or so, a former Portland firefighter is found guilty of killing his 90-year-old grandmother. 56-year-old David Gall beat and strangled his mother, Junette Gall, inside her Hazeldale home last year. She took out a restraining order against that man just hours before her death. Gall will be sentenced later this month.
Donna Adelson's accused of taking part in a plot to murder Dan Markel back in 2014 in Tallahassee, Florida, so she could have her grandkids all to herself in Miami, 8 hours away. Dan Markel was the ex-husband of Donna's daughter, Wendy, and they were fighting in court about where their kids would live. Donna's son Charlie was found guilty of arranging the hit on Markel. Donna is now in jail in Miami, and Leon County deputies have about 2 weeks to pick her up. She's being held without bail, so she is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Dr. Harold Shipman was to his patients the perfect GP, kind, caring, trustworthy, and always willing to visit his many patients in the comfort of their homes. He was held in such high esteem that those that made it onto his patient list likened it to winning the lottery. But the truth was that this kindly-looking doctor was relentlessly picking them off, deciding when it was their time to die.
Yeah. Liked them. Actually, yeah, really liked them. One of the few people I ever really liked.
But Maliband had developed some bad habits. He racked up thousands of dollars in gambling debts to loan sharks.
I think Kuklinski killed him because he used him for his information. He used him for his knowledge. He probably brought him around, brought him with him on certain jobs that he did. And it was time for the boss to make the decision.
Hans Schmidt was a German Catholic priest, rapist, convicted murderer, and suspected serial killer. He was executed at Sing Sing prison in New York for murdering a woman in the United States. Schmidt remains the only Catholic priest in American history to face capital punishment. Hans was regularly beaten by his father and watched his father beating his mother. Even in childhood, Schmidt combined a deep religious devotion with bisexual promiscuity and a fascination with drinking blood and dismembering animals. Hans once beheaded 2 of his parents' geese and kept the severed heads in his pocket. He also frequented the village slaughterhouse daily, where he would watch the death and dissection of farm animals.
You wouldn't be frightened or afraid then of the prison population trying to make a hit on you?
Man, I've been staying alive in prison this long without no help.
In another admission that reveals Rader's depravity, he told the psychologist the thrill had little to do with the kill, or for that matter, with the victim herself.
And I don't think it was actually the person that I was after, I think it was the dream. I know that's not really nice to say about a person, but they were basically an object. They were just an object, that's all they were. I had more satisfaction building up to it and afterwards than I did the actual killing of the person.
Samuel Little is the most contemporary killer on this list, and the FBI is still working on identifying a number of his victims. The agency describes Little as the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history, believed to have killed 93 people. He began killing in the 70s and managed to go undetected for over 3 decades because most of his victims were sex workers, the homeless, and drug addicts living on the fringes of society.
Screaming and yelling and burning, and the car burned. And I could smell him. I walked down the block and I could hear him as I turned the corner. He was still yelling. This was a personal thing.
Jack Owen Spillman, the werewolf butcher. Spillman was convicted of the April 1995 murders of Rita Huffman, 48, and her daughter Mandy, 15, and the 1994 murder of Penny Davis, 9. Huffman and her daughter were both found in their East Wenatchee, Washington home, sexually mutilated and posed in provocative positions. Spillman's pickup was stopped by an East Wenatchee police officer in the parking lot of a VFW hall nearby that evening, and subsequently, a 12-inch knife covered in blood was recovered there. It appeared to match a knife set in the victim's house. Spillman pleaded guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder, and was sentenced to life in prison in 1996. He is serving his sentence at Washington State Penitentiary. Charlie Brandt committed suicide by hanging after murdering his wife and niece. The latter was also decapitated and eviscerated in a manner strongly similar to 26 unsolved murders of women in Florida starting in 1973, the year Brandt moved to the state. Brandt was later considered the culprit in one of these murders, due to his strong resemblance to a suspect who was filmed by a traffic camera near the place where one body was found. He could not be officially tied to the other crimes due to lack of evidence. When he was 13 years old in 1971, he attempted to murder his whole family with a gun, for no apparent reason. His mother, who was pregnant, died in this attack, but his father survived, and his sister escaped.
What would you do with the dead animals? Skin them sometimes, slit them all the way open, look at the organs, feel them. Mystifying to me how the insides of the animal looked. It was exciting to see.
Since there is no love in my life, I must have something to replace it, so I replace it with hate. Constant hate. Constantly reminded to hate.
What's that do for you?
Keeps my left foot going in front of my right foot. Keeps me moving.
Day trippers, holiday makers, and tourists, young and old, massacred by a lone gunman.
When the gunfire stopped, 35 people were dead, 23 injured.
Charles Cullen is an American serial killer and former nurse. He was convicted of murdering hundreds of patients during his 16-year career as a nurse in several New Jersey medical centers. Charles Cullen confessed to killing as many as 40 of his victims, 29 of which were confirmed. He is currently serving a life imprisonment without parole for over 100 years.
I made that a challenge, almost like a chess game. And the more clever they got about checking me out ahead of time, the more clever I got.
There were times where he would kill someone, go to a bar, have a drink or two, while the victims' bodies were in the car, and he would come out and he would pop the lid of the car and look at them as his pride and joy.
Ronald James Ward Jr. was an American serial killer who murdered at least 3 women and 1 man in the span of several months in 2000. Initially convicted for the murder of Craig Petrich in Montana, he was later linked by DNA evidence to 3 other murders, which had occurred in Arkansas and California. Ward died serving his sentence in the Montana State Prison in 2014. Medical personnel did not report the exact cause of death, but said that no foul play was involved in his death.
Sit in jail for 2 years? Because that's how long this thing will take to get over.
Yeah, as long as we can serve.
You want to sit in jail for 2 years?
No,
huh?
Yeah.
You know, I've been treating you nice, right?
No
Haven't I?
disrespect.
Huh? Well, why are you starting?
No disrespect.
Why are you starting now?
I learned a lesson in that one, never to kill from the front. I just didn't like looking in the face of them and the pain they were having in their face.
The 16-year-old girl that she's looking in your face. It's not the way you want it.
No, it was the way she was looking at me, and and begging for life. I wanted the back of the head because I couldn't see their face.
You kept a photo album. Why?
Two reasons, really. One was to help me remember what I'd done, exactly what had happened, what he looked like, for my own, pleasure. We'll look at photos later on. And another one was so next time I got a boy home, I could show him pictures of me hanging in the closet, and then I'd kill that boy.
When a person does that and kills someone, it changes their whole personality. They're different after that. You can't undo. You can't unkill someone.
In court after an admitted killer's caught on camera smiling during his sentencing. A judge fed up with that casual attitude stopped the proceedings in a surprising move.
Donta Wright sat in court smiling and nearly laughing as a mother shed tears for her son, shot and killed by Wright.
He was nicknamed the New York Ripper, the Torso Killer, and the Times Square Killer, since he was convicted of 3 murders that occurred there that included mutilation.
Did you think of yourself as an assassin?
Assassin? Sounds so exotic. I was just a murderer.
If I understand you correctly, you're positive you killed more than 50 people. And you think you probably killed more than 100 people.
Well, a man gets a life sentence for murdering a mom of 4 right in front of her children.
It was back in 2019. The body of Selena Escalera Pacheco was found inside an Oklahoma City apartment. She'd been stabbed more than 70 times. At the time, Gabriel Aguilar was named a suspect, and police say they found his wallet with his ID near Selena's body. He was arrested days later for first-degree murder.
According to new court records this week, Aguilar entered a blind plea of guilty. The judge sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole.
Kelly M. Cochran, 34, aka the Devil Woman of Michigan, who killed her lover and served his remains at a barbecue, has confessed to more murders. Cochran, who injected her husband with a lethal dose of heroin before smothering him with a pillow, and is suspected of serving her lover's remains to unsuspecting neighbors at a barbecue. She was sentenced to 65 years in prison in 2018 after admitting to killing her husband, Jason Cochran, but she was already serving a life sentence for killing and dismembering another lover, Chris Reagan, who vanished in 2014, and scattered his remains in the woods. Prosecutors claimed that Cochran had boasted in interviews to killing several other people and that she may well be a serial killer, with up to 9 bodies buried across the Midwest. Regardless, Kelly Cochran will spend the rest of her life behind bars. Jean Weber was a French serial killer, known as the Ogress. Weber worked as a transient babysitter who strangled 10 children, including at least one of her own. Weber left home for Paris at 14 years old and later married in 1893. She was arrested for vagrancy and briefly confined to the asylum at Nanterre, but doctors pronounced her sane and set her free. In 1908, Weber was found strangling 10-year-old Marcel Poirot with a bloody handkerchief. The father had to punch her 3 times in the face before she would release the lifeless body. Held for trial on murder charges, Weber was declared insane on October 25, 1908, packed off to the asylum at Merville. Credited with at least 10 murders, she survived 10 years in captivity before manually strangling herself in 1918.
Don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry what I did to Compton. I couldn't help it. Don't know why I had to stab her. I am so upset about it. I keep getting drunk every day. I can't believe I did like a big dream. I can't think of being locked up. If I get locked up, I'll kill myself. I'd rather kill myself than get locked up. I'll try not to kill anybody else.
Delta man accused of killing his 5-month-old daughter back in December has been formally charged. 20-year-old David Beck has been charged with first-degree murder and child abuse resulting in death. He's also facing child abuse charges for allegedly abusing a 2-year-old girl in his care. When Beck's daughter died, doctors say she had severe blunt trauma to the head and neck. Beck is out on bond tonight. He will be back in court later this month.
She didn't believe in sparing her either. I mean, she used to hit me with a broomstick if I did something wrong.
Where would she hit you?
Whoever it hit.
As Kuklinski grew older, he swore that no one would ever again treat him with disrespect.
Born and raised in Australia, Knight was the first woman to receive a life imprisonment sentence without parole. Throughout her life, Knight showed signs of severe mental instability, displaying bouts of aggression and violence against animals and humans. Her deadly act occurred when she brutally stabbed her partner, John Charles Thomas Price, before skinning and preparing his body for consumption by Price's children. After a series of escalating fights, Knight broke into Price's home late one night and stabbed him repeatedly in the chest, ultimately stabbing him 37 times. She skinned her ex-boyfriend Price and hung his skin from a meat hook on the wall of their shared home. She then decapitated Price and cooked his dismembered body with vegetables. Her terror was discovered when a neighbor found Price's car still in the driveway and that he didn't report for work.
Tony Banana's bullet-riddled body was found the next day in the Bronx, in the trunk of a car. Money was stuffed into every orifice of his body, a mafia message that it was greed that killed him. Joe says the assassination of Tony Bananas was his last hit for the Genovese family.
That was about the end of me too around that time.
Richard Trenton Chase, aka the Vampire of Sacramento, was an American serial killer, cannibal, and necrophile who killed 6 people in 1977 and 1978 in Sacramento, California. He drank his victims' blood, cannibalized their internal organs, and would engage in necrophilia with his female victims. He did this as part of a delusion that he needed to prevent Nazis from turning his blood into powder via poison they had planted beneath his soap dish. The jury found him guilty of 6 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death on May 8, 1979. He was placed on death row, but was found dead in his cell at San Quentin State Prison on December 26, 1980, age 30. The serial killer had been given prescribed medication, which he saved up to eventually overdose.
Dennis Nilsson, former Army cook and ex-Metropolitan Police officer who murdered at least 12 young men during and after homosexual encounters. Convicted in 1983, died in prison in 2018. Liked to keep his dead victims with him as companions until their state of decomposition became too bad for him to stomach, at which point he dismembered the corpses and disposed of them. Had a dog called Bleep.
Sheriff's deputies in Waller County, that's just northwest of Houston, have charged a man with murder in connection to his wife's death.
Investigators describe this as a gruesome crime. 21-year-old Angie Diaz was found decapitated in the couple's home Wednesday morning. Investigators believe her husband, Jared Dykes, killed her with a kitchen knife. He stayed at the scene and was taken in for questioning. He later confessed to killing her. The husband and wife had just been married in October.
Richard Kuklinski is not a serial killer. He's not a drug-crazed, wild man running around with a machine gun. He's not a person that is driven by perverse sexual desires. He doesn't drink. He doesn't gamble. All of these things, which many persons that are involved in killing and murders often are motivated by. Richard Kuklinski, instead, is nothing more than a predator on human beings. His motivation is greed, and his method of murder is very varied and very extreme.
I want people to understand this too, and I'm not saying this gratuitously because it's important people understand this, that basically I was a normal person.
Бульон варил и мясо выкинуло. Да. Быстрее. Женину мясо. А потом вы что сделали? Я его не ел. Кто ел? Когда его просто стошнило. Батяня и Юра, этот бомж, причем в основном
And part of the shock and horror for my dear friends and family years ago when I was first arrested was that there was no clue. They looked at me and they looked at the all-American boy. And I mean, I wasn't perfect, but I want to be quite candid with you. I was okay.
He liked killing people, how they died, watching them struggle, watch them squirm. He felt the joy to that.
A Manhattan bar.
The FBI and U.S. Marshals arrested a man accused of killing 3 female sex workers in Mexico. Bryant Rivera appeared before a judge this morning. Court records say he's from Downey. Investigators reveal the women were found dead in hotel rooms in 2022. An arrest warrant was issued for Rivera in November of that year. Mexican authorities compared the killings to the murders committed by serial killer Ted Bundy.
These men are preparing for release from prison.
Molested and raped 3 to 12-year-old boys.
Oral rape to bestiality.
I'm a sadistic rapist. I like to hurt them more than I actually like to rape them.
Here's a look now at some statistics, at least when it comes to the death penalty here in Texas. According to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the state adopted lethal injection as a means of execution back in 1977. The death penalty is also currently authorized by 27 states, the federal government, and also the U.S. military. By the way, Texas leads the nation in the number of executions since the death penalty was first reinstated, which was 1976. Texas also has one of the largest death row populations.
Being involved in safe drives the limit,
Where would you put them to dry?
Got a room, right? Got a room, I'll just put it in there.
Don't look at me as an innocent babe of the woods. No, it never was.
Fred and Rosemary West, sexually tortured and then killed at least 12 females, including one of their own daughters. Body count believed to be much higher. He committed suicide before trial. She was found guilty and is serving life imprisonment.
Ted Bundy has been besieged by newsmen from throughout the West. In a few weeks, he plans to go to court here and ask that the press not be allowed inside his trial. In the meantime, he did allow us this interview, provided we did not discuss specific charges. Ted Bundy has been besieged by newsmen from throughout the West. In a few weeks, he plans to go to court here and ask that the press not be allowed inside his trial. But he did allow us to interview him.
And that allowed you to profit from your capacity for a completely emotionless, fearless, remorseless hit. In your line of work, they turned out to be major advantages, kind of preconditions for a successful career.
I appreciate you taking the time and explaining this to me.
There were more shocking discoveries in the kitchen.
There were 4 fully enfleshed skulls still there, sitting in a refrigerator. One of the officers said he opened the icebox. He heard a scream. It was only later that he realized that it was he himself who had screamed.
least it's not me in that car, you know? I can't believe it! I'm Oh my God! Random too, I don't get it.
How old is Brian?
19.
He's 19.
What's going on, man?
Cooperate. I am going to cooperate.
Okay, so parents have some concerns of some stuff they may have found in your room?
Yeah, I believe so.
And what would it be?
A human head and hands.
Like, for real human head and hands?
Yes.
From?
That fellow who went missing recently.
Which fellow was that?
Warren Brown.
Warren Brown? When did he go missing?
The night of the 27th.
The night of the 27th? Okay, and how did you end up with him?
I murdered him.
With what?
A knife.
Why would you have done that?
I've always wondered what murder felt like.
Accused serial killer Stephen Hainsworth outed himself as the prime suspect in all 3 killings back in 2018. A year later, major crime detectives swooped on the now 50-year-old at a Victorian prison and extradited him to South Australia. He was charged with the bashing murder of his own auntie, Beverly Hanley, found dead in her Elizabeth North home in 2010. Then with the 2011 death of Mount Gambier pensioner Stephen Newton, and the killing of 71-year-old Phyllis Harrison in 1998. She was stabbed to death in her Elizabeth South home. Only now can the public know what he stands accused of. A judge today granting a 7 News application to broadcast his name and image.
The concern was if there was a jury and they became aware that there were 3 victims before it was finally decided that the matter would proceed as a single trial, there might be some prejudice.
The cold case breakthroughs came after painstaking work by Major Crimes Task Force Resolute.
Alan Jones moved into a property around the corner from Stephen Hainsworth in Elizabeth South in 2007, almost 10 years after the alleged murder of Phyllis Harrison. He told the court he was gardening when he found a foldable knife with a wooden handle covered in blood. It had brass inlay on each end and it looked like a single blade. Earlier, Stephen Hainsworth's former partner testified that on the day Mrs. Harrison's body was found, the pair was interviewed by police before officers seized shorts, a T-shirt, jocks, socks and boots belonging to Hainsworth. One of the first paramedics at the crime scene became emotional, recounting the moment she saw Mrs. Harrison lying on the floor. I had a hard time processing what I had seen. I noticed there was a lot of blood. I was also distracted by the fact that I saw her stockings that appeared to have been taken down. 49-year-old Stephen Hainsworth is standing trial, accused of killing Mrs. Harrison, his aunt Bev Hanley and friend Stephen Newton between 1998 and 2011. Photographs released show Mrs. Harrison's handbag on the floor near the dining table, its contents strewn around. It's alleged a drug-addicted Hainsworth entered her home through an unlocked door looking for items to sell. Prosecutors maintain there were similarities in all of the killings. Hainsworth knew the 3 victims and they all lived nearby at the time of their deaths. The case involving the death of Bev Hanley is expected to get underway next week.
Therefore, this court sentences you, Jason Allen Thornburg, to death.
Jason Thornburg sat silently as jurors, some in tears, sentenced him to death. Then 4 people took the witness stand to mourn their loved ones and speak to their killer.
And you show no remorse for what you did. You won't even tell us where she's at.
This man has been in front of you since August.
Wednesday's closing arguments were welcome. For almost a month, jurors and victims' relatives endured gruesome details, grotesque pictures, and gut-churning testimony.
The death penalty is reserved for the most heinous of crimes and the most evil of people, and that is Jason. If not Jason Thornburg, then who?
The jury already convicted Jason Thornburg of murdering 3 people he knew in 2021. The 44-year-old told investigators he sacrificed his victims inside a Euless motel room, dismembered them, and ate some body parts as part of a ritual. Firefighters found the bodies burning in a Fort Worth dumpster.
He is a psychopath. He is evil.
Thornburg later admitted to killing 2 other people before this. His own attorneys today called him a serial killer and a cannibal.
Jason was those things in 2021. But we have to think about how Jason got there. And Jason got there because that's the position his mother put him in.
They blamed his behavior on fetal alcohol syndrome and asked jurors for mercy. Medication has changed Thornburg's life, they said.
From the get-go, he was doomed in the womb. He had no chance to be the correct person he should be.
But prosecutors told the jury Thornburg remains too dangerous to live, that he's made weapons in jail, and that he almost got away with these killings.
Accused of chaining up a woman in the Park Hill neighborhood is behind bars tonight on a $100,000 cash bond. Moises May appeared in court this morning pleading not guilty to charges of kidnapping, wanton endangerment, assault, terroristic threatening, and harassment. According to police, May held a woman captive inside a home on Bowling Avenue, placing a chain around her neck and bolting it to the floor. Once he left that home, the woman was able to bust a window open and scream for help. Police rescued her Wednesday evening and she was taken to the hospital to get checked out. May returns to court later this month.
Pretty good now? Yeah. I got a bunch of loose. Where you see a ladder at?
I got a ladder there. The ladder was on the side.
Is anybody else in there? He did what? Is he Hispanic?
Where's
the ticket? Yeah,
I know he's got it on his feet.
But there's no one else in here, right?
No, you can.
There we go.
Thank you so
What kind of car does he drive?
Edward Gein had lived most of his life in a farmhouse. Mother Gein died after a series of strokes. Ed sealed off her bedroom and the parlor as a weird shrine. Cheap pictures of Jesus on one wall and a mask of human skin on another. The sheriff drove out to the Gein farm, finding the shed unlocked. Hanging from the rafters, upside down, was the headless body of Beatrice Wharton, slit open like a butchered animal. On the stove was a fresh human heart and a pot. The tops of skulls were hollowed out, used for drinking bowls like the ancient Viking. Human organs were kept in the icebox. Furniture had been reupholstered with human skin. In a box were Ed Gein's collection of female sex organs cut from the corpses he had dug up. There were 9 face masks peeled from the heads of the dead, vests and leggings sewn together from the skin of cadavers. There were a total of 15 bodies. Gein quietly went into custody. He died of old age in 1984.
Why am I guilty and the judge don't charge me guilty? Why am I guilty? Do you know they charge me just for things that I do every day? Where's our
I remember wanting to die. I wanted to die.
She comes face to face with the monster who abducted and tortured her.
I just tried to go somewhere else in my mind.
This man, Andrew Urdialis, offered her a ride. What followed next was a horrific nightmare. He drove her to a remote desert location where he tied her with rope and her bra.
He started strangling me so hard. But I thought this is what it might feel like if you're drowning.
What Jennifer could not have known was that Urdialis was a serial killer. His victims, 5 women in Southern California and 3 women in Illinois. Jennifer is the only woman known to have escaped the psychopath's clutches. Listen to the sick way he shoved her own underwear down her throat.
And he just kept shoving them in my mouth, and then I started choking on them.
On the women's side of the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. Why are you in the penitentiary now?
Well, the claims I killed my husband.
Which, your last husband?
Yes, sir.
Did they say you killed any more?
Yes.
Or your other husband? Which other?
3 of them.
Did you?
No, sir.
How did they say you claimed they killed you?
They claimed I poisoned them.
But you say you didn't poison them?
I didn't.
How long would you be in prison?
Well, I spent it for life.
Would you ever get out?
I hope.
What would you do if you get out?
I would take my daughter's children and put them all 4 together and try to raise them.
If you could say something to people on the outside, say a mother who has a teenage daughter, what would you tell her about raising that daughter?
I tell her to go to church and keep her close by.
You think love is important today?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nanny Doll.
He's strapped in the chair, the electrodes are fixed, then the executioner walks to a little room behind the electric chair, which is the power room, and the first charge of electricity, which is 1800 volts. This causes the body to lift up several inches from the chair in which he is strapped in, causes veins to pop out his neck, his face, turns purple. In some instances, there's an odor of burnt flesh. Occasionally, there's bleeding from the nose. A piece of cotton is placed under the mask that hides the face, catch the dripping of blood. And then there's a second charge of electricity, which is at a lower voltage, about 400 volts. And then there's a third charge of electricity, which is up to 1400 volts. The time the defendant walks into the death chamber until he's pronounced officially dead is around 6 minutes.
And you know, that's he's going down! Stay under here. He's on top of the roof. Don't go over there. He's on the roof, buddy.
He's dead. I just seen his hair go up. They shot him in the head. Holy.
Well, if they hit anybody over there.
Did he pull up a shot?
He number of shots.
I thought that was ours.
No, that was him. The first 2 shots were him.
He's on the roof right there. He's right there on the roof. Just on the other side of the
I was standing there with a gun in my pocket. It was dark. It was windy. The limousine pulled up. The door opened. The rear left door opened. Yoko got out. John was far behind, say 20 feet, when he got out. I nodded to Yoko when she walked by me, and he looked at me, and I think he recognized, here's the fellow that I signed the album earlier. And he walked past me. I took 5 steps toward the street, turned, withdrew my Charter Arms 38, and fired 5 shots into his back. John stumbled up the stairs. I went into a state of shock. I just couldn't wait till those police got there. I was just devastated.
Your Honor, first thing I'd like to say is that I am innocent of these killings. I did not commit any of these murders that I was found guilty of. I feel that nothing here has been proven. There's been a lot of lies, a lot of deception. If anybody's guilty of a crime in this courtroom, it's this man, Edward Tolte, who sits here, for lying and deceiving the people of the Bronx, for lying to the poor families who stood there crying while they read letters of what they believe I did because of what he said. He's paid people to lie. They've come here and lied against me, people that were close to me, that I could never understand why they lied. To this day, I can't imagine why, until I found out the reason why.
I say the same shit all the time, but then when it's
He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known. This is Donald Trump saying nothing is known at the time about the shooter who is now dead. And here's key new information in this statement from Donald Trump. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized what was happening, and then he ends it, God bless America. So a statement from Donald Trump that he has posted on social media.
Richard Francis Cottingham is an American serial killer and rapist who murdered at least 17 young women and girls in New York and New Jersey between 1967 and 1980. He was nicknamed the New York Ripper, the Torso Killer, and the Times Square Killer, since his crimes often targeted prostitutes and included mutilation. He would approach them in bars, drug them with the date rape drug Tuinal, take them to a remote location, typically a motel, where he would bind, gag, torture, and stab them before killing them by strangling them with a ligature. He would occasionally remove and dispose of his victims' heads and hands, severely bite and scrape their nipples, cut around the breasts, and use other forms of torture. He forced his victims to address him as Master.
Mr. Simpson, would you please stand and face the jury?
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson.
Despite warnings from Judge Ito to remain calm, the families were overwhelmed. Ron Goldman's father sat stunned. His mother and sister sobbed. Outside the courthouse, supporters watching on TV screamed with joy. And here in Toronto, Simpson supporters were jubilant on Eglinton Avenue West. Back in the courtroom, Simpson smiled, and his attorneys were obviously pleased and relieved. The prosecution team sat stone-faced. Simpson was later taken by white van out onto the Santa Monica Freeway, back to his Rockingham estate. He was cheered along the way, reminiscent of that scene 15 and a half months ago.
Police say these two young men have committed an act that is so unthinkable there isn't even a law against it. The men allegedly sexually assaulted two female corpses. Webster's dictionary describes necrophilia as an erotic attraction to corpses.
Historically, law enforcers here in Florida charged necrophiliacs with sexual battery. That is until a few years ago when a circuit court in South Florida ruled that consent is no longer an issue if a person is dead.
The vast majority of offenders kill the person, then for some reason they're stimulated by the dead body and penetrate the body. In that case, the body is basically still warm. With respect to Ed Gein, this was not a spontaneous act where he killed somebody and then he penetrated the person. No, he was highly motivated to get corpses.
What would you do with the sexual part? I wouldn't enjoy it or anything.
What makes the difference? Our research suggests that the primary answer is responsible parenting. That means responsible mothers and fathers who spend as much time at home with their kids as they possibly can. Parents who listen to their kids. Parents who teach the difference between right and wrong by their own behavior. Parents who provide supervision and discipline that is consistent and not abusive. Parents who make their kids feel worthwhile and loved. Based on our research, here are some practical, common sense suggestions to help you keep your children from becoming involved in crime.
I didn't have the parental guidance, I guess, until after I was 14, 15 years old, and then it was kind of too late. I had my own head on my shoulders.
Kids left alone often get into trouble.
The daily march of Van Houten, Atkins, and Krenwinkel, smiling and singing, was unnerving to anyone who saw it on the news. The song they were singing was one that Manson had written. After disrupting the proceedings a number of times, the rest of the family was banned from the courtroom, so they moved to the hallways and kept a vigil outside. At first, the mood was almost festive.
626.
We saw them every day. You know, come on, Squeaky, you can't really be serious about that, you know. And we would banter back and forth, and so there was a joviality.
But continuing to shock the courtroom, Manson carved an X into his forehead in late July to symbolize his removal from society.
The body of Eiler's alleged victim was found in a shallow grave in this field in Lake County, Illinois. Like the victims in a string of murders from central Indiana to northern Illinois, 28-year-old Ralph Calise was stabbed repeatedly and found with his pants around his ankles.
There is a strong possibility the investigation may total 19 or more victims. In the opinion of the investigative authorities, 13 of the victims were directly connected with homosexual activities. This type of sordid crime can be compared with the sadistic gratification that John Wayne Gacy must have enjoyed in his vicious crimes.
Eiler was considered a suspect in the murder of two Indianapolis men, 21-year-old John Roach and 22-year-old Daniel McNevey. Police say he's also a suspect in the death of a third central Indiana man, Steve Egan of Terre Haute.
It would take, I would say, at least several months to determine at what point, if that point ever develops, that he would be charged with any cases in Indiana.
The woman who got her young daughter drunk and left her in a motel room with a stranger. It was the ultimate betrayal. Jailed and now free, one last secret. Who was that man?
I wouldn't not have been raped that day if it wasn't for her.
Therese, what sort of a mother does that to her own child?
Public, please.
What sort of a mother does that to her own child?
You don't know the facts.
What about Tomo? Where's Tomo, Therese?
Who the is he?
Why didn't you help them find the man who raped your daughter?
I tried.
Remarkable, given at just 16, Peter's mum Therese arranged for her to be raped. She took her on a so-called girls' weekend to Toowoomba, west of Brisbane, gave her alcohol and offered her up to a man known as Tomo.
You want to know the facts?
Sure.
Nothing happened to my daughter. I did not set her up. I don't know where the gutless mongrel is, but he never touched my daughter.
To this day, he's never been apprehended.
Sheriff Jim Jenkins remembers the case well. He and another deputy were called to Spring Hill and Canal Roads in response to a stabbing. Once there, they found a man in his underwear, bound at the wrists and ankles, a stab wound in his chest. Larry Eiler showed up at the scene moments later. Eiler explained that he and the man were playing out one of Eiler's sexual fantasies. Eiler was armed with a 10-inch Bowie knife during the encounter.
I believe his words were that he forgot he had a knife in his hand and he pushed this boy, and when he pushed him, he stabbed him.
The man never pressed charges against Eiler. Jenkins says he was too embarrassed. If Eiler had only sought help 16 years ago, or if his victim had only pressed charges.
Sure. Maybe lots of murders could have been prevented. I don't know. It's just a very tragic story all the way around.
It was the mid-1960s, and the Haight-Ashbury district of San Francisco was, for hippies and others escaping the mainstream, the promised land.
What we saw at its peak were literally thousands of flower children all over the country, all over the world, attracted to this movement, like moths to a flame. Summer in San Francisco. There was a philosophy here that was totally revolutionary that they'd not heard before, and this was the epicenter of it. A lot of very young, creative, exploring people came there, but then you started to see a shift where more disturbed, sicker, more drug-involved people started to come.
The hallucinogenic drugs like LSD were being replaced by stimulant drugs, speed particularly, that led to compulsion and paranoia. And innocence was giving way to violence.
How would you select your victims? I
didn't select them. It was random. And it was also the development of the passion. If I was drove, they died. Like the last two victims. I was so pissed I'd have killed anybody that got in the car. But there was times I drove a woman and her son clear up into Oregon, crossed over to the coast highway and drove back down. And like 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, fog, misty highway, and I'm driving along, there's not a car near me. It's totally alien county. This is way up around Eureka or something. And here I've been fighting my inner impulses to not go off on this woman and her 12-year-old son, who's hitchhiking clear back to Seattle, right? And I'm struggling with these feelings. I don't want to do it. Man, you ought to do it anyway. You're weak, you're a punk. I don't want to do it. All day long I'm doing this.
On May 20, 1999, the case blew wide open. Two police officers in search of stolen property broke into the Snowtown bank vault leased by Hayden and Bunting. The stench was overpowering. Along with the bodies, they found a frightening collection of thumb restraints, handcuffs, knives, and even a machine for administering electric shocks. Some of the victims were found with burns to the genitals. Most were dismembered so they would fit in the 6 plastic barrels.
It seems to me when you look at how the victims were killed, the torturing, the killing, the dismembering, show that the people who committed these crimes were not only killing people for money, but also killing them because they enjoyed torture and they enjoyed the power of taking somebody else's life.
Basically, I need the police and the ambulance now because I've killed 4 people.
Okay, just hold the line. Bear with me.
Mate, have you got anything on you that you shouldn't have?
No, there's no weapons or nothing.
Right.
Right, do you just want to undo your coat? Have you armed yourself?
Yeah.
You have?
Have you stabbed yourself, mate?
I can see blood on your hands.
Yeah. I've bled quite
Right, do you want to take... Yeah. No, just stay there. I just don't want to be in front of them. Right, just around the corner.
Just walking wounded at the minute, obviously, again. Why, what have you done? Have you done something to anyone else? Yeah. What have you done?
I've murdered 4 people.
But he's saying that his family are inside and that he believes he has murdered them. Damien at 07:47 hours, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence.
Anderson appeared in court yesterday where prosecutors say they found blood in his home along with a, quote, sex dungeon. His bond is set at $5 million. It began with a human leg. It was cut off at the hip. There was pink toenail polish on the toes. The leg was found in Lakefront Park, and it wasn't long before other body parts started turning up in various other locations. And then police determined that they all belonged to a 19-year-old woman named Sade Robinson. And even while those grim discoveries were happening, police had a suspect. It was this guy, the tall, blonde, 33-year-old bartender named Maxwell Anderson. He and Sade, it turns out, had gone on a date the night before Sade failed to show up for work, and hours before her clothes were found in her burned-out car. Investigators said phone records, surveillance video, forensics all tied Maxwell Anderson to the crime, and so they charged him with it.
Unable to shout her down, the furious Hines tries everything to dislodge Lena from his roof, driving first along the beach and then through the sand dunes. Petrified Hines would be back, Beatrice stays hidden behind bushes until, unexpectedly, her luck changes. She sees another car, makes sure it's not Roman's, before desperately flagging down the driver and his friends. The young, freaked-out fisherman called Adam Stewart.
Some girl on the beach has been raped, was the first thing he said. It's basically some guys raped and bashing some girls on the beach and just panic.
He told me that he had followed my case and that he had killed 2 girls in Washington as a copycat crime. He would tell me that he took them up on the logging road and strangled them and had sex with their corpses and went back and had sex with their corpses and cut off their heads. Like, it's a tribute. And I'm thinking, you motherfuckers that wrote that. I said, here's the guy who read it, believed your bullshit, and went out and did something like this. And now he's like bragging to me. It wasn't exactly a brag, it was like a tribute. How many did you get, really, Jerry? They said 34. Did they get all of them? Or did you have private graveyards? I said, Dad, I'm the best. What can I say to somebody like that, right?
What can you teach other people? That's what I'd like to know. What do you think you can teach other people? That's what I'd like to know, too.
I know how to be reborn and start all over. And start all over. I don't start all over with the same old. I just start all over. Even though I might be old, I'm still brand new every day because I do one day at a time. Just like that old convict used to tell me. Remember what he used to say now? One day at a time. So I've learned to live my life. One day at a time.
It's an arrest cops from coast to coast were looking to pull off. Suspected serial killer Daniel Drayton taken into custody this week in North Hollywood. It was shot by a man we're calling George, who didn't want his face shown on camera out of fear for his safety. He lives just feet from where police found a woman Drayton had tied up inside her apartment and, according to police, raped and then tried to kill. George says he had seen Drayton days earlier on the victim's balcony smoking cigarettes with a woman, not a care in the world. Police in New York were searching for Drayton for the July 17th strangling murder of 29-year-old nurse Samantha Stewart. The two met on the dating app Tinder. The arrest making headlines in New York reads California cops nab psycho tied to murder spree. But Drayton has reportedly admitted to 6 more murders in New York, Connecticut, and California.
As a young teenager, he beat one of his classmates that he claimed was bullying him, just beat him to death with his fists. And after he was done, he pulled out his teeth, he cut off his fingertips because he didn't want the body to be identified. He had seen that on a crime show earlier in his life. They asked him about it later on in life, and he said, I didn't feel anything. It didn't bother me one bit. As a matter of fact, I felt powerful. Who could do something like that? The Iceman. Kuklinski claimed to be a very close associate of Roy DeMeo and that he did a lot of killings for DeMeo. He claimed to do killings for all 5 families. I spent 25 years in that life. I never heard his name mentioned once. Certainly wasn't involved with the Colombos. I don't think he was involved with Roy DeMeo. As a matter of fact, when you've seen his interviews and you hear about law enforcement, they can't corroborate anything that he said with any of the 5 family because I don't believe he had one. I think the guy is a pathological liar. He was a sociopath, no doubt. He was a psychopath, no doubt. And I think he was a pathological liar.
Once he had cleared away all the rubbish, Beresford Brown started to remove the wallpaper and prized open the alcove at the back of the kitchen. To his horror, he found himself looking at the torso of a semi-naked woman. He called the police, and when they had removed the body, they found another 2 concealed behind, both wrapped in blankets. All 3 women had been strangled. The first body was identified as that of 26-year-old Hectorina McLennan. Second was Rita Nelson, a 25-year-old prostitute from Belfast. The third was another prostitute, Kathleen Maloney, who had come to London from Southampton. The house was now pulled apart in the search for more bodies, and in the front room the police found another underneath the floorboard. The body under the floorboards was that of Ethel Christie. As the search of the house and yard, one of the policemen spotted that the garden fence was being supported by human thigh bones. Soon human bones were being turned up in a seemingly random scattering all over the little plot. One skull was reconstructed out of a jigsaw of 110 separate pieces.
The same thing with the victims. I've looked at all of, I don't know if you notice here, we got pictures of every one of the victims here. And believe it or not, for the last 12 years, I've studied these photos of these victims. And there is no We have a shot of all of the victims together here. And when you look over at the photos, I have no recollection of any of them. Never met them. And we've gone over this more than once. They're just names and faces. And when you look at them, the thing of it is, we took it a step further. We went into their backgrounds. I wanted to know where they were at, what schools they attended, who they hung out with, and what kind of activities they were into. And that's what we dug up on each one of the victims. But still, there is no association. None of them never worked for me. None of them, they never went to any places that I ever hung around, because I didn't hang around that many places unless you're involved in politics.
Each day, the courtroom is filled with spectators drawn by a fascination with Theodore Bundy himself or by the gruesome details of the crimes. Blood-stained pillows, pictures of the murdered co-eds, evidence that the women were sexually abused. What is unusual to see is that many of the onlookers are women, young women, contemporaries of the 5 Florida State sorority sisters who were assaulted in their beds a year and a half ago.
Every time he turns around, I kind of get that feeling, oh no, you're not gonna get me next. Every night when I go to bed, I just, I get very scared. I shut my door and lock him.
I'm not afraid of him. He just doesn't look like the type to kill somebody. You try to imagine yourself in his place and to see how he's feeling, looking at the pillows with blood stains and everything, if he really did it or not.
The trial has drawn women from as far away as Seattle, where Bundy is suspected of other sex murders. Are you a little scared when you look at him?
Yes, it scares me to be in the same room with him, but I know there's other people in there, so.
Why do you do it?
I don't know.
It's Tuesday, the 9th of February 2016. Police are responding to a chilling cry for help. It started out as a regular road trip. Friendly stranger giving 2 young backpackers a ride. They think they're safe. But just moments later, these 2 women are fighting for their lives. What happened at this abandoned and remote campsite at the hands of this man, Roman Hines, is terrifying. Hines's twisted plan was now in action. Trustingly, Beatrice followed him into the sand dunes, unaware he was carrying a knife, hammer, and ropes.
Once I turned around to go towards the campsite, that's when he grabbed me. Then at the beginning, like the first, I think, split of seconds, I just thought it was a joke. And then I realized that it wasn't a joke.
Go out and kill, commands Father Sam. I am here on Earth to create havoc and terror. I am a monster. I am the son of Sam. I love to hunt, prowling the streets looking for fair game, tasty meat. I live for the hunt. Sometimes the need to kill becomes so overwhelming that I fear myself. I am certain there is something inside me, an alien presence, this need to obtain blood and kill. I am the demon from the bottomless pit. I take the lives of those who are not willing to give them up. I am he, the son of Sam, who fear nothing I destroy, who can understand the mysteries of the forces of darkness. Please inform all the detectives working on the case that I wish them the best of luck. Think positive. Get off your butts. Knock on coffins.
What we did was we sent our units out here and we did discover what appears to be a body. The body has clothing very similar to what the victim was last seen wearing.
The Kissimmee Police Department confirmed Friday that it is the body of Madeline Soto that was found. In a statement, Chief Betty Holland said, quote, "It is with a heavy heart I inform everyone that as we expected, Madeline Soto is deceased. This is a sad day for our community and we mourn the loss of such a young life." Madeline's mother's boyfriend, Stephon Stearns, was arrested Wednesday for sexual battery and possession of child sexual abuse material just days after Madeline had been reported missing. Detectives found disturbing videos and images on Stearns' cell phone, which they say he attempted to delete. Stearns said he had dropped Madeline off a few blocks from her school Monday morning, but Orange County deputies say that isn't true.
Instead, we believe she was already dead.
And 17-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley. It was Henley who unveiled this secret of mass killings and led police to the graves of the dead.
I woke up and he was
clamping handcuffs on me. I was laying on my stomach. The other two were on their stomach and they were handcuffed and their feet were tied. I can't remember whether he tied my feet afterwards or they were tied when I woke up. He let me up and took them into a bedroom and strapped them to the board.
Henley said at one point Carl put down his gun. He picked it up, ordered Carl to release the other victims, but he refused, and Henley says he shot Carl repeatedly. Henley's initial story makes it sound as if he were in effect a hero, but police suspicions were confirmed the next day. Henley said he had been involved in the murder and burial of some victims found in the dirt floor of this storage shed. For most of Wednesday night, lawmen continued to unearth bodies, all supposedly young boys, early to mid-teens. All had their hands tied, the bodies wrapped in plastic. Lime had been poured over the victims to help decompose the bodies.
Then he turned around and he started chasing me, and I was running in all different directions pretty much, but on this flat area here.
Weaving between scrubby salt bushes, Lena ran for nearly a kilometre, with Hines constantly on her tail, intent on running her down. The hunt ended here. Lena had nowhere else to run.
I thought I'm going to die. I was really sure about it.
Physically at her weakest, Lena now makes a truly remarkable decision.
The man expected to be charged with one of the largest mass murders in the U.S. this century. His ex-roommate says he remembers Dahmer as a hard-drinking wimp.
Police say Dahmer admits burying body parts in the lawn of his parents' home. He's also supplied police with a map indicating where the remains should be. Evidence may back up Dahmer's claim. The current owner of the home discovered a human bone while landscaping 2 years ago. In Milwaukee, where Dahmer's trail of murders ended, local residents are criticizing police for not stepping in earlier, blaming racism. They cite an incident where Dahmer was reported by a black person chasing this Laotian boy down the street. He was nude and bleeding. The boy was later found among the 11 victims in his apartment. And the first indication of what may happen in court, Dahmer's father, Lionel, is telling an Ohio newspaper his son will plead not guilty by reason of insanity. And from his jail cell in Milwaukee, Jeffrey Dahmer is trying to end speculation about other murders and issued this statement.
21-year-old Tyrese Haspel ignored questions from reporters Friday as he was walked out of the 7th Precinct in handcuffs. Haspel is charged with the gruesome murder of 33-year-old tech CEO Fahim Saleh. Police say Monday afternoon, Haspel and Saleh rode the elevator up together at the victim's luxury condo building on East Houston Street. The suspect dressed in a black suit with his face covered, seemingly unrecognized by the victim. When the elevator opened directly to Saleh's apartment, police believe Haspel tased and then stabbed his boss in the torso and neck. Haspel allegedly returned the next day to dispose of the victim's body, but was interrupted by the victim's cousin, possibly buzzing up from the lobby.
His dismembered body in the living room of his apartment with his head, arms, and legs amputated.
An electric saw was near the remains. Sources tell us police have surveillance video that shows the suspect sneaking out of the building as the victim's cousin was coming up the elevator. Friday morning, Haspel was arrested about a mile away in NoHo.
Now, he is one of 4 men charged in connection with killing Shamika Barrows, Michael Martin, and Damian Colon during a plot to steal money and drugs.
Think of what one has to do to receive life in prison ×6 plus a decade more, and Russell Burrell did it. The 19-year-old sentenced in Superior Court Monday for murdering Shamika Barrows, Damian Colon, both 22, and Michael Martin, 23, at Providence's Maplewood Terrace apartments in July 2012. Burrell and 3 others conspired to rob Martin of marijuana and money, forcing their way into his apartment on that summer evening. Burrell executed Martin and Colon with a 9mm Glock as they were being herded into a rear kitchen. He then finished the magazine off on Shamika Barrows, who had simply woken up from a nap. Russell Burrell pleaded guilty in November of 2013. A judge sentenced 2 other defendants earlier this month, including Quandell husband, age 18. A 4th waits to hear his fate.
We're at the bar, we're drinking, I'm ordering drinks, if fast they'll drink them, I'll buy them another one. I had the money, it didn't matter to me then. And then we meet this guy, Abbott, and he seemed like a nice guy. He was drunk, we were playing pool, but then we found out he couldn't afford his drinks, so I bought him drinks anyway. After a while there, I gave the guy some money to give us a ride home. He gets out, gets the gas, gets back in the car, and starts driving. I get the car to pull over. You got my cash from the gas station. Get out of here.
I just reached up there and wrapped my arm around the guy's throat and held on as tight as I could. We're pulling so hard, and I could just feel his neck popping.
I stabbed the guy.
I remember the blood just spraying out, hitting the windshield, and coming back on me, and rolling down the back of the seat.
They said I stabbed him about 20-something times, somewhere around there.
An appellate court sentenced a former employee of Seoul Metro to life in prison Tuesday for stalking a female co-worker and murdering her in a public restroom last year. The Seoul High Court meted out the sentence to Chun Ju-han for stabbing the woman to death at Shindang subway station in Seoul last September. The killing took place a day before Jen was set to face a court ruling on separate charges of stalking her on a total of 351 occasions and illegally filming and blackmailing the victim in late 2021. A district court had sentenced Chun to 40 years in prison in the murder case. He was separately given an additional 9-year prison term for stalking the woman. The 2 cases have since been combined for an appellate ruling for which prosecutors have demanded capital punishment for Chun. The Seoul High Court delivered life imprisonment for Chun, saying the murder was committed in a very organized and thorough manner. The case against Chun will be automatically referred to the Supreme Court for a final ruling as a defendant given life imprisonment.
I don't know what to say. What do you want to say? Nothing. You give it what you did to me? You don't really give it, do you?
Not that I don't give it, man. It's just what I did wasn't to you, man. I wasn't robbing you, I was robbing the store, man.
Just the tough guy, huh? You can't picture at all what the hell you did to me.
I know what I did to you, man.
And it doesn't bother you at all.
Not the way you figure it should bother me.
Don't like attention.
Then why do you...
Most insecure people need attention.
Well, I was just going to say, then, if you don't want attention, why all your life have you kept waving your arms saying, hey, look at me?
That's what I've been doing all my life.
Well, I would have to say that a young man...
See if I got that document.
...who by the time he's 20 years old has been in and out of jails and reform schools for a variety of offenses that include wife beating,
wife beating, now that's never whipped by old lady.
Didn't you?
No, I punched my mother out once.
Oh, you did? All right, well, we'll call it mother beating. Forging
but
checks.
She was wrong. She lied to me and beat me for my money, and she didn't do right.
Forging checks, car theft. I mean, these are ways of waving your arms and saying, look at me, give me some attention.
Yeah.
You say you don't want any attention. Now, Charles, that's a contradiction.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, over a period of about 20 years, I imagine you'd want to change something.
You know, I sat up all night wondering what I was going to say. I didn't write anything out, and it bothers me to, hear what I said that night in the the lockup. I've never met a mean person in my whole life. And Mr. Sobel is right. The loss of a child is so hard to endure. I know how it feels, and I'm very sorry. I can't take back that day. I wish I could, but I can't. I handle my stress so differently than anybody else does, and I wish I could help myself. I really could. I asked for help several times, and I didn't get it. You know, and as a mandated reporter, Carol saw me covered in bruises. Why didn't she mandate that? Why didn't she report that? I asked for help several times and I didn't get it. I wished I had. I wished I'd still be down in the Rutland Regional, because this would have never happened. And I'm sorry.
Money, now! Okay, I'm getting it. I'm going. Stop fighting, man. Be cool. Come on. Oh my God. Give me the money! Don't hurt me. What are you doing? I'm getting my keys. I'm getting my keys for the cab. I'm getting my keys. I'm getting them. Okay, it's open. It's open, man. Man, go ahead and go. Leave me alone, man. That's all I got. That's not all of it, man. Okay, come on, I want the rest. Where is it? Get it, man. Okay, get it. Come on. Where is it? Right here in the cabin. Get it. Okay, I'm getting it. Come on, hurry up. Be cool. Don't hurt me, man. Don't hurt me. That's all I got. Come on, man. Come on, get me back. What do you want me, man? Shut up, man. Get on the floor. Okay. Now, come on, man. Your throat. No. And you stay here, just like this. I won't go. 10 minutes. You got it? Yeah, I got it. I won't move. You feel this? Yes, I do. Now you feel this? Yes, I got it. You move, man. I won't. And you're dead. No, I won't. You got that? Yes, I got it. Stay down. Let's get out of here, man. Come on. I was petrified. You know, I didn't know what he was going to do to me.
He was one of Illinois' most notorious killers, but just how notorious, we don't know. It was a secret he kept in life, but he may reveal it in death.
Police say they think Larry Eiler was a serial killer with at least 24 victims, maybe as many as 50. He died in prison, but the story isn't over yet. He reportedly made some dying declarations.
Eiler was arrested for the brutal stabbing murder of Ralph Calise in 1983, but released on a legal technicality. 1 year later, Eiler killed and dismembered 15-year-old Danny Bridges in his Northside apartment, leaving the body parts in a dumpster outside. Eiler was a suspect in the murders of up to 50 other young men and boys in Wisconsin, Indiana, and Illinois. He died of AIDS at the Pontiac Correctional Center, but may have done some talking first, implicating himself and possibly others in the unsolved crime. Did Eiler leave police with clues on Little or others? Cops wish they could have talked to him first. Most people are just happy he's gone.
Is he the worst serial killer? I would say yes.
Hines had already done enough damage. Both girls were flown to hospital with Lena unconscious for the trip. As news of the attack travelled around Australia, Hines's ex-girlfriend Sylvia Clark was devastated. She instantly recognised his car and remembered his plans to go to Salt Creek. Police found a library of sadistic porn on Hines's computer. But Roman Hines has been found guilty of indecent assault in the past against 2 backpackers in 2014.
In Seattle today, a man called the Green River Killer has finally confessed to murdering 48 women and girls, making him the most prolific serial killer in American history. His name is Gary Ridgway.
Gary Ridgway killed so many women it took nearly an hour to read all the charges.
I strangled Cynthia Hines to death. Is that your statement, Mr. Ridgway?
Yes, it is.
Is it true?
Yes. One at a time, Ridgway admitted killing 48 women, usually dumping their bodies in the Green River near Seattle.
I strangled Opal Mills to death. Dolores L. Williams. I strangled Deborah Estes to death. I killed so many women, I have a hard time keeping them straight. I wanted to kill as many women I thought were prostitutes as I possibly could. Is that true?
Yes.
I don't know the details of the case. You really just want to talk with your attorney?
The man accused of abusing a 4-year-old boy, a boy who died, broke down as he was charged with murder.
Giovanni Mejias allegedly died at the hands of his mother's boyfriend from blunt force trauma to his abdomen. The medical examiner ruled it wasn't an accident. The suspect has been a father since the age of 15, and this is not the first accusation of abuse against him.
So the first count is called felony murder, life without parole.
The 25-year-old suspect broke down when the charges against him were outlined by a judge today.
They're alleging you murdered one Giovanni Mejias. It is called felony murder. It is a felony.
His adult record includes drugs and gun charges, but he has a juvenile record that goes back 13 years before he even became a teenager. He also has charges of car theft, shoplifting, assault with a weapon, receiving and concealing stolen goods.
On the 12th of February, 1983, Dennis Nielsen was remanded in custody at Highgate Magistrates Court. He was sent to Brixton Prison as a Category A maximum security prisoner. This meant being confined to his cell except for half an hour's exercise each day. At first he was represented by a local solicitor, but he discharged him, preferring to speak up for himself. He appealed against wearing a prison uniform, and the magistrates were sympathetic. Nielsen claimed that his cooperative attitude should have earned him some privileges. When these weren't forthcoming, he refused to empty his slop bucket and got 56 days punishment for assaulting an officer.
Some of the bruises were in the shape of a belt buckle.
I ain't gonna let you, man. I ain't gonna let you sit here and say no crazy shit about me, man. No, man, because he don't even know, man.
Sir, the testimony showed that you put this child and other child in a shower with ice cold water. Anybody says anything back there, arrest them.
Shonda Vander Ark is convicted of killing her son, Timothy Ferguson, who was just 15 years old when he died. The judge also went beyond sentencing guidelines in the case of first-degree child abuse against Vander Ark, calling what she did to her son torturous. Timothy, who had autism, deprived food with locks on the fridge and pantry, and forced to eat hot sauce, among other instances of abuse. The abuse at the hands of his mother, Shonda Vander Ark, who's been convicted of abusing and killing Timothy, and her son, Paul Ferguson, who's also charged with abusing him. Vander Ark's case went to trial in December of 2023. Her son found dead in a Norton Shores home July of 2022. The judge saying Tuesday, it's important to call the abuse what it was.
And let's call it what it is. It's torture. You tortured this child.
Paul Ferguson, Timothy's older brother, also pled guilty in the case of first-degree abuse against Timothy. Ferguson is still awaiting his sentencing.
16-year-old Emma Walker was an honor student and cheerleader on her championship-winning high school squad. She dated Riley Gall, a wide receiver on the Maryville College football team in Tennessee. But days after she ended their 2-year relationship, she was found shot to death in bed. Riley Gall fled the scene. That night, he posted this on social media, living every day through Emma. I love you, beautiful, and I know you're in a better place now. My beautiful Emma. Rest easy now, sweetheart. Right away, police suspected Riley and persuaded a close friend to secretly record him talking about Emma's death.
They don't of anything, because if they did, I would be in jail right now.
He even claimed Emma took her own life.
She killed herself because of me and her parents, or she just killed herself because of her parents. But she didn't kill herself. She did. What do you convert it? Guilty.
He was found guilty of first-degree murder.
Emma's still gone.
Do you think the fact that he was asleep in his apartment was normal or unusual?
It's normal. It's normal. They go to sleep right in the station house. We have 16-year-old kids get arrested for homicide, and they may say, "Oh my God," or something. But 15 minutes later, you got to wake the guy up and say, "Listen, we got to make these papers out or something." Oh yeah, okay, like that. And I would think a normal thing to do would be having your eyes bulging out, and you'd be shaking like a leaf or something like that.
I don't know if he realized that the person that he had gotten in the fight with had died.
So that had something to do with it. And it's just a careless attitude, because I don't think they realize the seriousness of the crimes they commit, especially in homicides. And I guess they have a complacent attitude about it. So when they're caught, you really don't get any emotions out of them.
Several years later, on 2 different occasions, investigative reporter Maury Terry interviewed David Berkowitz in prison for a documentary series. In these rarely seen meetings, Berkowitz tells Terry that he was not the only shooter.
Now, there were a series of 8 attacks known as the Son of Sam killings.
Yeah.
Did you do all of them?
I was at all of them. I was at, more or less at all of them, scouting the areas and reporting back on likely targets and things, and I did not pull the trigger at every single one of them. And I believe the police do know that.
Berkowitz claimed his accomplices were fellow members of the 22 Disciples of Hell's Satanic Cult, who he joined when he was 22. And the killings were sacrifices to their satanic gods.
One summer night in 1973, Dean Corll suddenly tries to rape and murder Wayne on their torture board.
Mama.
Who's this?
It's Wayne.
Yes, this is Mama, baby.
Mama?
Yeah?
I killed Dean.
Wayne?
Ma'am?
What are you doing?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, God. Where are you?
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Where are you?
I'm out of his warehouse.
Where?
Out of that warehouse he keeps.
Can I come out there?
Yeah, yes.
No. It's on Highland Park.
You can't. No, you can't come.
Just off Highway 1 in South Australia's wheat belt is Snowtown, when 8 bodies were found here in a disused bank vault, rotting in barrels of acid, and another 2 turned up in an Adelaide backyard. Snowtown sees the attention of the world, and Australia recoiled in horror. 3 men will stand trial for the murder of 10 people. Mark Hayden, John Bunting, and Robert Wagner are accused of torturing and killing their own friends and relatives in order to get at their social security payments. The star witness against them is the 4th member of their group, James Vlasakis. After a marathon 6-month committal hearing, Vlasakis broke down and admitted his part in the 3-year killing spree. He pleaded guilty to 4 of the 10 murders.
The fellow that did the killing was a friend of one of the families, and he was told about it, and he decided to act like Big Brother and to try to settle this thing.
Make an impression on the girls.
Yeah, he was trying to impress the girls and the family that he knew. And, the macho image. And that's, he went down, he challenged the other fellow didn't back off, and unfortunately one boy is dead today and the other boy is going to be in jail for a while.
He chased them around the car, for the particulars. Still gave him 1 shot right in the stomach. That was the one that did it, and he chased him around the car. As he found it, the other guy went under the car. While he was under the car, they tried to poke him a few other times, but those were just superficial wounds and whatnot. And that was about what happened. They stayed out until about 6 or 7 this morning. We went and hit his apartment last night. We knew where he lived.
A judge delivering the harshest punishment possible to Britain's worst serial child killer of recent times.
This was a cruel, calculated, and cynical campaign of child murder involving the smallest and most vulnerable of children.
A 10-month trial found the 33-year-old injected them with insulin or air, or force-fed them milk. A note found by police in Letby's home in 2018 read, "I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough to care for them."
There was a deep malevolence bordering on sadism in your actions. You You have no remorse, 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 remorse.
I'm just happy he's locked up. He's a dangerous individual. Like, he shouldn't be on the streets at all. I don't even know why they released him. And moments led down to after we had Chipotle, he told me he wanted to go to the park and get something. I pulled up in the park, didn't even pull all the way in the park, and it was raining. And out of nowhere, he just snapped because I told him, like, I have to go, you know.
So when he snapped, what did he do?
He choked me. Like, I still have the mark here to this day from him sticking his thumbs, like his thumbs so far in my throat. He was trying to kill me. He repeatedly kept saying, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. He's a dangerous, sick individual. When he tried to do what he do to me, I couldn't imagine what Miss Samantha went through. Like, he is just a sick individual. He didn't never seem like that type of guy. He was never that guy. He knows how to, I guess he knows how to play his cards. Like, it's just sick.
The verdict appears to be in proper order, Madam Clerk. Would you publish the verdict? The defendant, please rise, face the jury, and hearken to the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant Robert Tyrone Hayes as follows. Count 1, first-degree premeditated murder of Laquita Gunther. Section 1, guilty of first-degree murder. Verdict, count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Robert Tyrone Hayes as follows. Count 2, first-degree premeditated murder of Julie Green. Section 1, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict, count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant Robert Tyrone Hayes as follows as count 3. First-degree premeditated murder of Iwano Patton. Guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged in the indictment.
All right, thank you all. We'll see you on Monday if you don't hear from me before. We'll be adjourned.
The man accused of murdering, dismembering, and partially eating a Chinese student arrives back in Canada to face charges. Police video shows Luca Rocco Magnotta coming off a military flight from Germany where he was arrested. He's suspected of killing student Jun Lin and posting his severed feet and hands to 2 political parties and 2 schools. It's also alleged he ate part of the body. Police say they're still searching for the victim's head.
We're missing an important part of that investigation, which is the head of the body. And to help out the family, we'll do everything to find it out.
The 29-year-old porn actor's been taken to a jail in Montreal. Police say Magnotta and the dead man knew each other. They've linked the killing to an online video that appeared to show a man being stabbed repeatedly.
Vacaville Prison near San Francisco is the largest prison in the West, with around 10,000 inmates. Ed Kemper teaches computer science here and takes part in a program recording literature for the blind, all of which will help him earn early remission.
Edward Gein talks about constructing masks out of the skin from the skulls of some of the people he dug up. And then putting these masks on his own face. One could conjecture that in doing so, that is to say, putting these masks on, is this a way of transforming himself or being a different person for a moment? Is this a way of relating to the corpses and becoming intimate with them?
At the heart of the prosecution effort was the bizarre story of Helter Skelter, the stranger-than-fiction doomsday scenario that Charles Manson had woven from his earlier certainty of a coming race war. Helter Skelter was a name he'd taken from a Beatles song.
Manson envisioned that white people would turn against the black man if they thought the black man had committed these 7 murders, and ultimately there would be a civil war between blacks and whites out on the street.
During the war, he told them, he said, we're going to hide out in the bottomless pit in the desert, a place he derived from Revelation 9, a chapter in the last book of the New Testament.
Manson foresaw that the black man would win this war. But later on, he said the black man, because of inexperience, would simply not be able to handle the reins of power. So we would have to look around at those white people who had survived, who had escaped from Helter Skelter.
And he said, we'll come out of the bottomless pit, and we'll take over the leadership of the world.
Police! Hello there.
Gemma, do you want to come up? Yeah, sure. Alright. Hand just over to your hands. Alright, Gemma, at this moment, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder. Okay? You don't have to say anything, but you may have a defence if you want to mention one question, something which you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence, okay? Once you're in the cuffs. I'll explain everything to you. Okay? Should I get some shoes?
What?
If you want to one sec. Who's inside at the moment? Mother. Your mother? Okay.
Is it?
If you want to... Oh, can someone lift that up?
Yeah. Let's stick back inside.
Is anyone else inside? Just your mum? Yeah. There is someone else inside?
No,
just your mum?
my mum, yeah.
Alright, do you want to... Shall I bring her or...
Bring her in
for a minute. Well, we're just going to come in for a sec, okay?
Jamal Green appeared in bond court for the murder of Eric Brantley. Brantley's mother spoke about how loved he was. Throughout the statement, Green just grinned, rocking back and forth and shaking his head. When Brantley's mother spoke about Eric's memorial service, Green interrupted her.
Over 500 people attended his memorial service, and he traveled thousands of miles to honor him. How many people will attend a memorial service for a coward like you? Eric was also a real man. If you, as DeAndre Murphy, had not tried to rob him without hiding behind guns, I can guarantee that the outcome would have been much different.
I want to remind you, that within itself is a contempt of court charge, so I want to make sure that you understand that you can take your composure while she's here.
I get
Gary Ray Bowles' killing spree came to an end in 1994 when he was arrested for the murder of a Jacksonville Beach man named Walter Hinton. Bowles eventually confessed to the murders of 5 other men. Gary Ray Bowles' killing spree came to an end in Jacksonville Beach in 1994. After Bowles' arrest in Jacksonville, police say he admitted to the murders of 5 other gay men. In every case, the victims had something like a towel or toilet paper crammed down their throats. All the murders were brutally violent.
Police say Bowles is known for his MO, which includes beating and bludgeoning his victims, strangling them, and shooting them.
Bowles was able to stay one step ahead of police in each murder, leading to him being profiled 5 times on America's Most Wanted and added to the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. Members of the gay community called for his execution, shortly after he was taken into custody. He's requested as his last meal 3 cheeseburgers, French fries, and bacon. He's had no family visits, and he has not had a spiritual advisor.
There are no lights. They enter the shed, completely dark. Suddenly they're confronted with this absolutely appalling sight. Bernice Warden's naked corpse strung up by her heels. Bernice Warden, this grandmother, her naked body is strung up from the rafters. She's been split open entirely, completely eviscerated. Her head has been cut off and is nowhere to be seen. You know, she's up there like some game animal that's been dressed out after the kill.
I was supposed to go deer hunt. I put that up and was going to go deer hunt. That's what she was hanging from. You know, whether I'd seen her and she was a deer like, or
For Susan's rape, the defense presented evidence of brain damage to explain Annenberg's violence. That evidence came from the results of a brain scan which traced Annenberg's brain waves and compared them with those of a control sample of normal individuals. The defense claimed that in patterns of shifting colors like these, one could see the root cause of Annenberg's violence.
To show you the one primary abnormal finding, the normal individual should have a color code that works out to a totally dark color. Using these drugs during that developmental stage caused his brain to develop wrong, malfunction.
I was consuming quite a bit of alcohol and speed, probably at least a quart.
I went with Arnie Fritz and the sheriff out to Ed Gein's house. I searched the kitchen.
What did you
and
find?
Found in the stove where there had been some human bones burnt. A shoebox had the face mask of a woman. And by that time, the sheriff from Portage County was there. And when they lifted up that face mask, he immediately recognized it as Mary Hogan's.
When you say face mask, what are you talking about?
Well, he took the skin, cut it up at the back and there, and just peeled it off the face, the skin. The hair and everything was on the mask.
A 16-year-old cheerleader who vanished from an Oklahoma laundromat in 1976. The self-proclaimed BTK serial killer is now the prime suspect. in her case and several other unsolved homicides spanning 3 states. Shortly after Kenny's disappearance, the sheriff's office received an anonymous call.
That male caller informed them that she was located in an old barn.
No evidence that lead was ever looked into. Her body was never found. But authorities are now looking at this journal entry by Rader. Bad wash day.
In 1976, he had murdered someone from a laundromat.
Rader has been in prison since 2005 after pleading guilty to 10 counts of murder. He has not confessed to any additional crimes.
Kathleen Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate. I broke into the house and waited for her to come home. She and Kevin Bright came in. Wasn't expecting him to be there. I think I had him tie her up first, and then I tied him up, or vice versa. I don't remember. When I started strangling, he broke his bonds, and he jumped up real quick, pulled my gun, and quickly shot him. Hit him in the head. I could see the blood, and as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down. And then started to strangle Catherine, and then we started fighting. I thought she was going down. I went back to the other bedroom where Kevin was at. I tried to re-strangle him, and he jumped up, and we fought. I either bit his finger or hit him or something, got away, and I used the .22 and shot him one more time. Went back to finish the job on Catherine. Strangulation wasn't working on her. I stabbed her. I think she said either stabbed 2 or 3 times. Well, it was a total mess because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I heard him escape. I could see him running down the street, so I quickly cleaned up everything that I could and left.
Maryland serial killer Charles Davis was an ambulance driver who murdered 3 women in the 1970s. Davis stalked his victims until they parked in a quiet area outside of a shop or restaurant. His father was a police lieutenant, and he would use this contact to run the license plate and obtain the name of his intended victim. He abducted and strangled them. The bodies were then left in open areas along busy roads within his ambulance's route. A passerby would alert the emergency services of the body, but nobody suspected the ambulance driver who arrived on the scene was actually the killer. Davis was eventually caught after using a stolen credit card belonging to one of his victims. He confessed to the murders and was sentenced to life in prison.
Clyde Brown, 35, murderer, serving 2 consecutive sentences of life without parole, plus 44 years. Brown's known victims have included white and Asian women. When Brown was 16, he dropped out of school and pursued a life of crime. He's never held a regular job. He is the father of 7 children, but to him, life is cheap. Kobe Israel, victim, fatally stabbed 8 times by Brown in 1980. He was 19 years old, a promising photographer.
My little Toby. A lot of joy and love and happiness. She was the most adorable little girl. Big brown eyes and black curly hair, and everybody loved her.
Gainesville, a university city in inland Florida. It was here that 36-year-old drifter Danny Rolling killed 5 students in just 4 days. The city was shaken to its core by the murders, and when Rolling was arrested for armed robbery on the 7th of September 1990, the police had no idea they had a serial killer in custody. Retired FBI Special Agent Ken Porter worked on the investigation into the Gainesville College killings.
He brought a dark cloud of fear and terror amongst the whole community of Gainesville, Florida for at least 2 or 3 months, where people were just afraid to go out, afraid to open their doors, afraid of the dark.
The teen who bragged about the riches to police investigating the murder he's now convicted of today seemed like most other convicts. Jail orange and shackles. Hillman convicted of killing 64-year-old William McFarland after a road rage confrontation in southern Kent County last fall. Evidence at trial showed that Hillman beat McFarland severely before boasting about what happened. McFarland was convicted of second-degree murder, which has a maximum sentence of life with the possibility of parole. In that case, he'd automatically be eligible for release after 15 years. But today's sentence makes it so he won't be eligible for 22 and a half years, the minimum sentence, with a maximum of 100 years in the state penitentiary. The assistant prosecutor on the case says he hopes this hits home for the public when it comes to road rage. The teen with the powerful defense team and means he felt worth bragging about.
0605, I've got the file.
Yeah, I think my colleague put them in there.
Okay, if you listen to what my colleague's going to say to you. All right, David, you're under arrest on suspicion of the murders of Wendy Nell and Caroline Pierce in 1987. Do you understand? You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention.
Yes, and then it's got number 28, born, died, hasn't got a date, photo, born, died, no thing, photo, no bit, number 48.
Another thing, in the movie they claimed that he was a loving father and a loving husband, and that was the one redeeming quality that he had. I do believe he loved his family. I'm not saying that he didn't, but his wife, Barbara, in a book later on, claimed that he used to beat her, claimed that he tried to smother her with a pillow, claimed that he tried to run her over with his car, claimed that he hit her so many times in the nose, he broke her nose a couple of times. So how loving is that? That's not love to me. This guy, he's one of those guys that might have been better off if he fell asleep early on in his life and just never woke up. I don't know what else to say about it. Let me tell you a couple other things about him that were just horrifying and startling to you. Again, just showing you how bad this kid's childhood was. His younger brother, later on, actually raped a young girl and threw the girl off of a building along with the girl's dog. Went to jail for it, was in prison for it for a long time.
I was freaked. I said, what? I mean, I'm sitting there thinking she's crying. What she was doing, she's gagging out of blood out her nose and her mouth. And this whole wads, of blood. What did she do? She shot herself. And I saw the bullet hole, and I saw the gun on the floor, and her eyes closed, and she was just going, all in the blood and shit, and I freaked, man. I just picked up the gun. I was debating on whether to shoot myself, put it down, I opened up the door, I started screaming, man, murder, suicide. Somebody get an ambulance, help me, make her live. I started trying to hold her hand. Manager grabbed me from her, told her to take my hands off her. I said, bitch, she's my mother. You don't tell me to take my hands off my own mother. I was trying to live, survive, live through it. She died 9 hours later. She died the next day.
Police today continue to search for any clues in the near-fatal shooting of 29-year-old William Carnes and the rape of his girlfriend. They're apparently the latest victims of the Night Stalker, thought to be responsible now for 34 brutal attacks, 14 of them fatal. These serial killings, once confined to the near Los Angeles area, are now spread over 500 miles from San Francisco to Orange County. Just as before, the assailant entered a house in a quiet middle-class neighborhood in the pre-dawn hours on Sunday through an unlocked window and attacked the couple while they slept. Neighbors are terrified. The killer, who attacks randomly, is described as white, 25 to 30 years old, with a predominant feature of badly stained teeth. So 5,000 flyers have been distributed to Los Angeles dentists asking for help with identification. A total of $35,000 in rewards has been offered, including today a $16 donation from this group of concerned school children. Today, the search for California's Night Stalker continues, and many residents sleep with their doors and windows bolted tight, despite 100-degree temperatures.
She was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block and threw it through the plate glass window on the east and came on in. She came out of the bedroom and thought that a car had hit her house. I handcuffed her and then eventually strangled her.
What did you strangle her with?
Pantyhose, you think now. the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my guns. I dropped it somewhere. So we saw it, trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped and fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. Anyway, I went back out, I picked her up and put her in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Suffolk County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
So all of these incidents, these 10 counts, occurred because you wanted to satisfy a sexual fantasy, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember dressing out her body?
Yeah.
That's it.
What do you call it? Thought you were there. What? That's the way.
After Ed was caught, townspeople started telling stories about Ed having come to their house and offered them venison from the deer he had killed. They now realized that the meat was actually human flesh.
It's a real rat hole, actual rat hole. Roaches, they got no lights in there, the water runs continually. And they come back about 6 or 7, so then we went there this morning. And the guy who did the stabbing was asleep in bed, he was sleeping.
Do you think the fact that he was asleep in his apartment was normal or unusual?
It's normal. It's
Yeah,
normal. They
they're
go to
careless.
sleep right in the station house. We have 16-year-old kids get arrested for homicide, and they may say, "Oh my God, it's something." But 15 minutes later, you got to wake the guy up and say, "Listen, we got to make these papers out or something." Oh yeah, okay, like that. And I would think a normal thing to do would be having your eyes bulging out, and you'd be shaking like a leaf or something like that.
I don't know if he realized that the person he was that he had gotten in the fight with had died.
I ran my own program, did what I wanted, regardless. There was no discipline.
Set reasonable rules of behavior concerning getting up and going to bed, curfew, homework, and chores. Kids need limits and structure.
Both my parents were easy to get around, soft touches, so to speak. They, if we were grounded for 2 weeks, it was lucky if we made it through the 1 week.
Check on your kids to make sure they follow through on your rules. Provide agreed upon rewards and penalties. Never switch rules mid-game.
My mom loves you. But as far as giving that hug or whatever, I don't remember.
Kids need to be held, hugged, and kissed as much as they need food and water. Affection is crucial.
My dad, he stopped drinking.
Police today found 6 more bodies under the John Gacy house. The 6 bodies bring the total found under this house and garage to 15, all appearing to have been teenaged boys and young men.
John Wayne Gacy was also Pogo the Clown, who loved to make kids laugh. He was married twice, divorced twice, and had 2 children. A Democratic Party precinct worker with political connections. A modestly successful building contractor. His neighbors knew him as Johnny, the life of the party.
In his confession, Gacy admitted killing the young men after having sex with them, then burying most of the bodies under his house. The prosecutor called Gacy a vile, evil, diabolical murderer who must be held responsible for his acts. The defense argument is that no one could kill so many people, bury them under his own home, and be sane. After final arguments are concluded, the judge will charge the jury, and the jury will begin deliberating the fate of John Wayne Gacy.
Good evening. The most intensive manhunt in New York City's history is over.
This is the man police believe to be the son of Sam, the .44 caliber killer who has killed 6 and wounded 7 in a string of attacks over the last 13 months.
He had this peculiar smiling grin that I think me and I think 20 million other people said, you know, what is this all about?
I just emptied my gun in the car and saw the glass shatter. And the other girl, I believe she screamed and blew the horn. And I found myself pulling the trigger, and I had already run out of bullets.
His explanation of why he did these things is because a dog told him to do it.
He told me through his dog. It's not really a dog. It looks like a dog.
I tried to never let anything touch the house. I brought nobody there. My family was not exposed to anybody. I wanted to show them the good side of life, not the bad side.
Richard had a very, very sad childhood. You got the impression, or I knew because he would like say something and then drop it and change the subject, that he was abused and that there was no love. He grew up absolutely without any love, without a doubt. I mean, the first Christmas with my family, he was in awe. He couldn't believe it. It was a tree and everyone was cooking special things and there was lots we were laughing and it was fun, and he kept saying, I can't believe that this is what happens.
It was a Jekyll and Hyde existence. The way it was, and the way I wanted it to be, were absolutely two different lives. I wanted one life. I had to have another life.
My husband's name was Scott, and he married somebody else and went down the road, and she went to Cincinnati and had a guy named Charlie Manson.
Charles Manson was born on November 12, 1934 in Cincinnati, Ohio, in Cincinnati General Hospital. His mother, Kathleen Maddox, was just 16 and unmarried when he was born. His father was a colonel who'd briefly known Kathleen.
My mother went to prison for 5 years for strong-arm robbery. Her brother had to deal a trick in off the street and put the yoke on him to get some money to eat. And she went to prison, and I used to visit her in the prison visiting room.
Wherever I went, I mean, if something happened, I was one of the first ones ready to fight. As far as all my crimes going, it was the same thing, you know what I mean? I was the one first to initiate them. Yeah. I wouldn't say the mastermind, but I was game for just about anything.
Be cool. Come on. Oh my God. Give me the money. What are you doing? I'm getting my keys. I'm getting my keys. Easy. I'm getting my keys. I'm getting them. Okay, it's open. It's open, man. Man, go ahead and go. Leave me alone, man. That's all I got. That's not all of it, man. Okay, come on, I want the rest. Where is it? Get it, man. Okay, get it. Come on. Where is it? Right here in the cabinet. Okay, I'm getting it. Come on, hurry up. Be cool. Don't hurt me, man. Don't hurt me. That's all you got. Come on, man. Come on, get me back. What do you want me, man? Shut up, man. Get on the floor. Okay, now, right on.
I'm not very wise to many things, but I am wise to one thing, you know.
What's that?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Okay. You punched your mother. Did you hate your mother?
No, I loved her. She's a good girl.
Mm-hmm. What about your wife? You were married once, weren't you?
Yeah.
How'd that go? Why'd you want to get married? That's kind of conventional. That's kind of normal. That's kind of in the rut.
I got married because I wanted to get in. That's where I got married.
Married for sex was the reason you got married.
Yeah, that's what I didn't know what was happening. I knew there was something happening, but no one would tell me, so I had to find out. You know, I didn't have books like you guys, Playboys and stuff in them days. I had to find out for myself.
Why do you think us guys are all Playboys?
Oh, man, I didn't say you were Playboy. I was talking about Playboy magazine type of thought, man.
Okay. You had a son by that marriage, didn't you?
Yeah, I got a kid somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Do you think about him?
Not about as much as my father did me.
No,
Digamos, de eso yo lo vi, que siempre como le cuento, yo de esos niños era que yo los convidaba a coger espigas de caña, entonces claro, yo les ofrecía 10.000, 15.000 pesos. Y ellos por ganarse en esa práctica, pues ellos se iban conmigo, pero no sabían a qué era que yo les llevaba verdaderamente. Había unos que se me remachaban, entonces yo los amenazaba con una navaja, o los amenazaba con una jeringa. Entonces ya ellos ya hubiesen así, entonces ellos a veces ya se dejaban obligadamente. Y yo ya los cogía y los abusaba de ellos y los mataba.
One Monday morning in 1979, she aimed out her bedroom window with this rifle, which she'd received for her 16th birthday, and shot children walking to the elementary school across the street. She killed the janitor and principal as they bravely pulled 11 wounded children to safety.
I got shot, and then Mr. Barnes said, Crystal, he said, Jack, you guys run. Then I got shot, and then I went in the nurse's office, and I was bleeding a lot. I just was laying there.
After 5 hours, Brenda Spencer surrendered calmly to police. When they asked her who she wanted to shoot, she said, "I kinda like red and blue jackets." When they asked why, she said, "Because Mondays are always so boring."
The first body was found on Mother's Day, May 13th, 1984, in southern Hillsborough County. What really struck me is when I got to the scene is I had never seen a body displayed in that nature. I'm standing next to a major and a captain who had been at the sheriff's office at that time 25 and 30 years, and they had never seen a body displayed in that nature. She was lying face down. Her hands were bound behind her back. Her legs were spread about 5 foot 1 inches apart from one heel to the other.
I'm surprised that they were still attached to her body. And he had tied a ligature around her neck, raped her from behind, and kept riding her like an animal. He just didn't view her as a person. He just viewed her as a creature that didn't deserve to live.
Not only have I lost the rest of my life, I've lost my children's life. I've lost my wife, and I think quite a bit about what I did and what happened.
I cry when my mother tells me that she misses me. I cry when it's hard for me to bring the truth out. I cry when I see my children look at me and ask me, "Daddy, when are you coming home?"
The 6 men we profiled began life as innocent children and wound up as violent criminals.
I am struck by the sheer inhumanity of what one human being could do to not one, but 3 human beings. It is incomprehensible. You cajoled, lured, and deceived Shatisha Shealy, Angela Deskins, and Sherelda Terry to your apartment for your depraved purposes. You went on to abuse the corpses of these 3 victims. You stripped them from the waist down. You folded them in half, binding them so that their feet were up by their ears. You wrapped them in multiple layers of trash bags, and you discarded them. Upon consideration of the relevant evidence, the testimony exhibits admitted in mitigation, it is the judgment of this court that the aggravated circumstances of course of conduct, felony murder, kidnapping, felony murder, rape, of which the defendant was convicted, outweigh the mitigating factors by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Accordingly, the sentence of death is imposed upon the defendant, Michael Madison, on counts 1, 4, and 7.
When you and Mel write a book, what are you going to talk about? What are you going to try to bring out in your book?
never even thought of anything like that. I'd have to give that some thought. I was doing this on Mel's request. He wanted to write the book. I don't particularly care to explain nothing to you. I don't look up at you for any reason to bring my report card home anymore. Does that make sense?
Like the others, Simone was hitchhiking out of Sydney when she disappeared.
However, only 3 days after finding her body, the 6th and 7th bodies were found.
In the same area of forest, police find 2 more makeshift graves and 2 more missing backpackers. Gabor Neugebauer and Anja Habschied, both of Germany, disappeared under very similar circumstances. In March 1996, Ivan Milat finally faces justice, charged with 7 counts of murder. On July 27, 1996, the jury finds Ivan Milat guilty on all counts. He is sentenced to 7 life terms for the murders of Joanne Walters, Carolyn Clark, James Gibson, Deborah Everest, Simone Schmidl, Gabor Neugebauer, and Anja Habschied. He gets 6 additional years for his attack on Paul Onions.
The Easter Sunday massacre occurred on March 30th, 1975, when 41-year-old James Rupert fatally shot 11 members of his own family in Hamilton, Ohio. At 4 p.m. James woke up, loaded a .357 Magnum, 2.22 caliber handguns and a rifle. He killed Leonard Jr. when he shot him in the head, then his sister-in-law Alma when he shot her. He shot his mother once in the head and twice in the chest. David, 11, Teresa, 9, and Carol, 13, were later killed by him. James shot his remaining niece and nephews, and 12, Leonard, 17, Michael, 16, Thomas, 15, and John, 4. Charity had been shot once in the chest. The remaining victims were shot in the head and shot again to ensure they had died. The massacre was over in less than 2 minutes.
Roman had just driven through the campsite, and one of the boys in particular had a really good view. Of noticed that in the passenger seat was a young girl covered in blood, and all they could see was an arm waving, and then they roared off up the beach.
Waving as in waving for help?
It was more so flapping out of their car. Not a lot of energy in it.
Despite their own fear, the young men got back in their car and followed, finally cornering Hines in the sand dunes.
And it's a chilling phone call. The kids on the phone just start going mental. That's like, we can see him, Adam, we can see the car, we can see him. And sound and that voice coming through that phone, those kids were scared, rightly so. And I'm like, where's the girl? Can you see the girl? No, we can only see him.
Lena is not only trying to get away, she also wants to find and help Beatrice.
I wasn't sure where Beatrice was at that time. So I was yelling for her, like, where are you, where are you?
I don't know where exactly he was. I think he went to his car to chase us. And at this moment, she untied my arms. So she saved me again at this moment. And that's when I have the opportunity to survive.
But which direction to take was another fateful decision. Beatrice went left up into the sand dunes and Lena right. Naked and frightened, Beatrice hid in the bushes, but Lena was in full sight.
Early on the 2nd of February 1964, oarsmen spotted a woman's body by Hammersmith Bridge. The cross marked the precise spot. Police calculated that the body had been thrown in 24 hours earlier. 2 months later, the second body was found on the shore below Duke's Meadow. The cross again marks the spot, like the first victim. The girl had been assaulted somewhere else before she died, and her body carried to them. Like the first victim, she was pregnant when she was killed, and both were found on the foreshore without any clothes on. Now the papers sniffed a big story. The name Jack the Stripper was their inspiration when they realized that a killer of prostitutes was on the prowl. Then, just 2 weeks after Irene's murder, the body of a third victim was found dumped in an alleyway. She had also been strangled. But 3 of her front teeth were missing as well. In July, the body of another victim was dumped in a small road off Acton Lane in Chiswick. Then, on the 25th of November, another body was found in a car park in Hornton Street. The girl was a prostitute.
Velma Barfield was convicted and sentenced to die in 1978 for the poisoning death of her boyfriend. She also admitted poisoning 3 other people, including her mother. She now waits in virtual isolation in a cell just across from the execution chamber.
Total, isolation from everybody that I had been with for almost 6 years. The first week I was here was the worst week that I have spent.
Her attorney would not allow her to say whether she knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes.
Living in prison every day is a struggle, even at its best.
Now, drug-free, a repentant Barfield says she regrets the pain she has caused others.
I'm sorry for the hurt that I've caused so many people. Today, if it were possible, I wish that I could take every bit of hurt on myself.
ตอนนั้นใหม่นี้อยู่ยังไม่รู้เขาบอกเอาเชือกลากเข้ามาค่อยๆก่อนนะเดี๋ยวขออย่าบังนะอย่าบังนะอย่าบังนะอย่าบังนะไม่มีส่วนให้ออกไปนั่งไปกินที่ไหนไม่เกี่ยวถอยนะครับไม่เกี่ยวขอช่างภาพหน่อยเดี๋ยวให้พลิกดี
Ted presented himself as a clean-cut, boy-next-door type jury.
Investigators could be one step closer tonight to solving the mystery behind 3 brutal murders that have shaken this quiet suburb of Washington, D.C., one of those killings unsolved for 10 years now. Take a look at the resemblance between this booking photo of convicted felon Charles Severance and the sketch of the man wanted in the shooting death last month of local piano teacher Ruth Ann Lodato. The police in Alexandria, Virginia, told ABC News that anonymous tips led them to arrest Severance on unrelated weapons violations in West Virginia. Officials have already linked the Lodato's murder to the November slaying of Ron Kirby, a transportation official, and the 2003 killing of a police chief's wife, Nancy Dunning. All were active in the community and lived within 2 miles of one another. Severance, who lived in the area, ran unsuccessfully for mayor twice in 1996 and 2000, and also for Congress. Even though Charles Severance has been named a person of interest in these murders, the police are cautioning residents to remain vigilant.
He he's just sitting there with his hands on the wheels and he's just stared at us.
So you're sitting in your car?
Yeah, I'm sitting in my car. Yeah, I'm sitting there, hands on gear stick, foot's on accelerator, foot's on clutch, because we don't know what he's going to do. We don't know if he's going to pull something out the window, we don't know if he's going to take off.
This was the critical and anxious moment they'd all anticipated.
Tuck your legs up, okay? And if you kick me, I'm going to belt you, alright?
But when it finally came, as this footage of his arrest shows, the fight had gone out of Roman Hines. The sun had set on his freedom and the terror he'd wielded on this beach.
When he put those cuffs on him, you couldn't imagine what it was like to have that relief, to know that that guy's there, he's now got the cuffs on, there's no one else.
Excavation under the Gacy house. Warning, graphic photos. These are the photos of the 1978 excavation of the Gacy home in the 8800 block of West Somerdale Avenue in Chicago's Norwood Park. They had just unearthed the first body parts from the crawl space of the house. At this time they were looking for the pious boy only, and had no idea what awaited them. After the initial find, cops tore up Gacy's floor to find more rotting bodies scattered around the home. Gacy had poured quicklime over his victims to speed up the decomposition process, but once officers cut through that, there was a putrid odor, unlike anything else. It was the stench of death.
A man in Ohio is charged with murdering his father after calling 911 and saying he found him dead. Listen to Zane Pelfrey calmly talk with the 911 call taker.
911, where is your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not 100% this is an emergency situation. I just got home and we found my father dead.
Prosecutors in Claremont County, east of Cincinnati, say Pelfrey's father, Dwayne Pelfrey, was dead because he murdered him. Interviews with witnesses and family members led to Zane's arrest. Here's more of that 911 call.
And please tell me, why does it look like he's dead?
Tongue swollen, blue and purple, and thrown up all over himself and not breathing.
Okay, so he's not breathing. Is he cold?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think he's beyond any help?
Yes.
Zane Pelfrey faces several charges, including tampering with evidence, theft, and aggravated murder. And deputies say that Pelfrey was actually pretty forthcoming with them about what happened.
3 weeks later in Lake City, a 12-year-old schoolgirl disappeared. Kimberly Leach's body was found in a river 2 months later. The following week, the patrolman stopped a stolen car. The driver, here led by the police, said he was called Chris Hagen, but wouldn't give any more information about himself. Then he claimed he was Kenneth R. Meisner of Tallahassee, but this turned out to be just one of the names on the many stolen credit cards he had acquired. It took several days for the Florida police to realize they had caught the most wanted man in America, Theodore Robert Bundy. He was on the run after having escaped from Aspen, Colorado, during pre-trial hearings for the murder of another pretty girl.
So it was self-defense.
Yeah. Bitter, evil, angry. I've never been before in my life. Worse than even out there with those men. This is evil. I never hated men, but now I do. I mean, not all. I have a category. I hate those male. I hate those male cops. Real bad, because they're dirtballs.
I sentence you in case number 91-463 to death for the murder of Troy Burris.
Thank you. And probably see, I'll be up in heaven while y'all are rotting in hell.
And
your wife and kids get raped.
I would ask that you
Right. I know I was raped, and you weren't nothing but a bunch of skunk.
Therefore, these proceedings are now
Putting
concluded.
somebody who was raped to death.
America has been frightened and fascinated by serial killers for decades. Dramas and documentaries about serial killers are binge-watching hits. Ted Bundy, Son of Sam, Jeffrey Dahmer. They're names that will live in infamy. Once hundreds of serial killers were thought to be active in the United States, but today many researchers believe there are just a handful.
It is much more difficult to hide if you are a serial killer today than in the 1960s and 1970s. I think there's a couple of different reasons that really come into play here. One is the lack of available victims. So I grew up in the 70s when it really was true that your parents would say, come home before it gets dark. It was very common in the 70s and early 80s for people to hitchhike. And we know how vulnerable people are when they get in somebody else's car.
Brian Koberger, the defendant in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, was arrested in 7 weeks using advanced DNA and tracking technology.
Just 25 years ago, the American dream seemed to come true. Big cars, big houses, big everything. But not everyone could get an equal share of the dream. Though it seemed impossible, they now exist side by side. America the beautiful and America the violent.
Where legal remedies are not at hand, redress is sought in the streets, in demonstrations, parades, and protests, which create tensions and threaten violence and threaten lives.
Kobe Israel, victim, fatally stabbed 8 times by Brown in 1980.
As I was killing her, it was, I don't know what I felt. It was just action. I don't know. It was, I didn't care. That's about it. I just didn't care about it.
You questioned the reasons why. You're angry. Most of us feel that those kind of things don't happen to a family like ours. And you look for answers. And there aren't a lot of answers.
I killed Toby Israel because I didn't want to leave a witness behind. I didn't want her to identify me as being the portrayer of her house.
I've been up and down these damn hallways, in and out of these nut wards for the last 10 years. You think you could follow that act?
Don't want to follow that act. I don't want to get into it. But why do you want to get into that?
Well, what crowd,
why do you
what crowd you playing for? Huh? I'm playing for my life. You working for money.
What does that mean, you're playing for your life?
I'm working for my life, mister. I'm not playing for money.
What do you mean
playing
you're working
for keys?
What do you mean you're working for your life?
I'm playing for real.
What does that mean, you're playing for real? How are you
that's
playing
something
for your
you
life?
can't buy.
When you say you're playing for your life, am I to assume that you think that someday you're going to get out of here?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Where would I go? Let's see.
What would you do if you got out of here?
I got out of here.
What if they said to you tomorrow morning, Charles, hey, listen, you're free. You can go wherever you want to go. Do whatever you want to do. What would you do?
I'll probably go out front on the grass and sit down.
Inside the courtroom, the most dramatic moment occurred on October 5th, 1970, when Manson lunged 10 feet towards the judge. He was restrained, and the trial continued.
It certainly was within earshot.
On November 16th, the prosecution rested, and the defense then rested, without calling a single witness. Struggles with Manson and changes in the defense team were constant, but there was still alarm when defense lawyer Ronald Hughes did not show up in court. His body was later discovered in a wilderness area. One ex-family member has claimed he was murdered for disagreeing with Manson over Leslie Van Houten's defense. On January 25th, 1971, after 9 days of deliberation, the jury found each defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and murder in the first degree. In a separate trial, Tex Watson was also found guilty and sentenced to death.
Kenneth Alessio Bianchi, born May 22, 1951, is an American serial killer, kidnapper, and rapist. He is known for the Hillside Strangler murders committed with his cousin Angelo Buono Jr. in Los Angeles, California, as well as for murdering 2 more women in Washington by himself.
The Hillside Strangler murders began with the deaths of 3 sex workers who were found strangled and dumped naked on hillsides northeast of Los Angeles between October and early November 1977. It was not until the deaths of 5 young women who were not sex workers, that the media attention and subsequent Hillside Strangler moniker came to prominence. Bianchi and Buono had raped and murdered 10 young women and girls by the time they were arrested in early 1979. That's extremely brutal.
I killed 7 people. I ruined my own life. These little 4 walls is all I'll ever know for the rest of my life, and that's a very depressing thought. Yeah, I felt like they were selling their bodies on the street. They were putting themselves at risk. They probably spread diseases to husbands and boyfriends that took shit home to their girlfriends and wives. I think I had to feel like that, because I don't think I could have committed my crime had I not. I had to think of them like that for me to be able to do what I did. And what I did was for my own selfish needs. I put my wants and needs over these women's lives, and that's why I should be executed. I mean, I'm a believer in the death penalty. I'm a supporter of the death penalty, and that's what I feel like I should have been given.
Last winter, we told you about several especially brutal murders of alleged prostitutes here in New York. And so far, the murders have gone unsolved, but now there may be a major break in that case. It was back last December that 2 carefully decapitated female bodies were found at a West Side motel. It's believed the women were prostitutes. The room was then set on fire. Then again in May, another reputed call girl was found mutilated and murdered. New York police believe it was the work of one man, and they released this composite sketch. Today, they announced they want a New Jersey man to appear in a lineup here in connection with those murders. The man they want is 33-year-old Richard Cottingham, a Lodi, New Jersey computer operator, and right now Cottingham is being held on $350,000 bail in connection with the murder of an alleged prostitute at the Quality Inn in Hasbrook Heights, New Jersey.
While Adam called police and prepared to head to the beach, Beatrice convinced her rescuers to search for Lena. Even though she was still at the mercy of this monster, mentally, Lena was stronger, setting the rules that would lead to her freedom.
He was like, get off the roof, like, I'm not driving any further with you on the roof. I told him, I only come off the roof if you throw away your weapons. He had 2 hammers and there was a knife.
Remarkably, he listened to her, and perhaps seized by sympathy, Hines handed Lena her cap to help stem the blood gushing from her scalp. But the kindness is short-lived. With Lena now in the front seat, he races up the beach past another group of fishermen.
Businessman named John Hay, always cheerful and well-dressed, Hay drove a smart Alvis motor car and occasionally used a small storeroom. The detectives prized open the door. At first, the interior seemed quite ordinary, with various tools and tins, bottles and rags. But then some more unusual items started to turn up, such as a pair of heavy rubber gloves and a rubber apron stained with chemicals. There was also a wartime gas mask, some empty acid containers, and some corroded metal drums. When they found a revolver, the detectives knew they were onto something. Mrs. Durant Diane Deacon no longer exists. She has disappeared completely. I have destroyed her with acid. You will find the sludge that remains at Leopold Road. Every trace of her body is gone. With no trace of emotion, Haig described how he had shot her and then put her body into a vat of acid to dissolve away. As he spoke with pride of the way in which he had planned and carried out the murder, it became apparent that Haig was confident that without the body, the police would never be able to convict him.
He was on my back and he put his arm around my neck and put me down. Then he grabbed a knife that he had on his back and he put on the sand. And then he got some pieces of ropes and tried to tie my arms and my legs, my ankles. But once I realized that he was trying to do, I grabbed the rope and throw them away. He said to me, either you make it easy or I'm gonna break your arm. So I said, okay. He ripped my bikinis and started like trying to kiss me and lick me, you know. So he started punching me like, shut up.
Beatrice's next move most likely saved her life. Incredibly, instead of fighting Roman, she tricked him, persuading him they could continue with whatever he wanted back in the comfort of the camp.
I had to convince him that I was on his side.
So now, we're here, right? And we promise, if we find the one that carved the S, they're gonna get a J.
Just hanging around 169 in Sheridan. That's what I'm saying. Don't go over there.
We're not going over there. We waiting for them to come here. Once they come over here, we'll get
locked up over there.
Once they come over here, we get them.
Hey, that makes two people, man. Here you go.
Supreme Enchantress, you see that? Javelins, you see? Get a good look at it. Good look at it.
No. Right, but see, my
That's it. Savage Coast, we get them, we're gonna mess them up.
Because if your boy was in
Savage Coast are big, but that ain't nothing. The bigger you are, the harder you fall.
That's the way it is.
That's it.
I thought everything's been quiet for a couple of weeks.
Everything been quiet, but today they wanted to fight with us.
Yeah.
So the Savage Coast.
They didn't come up here today.
And the area's top prosecutor wants other victims who might have survived an encounter to come forward.
And we would certainly urge anyone that's had such an experience to step forward. For one reason or another, persons don't do that. Or perhaps there's an aspect of their experience that they don't wish to share with the public. However, in this case, I would certainly urge, if there are any individuals who have had an experience in this vicinity, we would certainly urge them to contact the police immediately.
And actually handcuffed and threatened with a knife. Through some rather fortuitous circumstances, the individual was able to make his escape from the apartment.
When police returned to arrest the man, there was a struggle, and the uniformed police officers made the horrific discovery: dismembered human remains, decapitated heads in a refrigerator freezer, limbs and male genitals in other containers, and a large barrel full of acid. Experienced homicide detectives say the killings have a sexual component.
If you just want to kill somebody, you gotta be trustworthy, make sure your appearance is okay. They would get in the car. In the vehicle, I had some of my son's stuff in it, toys, 8-year-old toys on the dash. It was like a family setting. And she wants to see my ID. I put my finger over my driver's license to hide my name. But on the opposite side was pictures. And a picture of my son. And they would see my son, and they would know I was probably a normal person. I use it for my badge. Play the women for the fool. In my mind, I'm saying kill, kill, kill. I'm a sweet talker, so I can kill the bitch.
Just before serial killer Ted Bundy was executed yesterday morning, he talked about the path that led him from law school to Florida's electric chair. Christine Negroni reports.
In the hours before he died, condemned killer Ted Bundy told psychologist and broadcaster James Dobson that pornography played a role in his life of violence.
Those of us who have been so much influenced by violence in the media, in particular pornographic violence, are not some kinds of inherent monsters. We are your sons and we are your husbands.
This woman has 2 black eyes. The result, cops say, of a beating by her enraged husband after he discovered she was having an affair with a co-worker. What authorities say happened next is shocking. Brittany said what followed was a violent assault, with her husband beating her about the face repeatedly and strangling her so hard she says she passed out. Then her husband texted her lover pretending to be Brittany and lured him to meet at a park in the woods. Her husband turned and shot Jonathan 3 times, twice in the chest and once in the head. The couple then drove 200 miles with the body into the deep forests of New Hampshire, where the husband ordered Brittany to cut off Jonathan's head with a saw. Armando Barron has pled not guilty to murder. His wife was charged with falsifying physical evidence. She pled not guilty when she appeared in court, and you could still see those 2 black eyes.
I'm a person that believes that everybody's going to change for the better given the right circumstances. If you be a good wife, if you don't nag, if you love them, if you're always there when they need them, if the food's always ready, if the house is always clean, they're going to change. He didn't change. And that's why, even though we were married for 8 years, only 3 of it was not tolerable. It wasn't tolerable, but that was the only 3 that I tried. After that, I quit because I didn't want to be married anymore.
Diane says her marriage with Steve Downs deteriorated when friction arose over an unexpected pregnancy.
Okay, after I had Christy and after I had Cheryl, Steve had a vasectomy. It didn't work. And he never went back to get checked to see if it worked. He just figured doctors know what they're doing, it must have worked. So after, I think it's, you're supposed to wait 10 weeks, be on some kind of contraceptive for 10 weeks, and then you're safe.
And then you check.
But you're supposed to check, yeah. He never went back because he was just too busy.
Come on! Yeah, where you at? I'll stab you, little that's it. Hey! Kelly! Stab you! No! Kelly! God! Kelly! Kelly! God! Yeah! Alright, I got a knife. I've got murder charges.
Surinder Kohli and Moninder Singh Pandher. Between 2005 and 2006, a domestic servant of Indian businessman, Moninder Singh Pandher, Surinder Kohli, kidnapped, raped, murdered, and dismembered 19 people, mostly children. Kohli, under the alias Satish, later confessed to killing 6 children and a 20-year-old woman referred to as Pyle after sexually assaulting them. The police said that there were at least 31 child victims. Kohli also had confessed to the consumption of the victims' livers and other body parts. It was alleged that Kohli would lure the children to the house, offering them sweets and chocolates, murder them and have sex with the corpses. He and his co-accused Moninder Singh Pandher was convicted and sentenced to life.
Using these drugs during that developmental stage caused his brain to develop wrong, malfunction.
I was consuming quite a bit of alcohol and speed, probably at least a quart or more of alcohol a day and $100 or more of speed a day for a good 5-6 days leading up to the crime.
The pleas entered by the defense were not guilty, and not guilty by reason of insanity due to a drug-induced psychosis. But this claim fell on deaf ears because, as the prosecution pointed out, no one forced Annenberg to take drugs, and never once did he seek help for his habit.
One of the nation's most notorious serial killers is dead. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection early this morning at the state prison in Joliet, Illinois. Gacy had spent more than 14 years on Illinois' death row after being convicted of the brutal murders of 33 young men and boys. Most were found buried beneath his home in suburban Chicago.
Police in Chicago said they have found no evidence that serial killer John Wayne Gacy buried bodies of his victims in the backyard of his mother's apartment building. Holes were dug in the ground Monday after a former Chicago detective said that he had seen Gacy near the building with a shovel. Gacy was executed in May of 1994 for killing 33 young men and boys. He had told police he killed 45 young men, and the other 12 victims, the reported victims, have never been found.
Everybody want to know? Yes, I did kill her!
In a lightning bolt of emotion, Michelle Blair admits to killing her 13-year-old daughter, Stoney Blair, because she believed the teen and her 9-year-old son, whom she's also accused of murdering, had been harming her youngest child. Blair is charged with their murders. 9-year-old Stephen Berry and 13-year-old Stoney Blair were found dead in their mother's freezer earlier this year. Investigators believe Blair killed little Stephen first in 2012 and put him in her freezer. Then they say a year later, Blair killed her 13-year-old daughter.
That does not negate the fact that they were never there for their children. I had to struggle with them all the time. They were never there.
You get
Stephen,
your shit.
you know we had to beg you. Me, Stephen, all of us used to cry for you.
You're not going to be able to stay by there.
Come here.
Your rules.
So I imagine it was more or less just an ugly scene, but he really wasn't injured. They had released him the following morning. I'm not sure if it was on $50 or $100. I think it was $100 bond, which would probably mean $10 cash. He was released and told to appear at another date, which I was there also. And he was sitting in the courtroom, giving everybody, especially me, some very strange looks. And we waited, and the courtroom was the usual self. It was backed up, case after case, and at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock there was a recess for lunch, and Mr. Rodriguez, I guess, got tired of waiting, and he went to lunch and never came back, so there was a warrant issued.
I'm pleading not guilty to the charges of premeditated murder.
Ronnie O'Neill III is on trial for killing his girlfriend and their daughter in 2018, and he's chosen to defend himself in a Florida courtroom.
And the evidence is going to show that law enforcement tampered with evidence to meet their such high burden of proof.
Prosecutors say O'Neill shot his girlfriend Kenyatta Barron while their daughter watched. He then returned to his home and turned on his 9-year-old special needs daughter, killing her with a hatchet.
The evidence is going to show I love my children. And the evidence is going to prove to you that this whole entire case has been tampered with.
Police now have more than enough evidence to put Gacy away forever. But they're still trying to assemble the puzzle of Gacy's killing spree. When Snow checks the collarbones of the skeletons found under Gacy's house, none of them are fully fused. These victims were all less than 30 years old. The next question? What were the genders of Gacy's targets? First, Dr. Snow will focus on the size and shape of the femur, or thigh bone.
The head of the femur, the part that fits into the pelvis, tends to be much larger in males than it does in females.
Forensic anthropologists can also look to other bones for clues, like the pelvis. Females usually have a wider, rounder pelvis to accommodate childbirth. Police have recovered very complete skeletons, so Dr. Snow has enough markers to confirm each victim's gender. Based on these bones, the overall snapshot of Gacy's victims comes more clearly into focus. They're not only young, they're all male.
I portrayed myself as a hitman. Told him I worked for the wise guys downtown New York, and my brother was a good fella downtown, and I went by the name of Dominic Michael Provenzano.
You willing to go out on a contract? If the price is right, I'll talk to anybody. Yeah? Sure. And you mean to tell me?
We used to sit down, we talk. Either we'd go to those tables over there and get away from people, and we discuss how to murder people.
I just have a few problems I want to dispose of. I have some rats I want to get rid of. Yeah. The only fucking thing I don't understand, don't you use a fucking piece of iron to get rid of these fucking people? Use this fucking cyanide? Why be messy? You do it nice and calm.
Made all the decisions from day one to make the choices that I made. But the methamphetamine caused all the violence, the anger, the hatred, the rebellion, the resentment, everything that was still in me, everything that I thought the drugs were taking from me and bringing me to that state of nothingness. They were all still there. That raging individual was ready to come out. And when I committed my first crime and walked into the house, after I'd already killed one person, I told this individual that I was about to kill. I said, I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's work. I had never thought I was the devil before. I'd never said I was the devil. I didn't think I was the devil.
The jury finds the defendant guilty on 7 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder.
During the week of July 19, 1999, Mark Heath drove his 4 children, Sarah, 8, Holly, 6, Jack, 4, and Caleb, 2, to an isolated bush track south of Perth, Western Australia, and connected a hose to the car's exhaust. All 5 were found in the car, dead from acute carbon monoxide poisoning. This came just 3 weeks after a similar murder-suicide. On July 3rd, Barbara Ann Warzykowski took Mark, 8, twins, Sarah and Luke, 5, Jesse, 4, and Dave, 1, for a drive in the family's 7-seater van to a remote track southeast of Perth. She cast them all. 9 months earlier, in October 1998, Ronald Jonker cast himself and his 3 children, David, 7, Aaron, 5, and Ashley, 17 months, on the northern outskirts of Perth.
And the next thing I know, I heard the police open the refrigerator door, and they said it was a dead body in there.
Authorities marched out of the house with boxes of severed body parts. In a barrel wheeled out a vat of acid. In a refrigerator, left as it was found, at least 2 heads, the severed remains of victims of the alleged murderer. This morning, in an unprecedented news conference, the police chief, medical examiner, and district attorney joined in a public statement.
At this point, all we can tell you is that it is a number of homicides, multiples. The investigation is still very dynamic. We don't know whether this individual acted by himself or in consort with other individuals.
The big question now is the identity of the victims, whose heads, hands, and genitals were saved in the apartment. Dentists and doctors have already started the grisly effort. So far, no identities have been determined.
David? Yeah. Aye, how are you doing? What's the best? No, from the police, come have a look? Yeah. Cheers. Do us a favour and just knock the telly off for a second? What? Could you do us a favour and just knock the telly off just so you can hear what I'm saying? Thanks, mate. This is Terry, this is Marty. We're part of the team that's reinvestigating the murder of Nicky Allen. Yeah. Okay? Part of that investigation has led us to suspect that you may have had some involvement in that, okay? So I'm arresting you on suspicion, okay, of that offence. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm the offence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later lie in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Just leave your phone there for a moment.
Is there a place for mercy the way the law is written today?
In Texas, I don't think so. I don't think so. And hopefully that will change.
Should there be?
There should be, yes, because God said He desires mercy over sacrifice or over the law. And there should always be a place for mercy. What you're going to do is you're going to cut down on the recidivism rate. If you want to talk about crime, cutting down on crime, you'll cut down on the recidivism rate. You will make your society a safer place, because if God is literally living in somebody and their life is governed by his law, by His love and His morals, when they walk out of here, they're not going to be a threat to our society. They're going to be a very valuable, contributing member to our society. God's given mercy. I mean, He's given it so abundantly. And if He brings me home February 3rd, it's because in His wisdom and His sovereignty, He knew that through that, something greater is going to be accomplished.
The seeds of Robert Long's capture were planted 2 weeks ago tonight with the abduction of 17-year-old Lisa Marie Rhodes as she bicycled home from her job at this North Florida Avenue donut shop.
We were confident we had the right suspect, and we felt it was imperative for us to move as quickly as possible.
3 o'clock Friday afternoon. Detectives who'd been maintaining a 24-hour vigil watching Long had tailed him to this cinema in a North Del Mabry shopping center. They moved in just as he left the movie theater and headed to his car. He was arrested without resistance right here. Task Force detectives say they have such a strong case against Long that even if they didn't have Long's statements, fiber evidence and items taken from Long's apartment would have been enough to charge him with all 9 murders. There could have been more murders if the pieces had not come so quickly together before Long's arrest.
Eileen,
did some sloppy work, you know, and I was tortured at BCI. They were using sonic pressure on my head since 1997. It was crushing my head, and they were using sonic pressure. They were trying to make it look like I was crazy. I think their whole plan was trying to make it look like I was totally crazy. They were surveilling me before I killed. Did you know there was helicopters dropping down from the sky? Deputy sheriff with decoys picking me up 4 or 5 months before my arrest. So I was a hitchhiking hooker. You sabotaged my ass, society. I got big finger in all your faces. Thanks a lot. And you're going to get your asses nuked in the end. And pretty soon it's coming. You're all going to get nuked. Now I know what Jesus was going through. I'm leaving. I'm glad. Thanks a lot, society, for railroading my ass.
Actually, I really didn't. I really think I did that. I didn't mean to hurt him.
Dylan Shoemaker walked into a state Supreme Courtroom pleading his case, telling his victim's mother and the court he's remorseful for what he did. Shoemaker was sentenced Friday for beating 23-month-old Austin Smith last March. Before the sentence was handed down, Shoemaker and his defense attorney fought for the minimum sentence, 15 years to life.
I can't take back what was done. I wish I could. I would give my life for Austin. I loved him a lot.
Austin Smith was completely defenseless. That's a given. But there were other dynamics at work there, including my client's inability to either control his anger or frustration, based on his short life now, what is to say he won't do this again?
Afterwards, Shoemaker was sentenced to 25 years to life behind bars.
In the early 1980s, after being partnered for a year, New York City detectives Stephen Caracappa and Louis Ippolito in 1985. One of Ippolito's family connections made an offer the partners couldn't refuse. One of Ippolito's mobbed-up cousins, Frank Santura, had done a stint at Pennsylvania's Allenwood prison, where he met a Jewish
Joseph Douglas Ball, the Butcher of Elmendorf. Joseph Douglas Ball was an American murderer and suspected serial killer, sometimes referred to as the Alligator Man, the Butcher of Elmendorf and the Bluebeard of South Texas. He is known to have killed 2, and is said to have killed as many as 20 women in the 1930s. He was also the owner of a watering hole called the Sociable Inn, that had a pool out back which had 5 alligators. Sometimes to amuse his clientele, Joe would throw in a kitten or a dog as lunch for the deadly reptiles. Rumors began to surface that the pool behind the tavern with the 5 alligators inside may have played a role in disposing of the bodies. That's how brutal.
In docket 980-8-15, count 1, which is the murder of Julie Palzerano. Sentence will be 20 years to life to serve. Count 2, the murder of Rhonda Herring. Sentence will be 20 years to life to serve. On count 3, the murder of Regina Herring. The sentence will be 20 years to life to serve. Those will all run concurrently with each other. In docket 925-8-15, the murder of Lara Sobel. Sentence is life without parole. Sorry, that'll end this proceeding.
Downs knew a lengthy murder trial would make her private life public territory. She's very frank about being a surrogate mother. She ran a surrogate program in Arizona and gave birth to another couple's child. Diane lost visitation rights to her own 2 surviving children after the murder. She was found guilty of contempt of court for seeing them at a secret visit set up by her ex-husband, Steve. Police found out about the visit in a letter Downs wrote to her former boyfriend, Robert Knickerbocker, known as Nick, in Arizona. You fought for Steve to get custody of the kids, and then you wrote a letter to your former boyfriend telling him that Steve was an unfit father for your children. A lot of people won't understand that, Diane.
But Steve is different than most people. Steve pointed an empty gun at my head at one time and pulled the trigger. Do you know why? He wanted me to marry him. That is crazy.
Somebody here knows Johnson. Bulldog knows Johnson from California. And tied him around a tree and then run off. He got 5. He's a man in heaven.
Want to grab that mic?
was not going to be a monster. He was going to fade into anonymity among all the other people. He was going to be somebody's loving son, loving husband, sweet brother, good neighbor. People were going to be surprised when we found out. And that was really frightening because you didn't have a way to guard yourself, to protect yourself, because it could have been anybody.
And then the murders stopped. 10 women had died in 5 months. They appeared to be perfect crimes. There were no clues. Almost 150 detectives had conducted the biggest manhunt in the history of Los Angeles.
It was Christmas Eve 2002. People in Middletown went to sleep dreaming of a white Christmas and woke to a nightmare.
They were all shot in basically assassination manner.
Jean Walliver and her daughters, 20-year-old Victoria and 15-year-old Elizabeth, found shot to death inside their home.
The scene with all that snow, it being Christmas Eve, added to the horror of the murders.
Police quickly arrested Ernest Walliver, the husband and father of the victims. His daughters had recently accused him of rape.
And so he had the best motive in the world. He was eliminating witnesses.
Walliver was ultimately convicted and received 3 separate death sentences.
But here we are 20 years later, and I'm not surprised because we haven't had a death sentence carried out in a long time.
Much of the testimony focused on Smith's poor academic performance at Blair High, operating at 6th grade reading and spelling levels and at 3rd grade math levels. 3 days into the current school year, Brian Smith dropped out. According to his mother, Brian Smith spent his days sleeping late, watching television, and playing with his toy cars. His nights were spent with friends. He did not make a concentrated effort at finding a job. The defense portrayed Smith as underdeveloped emotionally and academically. Judge F.A. Gossett rejected the idea it was a juvenile court matter, citing public safety and the violent nature of the crime. During the preliminary hearing, Sharon Thompson testified she heard Smith admit that he and Dale Nolan robbed donuts, etc., kidnapped, raped, and killed Mary Jo Hubendek. Hers was the most damaging testimony of all. The matter has now been bound over to district court for arraignment. Small town of Blair, Nebraska, the Smith case is already boiling over with emotion. Mike Oling, News Center 3.
Pensacola authorities are still assessing the impact of having caught one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. The identification of the mystery man as Theodore Robert Bundy hit law officials like a bombshell. Bundy was being sought for questioning in the deaths of at least 38 women from Seattle, Washington to Tallahassee, Florida, and was just last week placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Since his arrest in Pensacola Wednesday, he has been intensively interrogated about the bludgeoning of 5 FSU co-eds in mid-January, including 2 Chi Omega sorority sisters who died. Bundy was serving time in Utah for kidnapping before being extradited to Colorado, where he was to stand trial for the 1975 murder of a young Michigan nurse. It was from a jail near Aspen that he escaped on December the 31st. He remained at large until 1:30 a.m. Wednesday. Bundy has yet to be charged in Pensacola with any offense more serious than resisting arrest with violence, and he remains jailed without bond.
For example, Seattle today.
The bodies being found indicate an unknown serial murderer is operating in this area now. It started with one corpse floating in the Green River near Seattle's airport. By autumn of 1983, the body count came to 6. That's when we spoke to Major Kraske of the King County Police.
We had 3 that were found during one day, and that was on August 15th, 1982. All found within, I'd say, about a 15-foot radius of each other. They were young women, very young women, and they're all found in the river. And some of them had tattoos on them, which would indicate to us that they were probably mixed up either in prostitution or something in narcotics. As the investigation went on, we discovered that all of them had links to prostitution, and all were seen working in the same area when they were last seen alive. So we knew that we, at that time, had a serial murder on our hands.
I remember you saying, or being quoted in the courtroom in Los Angeles, as saying, the children who came at you with knives are your children.
Yeah, I didn't raise them. You raised them.
You are the ones who kicked them out. You are responsible for what they've done.
That's right. Just as much as I am.
Mm-hmm. So you, in my mind, were criticizing society for kicking their children out. And
sure.
Yet I've just seen you sit here and say, yeah, I got a kid somewhere.
Yeah.
How can you criticize other people for kicking their kids out, and you did the same thing?
Difference, many levels, difference. See, my old lady left me and run off with a truck driver. She said, let's steal a car and go to California. And I said, man, I ain't going to steal no car and go to California and go back to jail. She says, we won't get caught. We didn't get caught. Just I got caught. She didn't get caught.
2 years after our divorce, and he came to my house. He had a handgun. It was the handgun that he had put to my head, unloaded and fired, and I took it from him. I swiped it from him, and I hid it in my house. And it was in my bedroom. He was doing it again, and he was getting very, very physical. Steve had just beat me up 2 weeks before that, beat me up terribly. There was blood all over the place. The sheriff's department came out and made a report on it, and my nose was all bruised, my face was bruised, my chest was bruised. He had choked me. I was terrified of him. He had never done that before. And for all I knew, this was 2 weeks later, he was going to do it again. And I ran in the bathroom, I ran in the bedroom and slammed the door. And he was coming through the door anyway, so I grabbed the gun and I ran in the bathroom and locked the door. And my first thought was, I'll never escape from him. I will never, ever get away. I divorced him, and that isn't even getting away from him.
Moving from place to place was one way Manson kept his followers entertained enough to stay. They started spending more and more time in the Los Angeles area. There, Manson hoped to make a name for himself in rock and roll.
I think he felt that once he got down there, things were going to be very, very different. He had contacts with the Beach Boys.
It was through the women that Manson made his connection with Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. In Los Angeles, Wilson picked up 2 of the family women hitchhiking and took them home. Soon, Manson and the rest of the family showed up and moved in with Wilson for several months. Then, through Wilson, Manson did some recording, but nothing came of the sessions. Manson was always bitter that his music would remain unheard.
They came to the ranch, lady. I didn't go to them, they came to me. You're stealing my music every day. You're writing my songs, you're playing my game.
This guy, even though he had a rough childhood, he was just a bad guy. I mean, you gotta say that. He was a bad guy. For whatever the reason was, that's what he was. He was a bad guy. Another thing that makes me really question the credibility, many things that really make me question the credibility of Kuklinski, is that he claimed to kill a cop by the name of Calabro, and that it was a contract killing by the Gambino family, and he claimed that Sammy Gravano was involved with him in this, that Sammy gave him the orders or whatever. Sammy was involved with this. And the authorities went to Sammy at the time, and they said, look, we're not going to give you any extra time, just take a plea to this. And Sammy refused. He said, I didn't do this. I don't know what this Kuklinski is talking about. Now remember, DeMeo was a Gambino, Gravano was a Gambino. Gravano said, I don't know what this guy is talking about. And he refused to take the plea, even though it would be time served. He wouldn't get any additional time for it. And Kuklinski was set to testify against Sammy, but Kuklinski died, and the case was dropped. So I believe Sammy in this regard.
You are about to enter the criminal mindscape of Joel Rifkin.
When you were strangling them, were you looking at them? Some I were, some I wasn't. Some I was holding down, some I was looking out the window. Some I was just staring off into space.
He brutally strangles 17 women, dumping bodies and body parts all over the New York metropolitan area.
Joel Rifkin has told police he's a serial killer.
As time progressed, he was killing more women with greater frequency and still getting away with it.
A reclusive loner, Rifkin's bloody trail goes unnoticed for 4 long years.
And what was it about her? She had to die. There were nights later on where I'd be with 2 other girls and then a 3rd girl, and she'd be the one I would kill.
Killing was pretty much the only thing in his life that he ever did well.
Protesters came in support of Carla Faye Tucker and in support of executing her. Tucker, in 1983, was convicted of killing Jerry Lynn Dean with a pickaxe and admitted killing Thornton's wife, Deborah. Tucker found God and turned her life around, apparently. Enough for forgiveness from Texas Governor George W. Bush, but not a reprieve.
The courts, including the United States Supreme Court, have reviewed the legal issues in this case, and therefore I will not grant a 30-day stay. May God bless Carla Faye Tucker, and God bless her victims and their families.
The governor okayed the execution after the U.S. Supreme Court rejected 2 last-minute appeals. It, along with Texas's state courts and parole board, denied her clemency.
We feel like the system and the process has got to be changed. And that's no greater evidence than with Carla.
In the end, the sentence was carried out with a sense of loss imposed upon the Tucker family and peace for the Thorntons.
32-year-old Peter Scuria is facing murder and other charges after police say he killed his ex-girlfriend, then dismembered her body as police were arriving.
This is the window where an officer saw the unthinkable. Police have never been called to this apartment address before, and when they were called this morning, it was a more gruesome scene than even a seasoned police chief could have imagined.
He saw a male, and he was dismembering the body of a female,
prompting the officer to make a frantic call for backup. The officer and his partner went to the apartment in the 400 block of South Springfield Road just before 5 a.m. after a neighbor called 911. They say they heard a fight and then silence. After a knock at the front door went unanswered, an officer walked around to a bedroom window. Police say 32-year-old Nicholas Scuria was inside, dismembering the body of his ex-girlfriend who lived in the apartment with him.
He
He hitched a ride on Christmas Eve and then shot the people who gave that ride. Tonight, deputies believe they have their man. And deputies say that man was standing in the rain in Greenville when the victims pulled over to help him.
After a ride to Anderson, investigators tell us he shot the man and woman who were in the car and left them on the side of I-85.
John Farrell Villarreal was apparently standing in the rain in Greenville on Christmas Eve when deputies say his victims Marie Fowler and Jerry Dobson saw this stranger, perhaps felt sorry for him, and picked him up and were taking him to the state line. But before they could get there, deputies say Farrell Villarreal told Dobson he had to use the bathroom, and when Dobson pulled over near mile marker 16 on Interstate 85, they say the suspect pulled out a handgun with a homemade silencer on it and shot both victims in the back of the head, then dumped the victims on the shoulder of the interstate where a passerby later found them.
The 20th century is called the age of mass murder because sex killers appeared every 5 years. But in the 70s, they began appearing every 5 weeks. In 1971, farm labor contractor Juan Corona made headlines for killing 25 men who worked for him. By 1977, sex killers were so commonplace that aerospace engineer Patrick Kearney made no headlines when he pleaded guilty to killing 21 boys. John Gacy, 36, a building contractor, was known for his extreme generosity and civic service, such as entertaining children's hospitals as a clown. In 1978, the bodies of 32 teenage boys were found under his suburban Chicago home.
911 emergency.
Yes, I need to report a murder. My roommate shot somebody last night and put the body in the basement.
It was that 911 call that sent Springfield police to 204 North Greenmount Avenue Wednesday afternoon. The caller tells the dispatcher that his roommate confessed to killing 24-year-old Johnny Robert Hyde sometime late Tuesday night. The caller says his roommate, 30-year-old Mark Burwell, wants to turn himself in.
You shoot somebody, man? Yes.
Mark Burwell was taken into custody. He has pleaded not guilty to aggravated murder with a death penalty specification. In that 911 call, the roommate talks about a possible motive.
Johnny was trying to steal his Xbox 360, and rather than he just shot him when he was trying to get out the door.
There is an indication it was over the Xbox, but of course that is a statement from the defendant.
Therefore, this panel finds that the death penalty is appropriate, should be, and is hereby given for each of the 4 murders by the defendant. It is therefore the sentence of this court as follows. At case CR 13-2768, count 1, murder in the first degree, a class 1 felony, death. Count 2, use of a deadly weapon, firearm to commit a felony, a class 1C felony, 45 to 50 years to run consecutive to all murder convictions at counts 1, 4, 7, and 10. Count 3, possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited person, class 1D felony, 45 to 50 years to run consecutive to all murder convictions at counts 1, 4, 7, and 10, and count 2.
The suspected Davis serial stabber sent shockwaves of fear and panic across the Davis community as families demand justice. Tonight, both the Yolo County District Attorney's Office and the Public Defender's Office agreeing the suspected Davis stabber Carlos Dominguez is not competent for trial. This development comes as both sides disagreed on that assessment, which led to the competency jury trial. Dominguez, the former UC Davis student, accused of stabbing 3 people, killing David Bro and Kareem Najim. Dominguez's attorney Daniel Hutchinson told ABC 10 he is pleased with the announcement.
Hold on, sir, you have a Fifth Amendment right.
Jail psychiatrists testified that Dominguez had schizophrenia and was gravely disabled. Sacramento defense attorney Mark Reichel has dealt with a similar case, and he says now a state hospital will be tasked to get Dominguez to a level of comprehending the charges he is facing.
That could take anywhere from 6 months to 5 years.
They call this the death house. This is the cell that the inmate is kept in up to 7 days prior to his execution. He is shaved, head is shaved, and his right leg is shaved. And then he is brought through this door, which proceeds down a corridor, which goes to where the electric chair is. As he's going down the hallways, he's escorted by the assistant superintendent and the correctional officer chief and is brought in here to the actual chamber. He is seated in the chair in front of the news media witnesses and the official witnesses who are already seated in the witness area. He's brought in and put into the chair, and the straps are placed around his chest and around his lap and on his arm. And then his legs are placed into these straps. The electrode then is placed on top of the inmate's head. The superintendent will make a motion to the executioner. The executioner will throw a switch. Tendencies of the inmate when the voltage hits him to tense up. And that's the only motion that you see out of the inmate. It's just a tensing of the muscles. Come over and examine the body to see that if the inmate is in fact dead.
The nude body of a young boy was found off Mulholland Highway today, stabbed multiple times and sexually mutilated. Was identified as Donald Ray Hayden, 15, of Hollywood. He'd been stabbed to death and sexually molested before being left in the dumpster just north of the Ventura Freeway. The Hayden murder is already being considered the fourth body in a series that includes 3 other killings over the past few months.
The scene always looks the same. A young, white, thin male, completely nude. Signs of strangulation, many with rope burns around the ankles and wrists. And the big question is who and how many people are responsible for these murders? Investigators are very reluctant to answer that question.
From Hollywood, the dating capital of the world, it's The Dating Game.
Well, let's see. Bachelor number 1 is a successful photographer who got his start when his father found him in the dark room at the age of 13, fully developed. Between takes, he might find him skydiving or motorcycling. Please welcome Rodney Alcala. Rod, welcome. Would you say hello to Cheryl, please?
We're going to have a great time together, Cheryl.
Okay, and here we go.
Bachelor number 1.
Yes?
What's your best time?
The best time is at night, nighttime.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the only time there is.
The only time? What's wrong with morning, afternoon?
Well, they're okay, but nighttime's when it really gets good. Come on, over here.
In this case, he's withholding judgment.
I have no comment on that at this particular time. I may have a comment on that after we have reviewed and researched this issue much more.
The next thing I know, I heard the police open the refrigerator door, and they said it was a dead body in there.
Even this afternoon, police were retrieving what appeared to be bones from a dumpster in the back of the Oxford Apartments. The volume of evidence mounted, a huge metal pot. Police sources say there were human parts inside. Videotapes, knives, anything that might even be remotely connected with the killings were packed up and carried out by investigators. But the shocking, gruesome evidence came out in the middle of the night. The boxes with body parts inside, the refrigerator loaded with severed heads, a large barrel with acid inside, and the almost unbelievable statements from a police lieutenant in charge.
I don't know what my way is. Everybody keeps telling me I got all these things. I read the other day where I had magical powers, and I told everybody in the chapel, I said, zap, 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 zap. I said, where's my magical powers? Well, you can't read, you can't believe what you read in the press. I can get no magical powers, mystical trips, and all that kind of crap. Yeah, it's kind of silly. Yeah, I'm getting witches and devils, and one guy come up and said, I heard you said you were Jesus. I said, no, man, I ain't said that. He said, I'm glad. He said, I'm damn glad. I said, why? He said, I know you ain't him. I said, how do you know? He said, because I am. I said, okay. But I mean, you know, I've been in the nut ward for 10 years, so you can't expect me to rationally take this thing serious. In December of 1969, nearly 4 months after the crimes, Charles Manson and 5 family members were charged with the Tate and LaBianca murders. What some called the crime of the century would now move on to a trial that would mesmerize the city. Manson demanded and was refused permission to serve as his own attorney. Still, from the beginning, it was clear that Manson was in complete control of the defense.
You have to realize that I viewed Manson as being the main defendant. To convict his co-defendants and have him walk out of court, I think, would have been an unsuccessful prosecution.
So then I looked in the book and it says, the wages of sin is death. Now I figured, well, I don't want to die, so maybe I have been sinful here. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'll take a look at my life and say, well, I'm going to change it and start all over. You know, and I know I go to God and I say, hey, man, you're going to forgive me? And he's going to say, what do? You forgive you? And what you come to me for? Forgive yourself, man. Don't be bothered. You know, and I think, well, he must be a big, mighty God, man. He just, you know, he ain't got time. You got to make an appointment or something, you know. So I see the whole aspect of the whole trip for children to play, you know. Then I get stuck in the game of playing the goat here, or the lamb, or the some other trip. I was a teddy bear, and then I was a goofball, and whatever. And what is the real one? Where's the real one? I don't know where the real one is.
Philadelphia prosecutors say the newly released police body camera videos show the fatal encounter happened within seconds of officers pulling up to Eddie Irizarry's car. Officer Mark Dial now faces murder and other charges for allegedly shooting to death the 27-year-old man. Dial turned himself in. Prosecutors say the body camera video of the August 14th incident contradicts the original police account, which said Irizarry was driving erratically, got out of his car, and lunged at the officers with a knife. Police later changed the details of that account. This video from a security camera, obtained and released by lawyers for Irizarry's family, also appeared to show Dial quickly exiting the vehicle and opening fire. His family said they wanted every frame of video released, some too graphic to show here, to prove police gunned down an innocent man.
I was no professional serial killer. I'm okay. God is going to be there. Jesus Christ is going to be there. All the angels and everything. And, you know, whatever's on the beyond, I think it's going to be more like Star Trek, beaming me up into a space vehicle, man. Yeah, thanks a lot. I lost my fucking life because of it. Couldn't even get a fair trial. Couldn't even get a fair investigation or nothing. Couldn't even have my appeals right. You sabotaged my ass, society, and the cops, and the system. A raped woman got executed and was used for books and movies and shit. Ladder climbs, the re-election, everything else. I got a big finger in all your faces, thanks a lot. You're an inhumane bunch of fucking living bastards and bitches, and you're gonna get your asses nuked in the end. And pretty soon it's coming. 2019, a rock's supposed to hit you anyhow. You're all gonna get nuked.
The brutal attack showed the worst Australia can offer, a depraved man making the most of a lonely and wild stretch of coast. No one knows Salt Creek better than Adam Stewart, and so police recruited him to help catch Roman Hines, who was on the run. The hunter was now the hunted.
We'd only gone about a K and we could see this vehicle parked up on the sandhill. I guess that's when everything got really real, because it already was, but now it's like, there he is.
Hines takes off, but then gets stuck in the sand dunes.
Both men were waiting within feet of Florida's electric chair, only hours before they were scheduled to be put to death. They are two of the nation's most notorious mass killers. Gerald Stano and Ted Bundy together have been linked to nearly 80 murders. The stays of execution, the third for Bundy, the second for Stano, gives them at least 60 more days to try to overturn their death sentences. On this, the 10th anniversary of the Supreme Court's reenactment of the death penalty, state officials say repeated stays by the courts are creating logjams in 38 states that have the death penalty. As of May 1st, 1,714 people are awaiting execution, with the number growing by about 250 a year. So far, 61 prisoners have been executed, but the number is growing each year. More than half of the executions have been in Florida and Texas. Meanwhile, Bundy and Stano have been returned to their regular cells, joining 245 other Florida inmates on death row.
He also, and this is a fact, he told their kids
that if he ever beat their mother to death, that he would have to kill them too. This is what he instilled in his kids. But yet in the movie, they show him as being a loving father and a loving husband. How does that add up? Does it add up to you? It doesn't add up for me. In real life, he used to kill homeless people for sport. He wanted to find different ways to kill people. And some of the methods that he used cyanide. He liked that. He used cyanide because cyanide didn't leave a trace. He strangled people. He shot them with a bow and arrow. And then obviously he killed them, he knifed them. I mean, he killed in every different way that you can imagine. Again, this is a psychopath. How do you make a movie about this guy? I don't get it. And that's why it was very difficult for me to even get through the movie. You know, look, people, I spent 25 years on the street. I've seen my share of stuff. I don't want to look at stuff like this. I really don't, especially when a guy is claiming to be part of my life.
4 more bodies were found yesterday on a beach about 35 miles east of Galveston. Large plows were brought in to dig up a stretch of beach 1.5 miles long where sheriff's deputies had been told by 2 of the accused murderers in the case that other bodies could be found. The total number killed in the largest recorded sex perversion and murder case in U.S. history now stands at 27. Authorities believe they may have recovered all of the bodies. 17-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, who has been charged along with another youth with murder, is being kept in isolation in a Houston jail because of reported threats on his life by prisoners. Henley has said publicly he shot and killed Dean Corll during a party for young boys at Corll's home. Corll is alleged to have done most of the killing, while Henley and 18-year-old David Brooks are charged with procuring young boys for him and committing some of the murders themselves. Today, the father of one of the dead boys showed up at police headquarters to ask David Brooks how his son died and if he suffered much pain.
Talk to me about your life in prison in terms of your being in isolation. You are not on what is called the main line. You're not with the prison population here. How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't feel about it.
Would you rather not be in isolation?
Oh, I've been trying to get on the main line. I've been trying to get to the prison for the last 13 years.
Why?
Why? Walk around, play some handball, play a little guitar, do my number, do my time like any convict does, like I've always done, like my mind has been set to do, like my past lives have been in jail, doing time in jail. In fact, when I got out, I just got outside and sat down. I wasn't going nowhere. I gave up, see?
If you were on the main line, wouldn't you be exposed to some dangers?
Come on, man. If you're thinking exposure to danger, then that danger you're thinking is coming around you.
And that's when I got the heart smash with the hammer.
Bleeding profusely, Lena is now fighting for her life as she tries to get the hammer off this 6'6" enraged man. He manages to hit her 3 more times before she escapes him. If you didn't fight back, where would you be today?
Probably not alive, I guess.
As the injured Lena runs away from Hines, he jumps into his 4-wheel drive to chase her down.
In 2009, decades after his first 5 murder convictions, Cottingham told a journalist that he had committed at least 80 to 100 perfect murders of women in various regions of the United States. In April 2021, Cottingham confessed to an unsolved 1974 double homicide in Montvale, one of New Jersey's most notorious cold cases. The confession was extracted by Angelotti weeks before his retirement and was facilitated by Vronsky and by Jennifer Weiss, the daughter of Didi Gazzari, one of Cottingham's later victims.
So he spent that whole winter going to New York, doing that thing, and getting pushed to the edge with the most sophisticated explicit pornography available anywhere in this country. Anyway, I had to leave, go back home to the West Coast. It was out of like a heated state of mind. But before he does, he decides to just to take a little bit of a jaunt to the what they call the shore.
Ted seemed to freely go back and forth between the first person and the third person, the first person and the third person, in describing himself and his crimes.
The Jersey Shore. This is early summer. And so after being more or less detached from people, didn't have any friends, he drove to shore and he walks to the beach and just sees young women lined up along the beach. And it was like an absolute, overwhelming kind of vision.
Police arrived at the two-story home in March. Urgent confusion clouded the crime scene. Simon's 13-year-old son, Dane, came stumbling into their backyard, covered in blood, stabbed more than 24 times. Snipers set up outside the house, and then Simon's oldest son, 15-year-old Kyle, came outside shirtless and confused.
Bodies in the house as well as suspects in the house, both.
Eventually, police figured out there was one body in the house. 13-year-old Giovanni Sierra stabbed to death in the upstairs loft. And downstairs, hiding in the study, the suspected killer, 17-year-old Corey Johnson.
Is he holding a knife? Yeah, he has a knife in his hand. Just close the door. Just close the door.
The dawning daylight revealing the awful trail of blood throughout the house leading to Giovanni's body one day after his birthday.
Police say Johnson was influenced by violent jihadist videos, and he told them Giovanni was making fun of his newfound Islamic beliefs. He awaits trial on murder and attempted murder charges.